Chapter 1: A sign in gift pack every day. Zhonghai City. In a Western restaurant. There was a hint of smile on Lin Chen's face. Then, Lin Chen carefully took out a brand new Mi 10 Pro phone from his arms. Smirking, "Happy birthday, Yingying." Chen Yingying, who was sitting opposite, just glanced at the Mi 10 Pro, which cost nearly 6,000 yuan, showed a disdainful look, and said, "TSK. Only poor people would use this kind of broken domestically made phone. Lin Chen, I'm telling you, from now on, I've dumped you." In an instant, Lin Chen froze in place, and his whole body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. My mind went blank in an instant. He simply couldn't believe that the cold and heartless girl in front of him was his girlfriend of nearly 2.5 years. As a rural child, Lin Chen's family conditions are not good. He bought this mobile phone with 3 months' salary saved up. Who would have expected? What we got was such an ironic result. Yingying, you lied to me, right? Lin Chen said tremblingly. Chen Yingying on the opposite side sneered. Is he kidding you? Ha, Lin Chen, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? With your poor appearance, who would like you? No, Yingying, that's not what you said when you were in school. For a moment, Lin Chen was a little crazy. Ha ha. Lin Chen, everyone grows up. Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that you looked pretty and could be a long-term meal ticket, who would want to be with you in college? Chen Yingying, who was standing opposite, had an even more playful look on her face. Then, Chen Yingying shook the rose gold bracelet on her wrist and said, "You know what? This is a Cartier bracelet. It's worth $50,000. Can you afford it?" Lin Chen gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Okay. Since you said so, then I hope you won't regret it. Regret? TSK. Don't be silly, I will regret it. As these words came out, a bright white BMW instantly stopped outside the Western restaurant. Then a young man got off the car holding a bouquet of flowers. Haha, let's not talk about it anymore. My boyfriend is here to pick me up. After saying that, Chen Yingying twisted her waist and walked outside. Lin Chen found this more and more ridiculous. He felt more ridiculous than angry. How could I have fallen for such a vain woman in the first place? He shook his head helplessly and sat there. The next moment, a clear voice rang in his mind. Ding! The sign-in gift package system has been successfully activated. As the voice fell, Lin Chen was also stunned. System? Yes, host. Please start your performance. Lin Chen sat there and spoke calmly. 1 sign-in gift pack per day, please check it out. Oh? 1 a day? In an instant, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. That's right, today's sign-in gift package has been refreshed successfully. After hearing these words, Lin Chen's mind instantly became active. Okay. Sign in. As the words fell, a crisp electronic sound rang out. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained permanent property rights of Jinyuan Commercial Street. This time, Lin Chen almost spit out the water in his mouth. Jinyuan Commercial Street. This is the most luxurious area in the entire Zhonghai. It contains offices and shops. Moreover, the rental price ranks among the top 10 in China overseas. The rent for any floor is as high as tens of thousands of yuan per month. For a moment, Lin Chen was extremely shocked. The total area of the entire commercial street reaches 250,000 square meters. It can be said that just by collecting rent, I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. For a moment, Lin Chen felt his throat was dry. This is really like a pheasant turning into a phoenix. But then, Lin Chen realized a problem. System, I won't get into any trouble, will I? Suddenly owning a commercial street like this, my assets won't be liquidated or something, right? Please rest assured that all your asset sources are absolutely compliant, and your information has been highly encrypted by this system. After hearing these words, Lin Chen felt relieved. At this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Chapter 2: Your eyeshadow is really unique. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, it's me. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am Wu Ming, the General Manager of Property Management of Jinyuan Commercial Street. Regarding the transfer of the commercial street property rights and the rent for this quarter, I still need you to sign for it. Do you think it is convenient for you now? Okay, I'll go over there now and call you when I get there. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Then, he called a Didi and went straight to Jinyuan Commercial Street. On the other side, Wu Ming also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was murmuring something in his mouth at this moment. Oh my god, who is this new boss? Looking at the information, he only graduated from university for half a year, but he was able to buy the Jinyuan Commercial Street. Could he be some rich kid? I just don't know what his temper is like. I hope he is not a difficult person to serve. Muttering to himself, Wu Ming quickly began to prepare materials for the meeting. Lin Chen quickly arrived at the commercial street. From a distance, Lin Chen saw the 500-meter-high Jinyuan building in the center of Jinyuan Commercial Street. It can be said that the Jinyuan building is already one of China overseas landmark buildings. Jinyuan building. Lin Chen murmured. The Jinyuan building is the gathering area for white-collar workers and the middle class of China overseas. Once upon a time, this was also Lin Chen's South Dream Place. After all, this is the top 5 A-level office building. It is also a super office area with the title of top of the contempt chain. Lin Chen walked towards the Jinyuan building. Standing in front of the door of Jinyuan building, looking at the majestic security guard, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and prepared to call Wu Ming. After all, I don't have the access card to the Jinyuan building. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. Looking at this man, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Ha, what a coincidence. I actually ran into this couple here. And Chen Yingying, who was there holding the arm of a young man and looking sweet, also noticed Lin Chen at this time. Suddenly, Chen Yingying frowned. He immediately took 3 or 2 steps and walked up to Lin Chen. Then he pointed at Lin Chen's nose and shouted loudly. Lin Chen! What are you still doing here? I have clearly rejected you. How could you be so shameless to follow me and come here to harass me? Turning his head and taking a look at Chen Yingying, Lin Chen frowned. Does this woman really have no self-awareness at all? Ever since he saw through this woman, Lin Chen no longer had any good feelings towards her. After all, such vanity is really annoying. As Chen Yingying shouted, many people looked over here. Then, there was a hint of weirdness in the eyes when they looked at Lin Chen. In response to this, Lin Chen frowned slightly, before he could say anything. The young man with heavy dark circles under his eyes said immediately. You are the senior, hello, let me introduce myself. I am Zhao Tianxiao, and my family owns Oncon Technology in Jinyuan building. I wonder where you are currently working. Zhao Tianxiao's expression was full of mockery. After all, he had already known through Chen Yingying that Lin Chen had just lost his job 2 days ago. Now, I am just a homeless person. Chen Yingying next to her also spoke immediately. Brother Zhao, please stop teasing this guy. He is just an unemployed vagrant. He just lost his job 2 days ago. Chen Yingying said with a look of sarcasm on her face. As these words were spoken, the people standing by looked at Lin Chen with increasingly mocking eyes. What's worse, some even showed disdain. After all, this is where white-collar elites gather. But now, an unemployed vagrant has sneaked in. In their opinion, this is undoubtedly a complete loser. This guy looks like a decent person, but he turns out to be a homeless person? No wonder this kind of person gets dumped. That's right. For a moment, everyone started talking. Lin Chen, who was there, glanced at the two of them indifferently. He shook his head and said, Chen Yingying, don't take yourself too seriously. You want me to come to you? Ha, ridiculous. You. Lin Chen looked at Zhao Tianxiao's dark circles under his eyes with a half-smile on his face and continued. But, brother, I want to ask you, your eyeshadow is really unique. Chapter 3, Drive Out? After this sentence was spoken, Zhao Tianxiao's mentality exploded in an instant, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Boy! You are looking for death. As for the people around, their expressions looked particularly strange. After all, Zhao Tianxiao's dark circles were really too heavy. As for Zhao Tianxiao there, his face was almost as black as ink. Then he spoke to the security guard of the building. Security. This guy is here to cause trouble. If he dares to break in, throw him out. In an instant, the 2 security guards there stared at Lin Chen with a fierce look. In this regard, Lin Chen could only sigh. Then he took out his cell phone and called Wu Ming. Mr. Lin, are you here yet? As soon as the call was connected, Wu Ming's respectful voice rang out. Yeah, I'm here, but someone told the security guard to kick me out if I dare to go in. Lin Chen said calmly. As these words came out, the hairs on Wu Ming's back suddenly stood up. The whole person took a breath of cold air. He couldn't figure out who was so bold. He even dared to say that if Lin Chen dared to walk in, he would beat him out. In an instant, Wu Ming realized the seriousness of the problem. He quickly said loudly, "Mr. Lin, please give me 5 minutes, no, 1 minute. I will come down to pick you up immediately. I want to see you in a minute." After hanging up the phone, Chen Ying next to her said with disdain, "Hey, Lin Chen, are you tired? It's been such a short time since we last met, and your bragging skills have improved. I have to see others in 1 minute. You look like you are the CEO of a company?" In response, Lin Chen just looked at Chen Ying coldly and remained silent. "Oh." Zhao Tianxiao also sneered, then pulled out 2 red banknotes. "Throw it to the 2 security guards and say, 'Remember, if this person dares to walk in, beat him out.'" "Yes." In an instant, the 2 security guards became more concerned about Lin Chen. Zhao Tianxiao looked at Lin Chen and said, "Ha ha. I want to see how you can get in." On the other side, Wu Ming also ran outside in a hurry. Just as they reached the elevator door, a middle-aged man with a big belly walked out of the elevator. When he saw the panicked Wu Ming, the middle-aged man was also stunned. "Boss Wu, I was just planning to look for you. Why are you so anxious now?" "Oh, Mr. Zhao. This middle-aged man is none other than the chairman of Oncon Technology, Zhao Yuan. What do you want to talk to me about?" Wu Ming walked into the elevator, pressed the button for the first floor, looked at Zhao Yuan next to him, and asked. Zhao Yuan said with a smile, "It's like this, Mr. Wu, regarding my rent for this quarter, can you please delay it a little bit?" Wu Ming frowned and then said, "Well, I'm about to meet the new boss, so I'll take you to meet him. As for the rent for your floor, you can just talk to our boss directly. But your rent payment credit is pretty good, so normally it shouldn't be a big problem." Suddenly, Zhao Yuan was stunned. The owner of Jin Yuan Commercial Street has changed? This is a very important thing for all tenants. After all, if the boss changes, it means that the rent for these people will inevitably be adjusted in the future. For tenants like them who rent an entire floor, if the rent is really raised, they will have to pay tens of thousands of yuan more every month. Because of this, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but become nervous. At this moment, the 2 men also arrived on the first floor. Then, Wu Ming rushed outside. Zhao Tianxiao, who was outside, looked at this scene and suddenly felt happy in his heart. He looked at Lin Chen who was there and said immediately, "Ha ha. If I were you, I would leave right away without saying anything. Now the general manager of this building is here, and he has seen an unemployed vagrant like you. You might be sent to the police station today for damaging the image of Jin Yuan building." The people around also looked at this place with playful smiles. Lin Chen, on the other hand, still looked calm and unhurried. Zhao Tianxiao was immediately furious when he saw how calm Lin Chen was. At this time, Wu Ming also rushed out, and Zhao Tianxiao spoke loudly. "Uncle Wu, this guy is my girlfriend SX. He is here to cause trouble today, tell the security guard to throw him out." Chapter 4 Regretful Chen Ying. Moment. Wu Ming's face looked ugly. Just now, he had recognized Lin Chen. After all, he had read Lin Chen's information before. And when he saw Lin Chen himself, Wu Ming was even more surprised. Lin Chen looks much younger than in the photo. Wu Ming took a deep breath and then said in a deep voice, "Zhao Yuan. You still don't care about your own son." The next moment, Wu Ming hurriedly bowed to Lin Chen and said respectfully, "Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I'm late." Boom. Following Wu Ming's action, the whole audience fell silent. What's going on? Isn't it said that Lin Chen is just an unemployed vagrant? But now, this script is wrong. Everyone opened their mouths wide. Chen Ying and Zhao Tianxiao, who were there, were also confused. At this moment, Zhao Yuan, who was there, rushed out angrily. Bang! Immediately, a slap was slapped hard on Zhao Tianxiao's face, and his face turned dark. "You bastard!" Zhao Yuan was really angry. The whole person stood there with his eyes wide open. "Dad!" Zhao Tianxiao was stunned, and then his eyes were filled with tears. You hit me? You've never hit me since we were little, and you're hitting me now? I'm going to hit you." Who the hell told you to offend Mr. Lin? Zhao Yuan was really mad. When he saw Zhao Tianxiao, he understood everything. This disappointing son of mine must have offended the new boss. Listening to Zhao Yuan's words, Zhao Tianxiao, who was there, became more and more unconvinced. Even if I have offended him, so what? This Lin Chen is just a young boy. Is it necessary for you to be so scared? A hairy boy? Zhao Yuan was so angry that he shouted angrily. Zhao Tianxiao. Did a donkey kick your brain? This Mr. Lin is the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. Do you know how much the annual rent of Jinyuan Commercial Street is? 4 billion. If this is a young boy, then what am I? One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. In an instant, everyone was in an uproar. The owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. Annual rental income, 4 billion. These two sentences directly changed the way everyone present looked at Lin Chen. At this moment, the expressions they showed when they looked at Lin Chen were nothing but respect. And Chen Yingying, who was there, immediately shouted in a sharp voice. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He is just a poor unemployed vagrant. How could he be the owner of this Jinyuan Commercial Street? Chen Yingying, who was there, was shouting at the top of her lungs, her words full of excitement. Wu Ming next to him sneered. Mr. Lin is indeed the owner of our Jinyuan Commercial Street. All the property rights of Jinyuan Commercial Street belong to him. As Wu Ming finished his words, everyone present fell into silence. Chen Yingying was even more petrified. It's actually true? After all these years, she had never realized that Lin Chen was actually a rich second generation. Chen Yingying looked melancholy at this time. There is such a top rich man by my side. If I hadn't looked down on others before, maybe I would have become a wealthy wife right away. Regret. Endless regret filled Chen Yingying's whole body at this moment. No. Maybe I still have a chance. Yes, Lin Chen and I have been together for 4 years, and he definitely still has feelings for me. As long as I can get back together with him, I will still be a wealthy wife. Immediately, Chen Yingying said to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, I was wrong before. I kneel down for you, let's get back together. Having said that, she fell to her knees. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen's face was full of disgust. Ever since he saw through the true nature of this woman, all he felt towards her was endless disgust. Immediately, he opened his mouth and spoke. Can I go in now? Mr. Lin, please, please. The security guard there welcomed Lin Chen with a shy smile and a servile look. Well, when I come out later, I don't want anything to be an eyesore at the door. Having said that, Lin Chen walked towards the house. Okay, Mr. Lin. After Lin Chen stepped into the building, 2 security guards walked up to Chen Yingying and Zhao Tianxiao. Ha, you two, Mr. Lin doesn't want to see you. Are you going to leave on your own now, or should I escort you? After hearing these words, Zhao Tianxiao turned around and left with a gloomy face. Chen Yingying also looked embarrassed, then she stood up and hurriedly chased after Zhao Tianxiao, saying loudly. Wait for me, honey. Fuck. Get out of here, you bitch. Zhao Tianxiao was already angry, and when he looked at Chen Yingying, his anger grew even more intense. He immediately turned around and slapped him hard. Bang! After the slap, Chen Yingying's face was swollen. A bitch like you is only fit for me to play with. Get out of here now. After saying that, Zhao Tianxiao left decisively. And only Chen Yingying was left there, looking disheveled in the wind. This time, she really lost both her wife and her army. Chapter 5 1 billion in hand. Let us talk about the other side. Lin Chen and Wu Ming have already entered the elevator. Next to him, Zhao Yuan said with a shy smile. Mr. Lin, I hope you can be magnanimous and just ignore what that brat Zhao Tianxiao said. I will bring Zhao Tianxiao to apologize someday, I hope you can forgive me. Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Yuan and said lightly. Forget about that. Your son said he would kick me out if I dared to come in. I can't afford his apology. As Zhao Yuan, who was standing there, heard these words, his face was full of embarrassment. How about this, Wu Ming, is there any problem with the rent of Oncon Technology? Lin Chen continued speaking. Oncon Technology, except for the 3rd quarter of last year, the rent was paid half a month in arrears. The rent for this quarter of this year has not been paid in full so far. Apart from these issues, Oncon Technology's reputation has always been good. Lin Chen nodded and said. Well, let's put it this way, the rent payment deadline is in 2 days. If Hong Kong Technology has not paid the rent in full within 2 days, the lease renewal will be terminated. Mr. Zhao, let me remind you that if you can't pay the rent in full, then find the new address for your company in advance. After that, the elevator door opened. Lin Chen left calmly. Zhao Yuan collapsed in the elevator in an instant, his eyes full of despair. At this moment, there was only endless despair in Zhao Yuan's heart. After all, I'm finished. His company is currently having some financial difficulties. The original intention was to delay the rent payment and then take the opportunity to recover the capital chain. But now, because Zhao Tianxiao offended Lin Chen, he was asked to pay the rent immediately. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Asshole. This guy is always causing trouble and can't do anything for me. Why the hell did I give birth to such a loser? At this moment, Zhao Yuan became angrier and angrier. I got off the elevator immediately and went straight home. As soon as he got home, he took off his belt and started beating Zhao Tianxiao, who was sitting there in a panic. At this moment, inside the house, there were continuous screams, a series of pa-pa-pa sounds of beating, and furious curses. Lin Chen was completely unaware of Zhao Tianxiao's miserable condition. At this time, he followed Wu Ming to his office. His office is located at the innermost part of the 109th floor. And it occupies 1/3 of the top floor space. Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the office, you can have a panoramic view of half of China High. In response to this, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction, his expression indifferent. Wu Ming there personally made a cup of coffee for Lin Chen, then took out a document and spoke in a somewhat restrained manner. Mr. Lin, this is all the financial information for the past 6 months. Please take a look. Although Lin Chen understood nothing about these, he still pretended to flip through the documents and nodded from time to time. Yeah, okay, it's pretty good. After closing the file, Wu Ming continued. It's like this, Mr. Lin, today is also your first time to come to our Jinyuan Commercial Street to collect rent. Let me give you a brief introduction to Jinyuan Commercial Street. There are a total of 328 shops around Jinyuan Commercial Street. It also includes an indoor pedestrian street and a 5-story shopping mall, with a cinema on the 6th floor. This shopping mall and pedestrian street are leased in their entirety, and the rent in the first quarter was also 750 million yuan. As for the core area, Jinyuan building is divided into 109 floors. Among them, floors 2 to 30 are rented out individually, and the rent per square meter per floor is calculated at 170,000 yuan square meter, which means the rent for 1 quarter is 10.2 million yuan. The 31st to 35th floors are leased to a hotel with a quarterly rent of 2 million yuan. As for the 105th floor, it is leased in its entirety, with a quarterly rent of 23.8 million yuan. Including other management expenses, the total revenue for a quarter is around 1.08 billion yuan. After hearing these words, although Lin Chen's face was calm, his heart was already churning. After he finished speaking, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. After taking a look at the information above, Lin Chen was also extremely shocked. Your card with the last number 9527 received a transfer at 1300 hours on May 11th. Your current balance is 1,080,001,350.83 Tianyen Bank. Looking at this information, Lin Chen nodded lightly. Well, thank you for your hard work. From now on, you will be in charge of the management of this building. Besides, there is no need to publicize my taking office. Yes. Well, then you can go out first. Wu Ming nodded, then, without daring to stop for a moment, began to walk outside. Chapter 6 Wu Ming's Shock. After leaving the office, Wu Ming wiped the sweat from his forehead. He let out a long breath. Deep down in Wu Ming's heart, there was still some surprise. After all, Lin Chen's performance was too calm. He has met countless people over the years. But for such a young man, he could remain calm when receiving the news of 1 billion yuan arriving in his account. He just said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work." This level of indifference was the first time he had seen someone like him. Could this be a rich young master from some big family? Wu Ming muttered to himself, confused in his heart. But if he were a rich young master, wouldn't the clothes he was wearing be too low-key? For a moment, more and more doubts began to grow in Wu Ming's heart. After all, Lin Chen's outfit was too ordinary. Just like an ordinary person. But, this temperament and indifference make people feel quite inconsistent. In the office, after Wu Ming left, Lin Chen collapsed instantly. Staring blankly at the ceiling, his expression seemed somewhat excited and dull. Moreover, at this moment, Lin Chen felt that all this was extremely unreal. Sitting in this leather boss chair, looking around, it is a rather exaggerated office with various valuable calligraphy and paintings, as well as a bar in the corner and red wine displayed in the wine cabinet. Lin Chen has reason to believe that these red wines are definitely treasures. Looking around carefully, Lin Chen's expression seemed extremely complicated. Then, he took out his mobile phone and checked the balance in his bank card repeatedly, with a smile on his face gradually becoming more intense. It really is 10 billion. This is just 1/4's rent. However, for an ordinary family, this amount of money is at least enough to last a lifetime. So much money, how should I spend it? Lin Chen murmured. After all, this amount of money is really too much. However, it seems that before that, I still need to pick out a decent set of clothes for myself. Now, just by signing in once, I have become the boss of Jinyuan Commercial Street. Then when you sign in the future, what you get will only be better, not worse. In other words, there will be no shortage of business-related social engagements in the future. But now, the way I am dressed is really cheap. Thinking of this, Lin Chen walked outside. After leaving Jinyuan building, Lin Chen walked directly towards a nearby Versace store. After walking around he came out empty-handed. There is no way, I can't appreciate it. Although Versace is very famous, the design of this product gives Lin Chen a somewhat eye-catching feeling. I don't know if Lin Chen's aesthetic taste is too low or what. In the end, Lin Chen walked into the Armani store next door and started shopping. After all, Jinyuan Commercial Street is the top-level commercial street in China overseas. And Armani is also a top brand, unlike some third-rate small brands. After entering the place, there was no situation where the salesman looked down on people or ignored them. Welcome to Armani, I'm Xiao Lu, how can I help you? A young salesperson walked up to Lin Chen and said with a sweet smile. Chapter 7, Spend Money Like Water. After taking a look at the salesperson Lu Lily, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Lu Lily has a standard oval face and wears a ponytail, which makes her look very capable. She had light makeup on her face and her eyes were exceptionally pure. If Lin Chen were to give her a score out of 100, she would at least be able to score 80 points. Well, I'm planning on buying some clothes. Please help me with some t-shirts first. He touched his nose, hiding his embarrassment, and said, Okay sir, this is us. After some introduction, Lin Chen took a fancy to a gray t-shirt. Sir, you have a good taste. This is the newest model in our store. It is made of pure cotton and is comfortable to wear. I took a look at the price of this dress, 2,300. Well, pack this for me. Lin Chen nodded. Okay, let's try. Before she could finish her words, Lu Lily was stunned. What did you say, sir? What's wrong? Packing. Lin Chen looked at Lu Lily with doubt and was a little dazed. No, sir, don't you want to try it first? No. Shaking his head, he said. At this moment, Lu Lily, who was there, was even more confused. After all, this is a $2,000 piece of clothing. As for other customers, they still have to try the clothes to see if they fit and how they look when they are worn. But when it came to Lin Chen, he directly asked for a package deal. It was the first time she saw someone so generous. Afterwards, Lin Chen took a fancy to another set. 2,888? I like this number. Please pack this one for me too. Well. At this moment, Lu Lily finally reacted. I'm afraid I have met the true god of wealth this time. I used to always hear people say that rich people like to dress low-key, but when they see something they like, they will spend lavishly. Maybe she didn't quite understand this sentence at that time, but now, she finally understands it. After all, he bought the clothes worth 2,000 or 3,000 yuan without even trying them on. Soon, Lin Chen changed himself completely from head to toe, inside and out in this store. That's all for now. Please help me calculate how much it will cost. He nodded with satisfaction, and Lin Chen looked at Lu Lily and said, Yes, sir. After some operation, Lu Lily reported the number. You spent a total of 37,300 yuan. How do you want to pay? Well, WeChat. As he spoke, Lin Chen clicked on his payment code. Okay. Soon, the payment was completed. Lin Chen also said, By the way, how about we add each other on WeChat? If there are any problems with the washing of these clothes later, I can ask you. Lin Chen, who was there, said to Lu Lily. That's okay. Lu Lily's face turned slightly red, and then she nodded at Lin Chen there. After adding each other on WeChat, Lin Chen left. As expected, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. With this set of clothes, Lin Chen's temperament has also been sublimated. Before, Lin Chen might have looked like a poor loser, but now he looks like a tall, rich and handsome man. But in Armani's store, everyone looked jealous. Looking at Lu Lily there, he seemed a little jealous. Lily, you are really rich now, meeting such a rich second-generation guy. Yeah, she even asked you for her WeChat ID. Could it be that she's attracted to you? Everyone there started talking. Don't talk nonsense, I just want to make it easier for me to wash my clothes later. Oh, you believe this excuse, Lily, you are really naive. Do you think any rich person needs to wash his own clothes? Lu Lily was stunned. This time, you must seize the opportunity. If you can get close to this kind of rich second generation, you will be a wealthy wife in the future. Sister Zhao, please stop making fun of me. He's so rich, how could he possibly be interested in me? Lu Lily smiled and shook her head. Unconsciously, Lu Lily had a little more expectation in her heart. Chapter 8: A luxury car worth 100 million. As for the situation inside the store, Lin Chen knew nothing about it. At this time, he was already carrying a lot of bags, took a taxi, and went straight to his home. Soon, he returned home and Lin Chen lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. I am indeed wealthy now, but who can I share this feeling with? After all, his sudden wealth made him not know who to talk to. Forget about that. Now that I have money, I have to provide my parents with a good environment for their later years. However, compared to all these, we still have to bring mom and others to live with us. Besides, I have to buy a car worth several million to use as a means of transportation. Murmuring in his heart, Lin Chen opened his phone and began to check the housing prices in the vicinity. He didn't plan to tell his parents about his situation right now. After all, he doesn't have a suitable excuse to explain the source of this huge wealth. Time passed little by little, and as the sky gradually darkened, Lin Chen just had a casual meal nearby. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. The night passed quickly. By the next morning, Lin Chen finally woke up. After finishing washing up, it was already 8 o'clock. And the system sound also sounded. Ding! Today's gift package has been refreshed successfully, please sign in to receive it. Receive. As the voice fell, the system's voice also sounded. Congratulations to the host, check-in is successful. Obtained, Pagani Wind God. After these words were spoken, Lin Chen's heartbeat almost stopped. Pagani Wind God. This is a supercar worth hundreds of millions. But now, it has become mine? Damn, I was just considering it yesterday, should I get a vehicle today? As a result, today, the system gave me a supercar worth hundreds of millions. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. Then, the cell phone next to him rang. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, I am. As soon as the call was connected, a voice came from the other end. Mr. Lin, I am Yu Shang, the manager of Pagani 4S store. The Pagani Wind God you ordered has now arrived at the store. Are you free to pick it up today? Okay, I'll be there later. Send me the address. Okay, Mr. Lin, I will send you the address of the 4S store via text message later. We look forward to your visit. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen let out a long sigh. This is fucking too exciting. This broken system really doesn't have anything fancy. While he was muttering, his cell phone rang again. It was Yu Sheng who sent him the address of the 4S shop. After checking it out, Lin Chen also left home. On the roadside, Lin Chen stopped a taxi and said to the driver, Master, go to the Pagani 4S store on Tianhai Road. Good. The driver said subconsciously, but then he glanced at Lin Chen through the rearview mirror and started talking. Young man, are you going to buy a car? Although he asked this, in the driver's opinion, youngsters like Lin Chen who were dressed in such a way were more likely to be there just to enjoy their eyes. After all, what level of luxury car is Pagani? Even young people like Lin Chen are extremely rare to be able to afford it. Moreover, even if one can really afford such a car, they are usually accompanied by their parents. Besides, even if parents accompany their children to buy a car, how many of them would spend a lot of money to buy a supercar? What kind of family is that? No, I just got my driver's license, and I went to see some luxury cars to satisfy my eyes. Lin Chen said casually while playing with his mobile phone. He was not wrong in saying this. He got a driver's license before graduating from university. I originally thought that within 3 to 5 years, the driver's license would basically be just a decoration. But I didn't expect it to be used again so soon. It's good to go and have a look. As a young man, it's always good to see more of the world. Moreover, having a goal to strive for will make you work harder in the future. I work so hard as a taxi driver just to buy myself a little BMW. The driver was driving while talking to Lin Chen. Then you have to work hard, master. Lin Chen laughed and said. On the other side. Inside Pagani 4S store. After hanging up the phone, manager Yu Sheng immediately spoke loudly. Hurry up! Hurry up! Mr. Lin will be coming to our store soon. As these words came out, all the staff in the store were instantly surprised. Oh my god, Mr. Lin is coming? Hiss, I didn't expect to meet this legendary rich man so soon. Is my makeup okay? Ah! So exciting! That's the top rich man who spent 100 million to buy the Pagani Wind God. Is this a question of money? 100 million is a lot, but there are still many people in Shanghai who can afford it. The key is that there are only 20 Pagani Huasheng in the world, and this is the only one in Yanhua. Chapter 9 Mr. Lin, welcome to Pagani 4S store. At this time, in this Pagani 4S store, everyone is extremely excited. After all, this is the super rich second generation who bought the Pagani Huayra. How could they not be excited by the arrival of a person of this level? Moreover, the vast majority of female salespeople were extremely excited. After all, these female salespeople work in such luxury car 4S stores, so they naturally know the importance of money. Although I haven't met the legendary Mr. Lin yet, I think he shouldn't be too old. Few people who are too old can afford to drive sports cars, and everyone has confirmed this from Yu Sheng through indirect inquiries. After all, Yu Sheng had spoken to Mr. Lin, and he could get a rough idea of his age just by listening to his voice. Mr. Lin should be relatively young, around 30 years old at most. Although he is still young, he spent hundreds of millions of dollars to buy a sports car. Mr. Lin. How rich is he? If it was just because they were rich, that would be fine, as they usually receive quite a few wealthy people. However, this Mr. Lin is most likely not just rich. After all, this Pagani Huayra is a limited edition luxury car. There are only 20 in the world. But this Mr. Lin was able to get one. There is no doubt that this is more of a symbol of status. If a person of this status could be noticed by the other party, or leave a phone number. Many female salespeople have already started to imagine this. Hey young man, we're at the Pagani 4S store. The taxi slowly stopped outside the Pagani 4S store. The driver in the car also looked behind him and said to Lin Chen. Oh, how much? Lin Chen, who was still playing with his mobile phone, quickly came to his senses and asked the driver. The total is 56.4, just give 56. Okay. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone, scanned the code and paid. Then he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Yu Sheng. After Lin Chen got off the car, the driver was not in a hurry to drive away. After all, this driver has always dreamed of owning a luxury car. Hey, if I could drive a luxury car of this level once, I would have no regrets in my life. Looking at the super luxury cars parked in front of this 4S store, they are all worth at least millions. The taxi driver couldn't help but murmur with longing. Wait, that's... Looking at the 4S store salesman gradually gathering in front of the Pagani 4S store, the taxi driver was dumbfounded. The cigarette that had just been lit in his hand fell to the ground in an instant without him noticing. Fuck! The taxi driver's eyes widened. At this time, Lin Chen was still walking towards the entrance of the 4S store, still more than 10 meters away. But after seeing Lin Chen, Yu Sheng, who was inside, immediately came forward from the door with a dozen employees in work clothes, trotted to Lin Chen, bent down and spoke in unison. Mr. Lin, welcome to Pagani 4S store. This. The taxi driver there was completely dumbfounded. He would never think that this is because of the good service of Pagani 4S store. After all, no matter how good the service is, it can never reach this level. Moreover, these employees called each other Mr. Lin right from the start, which made it obvious that both parties knew each other. Hiss. You really can't judge a person by his appearance. Although this guy looks young, he can actually afford a Pagani sports car. He really is a hidden rich second generation. Suddenly, the taxi driver couldn't help but sigh. With this feeling, the taxi driver started the car again and prepared to look for the next customer. Although I saw a hidden super rich second generation, I also envy him for being able to spend millions to buy a car, but he still has to go on living. Besides, he was thinking of buying a small BMW worth hundreds of thousands. Chapter 10: The Shock of the Rest of Life. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yu Sheng, the manager of the 4S store you spoke to earlier. Yu Sheng spoke respectfully to Lin Chen in front of him. There must not be the slightest disrespect in his words. Yu Sheng was wearing a rather tight and straight suit. The twin peaks look even taller and more attractive under this small suit. She also had light makeup on her face and her long black hair was casually tied behind her head, making her look very capable and refreshing. At the same time, Yu Sheng was becoming more and more surprised. When she spoke to Lin Chen on the phone before, she could tell that Lin Chen was not very old. But I didn't expect that he would be so young. He looks like he is in his early 20s at most. This is much younger than she thought. At the same time, deep in her heart, she became more curious about Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen, who is so young and can spend a huge amount of money to buy such a supercar worth hundreds of millions, what kind of identity does he have? When the female salespeople over there saw how young Lin Chen was, their minds also became active. He nodded calmly, glanced at Yu Sheng and the female salesman, and Lin Chen felt secretly happy in his heart. After all, more than a dozen staff members and the store manager came out to greet him. And it's a top brand like Pagani 4S store, the feeling is completely different. At this moment, Lin Chen suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen on the internet: having money does not mean happiness. Perhaps, the previous Lin Chen would think this sentence was correct. Rich people also have more worries. Money is enough as long as you have enough. Having money does not necessarily make you happy. But now he suddenly understood a truth. Are rich people happy? No. The happiness and joy of rich people are beyond your imagination. For example, now, if this kind of situation happened in the past, Lin Chen would never have been able to experience it. Mr. Lin, do you want to complete the handover procedures first, or look at the car first? Yu Sheng stood up and said to Lin Chen. And the way Lin Chen was addressed was also changed from Mr. Lin to Mr. Lin. Let's take a look at the car first. Okay, Mr. Lin, this way please. As he spoke, Yu Sheng walked in front and took Lin Chen to see the car. And Yu Sheng's slender waist was also constantly twisting there. The whole person looks very charming and enchanting. However, Lin Chen didn't take all of this seriously. It's not that Yu Sheng was not beautiful. On the contrary, she was a stunning beauty. However, as he was about to see his supercar worth hundreds of millions, he couldn't let go of other things in his heart. Moreover, I now have a supercar and I am rich, so why should I be afraid of not being able to pick up girls? The group walked at a leisurely pace and soon arrived at an independent exhibition hall. At this moment in this exhibition hall, Lin Chen's Pagani Wind God was placed there. At this moment, in front of this Pagani Huayra, several maintenance workers are conducting basic inspections on the car. With the arrival of Lin Chen and Yu Sheng, an old master greeted Lin Chen. Then he quickly spoke to Yu Sheng. Manager Yu, the inspection of this vehicle has been completed and there are no problems. I see. You take them down first. Okay. Soon, Lin Chen and Yu Sheng were the only ones left in the exhibition hall. Mr. Lin, what do you think of this? Sitting in the Pagani Wind God, touching the leather steering wheel and the leather seats, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel excited. But his face still looked calm and he nodded. Yeah, not bad. Looking at Lin Chen's calm and composed appearance, Yu Sheng's heart couldn't help but feel a few ripples. After all, Lin Chen acted too indifferent. It's as if what you picked up was not a supercar worth hundreds of millions, but just a toy car. This indifferent look really made Yu Sheng feel a little unbelievable. All of a sudden, Yu Sheng's curiosity about Lin Chen became stronger and stronger. Chapter 11: Who doesn't have a little vanity? By the way, your 4S shop should have a service to help with license plate registration, right? After taking a look at the rest of his life, Lin Chen asked calmly. We do have this service, Mr. Lin. And if you want to choose a good license plate for your car, our 4S store can also help you do that. Yu Sheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded to Lin Chen and said. Okay, then I'll trouble you to help me with it when the time comes. This Yu Sheng hesitated. What's wrong? Didn't you say there was such a service? Frowning slightly, Lin Chen asked. It's like this, Mr. Lin, because your car is really too expensive. If you want to register your vehicle, you will still need to drive there yourself. After all, your car is in our store, and I guess no employee dares to drive it. But don't worry, you don't have to wait in line once you get there and it will be done quickly. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard this. So that's what happened. But it's normal. After all, my car is worth hundreds of millions. Just a scratch or a rub, the cost of repair is beyond their ability to afford. Therefore, it is normal that these people dare not open it. Okay, then I'll go there myself. Lin Chen nodded to Yu Shang, who was standing there with an indifferent expression. But you'd better hurry up, I'm only free for the next 2 days. Okay, Mr. Lin, we'll do it as soon as possible. Afterwards, I paid the purchase tax and completed the formalities. Lin Chen officially got the Pagani Huayra. As the vehicle started, the pleasant roar echoed in Lin Chen's ears. I have to say, this Pagani Huayra is indeed a top-notch supercar. The sound of this engine is truly that of a steel behemoth. It makes people tremble in their hearts after hearing it. The engine equipped in this Pagani Wingo is very advanced. Apart from the roar when it is just started, it does not make much noise when idling. But the small voice also sounded very charming. After a pause of a few seconds, Lin Chen shifted the gear to the forward gear. Because of the automatic parking system, after engaging the forward gear, the vehicle will not move forward even if the brake is released. Gently press the accelerator, the vehicle responds instantly and starts to move forward slowly. Because he had to drive out of the exhibition hall, he didn't drive too fast. After all, he had to turn a corner to get out. From the outward road, one turn made Lin Chen feel the excellent maneuverability. It was no exaggeration to say that he could hit whatever he pointed. In the past, apart from the training car in the driving school, Lin Chen had only driven his father's Volkswagen. Although my dad's Volkswagen is also a new car and its performance is pretty good for home use, its handling is definitely a world apart from that of Fengshan. But think about it, the selling prices of the two differ by hundreds of times, so even such a huge gap is understandable. After leaving the 4S store, Lin Chen's car continued to drive forward. When Lin Chen drove the Fengshan onto the street, many people's attention was attracted to him instantly. After all, Fengshan belongs to the category of top luxury cars, and even if the exhaust has not been modified, the noise will not be small. What the hell? What kind of car is this? It's so cool. This looks like it was driven out of Pagani's shop, but I've never seen a car like this before. Has it been significantly modified? Wait, this car looks like a Pagani Wind God? Are you kidding me? There are only 20 Pagani Huayra in the world, and I haven't heard of anyone in Shanghai buying this car. After all, near this Pagani 4S store, there are some top luxury car shops. As Lin Chen's Pagani Wind God hit the road, many people cast their eyes over him. Wait, I searched it and it looks like this car is the Pagani Wind God. Yes, the sound of this engine must be genuine. Hey, this is a top luxury car that is limited to 20 units worldwide. How can I see it here? Who is so rich? For a moment, many people were shocked. Looking at this Pagani Wind God, I can't help but feel dazed for a moment. Lin Chen, who was in the car, sighed and spoke. Hey, this car is really too high profile. Although he said this, Lin Chen was already beaming with joy in his heart. After all, who doesn't have a little vanity? Chapter 12, meeting Lu Lily again. Boom boom. Followed by the roar of an engine. Lin Chen's silver Pagani Wind God was running on the streets of Shanghai. I have to say that this attracted a lot of envious glances from people along the way. Soon, Lin Chen stopped the car near Jinyuan Commercial Street. Fuck. Is this the Pagani Wind God? Am I dazzled? Hiss, if I drive this car to pick up girls, wouldn't it be a sure win? My goodness, this car probably costs a lot of money, right? Ha, even if you have money you may not be able to buy this car, and the price is this much. A young man gestured with his fingers, and the young man next to him, who had a look of envy on his face, was also a little excited. Oh my god, 10 million? Is this really that expensive? 10 million? Are you kidding me? You can't even buy the wheels of this car with 10 million. This car is worth 100 million. Oh my god. 100 million? Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened. Lin Chen drove the car into the underground parking lot amidst a stream of envious looks. After parking the car, he walked into the commercial street and found a restaurant to have lunch. After all, he had just eaten a little in the morning, and now it was already noon, and he was already starving. Coincidentally, I passed by this commercial street on my way home. After finding a restaurant in the commercial street, Lin Chen went in, ordered a meal, and started eating. However, at this moment, a voice sounded behind Lin Chen. "Boss, give me a bowl of noodles." Lin Chen was stunned when he heard these words. Immediately, he turned his head and looked. Lu Lily? There was a hint of surprise in Lin Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but speak. As Lin Chen finished speaking, Lu Lily, who was there, also noticed Lin Chen, and a hint of joy immediately flashed across her eyes. "Mr. Lin?" After all, Lin Chen was a spendthrift in their store, so she would naturally not forget such a person. "What a coincidence, I actually met you here." Lu Lily sat opposite Lin Chen and spoke to Lin Chen. At the same time, I felt a little excited in my heart. After all, in her opinion, Lin Chen was definitely the kind of person who was very busy, but he could still remember a small salesman like herself. "Ha, it's fate. You can take a rest now." Lin Chen laughed. "No, I just felt a little unwell today, so I came here to ask the store manager for half a day off." Lu Lily, who was there, shook her head and said. Then, the two of them started chatting about random things. While listening to Lin Chen's words, Lu Lily, who was there, couldn't help but laugh from time to time. Soon, lunch was over. And Lin Chen spoke. "Well, now that I've met you, you don't have to take a taxi. Just tell me where your home is and I'll drive you back." This. Lu Lily hesitated. "Not good, right? Hey, what's the big deal?" Lin Chen waved his hand and spoke in a calm tone. "Well, my home is in Xingfu community." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh after hearing these words. "Oh, what a coincidence, I also live nearby now." As they talked, the two of them took the elevator and came to the underground garage. However, just when Lin Chen was about to drive, the window of a black Audi A8 in front of him rolled down. Then, a tall man in a suit walked out of the car and walked towards Lu Lily. The moment she saw the man, Lu Lily, who was standing next to him, was suddenly confused and grabbed the corner of her clothes. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen glanced at Lu Lily and asked, "Why, do you know him?" Lu Lily gritted her teeth and nodded. "Well, this Fong Lin bought some clothes from me some time ago, and then he kept pestering me. The reason I asked for leave today was to avoid him, but I didn't expect to meet him now." Hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 13 Audi A8? Is it awesome? The next moment, Lin Chen's mouth corners raised. Then he said softly, "If that's the case, leave it to me. I'll help you get rid of this guy." Ah. Hearing these words, Lu Lily was stunned for a moment. She was a little confused and couldn't react yet. Fong Lin also saw Lu Lily at this time. His eyes suddenly lit up, and then he smiled, thinking he was very handsome. He stood in front of Lu Lily, holding flowers in his hands, and said, "Lily, did you know I was coming and wait for me here? Here, this bouquet of flowers is for you." Fong Lin continued speaking with a frivolous tone. "I have reserved a French restaurant table at the Bun 3 tonight. Let's go have dinner together then. This French restaurant is very difficult to book, and today is the day when the chef launches his new product. I will pick you up then." Lu Lily's expression was not very good about this, and there was a hint of frustration in her eyes. "Mr. Fong, I should have told you many times that I have no interest in you. Could you please stop bothering me in the future?" Hearing these words, Fong Lin, who had been acting like a bootlicker, suddenly became serious. Then he turned into a cold and superior person. "Fuck you. I've been chasing you for half a month, and you, a bitch, don't appreciate it, right? I'm really giving you face. I'm telling you, today, whether you like it or not, you have to eat this meal whether you like it or not. Don't f***ing think that just because you're pretty, you can act like a millionaire." Fong Lin started to curse loudly, and then prepared to attack Lu Lily. However, at this moment, Lin Chen next to him also spoke calmly. "Why, you want to fight in the parking lot? I warn you, this is a society ruled by law, and there are surveillance cameras in this parking lot." Following these words, Fong Lin was also stunned. Then he looked Lin Chen up and down. Although Lin Chen was dressed well, Fong Lin thought for a while and found that there was no such person in the second-generation circle he knew, so he sneered and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Get out of here." Lin Chen sneered, "What? You're going to do something to a woman, and I can't do anything about it, right? Besides, don't you see that she doesn't like you? Why do you use force on her? Hearing this, Fong Lin smiled coldly, showing a bit of sarcasm, pointed at the Audi A8 behind him and said, "Ha ha. Don't think that just because your family has a little money, you can control my affairs. There are still differences between people. See, this car was just picked up in full, an Audi A8. A stupid idiot like you would have to work hard for 5 or 6 years to be able to afford a down payment. Besides, I am the young master of Junjiang Life Insurance. Just based on this, I have the qualifications." Following these words, Lu Lily's face turned pale. Junjiang Life Insurance. This is a company worth more than 8 billion. Although in China overseas, a company of this size is not a top-notch one. But it also makes ordinary people afraid. Although she knew that Lin Chen might be rich, but facing such a behemoth, Lu Lily suddenly felt a little desperate. In response to this, Lin Chen just smiled. Audi A8? Is it awesome? Speaking of cars, I have one too. After these words were spoken, Fong Lin was stunned for a moment, then he burst out laughing. Ha, I forgot to mention that my Audi A8 is top of the line. The price is 1.35 million. You have a car? Ha, then pull it out and see if I dare to smash it on the spot. Fong Lin dared to say this simply because, in his opinion, the car Lin Chen was driving was worth at most 5 or 600,000 yuan. With cars of this level, he could afford to pay for 10, let alone just one. It is precisely because of this that he believes he has Lin Chen in his sights. Hearing these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a bit of an attitude of watching a show, and said jokingly, "Are you sure?" Ha ha. Of course. Fong Lin looked confident. Okay. You said it. After saying that, Lin Chen took out the car key and pressed it gently. DD. Then, 10 meters away, the lights of the Pagani Huayra. It's on. Chapter 14, Apology in One Day. Crazy and cool. As Lin Chen pressed the car key, the two doors of the silver Pagani Huayra slowly rose up. Suddenly, there was no other sound in the entire underground garage except the sound of the Pagani wind god opening the door. How could? Fong Lin, who was standing there, was shocked. Just staring at all this. Lu Lily next to her also had a dazed look on her face. Although she didn't know the value of the car, she instinctively realized that the car was worth a lot of money. Come on, didn't you say you wanted to smash the car? Go ahead and smash it. Lin Chen leaned there casually, hugged his arms, and said jokingly. At this moment, Fong Lin's face turned red. Smash the car? What a joke. Let alone smashing the car, he didn't even dare to touch it. People who like supercars know that this car is Pagani Huayra. This top supercar is worth hundreds of millions and there are only 20 of them in the world. When Pagani Huayra was first released, he also dreamed of buying one. But the price was so high that he couldn't afford it even if he sold himself. So, smash the car? This is a complete joke. Ha 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 ha, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Fong Lin there quickly spoke. How could he not know that he might have hit a wall this time? However, he was still extremely confused in his heart. This Lin Chen. Who on earth is this person? Can you afford a Pagani Huayra? As far as he knew, this Pagani wind god should not be available in the country now. As for Lin Chen, he said with a sneer. Haha, misunderstanding? Remember, don't speak nonsense if you don't have the ability in the future. Otherwise, if you offend someone you shouldn't offend, no one can save you. After saying that, Lin Chen grabbed Lu Lily beside him and said, "Let's go." Feeling her hand being held, Lu Lily, who was standing there, suddenly blushed. The two of them sat on the Pagani wind god. As soon as he started the car, Lin Chen rolled down the window, glanced at Fong Lin standing there, and said, I remember Junjiang Life Insurance's office is located in the Jinyuan building, right? Go back and tell your father to bring you to his house to apologize within 3 days. My name is Lin Chen. After saying that, Lin Chen stepped on the accelerator and sped away in a cloud of dust. As for Fong Lin, he just stood there blankly, eating ashes. But his face was covered with blue and purple spots. Especially Lin Chen's last sentence, which really made him feel a little uneasy. At the same time, he became more and more curious about Lin Chen's identity. The next moment, Fong Lin picked up the phone and called his brother. Hey, brother, is there a person named Lin Chen in our Zhenghai circle? A carefree voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Lin Chen? Is there such a person? I've never heard of him. What's wrong? Fang Lin looked suspicious and hesitated for a moment before telling the whole story. As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Lin's brother Fang Sheng on the other end of the phone exploded. Fuck! Are you saying that someone stole the girl you liked? And you asked my dad to take you to apologize? Damn it, who knows where this jerk came from, dares to say such a thing? Give him face, right? Fang Lin was still a little hesitant and said, but brother, this Lin Chen is driving a Pagani Fengshen. Pagani wind god? The person on the other side was stunned for a moment, but in the next moment, he couldn't help but sneer. Oh, do you really believe it? That's a luxury car with only 20 units in the world. How could I not have heard of someone who can drive a car of this level? Brother, you are still too young. In my opinion, the other party is just a loser. He probably found another luxury car and modified it. Okay, just put your mind at ease. I'll find someone to help you vent your anger these 2 days. After that, the phone was hung up. Fang Lin wanted to say something, but it was too late. Chapter 15, Just 100 million. The other side. Lin Chen drove his Pagani wind god straight to the Xingfu community. Lu Lily next to her seemed very reserved. Sitting there, looking nervous. In response, Lin Chen smiled and said, What? Why are you so nervous? I'm not going to eat you. In response, Lu Lily smiled awkwardly and then continued. Just now. Listening to Lu Lily's words, Lin Chen immediately said, Oh, just now, I held your hand in a hurry. If I offended you, I apologize first. As these words came out, Lu Lily was stunned. At the same time, his eyes dimmed, and he quickly shook his head and said, No, I just wanted to thank you for helping me. Ha, it's nothing, I just enjoy helping others. Lin Chen smiled indifferently and sat there with a look of ease on his face. By the way, your car should be quite expensive, right? Lu Lily glanced at Lin Chen and asked curiously. This car? It's not expensive. Lin Chen looked calm and indifferent, and he didn't seem to be telling a lie, and Lu Lily also relaxed. Lin Chen's voice continued to sound. The landing price is about 100 million. As these words came out, Lu Lily, who had just relaxed, instantly stiffened. About 100 million. These plain words sounded as if the price of this car was not 100 million yuan, but just tens of dollars. At this moment, Lu Lily felt like she was almost scared to death. He stood there like a little chicken, afraid that he would scratch the car. Ha, ha, it's not expensive. Lu Lily smiled awkwardly and then started talking. However, as these words came out, endless waves rose in Lu Lily's heart. Who is he? He could actually say so easily that 100 million is not expensive. Soon, the car arrived at the gate of Xingfu community. As the car door opened, Lin Chen helped Lu Lily get out of the car. After sending her into the community, Lin Chen returned to the car and headed straight for his own community. The scene of Lu Lily getting off the car happened to be seen by her friend. In an instant, the eyes of this woman who was dressed particularly seductively widened. Oh my god, Lily, I haven't seen you for a few days. I wonder if you've hooked up with a rich man. The car you were driving just now looks like it must be worth tens of millions. Hearing this, Lu Lily blushed. Yuan, what are you talking about? He is just my client. He just happened to be on his way today and sent me back. A playful smile suddenly appeared on Su Yuan's face. Hey, what can I say to you, Lily? Do you think someone who can afford such a luxury car would live around here? It's obvious that the other person has taken a fancy to you, so you'd better seize the opportunity and don't let him run away. If you can get close to her, even if you become her mistress, you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. After hearing these words, Lu Lily fell silent. After a while, she said, Okay, I don't want to say anything more. After waving her hand, Lu Lily went upstairs quickly. Lin Chen drove back to his community. As the car entered the community, the old man working as the doorman there suddenly widened his eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked, and his face was full of shock. In response, Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. After parking his car, Lin Chen returned to his house. However, at this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the incoming call and saw it was his mother. Chapter 16 Someone is coming home. The call was connected. Mom! Hey, Chen Chen, what are you busy with? My mother's voice came from the other end of the phone. No, I'm still having lunch. Lin Chen smiled and said that his mother and others didn't know that he had lost his job some time ago. It just so happened that he didn't want to mention this matter. Oh, I'm glad I didn't disturb you, that's it. Your uncle's daughter Jingjing is going to Shanghai with some friends, and we need your help to make the arrangements. Hearing these words, Lin Chen was stunned. Because my family is actually doing quite poorly. Therefore, my mother is actually looked down upon in her parents' home. On a daily basis, my relationship with my cousin is pretty ordinary. It wasn't until I was admitted to a decent university that my attitude towards life started to improve a little. If it were in the past, Lin Chen would probably have hesitated for a while. But now, I have the ability to bring honor to my family, so naturally I agreed to it. Okay, I got it. I'll make arrangements then. When will my cousin and the others come over? Probably in the next 2 days. Your cousin will contact you then. My mother's voice rang out. Lin Chen also nodded, and then his mother gave him some instructions. During this period, Lin Chen also told his mother that he would send some money back later. My mother didn't accept this at first. Until Lin Chen said that he had won more than 100,000 yuan in the lottery some time ago. Then I invested in a business with my classmates and made money, and only then did I feel at ease to accept it. But it also means to save it for yourself first and use it when you get married. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen transferred 100,000 yuan to his own card. He didn't dare to hit too much, otherwise it would be difficult to explain for a while. The other side. Father Lin was watching TV when his cell phone suddenly vibrated. Feeling doubtful, he still picked up the phone and took a look. Your card with the last number 9958 received an interbank transfer at 1500 hours on May 12. Your current balance is 220,457.02 Industrial and Agricultural Bank of China. Looking at the sudden extra 100,000 yuan, Father Lin was so frightened that he jumped up from the sofa. Old woman! Come here quickly. What's wrong? After just finishing the phone call, Mother Lin, who still had a smile on her face, walked out with a puzzled look on her face. Look for yourself, how come there is suddenly an extra 100,000 yuan on my card? Did someone transfer it to the wrong account? Father Lin was extremely anxious. But Mother Lin rolled her eyes and said, Look at you. Your son gave this to you. He is now running a small business with a few friends, and he transferred 100,000 yuan to you as a gift. At this moment, Father Lin's eyes widened. Then, his face gradually regained its composure, but his heart was full of pride and joy. He immediately turned off the TV, stood up, picked up his small teacup, took a fan and walked outside. What are you doing? Mother Lin asked with some confusion. Go play chess with old Manly. Father Lin said without turning his head. After hearing this, Mother Lin understood. This generation is no longer comparing themselves, but the next generation. Some time ago, the son of old Manly bought a car worth more than 300,000 yuan and brought back a young girl. At that time, old Manly was so proud that he showed off in front of Lin's father. And now, Lin Chen has made money and transferred 100,000 yuan to his family. How could Father Lin not show off? Otherwise, it would be really unfair to him for all the depression he has accumulated over the years. As for Mother Lin, her mind is now starting to become active. She dressed herself up first and then walked outside. She plans to find a few of her good sisters who play mahjong with her and show off. The other side. Lin Chen was not quite clear about all this. At this moment, he was hesitating whether he should prepare something. After all, my cousin is coming with her friends. Then it is obvious that my Pagani Huayra is not big enough to drive. Of course, there is also the need for a place to live. TSK, looks like I should get myself a secretary. When the time comes, the secretary will do what's needed, and if there's nothing else to do, cough cough cough. Lin Chen pretended to cough, and at this moment, his WeChat rang. I opened it and took a look, and it turned out to be my cousin adding me. Chapter 17, I'll give you double your annual salary. As soon as my cousin's application was approved, Yi Jingjing sent me a message. Brother, third aunt should have told you that I will go to Shanghai with my bestie and a few friends in 3 days. Yes, I know. Have you booked your tickets? Lin Chen asked directly. Not yet. Sticks out tongue. Yi Jingjing on the opposite side said. Looking at the news, Lin Chen immediately said. Then give me your ID information and I'll book plane tickets for you. Hee hee, thank you, brother. Laugh. Afterwards, several messages were sent by Yi Jingjing. Looking at the ID card information, Lin Chen did not hesitate much. After some operations on the mobile phone, first-class tickets for several people were booked. Since you want to save face for your sister, you might as well start with the plane tickets. After booking the flight ticket and telling his cousin the takeoff time, Lin Chen finished the operation. Then, Lin Chen was also pondering in his heart. It's time to find a secretary. Thinking of this, Lin Chen opened the senior talent recruitment website. I have to say that this high-level talent recruitment website is indeed much more advanced than the general talent market. Among the talents here, even the worst one is a graduate student from a top university. After screening through resumes one after another, Lin Chen also determined his ultimate goal. This is pretty good. His eyes lit up as he looked at the resume in front of him. Name, Chen Ziruo. Age, 23. Education, Master of Business and Master of Economics, Trinity College, Cambridge University. Job search direction. Double master's degree from Trinity College, Cambridge University. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This resume is so perfect. That's an achievement at only 23 years old. There is no doubt that this is a genius, no. It can even be said to be a monster. For a moment, Lin Chen took a deep breath. He didn't care what the other party was looking for and started contacting them immediately. After all, who cares what job she is looking for? There is no wall that cannot be dug in this world. If so, it could just be that you didn't pay enough. If you pay enough, let alone poaching your employees, we can even poach a skyscraper from you. And on the other side, Chen Ziruo walked out of a company, pondering in his heart. This company is not bad, although the annual salary is 200,000 lower than my psychological expectation, only 800,000. But with my ability, it will take at most half a year to increase. At this moment, Chen Ziruo's cell phone suddenly rang. I picked up the phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Chen Ziruo also reacted instantly, thinking that someone must have seen his resume. Although I have already planned to join this company, I still have to maintain basic courtesy. After the call was connected, Lin Chen's voice also rang out. Hello, is this Chen Ziruo? I saw your resume on the recruitment website. I'm sorry, sir, I already found a job here. I'm really sorry. Chen Ziruo quickly apologized and then planned to hang up the phone. But at this moment, Lin Chen's voice sounded again. It's okay, but I still suggest that you listen to the conditions I offer. It won't do you any harm. Lin Chen was well prepared for this situation. You say. Suddenly, Chen Ziruo was stunned at first, then said. Lin Chen's mouth corners slightly raised, and then he said calmly. I think you are excellent, so the conditions I can offer you are. No matter how much your current company pays you, I will at least give you double your annual salary. Chapter 18 Beauty or Not, a Bucket of Water. Double? At this moment, Chen Ziruo said subconsciously. But then, she suddenly reacted. Then he said warily, You are not a liar? In response to this, Lin Chen smiled helplessly and then spoke. Look, I know this is hard to believe. Then you decide the time and place, and we can meet and talk, what do you think? This. Chen Ziruo hesitated, then nodded and said, Okay, then see you at Ligang restaurant in half an hour. Okay, I understand. I will be there on time. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ziruo on the other end murmured in his heart. The minimum double annual salary is 1.6 million. If we can get it. I have to say, Chen Ziruo was moved. After all, even if she thinks she is very capable. However, in general companies, it would take at least 3 to 5 years to reach this annual salary. But now, the other party directly offers this price, so why don't you give it a try? Besides, the other party also asked me to choose the meeting address, so the possibility that he is a scammer is much smaller. Besides, I haven't officially started working yet, so why not give it a try? After thinking about it, she took a taxi and went to Ligang restaurant. On the other side. After Lin Chen tidied his clothes, he also went downstairs. Just came downstairs. I saw a group of people gathered there. What kind of car is this? It's so cool. Hiss, I just checked, this seems to be a Pagani Wind God? Worth 100 million. Oh my god, there are such rich people in our community? For a moment, many people were marveling at the sight. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown as he looked at this scene. It seems that I have to change my residence and buy a more low-key car. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome if I had to encounter this situation every time I travel. At this moment, two young men were standing in front of their car taking pictures. Seeing this, Lin Chen did not drive them away. After all, everyone has vanity, so he simply waited there for the two to finish taking pictures. I walked to a nearby place and found an electric car and got on it. However, the moment he sat down, the man who was taking pictures there became angry. He immediately spoke loudly. "What are you doing? Are you trying to steal the electric bike?" As these words fell, the people who were watching the fun there all looked at Lin Chen and began to point fingers at him. Lin Chen frowned and said, "I'm just waiting for you to finish taking the photo." "Then where the hell are you going to sit? I just bought this." The young man continued to curse. As for Lin Chen, he had a cold expression and spoke in a cold voice. "So are you done filming?" Hearing this, the young man became even more furious and started cursing. "Why are you rushing me? This car is not yours. I'm taking pictures here, I can take pictures whenever I want, it's none of your business." Hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. Without saying anything more, he just walked up and pulled away the seductively dressed woman who was leaning against the car. "Ah!" The charming woman screamed in pain. "What are you doing? Fuck! You are so..." The young man next to him glared and was about to take action, but he saw Lin Chen take out the car keys and open the car door. "I'm sorry, this car is indeed mine. You are blocking my way now." Lin Chen looked at the two of them coldly and said. The onlookers all gasped. "Oh my god, this car actually belongs to this guy? This guy, I remember he rented a house on the 3rd floor of building 17, right? Fuck, driving a luxury car worth hundreds of millions and renting a house? Damn, the life of rich people is really hard to understand. Ha, this is embarrassing, why are you still saying it's none of other people's business? He is the owner of the car, do you think it is none of their business?" In an instant, the young man blushed with shame. But the charming woman there became active in her mind. She immediately bent down and spoke in a coquettish voice. "Handsome guy, do you need a girlfriend?" Lin Chen glanced at the charming woman, her face that was constantly shedding powder, and her bright red lips. He almost vomited and said in a cold voice. "Unnecessary. Don't be so decisive, handsome boy. Am I not beautiful enough?" The enchanting woman cast a seductive look and squeezed her breasts of different sizes. The young man at the back almost turned green in the face. The crowd watching nearby looked at it with strange expressions. "Ha, beauty or not, just a bucket of water. Without makeup, you're all ghosts." After saying that, Lin Chen closed the car window, started the engine, and quickly left the community. "Hey! Handsome guy!" Looking at the leaving Pagani wind god, the enchanting woman suddenly felt empty in her heart. Then, he looked at the young man behind him and said with a smile. "Hee, husband, let's go home." The young man felt the gazes coming from all around him, his face already gloomy enough to look like water dripping from his eyes. "Bitch!" Bang! A slap was thrown hard. With this slap, the woman's nose was directly crooked. The people around opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with astonishment. Then, accompanied by a series of pig-slaughtering screams, the community instantly became chaotic. Later, the police were called in. Of course, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he had already arrived outside the Ligang restaurant. Chapter 19. Even if I jump off here, even if I starve to death, I will never agree to this. There is a small parking lot outside Ligang restaurant. This Ligang restaurant is also where the wealthy people from the entire China overseas gather. Therefore, there are quite a few luxury cars parked in this small parking lot. Even the worst one is worth $1 million. However, the moment Lin Chen drove the car in, the two carriage boys standing there with their backs straight suddenly had their eyes widened. Although neither of them could recognize what kind of car this was, just from the car's aura, they could tell that it was something special. Moreover, these two people have seen many luxury cars. But they had a feeling in their hearts that in front of this car, the luxury cars they had seen before were just younger brothers. The car stopped in front of the gate and Lin Chen got out. The moment they saw Lin Chen, the two boys' eyes widened instantly. This Lin Chen actually looks younger than all of them. At such a young age, he can still afford a luxury car of this level. In an instant, the hearts of these two people were filled with bad feelings. Lin Chen threw the car keys to the boy and said, "Help me park the car." As he spoke, Lin Chen took out a few banknotes and handed them to the two of them. "Here's a tip." "Okay, please come in, please come in." After putting the tip into his pocket, the boy watched Lin Chen enter the restaurant, then counted the tip briefly. "Wow, this young master is really generous. This is just the tip, and it's nearly 1,000. After hearing these words, the driver next to him counted his tip and couldn't help but gasp. This is fucking ridiculous. No wonder other people can afford such luxury cars. They are really generous. Soon, one of the drivers parked the vehicle and returned to his post. Lin Chen asked for a small private room. It was also at this time that Chen Zirua rushed over. After dialing the phone, Chen Zirua immediately said, "Sir, I'm here at the Ligang restaurant." "Well, then come up, hall 302. Afterwards, Chen Zirua took the elevator upstairs. At the same time, he was hesitant in his heart, wondering who Lin Chen was. After entering 302, the moment Chen Zirua saw Lin Chen, he was stunned. So young? There was a hint of doubt in his eyes, and Chen Zirua was secretly surprised. "Oh, hello, you must be Chen Zirua, right? Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Chen." "Hello, Mr. Lin." Although Chen Zirua was very surprised at Lin Chen's age, he immediately calmed down and nodded to Lin Chen. "Sit down." Pointing to the seat opposite, Lin Chen said leisurely. At the same time, he poured a cup of tea for each party. "Miss Chen is much prettier than she looks on her resume." Lin Chen smiled faintly and spoke calmly. "Mr. Lin, you are too kind." Chen Zirua, who was sitting there, smiled and said to Lin Chen. Then, he asked directly. "I don't know, Mr. Lin, what are you going to do with me?" "Well, I'm planning to hire you as my personal secretary." "What?" Suddenly, Chen Zirua's mentality exploded. "Personal secretary? No matter how I say it, I am at least a double master's degree holder from Cambridge Trinity College. No matter where you go, don't you have to start as a deputy general manager? But now, Lin Chen actually wants to hire me as a personal secretary? If this were to be told to others, people would laugh their heads off. Moreover, it is an insult. A blatant insult. As a double master of Trinity College, she still has her own pride. She, Chen Zirua, would never agree to it even if she jumped off from here or starved to death. Suddenly, Chen Zirua, who was there, suppressed his anger and spoke calmly to Lin Chen. "Excuse me." Before she could finish her words, there was a knock on the door of the private room. "Enter." As the words fell, the carriage boy walked in. "Mr. Lin, here are your car keys." "Well, leave it there." "Okay." After putting down the car keys, Chen Zirua, who was sitting there, suddenly had his pupil shrink. After all, the design of the Pagani Huayra car key is very unique. Moreover, Chen Zirua studied economics abroad. Naturally, I know a thing or two about the car keys of this top luxury car. Is this the Pagani Wind God? Chen Zirua was horrified, and his previous anger disappeared in an instant. "Oh, by the way, what did you say just now?" After taking a sip of tea, Lin Chen glanced at Chen Zirua, who was sitting there, and asked with a smile. "Ah. I mean, it's my honor to be your personal assistant." Chen Zirua immediately shook his head and said urgently. After all, she knew very well that anyone who could afford to drive this car must be a top tycoon or someone with a certain amount of power. No matter who Lin Chen is, as long as he can have a little connection with a person of this level, then you will be able to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. As for the pride of having a double master's degree from Trinity College? What is that? Chapter 20. Chen Zirua got it. The other side. Lin Chen also smiled calmly and said, "When the contract is signed, go to Jinyuan building to find the general manager Wu Ming and tell him that I asked you to go." Lin Chen took a sip of tea calmly, his face full of indifference. However, after these words were spoken, Chen Zirua, who was there, felt a mixture of emotions in his heart. Jinyuan building. Of course she is familiar with this place. These days, many of my companies are located in this office building. Of course she also knew what this office building meant. And Lin Chen's words, in a sense, were undoubtedly saying that I am the boss of this Jinyuan commercial street. At this moment, Chen Zirua's hands were trembling. He picked up the tea and drank it all in one gulp. "Okay, let's start work tomorrow." The salary is, as mentioned before, twice what other companies can offer you. According to the requirement you wrote on your resume, an annual salary of 1 million, I will give you 2 million. Working hours are from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., with 2 days off per week. Overtime pay and other things are paid at twice the normal rate. In addition, there are normal holidays every year, plus 1 month of paid vacation every year. As for the 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, nothing will be missing, and the company will also give you housing subsidies and car subsidies. But the only requirement is that you must be available on call. How is it? Is this okay? As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, Chen Zirua, who was there, had already been in turmoil. Have questions? What could be wrong with this kind of treatment? If she had chosen to go to those previous companies, it would have been impossible for her to have such treatment. But now, all of this is right in front of him. It has come to this, what other problems could I have? Immediately, Chen Zirua knelt down and said immediately. Boss Lin. I don't have any problem. Well, that's good. When you start working tomorrow, you can take this card. There are 5 million in funds. Tell me if the money is not enough. Please prepare a business card for me first, because someone from my family will be coming over in 3 days. I don't have any requirements for the price of commercial vehicles. My only requirement is that they be low-key. Also, book me a table of lunch and a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, that is all. Lin Chen said calmly. After these words were spoken, Chen Zirua, who was standing there, always had a faint smile on his face. And he nodded repeatedly. Okay, Mr. Lin, I understand. I will arrange it as soon as possible. Nodding calmly, Chen Zirua smiled again and said. But Mr. Lin, do you trust me so much? Aren't you afraid that I will swallow the money? You might as well try it if you can. Lin Chen, who was sitting there, spoke calmly, his words full of calmness. After these words were spoken, Chen Zirua was also stunned. Then I reacted. Well, if someone can afford a supercar worth hundreds of millions of yuan, doesn't he have some skills? If I dare to covet this money, I am afraid I will not see the sun the next day. Okay, I'll go first. Lin Chen also left the private room. After paying the bill, I drove away. And Chen Zirua also breathed a sigh of relief. The demands of rich people are really weird. They want the price to be high but also to be low-key. She absolutely did not believe the price Lin Chen mentioned and had no requirements. At most, this sentence can be heard as a minimum of 1 million, with no upper limit. Oh, it's a headache, let's go sign the contract first. Rubbing his head, Chen Zirua looked helpless. All the way to the outside of the Jinyuan building, Chen Zirua had a complicated expression. This is her 5th time here. We went all the way up to the top floor, informed them of our purpose, and the contract was officially signed. As for Lin Chen, after driving around on the street, he returned home. Then I randomly opened a game and started playing it. It was late at night before I fell into a deep sleep. A night passed, and it was not until the next morning that Lin Chen got up. Chapter 21, the third sign in. I wonder what good things I'll get if I sign in today. Lin Chen, who was there, licked his lips and murmured something in his heart. Then, there was a period of preparation. I wonder what good things I'll get from signing in today. Muttering to himself, Lin Chen became more and more nervous. After all, the reward I received for signing in for 2 consecutive days was really great. After licking his lips, Lin Chen, who was there, immediately started to sign in. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Get perfect body. Listening to the voice of the system, Lin Chen, who was there, was a little confused for a moment. Perfect body? I want this thing myself. Is it any use? Can I still participate in a bodybuilding competition? Just when Lin Chen was confused, the system voice sounded again. Perfect body is being distributed, please be prepared. What? Lin Chen, who was there, was also confused at this moment. And at this moment, a warm current instantly began to grow in Lin Chen's body. The next moment, an intense feeling of tiredness suddenly burst out in Lin Chen's mind. Then, Lin Chen fell down with his head down, and instantly fainted at this moment. Time passes by little by little. It was not until noon that Lin Chen was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. Hello? While dazed, Lin Chen answered the phone and spoke. Boss Lin, I'm Chen Zirua. I've completed all the work you assigned to me, and the total cost is 2.23 million. In addition, I have received an invitation letter. Shenghua Securities in our building is going to hold a cocktail party. Do you want to go? Suddenly, Lin Chen became much more sober. Shenghua Securities, huh? I see. I'll come over when the time comes. Also, you should get ready, and you will be my female companion when the time comes. After these words were spoken, Chen Zirua on the other end of the phone was suddenly confused. What? Chen Zirua, who was there, also had his face flushed instantly. What's wrong? Go to the shopping street and pick out an evening gown. The money will be included in your work expenses and the company will reimburse you. After saying that, Lin Chen also hung up the phone. There is no way, if I want to attend a cocktail party, then I definitely need a female companion. At this time, he also glanced at his mobile phone. The time displayed above is 14:25 noon. I was unconscious for so long? Lin Chen was secretly surprised. I remember that before I fainted, I had a perfect body, right? Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly climbed up from the ground. Then he took off his shirt, wearing only a pair of shorts, and walked to the full-length mirror. Looking at himself in the mirror, Lin Chen immediately swallowed his saliva. I have to say, I am completely different now. The little bit of fat I originally had on my stomach is now completely gone. What I get in return is 8-pack abs. The skin that was originally a little loose also became extra tight. Before, the feeling and temperament he gave people was still a bit decadent. But now, all of these have been swept away. What you get in return is masculinity and perseverance. Wow! This is simply too good to be true. Lin Chen smacked his lips, looking shocked and dazed. After waking up, I look completely different, right? He murmured something in his heart, and the next moment, he clenched his fists, with an explosive force contained in them. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Lin Chen, who was there, was stunned. I live alone and no one comes to my place on weekdays. But now, who would be knocking at the door? Muttering to himself, Lin Chen walked to the door with a curious look on his face. Opened the door. Chapter 22. Sister will support you. Looking out the door. At this moment, standing outside his door was a young woman in her 30s who still had some charm. This middle-aged young woman lives across from Lin Chen. Her name is Yang Qing and her husband is often away on business. And it was heard that Yang Qing bought a house in Shanghai some time ago. Although the two of them live next door to each other, they don't often see each other. But this Yang Qing. Why did someone suddenly knock on my door today? For a moment, Lin Chen was confused. But then he smiled and said, it turned out to be Sister Yang. Who else did I think it was? And Yang Qing, who was there, now had her eyes wide open. Looking at Lin Chen standing there, with the 8 terrifying abdominal muscles on his chest, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His expression looked shocked. Shaolin, I can't tell on weekdays, do you work out regularly? Yang Qing laughed, looked at Lin Chen greedily, and said. Well, I just do some exercise when I have nothing to do at home on weekdays. Scratching his head, Lin Chen spoke somewhat awkwardly. After all, only when you are healthy can you make money. Yang Qing covered her mouth and smiled, saying, I didn't expect you to have such awareness. Lin Chen just smiled and said. Sister Yang, why did you come to see me? Oh, look at my memory. It was like this. I was cooking and the electrical wires at home burned. The electrician who lives nearby has closed his stall. Xiaolin, if you know how to fix electrical wires, please help me. Yang Qing looked at Lin Chen in front of her and said. Okay, wait for me, I'll put on my clothes. As he spoke, Lin Chen put on his t-shirt under Yang Qing's disappointed gaze. Then he took the key and walked next door. As I walked into Yang Qing's room, a faint smell of burnt wires spread. After searching around, Lin Chen saw an exposed wire, which was actually burned out. Sister Yang, do you have any insulating tape and pliers at home? Oh, yes, I'll get it for you right away. First, she poured a glass of water for Lin Chen and placed it on the coffee table. Then, Yang Qing hurriedly began to search in the cabinet. Lin Chen also checked the power switch and turned off the power completely. After taking the things, he moved a chair. Standing on the chair, Yang Qing next to him also said. Shaolin, I'll support you. As she spoke, Yang Qing stuck close to Lin Chen. Suddenly, Lin Chen's legs almost went weak. Damn it! Are you supporting me? Why do I feel that it's more dangerous to be supported by you? Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and said, "Ha, Sister Yang, there's no need for that. I can stand pretty steady. It's okay, I'll hold you up. It would be bad if you fall down." As she spoke, Yang Qing twisted her body. Lin Chen felt the friction and immediately felt overwhelmed. Ha 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 ha, okay. He quickly repaired the wire and turned on the power switch next to it. Suddenly, power was restored throughout the house. As for Lin Chen, he also said it immediately. "Sister Yang, I won't bother you anymore. I'm leaving first." Having said that, Lin Chen quickly ran outside. "Hey, come on, stay for lunch." Looking at Lin Chen's back, Yang Chang, who was there, shouted hurriedly. "No need, Sister Yang." Lin Chen almost stumbled and then ran away from Yang Qing's house as if escaping. After all, who has the joke? He has no interest in that kind of black seafood. Oh, what a pity. Yang Qing looked at Lin Chen's back, still feeling a little reluctant to let him go. As for Lin Chen, he returned to his room and let out a long breath. Nima, such a perfect body actually has such a side effect? Damn. After wiping the non-existent sweat from his forehead, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Chapter 23 Angry Fong Shang. Night. 6:30 p.m. Lin Chen drove to pick up Chen Zirua. When Lin Chen's Pagani stopped by the roadside, he also saw Chen Zirua standing at the door. At this time, Chen Zirua had changed drastically. She was wearing a black evening dress and a silver diamond necklace around her neck. On her wrist, she was wearing a Hermes bag. Coupled with Chen Zirua's light makeup, at this moment, Chen Zirua can be said to have turned into a beautiful scenery. At this moment, Lin Chen's car slowly stopped in front of Chen Zirua. Lin Chen rolled down the car window, looked out the window, and said to Chen Zirua, "Get in the car." Chen Zirua smiled, then walked over slowly, opened the car door and got in. In response to this, everyone watching there was filled with grief and indignation. In this situation, one can only grit one's teeth for a while. After getting in the car, Lin Chen kept looking at Chen Zirua, who was there. Chen Zirua also smiled a little, and then spoke to Lin Chen. "How about it, Mr. Lin? I wonder if I can show off my appearance." "Sure. If you go to the cocktail party with this aura today, won't you become the focus of attention?" Lin Chen, who was there, smiled. After these words fell, Chen Zirua, who was there, also smiled and said, "Boss Lin, you are too kind." Soon, the supercar started and headed straight for Jinyuan Commercial Street. As they entered the inner garden, many people looked over sideways. "Oh my god, who is this rich man? I haven't seen it before. Is this the new car bought by the CEO of a certain company? Hiss, this is the Pagani Wind God. Looks like a top rich man is here." Hearing the noise, Fong Lin, who was the only one standing there, had his eyes flickering and a hint of coldness in his eyes. Then, he spoke to his elder brother Fong Shang beside him. "Brother, this is the car." Hearing this, Fong Shang, who was there, had a cold gleam in his eyes and nodded, "Okay." As he spoke, Fong Shang took out his cell phone and made a call. "Hey, Liuzi, stop being a security guard and bring some brothers down here right now. I want to teach someone a lesson." After saying that, the phone was hung up, and Fong Lin was still a little timid. "Brother, are you sure this is okay? This guy." Fong Shang, who was there, immediately sneered and said, "Ha, you still don't trust your brother? As for this car, the real one has long been collected by wealthy people all over the world. How easy is it to get the real one? In my opinion, this car is at best a replica made by someone." Fong Lin, who was there, also felt relieved when he heard this. In the car, Chen Zirua, who had unbuckled his seatbelt, suddenly said nervously, "Boss Lin, my hands are a little numb." After all, it was her first time experiencing such an occasion. "Don't be nervous, trust me, you are beautiful." "I am beautiful." "Yes, it will definitely kill all men in seconds." "Pfft, Mr. Lin, you are so funny." Chen Zirua chuckled, his original nervousness disappeared, then he took a deep breath and whispered, "You must come quickly." "Okay, go ahead. Open the car door." Chen Zirua also stood up and got out of the car. As soon as she came out, the people around her immediately let out a burst of cheers. "Wow, what a beautiful lady. Is this the daughter of some wealthy family? I haven't seen her before. I haven't seen her at any cocktail parties before." Is this the first time? Hurry, keep up, and find a chance to get to know each other. After entering the building, a group of wolves immediately followed behind Chen Ziruo. After sitting in the car and watching for a while, Lin Chen's expression was calm. Lin Chen didn't start parking the car until Chen Ziruo's figure disappeared in the hall. No one around paid attention to him. First of all, it was Chen Ziruo, whose outfit today was so eye-catching. Secondly, in the financial world, no one knows his identity except the CEOs of various companies. So, the people at the door just thought he was a driver. Fang Lin and Fang Shang, who were watching this scene, became more and more certain of this. Depend on. Fang Lin, in particular, was even more angry in his heart. Fuck, he was so arrogant yesterday. I thought he was some rich kid, but he turned out to be just a lousy driver. Fang Lin cursed angrily, and Fang Shang next to him snorted coldly. Humph. How dare a driver bully my brother like this? He even wants my father to come and apologize in person? How dare he be so shameless? With a cold snort, Fang Shang watched the car gradually stop, and his cell phone rang. Hey, brother Shang, I'm here with my brothers. Fang Shang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness as he said. Very good, Liuzi, tell the brothers to stop the guy who is parking in the parking lot. I'll be right down. Chapter 24: The Horror of a Perfect Body. Park your car. Lin Chen just got off the car and was about to leave. I saw a group of people in security uniforms blocking my way. Frowning slightly, Lin Chen looked at the people in front of him and said in a cold voice. What do you want to do? The sixth one standing at the front looked at Lin Chen in front of him and spoke. Nothing. Our boss asked you to wait for him here. In response, Lin Chen frowned even more tightly. Your boss? I don't know him, get out of the way immediately. However, at this moment, a voice was heard from far away outside the parking lot. Mr. Lin is really a forgetful person. He only asked my brother to inform my father yesterday. You are so shameless that my father came to your house today to apologize to you. After this burst of sound ended, the gangsters immediately made way. I saw Fang Shang walking towards me step by step with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Fang Lin also sneered and said to Lin Chen. Haha, weren't you very arrogant yesterday? I thought you were nobody, but it turns out you're just a crappy driver. Fang Lin looked at Lin Chen and said with a sneer. His words were full of contempt. Lin Chen glanced at the two people in front of him, and then said calmly. That said, I did remember. But it seems that you didn't take my words to heart. As these words fell, Fang Lin was stunned. Then, he sneered. Ha ha. You're just a crappy driver. Do you really think you're someone important? And at this moment, Liuzi, who was there, also said it immediately. Second brother, why waste time talking to this guy? I'm going to teach him a lesson right now, and then I'll make him kneel down and admit his fault. As he said that, the six of them immediately threw a punch at Lin Chen. Lin Chen dodged the punch by turning his body to the side. This is all thanks to his perfect figure now. This perfect body not only greatly increased his muscle strength, but also made his nerve reaction speed several times faster than that of ordinary people. Fuck. You didn't hit me? Come on, all of you. As the voice fell, several people there rushed over here. Looking at these people, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Then there is the look of concentration and indifference. He dodged left and right, and when he saw an opportunity he kicked out. Bang bang bang. All of a sudden, Lin Chen kicked these thugs one by one and sent them flying one after another. Grass. Liuzi, who was there, was startled and immediately pulled out a baton from behind his waist. He hit Lin Chen hard with a stick. Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and then he snorted coldly. He suddenly grabbed his wrist, and the terrifying force directly squeezed the hand bones of the 6 men, making them creak. Liuzi felt pain and the baton in his hand fell into Lin Chen's hand. Then, pull it out with your backhand. Almost instantly, it landed on the head, and the victim fell to the ground with a bloody head. Lin Chen also threw the baton away and stretched his muscles. This is quite laborious. You want to do something to me? You two really have guts. Lin Chen looked at the two people in front of him with a sneer on his face. And Fang Sheng there was now confused. These 6 guys are the most powerful thugs under his command. On weekdays, it's no problem to fight 6 people at the same time. But now, he was knocked down by someone? Who is this guy? As for Fong Lin next to him, his legs were shaking constantly and his crotch was wet. Lin Chen, on the other hand, spoke indifferently. I'll give you 3 minutes to get your father to come to me immediately. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. The cold voice echoed, and Fong Shang, who was there, immediately took out his cell phone. She called her father crying. Then, just make things clear. Suddenly, Fong Yuanlong, who was chatting happily with others at the cocktail party on the other end of the phone, became furious. Immediately, he rushed outside in a hurry. At this moment, many people noticed Fong Yuanlong and rushed outside with curiosity in their hearts. On the other side, Lin Chen sat casually on the hood of the car. Behind him, the two men didn't dare to move at all. Fong Shang looked unhappy and stared at Lin Chen. Boy! Just wait for me. When my father comes, he will never let you go. Lin Chen, who was there, seemed to be deaf to all this. Chapter 25, Educate You. Lin Chen, who was sitting there, had an indifferent expression. Looking at Lin Chen in this state, Fong Shang was extremely angry. This guy is just a lousy driver, while I am the son of Junjiang Life Insurance. How could this guy remain so calm until now? For a moment, Fong Shang's face was distorted and his whole body was shaking with anger. I'm talking to you, can't you hear me? At this time, Lin Chen finally glanced at Fong Shang. You like talking nonsense? In an instant, Fong Shang was so angry that he grimaced and looked like a madman. Do you know who I am? You treat me like this. Do you believe that when my old man comes, he will tear you apart? Lin Chen's expression remained calm and he smiled faintly. Yeah. These two simple words made Fong Shang feel like he had punched cotton, and he instantly lost all his energy. And at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the distance. The current chairman of Junjiang Life Insurance, Fong Yuanlong, the father of Fong Shang and Fong Lin, finally arrived. Seeing Fong Yuanlong rushing over, Fong Shang, who was standing there, pointed at Lin Chen who was sitting there, and immediately started crying loudly. Father! It's him! It's this lousy driver! Hearing these words, Fong Yuanlong suddenly became angry. Asshole! How dare you, a mere driver, bully our Fong family like this? Do you really think that my Fong family is a soft persimmon that can be manipulated at will? When the people behind Fong Yuanlong saw the car under Lin Chen, they immediately began to feel confused and uncertain. At the same time, he thought of Chen Zirua at the cocktail party, and then he realized it. The person in front of them was probably Chen Zirua's driver. For a moment, everyone looked strange. After all, Fong Yuanlong of Junjiang Life Insurance is considered a well-known figure in Zhanghai. But how could a mere driver dare to touch Fong Yuanlong's two precious sons? This guy. Where does the confidence come from? Who am I? Ha, Mr. Fong. Before you blame me, you might as well ask what your two precious sons have done. He was arrogant and domineering outside, had no moral cultivation, and attacked me. Since you don't teach your sons yourself, I don't mind educating them a little on your behalf. Lin Chen's tone was cold. As the last word fell, Fong Yuanlong, who was there, suddenly became indifferent. Even if my son did something wrong, how I educate him is my business. It's not your turn yet, you're just a driver and need to educate others. If you don't give Fong an explanation today, then you and your master will never be able to leave here today. After hearing these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but shook his head. Then he sighed and continued without looking back. I thought you, as a father, would be able to understand things, but I didn't expect you to be so domineering. It is no wonder that they were able to raise two sons like this. It is true that like father, like son. Along with these words fell. Suddenly, Fong Yuanlong, who was there, looked hideous. You bastard! As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen took out his cell phone and dialed Wu Ming's number. Come to the parking lot in the inner garden. On the other end of the phone, Wu Ming heard the cold voice and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, the whole person became nervous. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Wu Ming immediately ran towards the inner garden parking lot. Looking at Lin Chen's actions, the three people from the Fong family sneered for a moment. Fong Yuanlong also said, "Oh, I want to see who you can call." The people in the back were also whispering. After all, seeing Lin Chen's fearless look, they were still very curious. And 3 minutes later, Wu Ming also rushed over here quickly. When they saw Wu Ming, everyone was stunned. Especially Fong Yuanlong, who was there, frowned. He didn't expect that Wu Ming would come. After all, in the entire Jinyuan commercial street, who would dare not give Wu Ming some face? Fang Yuanlong also went towards Wu Ming and said, "Boss Wu, this is just a fight between kids, how come you were alarmed?" Wu Ming, who was there, took a look at the scene, then looked at Lin Chen, who was sitting there with his back to the crowd, and his expression gradually became strange. Immediately, he walked past the people here, came in front of Lin Chen amid their surprised gazes, and spoke respectfully. "Boss." Chapter 26 Confused Fang Yuanlong. At this moment, everyone present was stunned. Then, looking at the expressions of the three members of the Fang family who were there, they all looked strange. "And you can't let him leave this parking lot? Do you still want someone to give you an explanation? Are you worthy?" Then, he stared at Lin Chen and Lin Chen's license plate. At the same time, it was a secret decision. After returning, I must warn my kids that no matter what, they must not offend this person. And Fang Yuanlong, who was there, was now shaking all over. Looking at his two sons, his expression changed. Gradually, his face turned pale. CTMs. Who said this was a driver? Ah. Fang Yuanlong immediately ran to Lin Chen, a smile appeared on his face, and said, "Ha, misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding." "Oh." Lin Chen sneered, then raised the corner of his mouth and spoke. "Why do I remember someone just now saying that I can't leave this parking lot?" Forehead. Fang Yuanlong, who was there, showed a bitter smile. He knew that he might have to bleed heavily this time. Then he said, "Mr. Lin, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Look, how about I prepare a banquet in 2 days to apologize to you, Mr. Lin?" "Apologize?" Lin Chen lowered his eyes and continued. "That's not necessary. Wu Ming, can you help me check the rent for Junjiang Life Insurance?" "Yes." Wu Ming, who was their side, then looked at Fang Yuanlong. There was a bit of pity and sympathy in his eyes. "Look at you, why did you have to offend this master when you could offend anyone else?" The next moment, Wu Ming opened his mouth and spoke. Junjiang Life Insurance only paid 1/3 of its rent last quarter, and is still in arrears this quarter. Lin Chen nodded and got off the hood. He waved his hand and said, "Pay the rent in full within 3 days, and then get out of here." "What? Mr. Lin, this. I have already." Sweat was dripping down Fang Yuanlong's forehead. "Ha, Boss Fang, the rental contract is protected by law. You breached the contract first and then broke your promise. I am informing you now and giving you 3 days to pay the full rent and move out immediately." Upon hearing this, Fang Yuanlong suddenly felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. Of course, the office buildings in Jinyuan Commercial Street are expensive, but they are a symbol of status. Sometimes, the appearance of your company directly determines the degree of trust that some big customers have in you. Besides, Junjiang Life Insurance was already on the decline. Once people know that we have left Jinyuan Commercial Street, they will inevitably associate it with images that are unfavorable to the company. By then, it's very likely that it's really over. Also, Wu Ming, find out who hired these security guards. Allowing such thugs to infiltrate the security team is simply a disgrace to our Jinyuan Commercial Street. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. Lin Chen also left the place immediately. The bosses there also surrounded Lin Chen with flattering smiles on their faces. Fang Yuanlong stood there blankly, looking at Wu Ming, who was there, and said with a sad face, "Boss Wu. Boss Wu. We have known each other for many years. Can you please?" At this time, Wu Ming put on a businesslike face and said, "Boss Fang, don't say that. There is no friendship between you and me. In addition, our boss has also said that you should pay the rent as soon as possible and move out. Otherwise, we will have to resort to legal means." At this moment, Fang Yuanlong, who was there, had a ferocious look on his face. Wu Ming. Wu Ming didn't take this seriously. Even though he is just the head of a property management company, it is the property management company of the entire Jinyuan Commercial Street. Then Wu Ming left. Fang Yuanlong, on the other hand, just stood there blankly. Behind them, the two brothers Fang Sheng and Fang Lin had already collapsed on the ground. Who could have thought that an unexpected mistake would lead to such a tragic ending? Fang Sheng, who was there, looked at his father's back and said tremblingly, "Dad. You are my King father. You are my ancestor. I should have come on the wall. FCK." Fang Yuanlong, who was standing there, suddenly went berserk. He turned around and faced his two sons, and immediately started beating and kicking them. And in this parking lot, bursts of shrill screams were heard at this moment. On the other hand, the cocktail party in the building was not affected at all. The only difference is that Lin Chen, who just came in, immediately became the focus. As for Chen Zirua next to him, he was also attracting a lot of attention. But compared to Lin Chen, he is still a long way behind. After receiving toasts from a group of bosses, Lin Chen gradually became dizzy. In the end, he could only leave early with the help of Chen Zirua. Chapter 27: Chen Zirua's Little Action. After helping Lin Chen into the car, Chen Zirua smiled bitterly with some helplessness. Mr. Lin really can't drink. He was drunk after just a few glasses of wine. However, this also indirectly shows Lin Chen's honesty. For most people, in such situations, they just go through the motions and take a sip. Lin Chen, on the other hand, actually drank every sip. But fortunately, in order to avoid this situation, I brought my driver's license with me and just drank juice. Otherwise, the two of them would not have to sleep on the streets today, but they would have to stay in a hotel. After getting in the car, Chen Zirua also spoke to Lin Chen. Boss Lin, wake up. Where do you live? I'll drive you back. Room 302, Building 17, Nanliwan Community. Lin Chen gave out his address in a daze. After following the navigation, Chen Zirua headed towards Lin Chen's home. After waiting, Chen Zirua was still a little surprised. After all, Lin Chen is the boss of Jinyuan Commercial Street and a wealthy man who drives luxury cars worth hundreds of millions. She originally thought that even if Lin Chen's residence was not a villa or manor, it would at least be a top-notch mansion of several hundred square meters. Result: it turned out to be in a narrow house of only 60 square meters in an old residential area. The whole house looks messy. It's obvious that we're short of people cleaning and tidying up. The accommodation environment is even worse than my own. At this moment, Chen Zirua, who was there, couldn't help but feel a little complicated. Lin Chen sobered up a lot after being exposed to the wind along the way. He was also dizzy at this time, and walked into his room, speaking at the same time. Xiao Chen, just put the door key on the table. You can drive the car back first and bring it to me tomorrow. It's not safe for a girl like you to take a taxi alone at night. I'm going to sleep first. Lin Chen's tone was tired, and after he finished speaking, he fell asleep directly. But Chen Zirua, who was there, stared at all this blankly, his brows gradually furrowed. The next moment, he sighed and started cleaning the house for Lin Chen. I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. What position am I applying for? Is it a personal secretary or a personal assistant? If it weren't for the overtime pay, I wouldn't do this. Chen Zirua was cleaning there, mumbling something. Look at how dirty this coffee table is. Ah, stinky socks, they stink to death. The kitchen is dirty too. Okay, let's start with the kitchen. Get to work. Midnight. Lin Chen got up from the bed in a daze. Urgent need to urinate. After staggering into the bathroom to flush the toilet, I felt thirsty and turned into the living room. I had just taken a few steps when I suddenly saw a person lying on the sofa. Suddenly, Lin Chen was so frightened that his hair stood on end and he almost screamed. Is it Chen Zirua? He rubbed his eyes and leaned over to take a closer look. Huh, it really is this Chen Zirua. This girl. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, then looked around again. Suddenly, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Turning around and looking at Chen Zirua, who was sleeping soundly, I felt a warm feeling flowing through my heart. After all these years, this girl is the first person, besides her mother, to clean her room. Suddenly, Lin Chen felt a little warm. Squatting beside the sofa, he looked carefully at Chen Zirua's face. She is full of youthfulness and her face is full of collagen. She is a very pretty girl. He let out a long sigh, got up and went back to his room, took a blanket and covered her with it, then went back to sleep. One night passed quickly. It was not until the next morning that Lin Chen opened his eyes again. At this time, Chen Zirua had disappeared. Are you gone? Muttering something in his heart, Lin Chen first signed in. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, Richard Millman's Series RM056. Sign-in rewards have been issued. As the system's voice fell, the door of Lin Chen's house was also knocked. Lin Chen walked out of the door with a confused look on his face, opened the door and took a look. There was no one outside, only a box on the ground. And in this box, there is a fancy watch. What the hell is this? Looking at this watch, Lin Chen was puzzled. Strange shape, weird design, ugly color matching. Whether you want to use it to check the time or the date, it is very inconvenient. I am convinced. After complaining, Lin Chen threw it on the table beside him and ignored it. Then, he went straight into the bathroom and turned on the faucet to shower himself. The sound of running water continued in the bathroom. Because there was no one at home, Lin Chen was too lazy to close the bathroom door. After all, it's almost summer, and the bathroom isn't well ventilated. If the door is closed, people will get hot to death. I dance with a carefree expression and relaxed movements. You can't learn it. Just like that, he hummed a while. However, at this moment, the door that was originally tightly closed was suddenly opened by someone. Lin Chen was shocked and quickly turned his head to look. In an instant, the two of them looked into each other's eyes, together with Chen Ziruo, who was holding breakfast in his hands. For a moment, the air suddenly quiet. Ah! The next moment, screams rang out. Chapter 28: A watch worth more than 20 million. Fuck! Lin Chen's eyes widened and he shouted quickly. Then he ran out quickly and slammed the bathroom door shut. At the same time, my heart was beating fast. Damn, this is so fucking exciting. Outside the bathroom, Chen Ziruo's face also turned red with embarrassment. She got up early in the morning to prepare breakfast for Lin Chen. Who would have known that there was basically nothing edible at Lin Chen's house except instant noodles and snacks? In this regard, she could only run out and buy breakfast for Lin Chen. As a result, I saw such an exciting scene. However, Mr. Lin's figure is so perfect. Chen Ziruo, who was there, was murmured, recalling the scene he had just seen, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Wait a minute, Chen Ziruo, what are you thinking about? Mr. Lin is your boss. Patting his still hot cheeks, Chen Ziruo forced himself to remain calm. And at this time, she also placed the shopping bag in her hand on the table. At the same time, I also saw the watch thrown there casually. The moment he saw the watch, Chen Ziruo let out a scream. What's wrong? He quickly pulled out a bath towel and wrapped himself in it. Then Lin Chen hurriedly ran out of the bathroom, his heart full of nervousness. The result was that Chen Ziruo was seen holding the watch, looking excited. Lin! Mr. Lin, this watch. Chen Ziruo's face flushed red, and he was extremely excited. It was given to me by a friend. What's wrong with that? Is it valuable? With a frown on his face, Lin Chen spoke calmly. As these words fell, Chen Ziruo, who was there, spoke loudly. This watch is not about whether it is valuable or not. This watch is Richard Millman's series RM056. This is Richard Mill's 10th anniversary watch. This watch is currently worth 23 million. It can be said that this watch is really a ticket to the billionaire club. Chen Ziruo's tone was very excited, while Lin Chen, who was there, had a look of confusion on his face. 23 million? This price seems... It's a bit scary. However, compared to a watch worth more than 20 million, he would rather exchange it for cash. Maybe Lin Chen is vulgar, but in his opinion, even if this watch is worth hundreds of millions, it is not as real as cash. But there's nothing he can do about it, since all he got for 3 consecutive days were these things. Oh, sorry, Mr. Lin. At this moment, Chen Ziruo suddenly reacted. He quickly handed the watch to Lin Chen, who was there, and said, I lost my composure just by looking at the watch. I shouldn't have touched your things without permission. Oh, nothing. He took the watch and threw it casually on the sofa next to him. It's not a valuable item anyway. Looking at Lin Chen's appearance, Chen Ziruo, who was standing there, suddenly twitched his eyes. This is a top-notch watch worth 23 million. It is also Richard Mill's 10th anniversary model. Only 10 were sold worldwide. If a wealthy person gets one, he will immediately keep it as a treasure and treat it as a family heirloom. But my boss just threw it on the sofa without worrying about it getting bumped. At this moment, Chen Ziruo only felt that his 3 perspectives were faintly collapsing. Chapter 29: 1200 Property Certificates. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Chen came out again. At this time, Lin Chen had already changed into a set of more refreshing clothes. Then, the two of them finished their breakfast together, and Chen Ziruo left. As for Lin Chen, who was there, he was lying on the sofa, holding his mobile phone and looking at the house. He plans to buy a new house as soon as possible. However, after searching for a whole day, Lin Chen didn't find anything suitable. After all, these houses are either in bad locations or not ready for move-in. Oh, this is really troublesome. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, finished his dinner, and went straight to bed. The next day, after waking up, Lin Chen started signing in as usual. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, Jinxiu Yiting community. After these words were spoken, Lin Chen, who was there, was completely stunned. What the hell? What the hell does this mean? Lin Chen, who was there, had a strange look on his face. Could it be that I had directly taken over the entire community? Just as Lin Chen looked strange, a phone call came in. Hello, this is the sales office of Jinxiu Yiting community. Are you Mr. Lin? Hearing these words, Lin Chen was also stunned. Then he also said, yes, I am. Okay, hello Mr. Lin, the property certificate for the property you purchased has now been issued. Mr. Lin, when is it convenient for you to come over for inspection? After hearing these words, Lin Chen immediately spoke. Please send me the address. I'm free today. Okay, Mr. Lin. After that, the phone was hung up. Immediately, a message was sent directly to Lin Chen's mobile phone. Looking at the message, Lin Chen nodded. Then he called Chen Ziruo. Boss. Chen Ziruo's voice rang out. Hearing Chen Ziruo's voice, Lin Chen, who was there, also spoke. Hey, Ziruo, has the business car I asked you to buy arrived? After all, this time I am going to receive the property certificate for an entire community. And this is why it is completely inconvenient if you want to drive your own Pagani. It just so happened that I asked Chen Ziruo to help me buy a commercial vehicle, which should be enough to carry the property certificate. Boss, the business car has arrived. Well, okay, then drive to my place. I need this business car for something. Lin Chen nodded and said calmly. Okay, boss. On the other end of the phone, after Chen Ziruo hung up, he went straight to the community where Lin Chen was. This is a Volkswagen MPV, and the interior decoration is extremely luxurious. But now, Lin Chen doesn't have time to care about these things. He was still quite anxious to receive the property certificate. Let's go to Jinxiu Yiting. Lin Chen said calmly. Okay, Mr. Lin. Chen Ziruo, who was there, nodded and then asked again. Boss Lin, do you have property in Jinxiu Yiting? She knew about Jinxiu Yiting community, which was a high-end community in Shanghai. It is located in the most prosperous area of Shanghai and near a top high school. And the price per square meter has reached a terrifying 80,000 yuan. Well, sort of. Lin Chen nodded. I own several properties in this Jinxiu Yiting. And at this time, the two of them also arrived at the sales office of Jinxiu Yiting. Lin Chen and Chen Ziruo got out of the car together. I called the sales manager and he rushed out immediately. Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm the manager you spoke to earlier. My name is Qian Ming. Listening to Qian Ming's words, Lin Chen also smiled calmly and said, Hello, Mr. Qian. Qian Ming, who was there, was quite surprised. He didn't expect that the owner of the entire Jinxiu Yiting community would be such a young man. Ha, Mr. Lin is really young and promising. Please come in. The three of them walked to the manager's office together. At this moment, on the floor of this office, there were a full 100 bundles of red property books, filling up half of the office. And the manager spoke directly. Mr. Lin, here are your property certificates. The entire Jinxiu Yiting community, with 1,200 households, is located here. All the houses have been decorated according to your requirements. Here are the keys to all your houses. After listening to these words, Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, not bad. Looking at the more than 1,000 property deeds, Lin Chen nodded calmly. When you purchased it, the total value of this community was 5 billion yuan. Now the price of this property has also increased to 11.5 billion. After these words were spoken, Lin Chen was also surprised in his heart. 11.5 billion. The housing price has doubled. It's incredible. For a moment, Lin Chen was shocked. As for Chen Ziruo, who was there, he was completely dumbfounded. She now roughly understood why Lin Chen drove this Volkswagen MPV here by himself. It's not about any business negotiations, but because that supercar cannot move so many property certificates. While thinking about the question he had asked before, the corners of Chen Ziruo's mouth twitched violently. Own a property? Ha, they directly own an entire community. Chapter 30 Top Luxury House. Is this how rich people buy houses? I see. Chen Ziruo complained silently in his heart. At this time, Xian Ming, the manager who was there, was also shocked in his heart. After all, it's a property worth 11.5 billion. If this were spread among many people, perhaps it would not seem so shocking. But if all of this is concentrated on one person. To be honest, this is the first time Xian Ming has seen this in all his years of working in the industry. Afterwards, after the two of them made some handover, Lin Chen suddenly said, "By the way, can you recommend a house for me? I plan to live here." Xian Ming thought for a while and then spoke. "Mr. Lin, we have actually considered your question. So the top floor of Building 15 is the house we have reserved for you. The house on this floor is a large flat with excellent lighting. And this room is the best decorated in the entire community. To put it simply, the so-called large flat means that there is only one household on the entire floor." After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. "Okay, then I'll listen to you and choose this one." After picking up the keys, Lin Chen also planned to start moving the property books away. However, at this moment, Xian Ming there continued to speak. "Mr. Lin, I would like to ask you a question. With so many houses, are you planning to rent them out or sell them all at once?" After hearing these words, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Rent. After all, he still has 1 billion yuan in his hands, so he is basically not short of money. And Xian Ming, who was there, suddenly had his eyes lit up. Then he spoke. "Mr. Lin, because this house is located in the school district, it is very popular right now. And every day many people call to buy it if you choose to rent it. I happen to have some intermediary channels here. If you trust me, I can take you there to have a look. What do you think?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "Alright, just talk to my secretary about this." Suddenly, Chen Ming's smile almost reached his ears. Excluding the unit that Lin Chen lives in, there are still 1,199 units left. It's an exclusive listing. The kickbacks I can get from the agent are simply too much. At this moment, Xian Ming was extremely excited. As for Lin Chen, he left everything to Chen Ziruo. "I moved the properties that were originally stored at the two sales offices into the car and headed to the community." Driving into the underground garage, with the help of the two men, Lin Chen moved the two large bundles of property deeds upstairs in several batches. After doing all this and giving a little tip, he began to look around his room. This floor is directly accessible by elevator, and after entering the door, what comes into view is a huge hall of nearly 60 square meters. And the view from the extended balcony outside the hall is extremely perfect. Standing on this balcony, you can almost have a panoramic view of Shanghai's Jiangdong New District. Hiss. Horrible. Lin Chen sucked in a breath of cold air, with horror in his eyes. Then, he wandered around the room. And as Lin Chen observed, the shock in his eyes never faded away. After all, this 260 square meter house is decorated with the finest quality. Although the buildings in this community are decorated in a uniform manner, it is obvious that this house was reserved for him. The decoration here was obviously designed by a designer. Moreover, the home appliances and furniture inside are also top-notch. For example, the sofa under Lin Chen's bed alone is worth hundreds of thousands. Half an hour later, Lin Chen suddenly lay on the bed in the room with a smile on his face. "Ha ha. From today on, this is my home. No. Move." After mumbling something, Lin Chen climbed up from the bed. Then he took a taxi back to the house he rented. After simply packing up the things inside. So he gave up the lease and moved back into his own house. Then, I walked around again and got familiar with the functions of the entire house. The sky gradually darkened. Soon, a night was completely gone. And today is also the day when Lin Chen's cousin came to Shanghai. Chapter 31, Volkswagen MPV worth 2 Mercedes-Benz. The next morning, Lin Chen opened his eyes. Looking at the ceiling in front of me, I got up and took a shower first. As the time for picking up the airport was approaching, Chen Ziruo called. "Boss Lin, are you sure you don't need me to help pick you up at the airport?" "No need. I'll go pick you up at the airport myself. You go to the hotel and watch them prepare things over there." "Okay, Mr. Lin." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen went straight to the airport. About 40 minutes later, Lin Chen's vehicle also arrived outside the airport. Lin Chen put his hands in his pockets, earphones in his ears, and leaned leisurely on the guardrail on the side of the exit waiting. Soon, the flight landed. After a while, the crowd getting off the plane poured out. The leader was his cousin Yi Jingjing. Behind Yi Jingjing, 4 people followed her and walked out one after another. There were 2 men and 2 women, 2 of whom were obviously a couple. There was also a boy wearing Nike clothes, who stood behind Yi Jingjing and tried to help her with her luggage, but Yi Jingjing did not agree. In addition to these 5 people, there was a particularly beautiful girl who was carrying a bag and walking slowly in the middle. Looking at these 6 people, Lin Chen felt fortunate that his car was big enough. Otherwise, there might not be enough room to sit down. And Yi Jingjing, who was there, brightened up when she saw Lin Chen. Elder brother. Yi Jingjing was very excited. After all, the first-class ticket bought by Lin Chen allowed her to indulge in her vanity on the plane. Jingjing. Lin Chen nodded at Yi Jingjing with a faint smile on his face. Come on, brother, let me introduce you to these 2, they are my best friends, her name is Liang Rui, her name is Zhao Ruolin, and this is her boyfriend. This is also our classmate Chao Yu, and this is also our classmate, Deng Hong. As the 4 people came over, Yi Jingjing who was there also introduced them to Lin Chen. Regarding these 4 people, Lin Chen nodded to the 2 girls, and then shook hands with the 2 boys. Then he said, let's go. I drove here. Let's go to the hotel first and have lunch early. After lunch, I'll arrange accommodation for you. Hee, okay. Yi Jingjing seemed particularly excited. Lin Chen also brought these people to the airport in a mighty manner. When Deng Hong saw the Volkswagen MPV approaching, he immediately walked over with a look of contempt and patted the hood of the car. Oh my god, you're just driving a Volkswagen? Brother, you are not doing well. You must have spent a lot of money on the plane this time, right? Deng Hong, who was wearing a Nike suit, patted the hood of the MPV and said with some disdain. What else? This is the company's business car. There's no need to be so luxurious. Looking at Deng Hong, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Brother, you're on this road. It's a bit narrow. However, Deng Hong, who was there, sneered again and said. No, then your company is not qualified. In my company, even the business cars are Mercedes-Benz cars worth 600,000 yuan. That would be a good deal, brother, I advise you to change companies as soon as possible. Hearing these words, Yi Jingjing's face turned slightly red. Then she said in a delicate voice, Deng Hong. She has always been very clear about Deng Hong's character. My family runs a small company with a market value of several hundred million. TSK, alright. Yi Jingjing, who was there, also said to Lin Chen at this time. Brother, I'm sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have agreed to bring Deng Hong here. Fine. Lin Chen smiled and then spoke. Okay, get in the car. Deng Hong there also said with a proud look on his face. Okay, in that case, I'll reluctantly take this ride. Deng Hong opened the car door as he spoke. As soon as he saw the interior of this Volkswagen, Deng Hong was stunned. After all, this place is so damn luxurious. 3.4 meter wheelbase and 5.304 meter long body. The height inside the car also reaches 1.26 meters. The storage space at the rear of the vehicle is 551 to 574 millimeters deep and 1.262 meters wide. And this car is equipped with a folding table, sunshades, and a small upright refrigerator. When the second and third row seats are folded flat, a sofa bed is formed. At the same time, the car is equipped with a 42-inch LCD TV that can be automatically raised and lowered. The electric luxury seats even have functions such as heating, massage, and footrest. Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, everyone was stunned for a moment. Yi Jingjing, on the other hand, looked at Lin Chen in astonishment and said, Brother, are you sure you are a member of the public? Well, I asked my secretary to buy it, and she said it looked like a Volkswagen T6. The interior has been remodeled, and the price seems to be around 1.2 million. Lin Chen nodded. After these words were spoken, everyone there took a deep breath of cold air. Then, someone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. 1,200,000? Wait, did you ask your secretary to buy it? Jingjing, didn't you say your brother just graduated? Hiss, a Volkswagen worth 1.2 million? That's enough to buy 2 Mercedes-Benz cars from Deng Hong's family. After these words were spoken, the whole audience fell silent again. Then, everyone looked at Deng Hong, who was there. At this moment, Deng Hong's face turned red and felt burning with pain. After all, I said before that his company was not good, and his business car was just a broken Volkswagen, not as good as his Mercedes-Benz worth 600,000 yuan. What's the result? This car costs 1.2 million. That's enough to buy 2 Mercedes-Benzes. For a while, Deng Hong was in complete turmoil. After all, he was just trying to show off but ended up getting fucked. Chapter 32 East Suburb Restaurant Number 3. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Chen was driving there. Along the way, Yi Jingjing sat aside. As for the others, they sat there stiffly, drinking ice drinks. And Deng Hong was sitting in the innermost part, with a dark and ugly face. He had never imagined that the Volkswagen Lin Chen was driving was more expensive than all the cars in his family. For a moment, I felt very unhappy. Yi Jingjing looked at Lin Chen curiously and said, "Brother, didn't you say that you were just a small employee in Shanghai? How come you drive such an expensive car? And what about that secretary you mentioned?" Yi Jingjing blinked her eyes and asked with curiosity on her face. "I quit my job some time ago and started my own company. Don't tell your third aunt about this." After taking a look at Yi Jingjing, who was there, Lin Chen spoke to her. "Wow! Brother, you are actually starting your own business? What are you doing now?" In this regard, Lin Chen glanced at Yi Jingjing. How should he explain it? Collect rent? After a moment, he pondered in his heart and then said, "Don't ask me about the details of finance. I can't explain it to you. Collecting rent should be considered finance, right? Kind of? Kind of? Oh." Yi Jingjing blinked in confusion and then did not ask any more questions. An hour later, the vehicle slowly arrived at the restaurant where Chen Ziruoding had settled. Number 3 East Suburb. There is a golf course near this restaurant. This place is considered one of the top places for leisure and entertainment in Shanghai. As for Dongjia Number 3, it is also a restaurant frequented by many celebrities and wealthy people. After parking the car, Lin Chen took these people and headed towards East Suburb Number 3. Although these people had been to Shanghai before, this was their first time setting foot in such a top place for the wealthy. Especially Yi Jingjing, who was there, kept looking around and looked nervous. But more than that, it brings excitement. However, at this moment, Yi Jingjing there pointed to the front, which looked like a magnificent East Suburb Number 3, and asked, "Brother, what is that place?" "Oh, Number 3 Dongjiao, where we are going to eat today." After hearing these words, Yi Jingjing swallowed and asked, "Brother, restaurants and places like this must be very expensive, right?" "Well enough." Lin Chen answered casually, and after he finished speaking, Deng Hong's eyes suddenly lit up. Then he spoke. "Hey, Jingjing, didn't your brother say that his company is still in the process of starting up? I guess this restaurant isn't that expensive. I checked and found a Western restaurant in Shanghai. The average price per person is over 1,000. I will make a reservation later and invite you to dinner tonight." Hearing these words, Yi Jingjing frowned. However, another boy next to him, Xiao Yu, spoke loudly at this time. "Ha, brother Deng is awesome. I'm going to have a good meal then." As for the remaining girls, they also cast some passionate glances at Deng Hong. Deng Hong felt this kind of gaze and immediately felt proud. At this moment, I feel more comfortable in my heart. "How about it, bro, do you want to join us tonight?" Deng Hong raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Chen, who was there. "I'll treat you to a meal today as well, seeing as you're still in the process of starting a business. I'm afraid you haven't been to a restaurant of this level before? I'll take you there once, so you don't make a fool of yourself when you meet clients next time." Listening to Deng Hong's words, Lin Chen just smiled indifferently and then spoke. "Ha, no need." After this sentence was spoken, Deng Hong continued. "Hey, don't be so polite. I'm doing this for your own good. I want to take you to see the world." Lin Chen just smiled, shook his head and said nothing. At this moment, Chen Zirua also ran over. "Boss Lin, you are here. I have booked room number 1 for you. Because the per capita consumption requirement for room 1 is 2,300, the price of the dishes I ordered." Chen Zirua had heard Deng Hong's voice a long time ago. These words seemed to be an explanation to Lin Chen, but they were actually meant for a frog in the well like Deng Hong. She knew in her heart what kind of status Lin Chen held, and she was too lazy to bother with an ant-like figure like Deng Hong. But as Lin Chen's secretary, she naturally would not tolerate anyone provoking Lin Chen like this. It's okay, lead the way. Lin Chen smiled faintly, looking calm and composed. After these words were spoken, Shen Ziruan nodded and took Lin Chen towards the private room. At this moment, Deng Hong, who was there, was petrified on the spot. Chapter 33. Deng Hong is frightened. A Western restaurant with an average cost of over 1,000 per person? Take Lin Chen to broaden his horizons? At this moment, his words became a joke. After all, it is self-evident who is taking whom to broaden their horizons. At this moment, Deng Hong followed Lin Chen directly, with a bit of resentment in his heart. This Dongjia No. 3 restaurant is very big. The interior decoration is very simple, and it feels like entering someone else's home. But in this simplicity, it still retains a certain nobility. And there is no smell of oil smoke in the air. As soon as you enter, it feels like you are walking into a large art gallery. Led by the waiter, everyone twisted and turned and arrived at private room number 1. After entering, everyone was amazed. Walking into the private room, Lin Chen looked at the menu. After ordering a few dishes, the order was placed in the kitchen. Well, would you like something to drink? A drink or wine? Looking at the people there, Lin Chen asked. After hearing these words, Deng Hong, who was there, became dishonest again and immediately started boasting with a beaming face. Red wine? Speaking of red wine, have you heard of Romane Conti? Let me tell you, some time ago my uncle brought back a bottle of Romane Conti from abroad that was worth more than 20,000 yuan. The taste is really good, and the feeling of drinking it is different from ordinary red wine. Let me tell you, when you drink red wine, you must drink top-quality red wine. At this time, Deng Hong was there bragging continuously and incessantly. Chen Zirua, who was there, frowned as he listened to such boasting. As for the classmates next to Deng Hong, they were also looking at Deng Hong at this time, and some of them showed envy in their eyes. This is of particular benefit to Deng Hong. However, just as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open. The restaurant manager of Dongjia No. 3 restaurant walked in with 3 beautiful waitresses and a bottle of red wine. I'm so sorry to bother you, the hotel manager said apologetically. Then, his gaze turned to Lin Chen, his eyes full of respect. What are you doing? Looking at the people who walked in, Lin Chen spoke in confusion. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to bother you. This is something our boss asked me to give to you. I don't think I know your boss? Lin Chen looked at the restaurant manager in confusion, his heart completely bewildered. As far as he could remember, he didn't seem to have any relationship with the owner of East Suburb No. 3. Mr. Lin, you really don't know our boss, but our boss met you once at a cocktail party some time ago. Our boss wanted to make friends with you at that time, but unfortunately you left early that night. This time you came to our restaurant for dinner and he happened to be away, so this bottle of Romane Conti Grand Cru red wine is a gift to you. After hearing these words, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Then he nodded and said, okay, I'll take this bottle of wine, and please help me thank your boss. Also, tell him that I will treat him to a meal next time if he has time. As soon as these words were spoken, Deng Hong, who was standing there, suddenly began to tremble. Then he shouted out loudly, Romane Conti Grand Cru wine? As these words were spoken, the people there all frowned, and Xiaoyu next to him also spoke. No, Deng Hong, why are you screaming like that? It's just a bottle of red wine, why are you so surprised? Deng Hong, who was there, was still trembling, and then he shouted loudly. What do you know? This is Romane Conti's Grand Cru red wine. Do you know how expensive this wine is? Hearing these words, Xiaoyu, who was there, sneered and said. TSK, how expensive can it be? Could it be as much as 50,000 or 60,000 per bottle? 50 or 60,000? Deng Hong's expression suddenly became strange, and then he said. I'll take whatever you can get at this price. Let me tell you, this wine from the Romane Conti Grand Cru is a legendary work of Romane Conti. It is also one of the top 10 red wines in the world. This special vineyard only covers 1.805 hectares and has an extremely low yield. On average, it takes 3 grapevines to produce 1 bottle of wine, and the annual output is only 5,000 bottles. Therefore, each bottle of this special wine costs at least 100,000 yuan. Deng Hong, who was there, said loudly. After all, this is a wine from Romane Conti Grand Cru with a starting price of 100,000 yuan. Compared to the wine in front of him, what he had boasted about before, the Romane Conti that cost 20,000 yuan a bottle, is just dregs. Moreover, he had only seen this kind of wine by chance, in the home of a billionaire. Want a drink? Dream. It can be said that this wine is out of stock. At this moment, Deng Hong only had boundless awe for Lin Chen in his heart. As for Lin Chen's claim that he was a budding entrepreneur, he now completely disbelieved it. After all, how can a startup entrepreneur get someone to directly send him a bottle of top-quality red wine worth $100,000? What a joke! But in the next moment, Deng Hong suddenly stood up and slapped himself madly towards Lin Chen. Brother Lin. I was wrong, Brother Lin. Please forgive me for my mistakes. I have offended you before. I was wrong, Brother Lin. Seeing Deng Hong acting like a madman, everyone present was shocked. These people are very familiar with Deng Hong and naturally understand Deng Hong's character. But now, just because of a bottle of wine, Deng Hong was so scared that he slapped himself in the face to apologize. At this moment, no matter how dumb they were, they immediately realized that Lin Chen's identity. I'm afraid it's not as simple as he said. Chapter 34 Rounding off means a loss of 100 million. Okay. Lin Chen spoke calmly. This time, for my cousin's sake, I won't pursue the matter with you. But next time you'd better remember this, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money at home. There are many people in this world that you cannot afford to offend. Yes. Brother Lin, you taught me a lesson. I know I was wrong. Deng Hong, who was there, was nodding his head repeatedly with a smile on his face, not daring to disobey in the slightest. Deng Hong is really scared now. The people around him also seemed particularly reserved at this time. The man sitting there looked extremely nervous. Okay, open this bottle of wine. Okay, Mr. Lin. The manager there nodded, with a faint smile on his face all the time. As the red wine was opened and everyone sobered up, they began to drink together. But at this moment, everyone here no longer had the naturalness they had before. As for Yi Jingjing's heart, it is now full of nervousness and curiosity. She found that she was becoming increasingly unable to understand her cousin. My cousin, what on earth? Who is it? Brother, what exactly are you doing in Shanghai? Yi Jingjing looked at Lin Chen curiously and asked. It's nothing. I just did some small business related to finance. Don't ask me about the details. Along with these words, the door there was pushed open again. Chen Zirua also walked in at this time and spoke to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, we have already found a lessor for your property in Jingxiu Yiting, and we have also negotiated the rent with the agent. With an annual rent of 300,000 yuan per room, we estimate that we can earn 360 million yuan per year, but you still need to sign the contract. 360 million? Fuck this. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. 360 million in rental income. Is this the small business you mentioned? At this moment, everyone looked stunned. Looking at Lin Chen who was there, his heart was already in turmoil. Deng Hong was in a very complicated mood. The annual rent for one set is 300,000 yuan. The annual rental income is 360 million yuan. This means that Lin Chen owns at least 1,100 properties. Are these all the houses a community can have? In other words, Lin Chen owns an entire community in Shanghai? For a moment, Deng Hong didn't know what to say. As for Yi Jingjing, she was dumbfounded. She looked at her cousin and was so shocked that she was speechless. She knew what kind of family her cousin came from. However, this trip to the Magic City inevitably aroused some curiosity in her heart. Is he really still the cousin that I once looked down upon? The two good girlfriends there were looking at Lin Chen with different eyes. In addition to shock and disbelief, there was more of a fiery look. As for her best friend Liang Rui who was there, she was touching her hair at this time. Then he slowly held the red wine, sat down next to Lin Chen and said. Brother Lin, when I saw you, I felt that you were very kind and generous. I toast you with this glass of wine. Having said that, Liang Rui drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp. After drinking a glass of wine, Liang Rui immediately held her forehead. Then he said, Oh, I seem to have forgotten that I can't drink. I feel so dizzy. People around. How dare you act any more fake? Yi Jingjing who was there was even more stunned. She immediately stood up with a sneer, pointed at Liang Rui, who was there, and said, "Liang Rui, you are such a person, don't you dare to be fake again." Liang Rui, who was there, looked innocent and said, "Jingjing, I really can't do it anymore, can't you lend me your brother for a while?" As she spoke, Liang Rui was about to move towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen sneered, then silently took a half step back and said, "Ha, that's not necessary, I have already prepared a hotel for you. Since you can't hold your liquor, Zirua, take her to the hotel." Suddenly, Liang Rui, who was there, was completely confused. His face suddenly turned red. Then he sat up suddenly and said, "No. It's okay, I just need to drink something." "Well, in that case, Zirua, go ask them to send some boiled water over. Since she can't drink alcohol, then just drink boiled water. Isn't there anyone among you who can't drink alcohol? If there is, I'll add some more." "No. No." In an instant, everyone's heads shook like rattles. At the same time, they were all trying hard to hold back their laughter. Looking at Liang Rui, my heart was already filled with joy. After all, this is just asking for trouble. Pretending to be unable to drink, he tried to seduce Lin Chen but failed, and ended up having to drink only boiled water. As for Liang Rui, who was there, her face turned blue. "What the hell is this? What the hell is this? This is red wine worth $100,000. One bite, that's several $1,000s. I ended up messing it up myself, and now I can only watch them drink." In this way, after rounding off, I lost 100 million. For a moment, Liang Rui's heart ached slightly. Chapter 35, Meeting an Old Classmate. An hour later, everyone was full and satisfied. Lin Chen and others drank enough red wine. But Liang Rui drank plenty of boiled water. She could still laugh when looking at these people, but she couldn't laugh anyway. Tears were welling up in her stomach and she couldn't laugh at all. Then, because Lin Chen was drunk, the task of driving was given to Chen Zirua. The hotel was also booked by Chen Zirua, a hotel called Peninsula located on the Bund. This is the most luxurious hotel in the entire Shanghai. Chen Zirua also booked 3 rooms here, and the price for each room per night was as high as 50,000. When these people arrived at the Nakajima Hotel, they were also greatly shocked. I thought that the hotel Lin Chen booked for them was at most a 5-star luxury hotel. But when it really came, I realized how naive I was. This hotel is located on the Bund and occupies a large area. In front of us is a huge forest park. It is filled with various sculptures with elegant artistic atmosphere, as well as fountains on both sides. We walked nearly a kilometer deep before we reached the main entrance of the hotel. "Well, if you want to travel to this hotel, you can talk to the front desk of the hotel first. The front desk will prepare a vehicle for you to travel, or you can call me." Okay. Everyone here was stunned with shock. When I saw my own room, I was so shocked that I was speechless. The excitement in my heart made me not know what to say. Liang Rui, who was there, was also gritting her teeth, looking at Lin Chen with flickering eyes. She has already decided that after she returns this time, she will ask Lin Chen what kind of women he likes. No matter what, I have to rely on Lin Chen's big and thick legs. Under Chen Zirua's arrangement, these people also thoroughly experienced what it is like to live a rich life. As for Lin Chen's heart, he also labeled Chen Zirua as perfect. Regarding this, Lin Chen drove back satisfied. After returning home, he lay down on his sofa and played games. After all, to be honest, Lin Chen's personality is more of a nerd type. If he wasn't playing games, he really didn't know what to do. When it was night, Lin Chen planned to make something to eat for himself. But at this time, Lin Chen realized that there were not many dishes at home, so he planned to go out and buy some vegetables. He went downstairs and drove his Pagani Huayra straight to a shopping mall not far away. The location of Jingxiu Yiting is actually quite good. And the surrounding supporting facilities are also very complete. Soon, they arrived at the shopping mall. The drinks and snacks were also fully stocked, and then there was the meat, vegetables, and oil. After such a shopping spree, all 3,000 yuan was spent. With the shopping bag in hand, Lin Chen walked outside. However, at this moment, a surprised voice sounded behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen? After hearing these words, Lin Chen turned around and took a look. It was his college classmate Ma Siming. When Ma Siming was in school, his relationship with Lin Chen was just average. This guy is a nice person, his only shortcoming is that he likes to brag. Ma Siming? There was a hint of surprise in Lin Chen's eyes, and he looked at Ma Siming in front of him and spoke. What a coincidence. Well, wow, you bought so many things, is there anyone coming to your house? Ma Siming, who was there, was also chatting. That's not the case. I just moved recently. How come you live nearby too? Well, I just bought a suite in Shanghai recently, as you know. I got married right after I graduated, and the girl's family was pushing me hard. Ma Siming's tone sounded somewhat helpless. Then it seems that we two will live closer from now on. Which neighborhood are you from? Hey, which other community could it be? Tianyue community. I took some money from my family to pay the down payment. Waving his hands, Ma Siming said helplessly. But there was a hint of pride in these words. After all, you can buy a house in Shanghai and get married shortly after graduation. In the eyes of many people, this is already considered a successful person. Then you can do it, kid. And at this time, the two of them came outside. It just so happens that our two communities are quite close. How about I give you a ride? Ma Siming there also showed some surprise. Did you buy a car? Well, I just bought one at random. Lin Chen did not deny it. That's good. It saves me from squeezing on the bus. Then, Ma Siming glanced at the parking lot. There aren't many cars in the parking lot right now. Ma Siming also noticed a small BMW worth 300,000 yuan parked there. Oh my god, you're really good. You even drive a BMW. As for the Pagani wind god on the opposite side, Ma Siming subconsciously ruled it out. After all, when Lin Chen was in college, he showed off that his family didn't have much money. Therefore, in his opinion, this Pagani Huayra is not something that a recent graduate like Lin Chen can afford. At this time, Lin Chen took out the car key and pressed it. Ding dee. Instantly, the lights of the Pagani wind god lit up. Chapter 36. This ordinary family is so outrageous. Quiet. Unparalleled quietness. This car. After clearing his throat, Ma Siming, who was standing there, was shocked. He pointed at the Pagani wind god and shouted. What's wrong? Get in the car. He casually opened the car door, threw the things in his hands onto the back seat, and sat in the passenger seat. Ma Siming, who was standing next to him, had a look of horror on his face. This Lin Chen. How come you are doing so well now? Doesn't it say that his family doesn't have much money and is just an ordinary family? Is this a car that an average family can afford? Or is it that the ordinary family he was talking about was the ordinary family mentioned by the guy who runs a goose farm? Thrilling. Unparalleled thriller. At this moment, Ma Siming felt that his three views had been overturned. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chen became particularly strange at this moment. Then, he got into the car silently. Brother, tell me the truth, is your family really an ordinary family? Yeah, it's just an ordinary family. Nodding, Lin Chen also backed the car out. Because this was a problem with the Pagani Huayra, there was no one around where he parked the car. Lin Chen drove all the way and headed straight for the community. As for Ma Siming, he didn't want to talk at all along the way. Originally, he still had a sense of superiority for being able to buy a house and get married right after graduation in Shanghai. But now, facing Lin Chen's car, a sense of superiority? It has disappeared long ago. After all, there is no sense of superiority in this situation. Soon, Lin Chen arrived in front of Jingxiu Yiting. Opposite Jingxiu Yiting was the back door of Ma Siming's community. Arrive. Ma Siming smiled and said, thank you. Well, let's get together often in the future. Okay. Ma Siming smiled awkwardly and planned to leave. At this time, the sales manager of Jingxiu Yiting came out of the community with a young man wearing a black suit and looking like a salesperson. The moment he saw Lin Chen, his eyes lit up. Then he quickly ran to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin. Manager Qian, what's going on? After taking a look at Manager Qian, Lin Chen got out of the car and said. That's right, let me introduce you, this is Zhao Weiming, the manager of DGA Real Estate. When I learned that you had 1,199 properties for rent, I rushed here on my own. I just went to your house and found you were not there. It just so happened that I ran into you this time. Hello, Manager Zhao. Mr. Lin. The two men shook hands, and then Zhao Weiming spoke directly. Mr. Lin, I have already talked with your secretary before, and the final price we can offer is 300,000 yuan per house per year. As for our DGA real estate, we charge 8,000 yuan for each order. If you have no objection, please sign here. Zhao Weiming put out the contract. Lin Chen also quickly glanced at the contract and confirmed that there was no problem. Then he took the pen from Zhao Weiming and signed his name. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. It's been a pleasure working with you. After the signing was completed, Zhao Weiming turned around and left. Xian Ming also said goodbye. However, Ma Siming next to him was completely dumbfounded. He stood there with his mouth wide open, looking dazed. Lin Chen, you. After clearing his throat, Ma Siming shouted out in a voiceless voice. This entire Jingxiu Yiding is yours? In response to this, Lin Chen touched his nose embarrassedly and said, well, that's about it, I'm leaving first. As soon as the words fell, Lin Chen got in the car and drove away quickly. At this moment, Ma Siming was standing there, looking quite disheveled. Ordinary family? He. If this is an ordinary family, then what is he? This ordinary family is so fucking outrageous. For a moment, Ma Siming's heart was extremely complicated. After all, at this moment, he was really hit hard by Lin Chen. Fuck. After cursing angrily, Ma Siming gathered his thoughts and headed home. After all, no matter what, life still has to go on. Lin Chen also returned home, made dinner, and then casually opened his mobile phone. At this moment, he found that the university classmates group he had blocked for a long time was blown away. Chapter 37. The classmates group exploded. Lin Chen had already blocked this classmates group. Before graduation, perhaps someone will send some notification information in this class group. But after graduation, this place has become a concentration camp for classmates to show off to each other. All kinds of information are constantly filling it. Who bought a car today and who bought a house tomorrow? In short, it's just a lot of pretense. But today, this group was unusually lively, and some people even added me. Could it be that something happened? With doubts in his heart, Lin Chen clicked on the Penguin group. After all, I don't have anything to do right now, and I'm free anyway, so I might as well join the group and take a look. As soon as he entered the group, Lin Chen climbed up the stairs to the top. At first, everyone was just chatting normally. Until Ma Siming appeared. Lama, I heard that you bought a house in Shanghai? Oh my god, old Ma, you are so generous. You must treat us this time. That's right. You just graduated and you can buy a house in Shanghai. It's really unreasonable for you not to treat us. I guess the one who is doing the best in our class right now is Lao Ma, right? Not only did he get married right after graduation, he is also now buying a house in China overseas. Wow, this is definitely a winner in life. Ma Siming, bitter smile is enough, please stop slandering me. What do you mean I am the best? Compared with Lin Chen, what am I? At this time, the style of the painting began to change, and it was directly attributed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Speaking of Lin Chen, it seems like I haven't seen this guy for a long time, right? No, Lama, you said Lin Chen is the best? You must be kidding. Isn't this guy's family farmers? And I heard that he was fired from the company some time ago? Ma Siming, farming? Fired? You really believe it? I tell you the truth, I met him today, and this guy was driving a supercar. Picture. After these words were spoken, the group was silent for 5 minutes. Then, there was an immediate uproar. I just searched for this supercar, it's the Pagani Huayra. A top-notch supercar worth 100 million. Oh my god. Is this fake? Lin Chen drives a supercar? Ha, Ma Siming, how many dishes do you have? Why are you so drunk? Ma Siming smiled bitterly after hearing these words. I hope it's fake, but I saw it with my own eyes. And everyone knows that Jingxiu Yiding, which was recently launched by China overseas, belongs to Lin Chen. I saw him sign a rental agreement with the agent. I heard that the annual rent for a house is 300,000 yuan. At this moment, the entire chat group fell into an eerie silence. And the next moment, there was an explosion. What the hell? No, I'm kidding. Old Ma, you used to like bragging about yourself. Why are you praising Lin Chen now? That's right. How could Lin Chen support an ordinary family like you said? The people there were extremely disbelieving of Ma Siming's words. After all, Lin Chen has been living in financial difficulty for 4 years. How can you believe that you suddenly have so much money? And now, Lin Chen, who had just finished climbing the stairs, smiled faintly and said, "Indeed, I am just an ordinary family." As he spoke, Lin Chen also took a photo of his 100 bundles of property deeds. The property book was opened, and it clearly stated the owner, Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen also took a selfie, with the 100 bundles of property certificates as the background. After these 2 messages were sent out, the entire penguin colony fell into silence again. No one dared to speak anymore, and their hearts were filled with endless waves of terror and fear. Oh my God! Is this guy really a hidden rich man? I remember that Lin Chen was with Chen Yingying at the beginning. Doesn't that mean that Chen Yingying? Yingying, please tell me this is fake. Well, it seems that Chen Yingying and Lin Chen broke up some time ago. Chen Yingying on the other side of the phone. At this moment, Chen Yingying seemed to have suffered a critical hit of billions of tons. The boundless regret in my heart is like a surging river, endless. After all, he was the one who released a billionaire with his own hands. Later, Zhao Tianqiao also abandoned him. And now, it is known that Lin Chen owns a billion-yuan supercar and an entire residential community. This Chen Yingying is completely crying without tears. And Lin Chen had already escaped from this group of classmates. After all, he didn't want to be besieged by these classmates. Chapter 38 9 Rolls-Royce Ghosts. After closing the Penguin Group, Lin Chen also clicked on the anime to watch. After finishing dinner, I laid down on the bed, browsed porn site, reviewed some of the study materials, and then fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. System, sign in. I woke up early in the morning and started signing in as usual. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained 9 consecutive Rolls-Royce Ghosts. Sign-in rewards have been distributed in the underground garage. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Chen was suddenly confused. Oh. What do you need so many Rolls-Royces with consecutive numbers for? Nothing to do? Although a Rolls-Royce Ghost basically costs around 5 million. But as far as he is concerned, he doesn't need so much. If you really just want to use it for transportation, 1 car should be enough. The system directly gives you 9 cars? What is this for? He rolled his eyes and shook his head. It's not as good as cash. After muttering something, Lin Chen washed up and ran to a nearby rice noodle shop to have breakfast. After doing all this, I returned home. So he opened a bottle of Fat House Happy Water and Fat House Happy Movie, planning to stay there and play games. Time passed slowly and it was almost noon. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Looking at the person who called him, it turned out to be one of his high school classmates named Lu Qi. He and Lucy had a good relationship in high school, and later he went to a pretty good university. Due to some reasons, Lu Qi was unable to go to university and started working early. Later, through my own efforts, I was able to pass the self-study exam and obtain a bachelor's degree. Now he has worked as a deputy manager in a company. Hey, Lao Lu, what's up? After answering the phone, Lin Chen spoke with a smile. What are you doing? It's the weekend, you're not hiding at home looking for seeds, are you? Get lost. Hearing this careless and rough voice, Lin Chen's face suddenly turned dark. Even if I want to watch movies, I just go over the firewall to access porn station. I'm not like you who use Baidu Cloud and enjoy a 2 kbs download speed. Okay, come out and eat something together? In response, Lu Qi on the opposite side laughed. Okay. Lin Chen spoke with a smile. Send me the address and I'll go there now. Become. Then, a message was sent. It was still the Skewers restaurant where the two of them used to hang out. It's not that the food at this Skewers restaurant is so delicious, it's mainly because it's cheap. After all, one of them had just started working and the other was in college, and they didn't have much money. After receiving this message, Lin Chen picked up the key of a gust and went straight to the Skewers shop. Compared to the exaggerated Pagani Wind God, the Rolls-Royce Ghost is obviously much more low-key. And Lin Chen did not raise the little silver man. Walking on this street, not many people recognize me. Even if they recognized it, they would only be a little surprised. After all, a $5 million car, although very expensive, is not hard to come by in Shanghai. Soon, Lin Chen also arrived at the skewer shop. When I drove the car to the destination and parked it in the parking space in front of the store. Then he saw Lu Qi sitting by the window, looking out. But when he saw Lin Chen walking out of the car, he was stunned at first. Then he was extremely shocked and confused. What are you looking at? Under his gaze, Lin Chen walked into the restaurant and greeted the shop owner first. He patted the stunned Lu Qi and sat opposite him. Is that your car? Pointing at the Rolls-Royce Ghost outside, Lu Qi looked confused. Yes. Lu Qi is his best friend, so Lin Chen has nothing to hide from him. Hearing Lin Chen's response to him so readily, Lu Qi became even more confused. Then he asked, how much is this car? 5 million, maybe. Lin Chen said after taking a sip of water. Puff. Lu Qi, who was there, immediately spat out a mouthful of water. Then, he asked, coughing rapidly. Ahem. How much? 5 million, what's wrong? Suddenly, Lu Qi there rolled his eyes and said. That's bullshit. Can you afford this car? In response, Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say much. After all, sometimes, no one believes the truth. I heard that you were fired recently, so I asked you to come out for a drink. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to figure it out, but now it seems that I was overthinking it. Lu Qi, who was there, spoke lightly, then glanced at Lin Chen and directly made an excuse for Lin Chen. But judging from your appearance, did you go to the rental company? You even dare to drive out the company car, aren't you afraid of getting scratched? Then, I will pay you back for it. Chapter 39, Usage of the Fleet. Soon, two people also went to choose skewers. After getting the skewers, the two started eating. TSK, why did you get fired? And you even went to the rental company? After hearing these words, Lin Chen waved his hand. Hey, don't mention it, it's almost over anyway. But how are you and your girlfriend doing? I heard that you are engaged to her, right? After taking a bite of the skewers and taking a look at Lu Qi there, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen still remembered that Lu Qi was already engaged. The wedding will be held in 2 days. After hearing these words, Lin Chen was immediately a little surprised. Oh my god, you are really good, you're getting married soon and you didn't tell me? But now, I have to change my address to sister-in-law. Sorry, there have been so many things going on recently that I just found out. There are so many things involved in holding a wedding, such as preparing the venue, booking the banquet and so on. Besides, you and I are both in Shanghai, so I have to invite you in person. Lu Qi, who was there, said immediately. TSK, that sounds nice. As he was speaking, Lu Qi's cell phone started ringing. Your sister-in-law. As he spoke, Lu Qi also answered the phone. After listening to the voice on the other end of the phone, Lu Qi's face gradually became ugly. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qi no longer had the excitement he had before. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long puff. What's wrong? After taking a look at Lu Qi, Lin Chen asked in confusion. Damn it! It's still that woman Wu Lan. Fuck! Lu Qi cursed. Wu Lan is the cousin of Lu Qi's girlfriend Yuan Koer. Lin Chen actually knew Wu Lan. What did she do again? Out of curiosity, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Lu Qi, who was there, took a deep puff of cigarette and suppressed the anger in his heart. Didn't this bitch get married a while ago, and her fleet consisted of 6 Bentley Flying Spurs? Then Yuan Kier also became jealous. My choice now is 6 Audi A6s. Everything had been agreed upon originally, but that woman Wu Lan came to show off again today, demanding to change the fleet, and she must also have a Bentley. But I'm getting married the day after tomorrow, where would I have the time to find a team? Hearing these words, Lin Chen, who was there, was stunned. Then he smiled and spoke. Old Lu, have you forgotten what I do now? Hearing these words, Lu Qi, who was there, was stunned. Do you have a fleet of cars? What kind of fleet is it? Hey! Pointed to the Rolls-Royce Ghost outside the door. Rolls-Royce? Lin Chen ate a skewer and said calmly. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Qi smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brother, I appreciate your kindness, but I really can't afford this Rolls-Royce. No, brother, what do you think of me as? If I rent this to someone else, I will definitely charge a lot of money, at least 7,000 per car. But if I rent it to you, I will give you the lowest price in the market, 3,000 per car, for a total of 9 ghosts. What do you think of adding a Pagani Huayra as the lead car? After these words were spoken, Lu Qi, who was standing there, was stunned for a moment. Shun. Shinzi, please don't lie to me. 3,000 for a Rolls-Royce? And you also have a Pagani as the lead car? Of course, we have no relationship. I would never cheat you, my brother, right? Lin Chen, who was sitting there, said immediately. Okay. Then I believe you. Why don't you call your sister-in-law right away? Lin Chen smiled and patted Lu Qidao, who was there. Yes, I forgot about it. I'll make a call right now. Lu Qi immediately said with a smile, and then quickly called his wife. As the words fell, the call was connected and Yuan Kir's voice rang out. Honey, I've thought it through. My cousin and I have a different family. I won't change the fleet. The Audi S6 is also good. Lu Qi was stunned when he heard these words, and felt warm in his heart. I've thought this through, wife. Marriage only happens once in a lifetime. So this time I must give you the biggest momentum, and this time I will give you the best treatment. I have also contacted the team, and I can definitely beat your cousin. Yuan Kur was also startled when she heard this, then she frowned slightly and said. No, Lu Qi, don't spend money recklessly. We are not like my cousin's family. It's not worth spending so much money on a wedding. And it can even outperform Bentley. What kind of team are you looking for? It can't be Rolls-Royce, right? Lu Qi, who was there, immediately smiled and spoke. Yes, it's a Rolls-Royce. At this moment, Yuan Kur became anxious and spoke quickly. Lu Qi. A fleet of Rolls-Royces? Do you know how much that costs? If you don't have 7,000 or 8,000 yuan for a car, you can't get it. Hey, don't worry, you've met my brother Lin Chen. He now works for a rental company and gave me the lowest price. The lowest price? How much? Yuan Kur on the opposite side said suspiciously. Lu Qi, who was there, chuckled and then kept it a secret. Hey, guess what? Chapter 40. If you have 10 million on your card. Listening to her husband's words, Yuan Kur on the opposite side also asked tentatively. 6,000? Hey, guess again. 5,000? Wrong, it's only $3,000 a car. After these words were spoken, Yuan Kur was immediately confused. Oh my god. Lu Qi, you didn't get cheated, did you? 3,000 a car? This price is too low. Yuan Kur was suddenly shocked. After all, the price is really too low. It's so low that it's hard to believe. Lease a Rolls-Royce for 3,000? Don't worry, this is the internal price my brother gave me. My brother won't cheat me. This. Yuan Kur was there, skeptical. What if this was true? If this is true, then I have gotten a great bargain and can even surpass my cousin. Thinking of this, Yuan Kur suddenly became impatient and wanted to see the dumbfounded faces of her cousin and her girlfriends. Then, he spoke. All right. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qi spoke to Lin Chen excitedly. Shinzi, you are really good, this time it's really thanks to you. If there is no way to use that car, we don't need it. I will try to get a similar one when the time comes. But these 9 wedding cars, please. Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled faintly and said. Don't worry, I will definitely get this done for you. I will do what I say. Hey, eat skewers. Lu Qi smiled and looked like a 150-pound kid. Soon, the skewers were finished. After finishing the skewers, Lin Chen also called Chen Ziruo. After asking her to help find a few drivers, he also prepared to prepare a formal suit. He planned to personally be the lead driver for Lu Qi the day after tomorrow. After all, no matter what, I have to give my brothers enough show. Lin Chen drove his own Gust and went home to charge his mobile phone. He didn't notice when he went out before that although he had plugged in the charger last night, the charger was not powered. This resulted in my phone having less than 30% battery left today. Fortunately, he was not the one who paid the bill when he went out to eat, otherwise, with his habit of not carrying cash, he would have been embarrassed. Lin Chen put the watch on his wrist and took a look at it. Although this watch is indeed ugly at first glance, you will get used to it after looking at it for a long time. The only downside is that you can't tell the time. This is also what Lin Chen is most puzzled about. If a watch cannot tell time, it is better not to wear it. After putting it on, Lin Chen was too lazy to take it off and just kept wearing it. To be honest, this is the Richard Millman's Series RM056. After I got it, I hardly wore it, which was a bit unfair to it. It was clearly a watch worth more than 20 million yuan, but I just left it there gathering dust. After his phone was fully charged, Lin Chen went to a nearby shopping mall. While looking for clothes in this mall, I happened to meet Lu Lily, who was taking a break. Mr. Lin? What a coincidence, you're here to shop at the mall too. Lu Lily smiled and spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, who was there, nodded. Well, a friend of mine is getting married the day after tomorrow, and I'm planning to buy him a casual suit. How about you give me some advice? After hearing these words, Lu Lily's face suddenly turned red. Invite a girl to go clothes shopping together. Normally, isn't this something you would only do with your wife? Mr. Lin invited me like this, could it be that? Suddenly, Lu Lily's face turned even redder. Looking at Lu Lily, who had not answered, Lin Chen, who was there, spoke. If you have anything else to do, forget it. I'll go by myself first. As he said that, Lin Chen also planned to buy it himself. Lu Lily suddenly came to her senses and spoke quickly. No, Mr. Lin, that's not what I meant. I'm happy to do it. As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the mall together. And in this shopping mall, there was a cosmetics anchor who was conducting an interview there. The young couples passing by were also caught. At this moment, the female anchor who was selling goods, her eyes suddenly lit up when she saw Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen and Lu Lily are both a handsome man and a beautiful woman. If these two people entered her live broadcast room, she believed that the popularity of her live broadcast room would instantly rise to a higher level. Then he hurried over, put the microphone into Lin Chen's mouth, and started speaking. Excuse me, handsome guy, if you have 10 million in your card, are you willing to spend half of it to buy lipstick for your girlfriend? Chapter 41. My outfit is worth more than 10 million. At this time, the actions of the female anchor selling goods have already attracted the attention of many salespeople nearby. And these salesmen also looked at Lin Chen with pity. They felt that Lin Chen was probably going to be cheated. After all, they are quite familiar with the routines of this female anchor who sells goods. This female anchor who sells goods usually chooses couples as her target and then asks them this question. Most boys will say yes just to please their girlfriends and to show off when their girlfriends are around. If you say so, then you have directly fallen into the trap of this female anchor who sells goods. Once she said this, the female anchor immediately started selling goods and took the opportunity to promote her lipstick. In this situation, most boys will be in a difficult situation. After all, he had spoken before, and if he didn't agree now, he would be labeled as a scumbag and said that he didn't love her. It will also cause your girlfriend to get angry with you. Therefore, many boys choose to pay hastily, buy the lipstick and leave. Besides, in front of this camera, how many boys would choose to be labeled as a scumbag and not loving her? Even if there is no camera, how many boys are willing to endure the noise from their girlfriends? And this female internet celebrity who was selling products also grasped this point accurately and took advantage of this routine. I also took out a lot of expensive and low-quality lipsticks. Moreover, this set of processes can also satisfy the audience in his live broadcast room. After all, most of the audience gathered in this live broadcast room are the kind of women who believe that if they love you, they should satisfy you in everything. But unfortunately, this time she met Lin Chen. And the female anchor who was selling goods continued to ask questions again. Brother, are you willing? If you have 10 million in your account, would you be willing to spend half of it to buy her lipstick? Hearing these words, Lin Chen, who was there, was stunned at first. Then he quickly said, No, wait a moment, how much? The female anchor who was selling goods was caught off guard, but she quickly adjusted herself and said with a smile, 10 million. However, after saying this, Lin Chen seemed a little bit unbelievable and then said, 10 million? How should I live then? The female anchor who was selling goods had a MMP feeling in her heart. How could this stinking loser take it seriously? But in order to successfully sell the products, she still kept a smile on her face and spoke. No, brother, don't get excited. I'm just assuming this 10 million. However, before she could finish her words, Lin Chen shouted loudly on the spot. Hypothesis? What the hell is hypothetical? Even if it's hypothetical, it won't work. How poor would you be if there's only 10 million on the card? Just this outfit I'm wearing is worth more than 10 million. As these words fell, the salesmen and passers-by who were watching the show nearby were all stunned. The female anchor who was selling goods was confused. The audience in the live broadcast room were all dumbfounded at this moment. Lin Chen's words just now completely confused them. As for the female anchor who was selling the goods, she was stunned for a moment. This Don't play by the rules. My own script shouldn't be like this. Afterwards, the female anchor who was selling the goods began to become suspicious. Could this outfit be worth more than 10 million? You are kidding me. In her opinion, the clothes Lu Lily was wearing were worth only a few hundred yuan at most. Although Lin Chen's clothes seem to be all Armani, he only wears clothes worth a few hundred yuan for his girlfriend. This outfit is probably just a fake. Are you showing off by wearing fakes? Just wait and see how I'm going to expose you, a pretender. Thinking of this, the female anchor continued to speak to Lin Chen. Then I wonder, what does this little brother do? Me? I'm just an unemployed vagrant. Lin Chen shrugged calmly, his tone sounding particularly calm. Just after this sentence was uttered, the female anchor who was selling goods there was stunned. Then, he spoke with a sneer. TSK. I thought he was so great, but turns out he's just a boaster. And all this outfit of his own costs more than 10 million? Do you really think that you are a successful person just because you wear a replica of Armani? Funny. Chapter 42 The Internet Celebrity Who Everyone Wants to Punish. After hearing these words, Lin Chen and Lu Lily who were there suddenly looked strange. A replica of Armani? In response, Lin Chen just smiled faintly, then took out his mobile phone and glanced at the time on it. I'm sorry, I have other things to do and I don't have time to waste with you. If you want to bring the goods, go find someone else. Having said that, Lin Chen was about to leave. However, at this moment, a young man wearing trendy brand clothes who had been watching the excitement nearby suddenly walked over. His whole face looked red, and he looked at Lin Chen excitedly. My friend, can you show me the watch on your wrist? Sure. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded and stretched out his wrist. The trendy young man looked at it carefully, and gradually his expression became excited. No mistake. No mistake, this is definitely Richard Mille SRM056. Sir, would you like to sell this watch? I am willing to offer 50 million. What? All of a sudden, everyone around was shocked. The next moment, everyone in the live broadcast room and nearby were discussing the matter. Oh my god, offering 50 million for a watch? Is that crazy? That's right. Even Patek Philippe can't be sold at this price, right? I think this guy is probably a shill, right? The anchor was stunned at first, and then he immediately sneered. Oh, that's funny. A broken watch is sold for 50 million? What about Richard Mille? I've never heard of it. I say to you, young man, next time you ask for favors, could you please ask for something more professional? After these words were spoken, the expressions of the trendy young men there suddenly turned cold. Then he took a look at the female anchor who was selling goods, took out his mobile phone and sent a message, then spoke in a cold voice. If you don't have any insight, don't come out and say something that will make people laugh. Richard Mille, the world's top watch brand today, is known as the ticket to becoming a billionaire. This Richard Mille RM056 is the 10th anniversary model of this watch brand. It is sold in limited quantities all over the world. After these words were spoken, a passerby also said, Found it. Richard Mille is indeed a top watch manufacturer. Any random watch, even the worst one, would cost at least 500,000 or 600,000. Moreover, this watch manufacturer has unique craftsmanship, so it is very difficult to find fake-a-great products. Oh my god, yes, the watch on this guy's hand is indeed Richard Mille SRM056. So according to this statement, doesn't it mean that this guy is indeed a billionaire? I'll go. It looks like this saleswoman has really failed this time. At that moment, everyone here spoke loudly. The influencers who were promoting the products there were completely confused. Then, he started shouting hysterically. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. You are definitely a stooge, that's right, absolutely. As these words fell, the manager of the shopping mall also rushed over on the other side. Facing the trendy young man, he said in a rather panicked tone, Mr. Zhang, why are you here? If I hadn't come, I wouldn't know. I said, no wonder this shopping mall's performance has been declining recently. So this is how you manage it. You dare to let anyone into the mall. This kind of influencer who promotes products also puts them in there. After these words were spoken, the female internet celebrity who was promoting the products there felt her body go cold. Get out. Yes, you are right. The mall manager didn't dare to disobey in the slightest. He immediately waved his hand and shouted loudly, "Hurry up and kick him out." The female internet celebrity who was promoting the products there even knelt down on the spot. She understood instantly in her heart that not only had she offended two wealthy people, but she was also going to lose her job. And he even started cursing on the spot in his live broadcast room. Rubbish anchor. You're still questioning whether the clothes worn by other wealthy people are fake goods? Ha ha. I unfollowed you, what the hell? What qualifications do you have to question others? I think the goods you bring are fake. Oh my god, it's true. I searched for this anchor and found that many people said that the products she sells are of low quality. How can you be so disgusting? Get down from here. For a moment, the female internet celebrity who was promoting the product was directly subjected to a barrage of scolding. Chapter 43, La Fight Worth 70,000. The other side. The trendy young man there was also talking to Lin Chen. Hello, my name is Zhang Ming, and I'm the young master of Wanhua department store. Lin Chen, who was there, smiled faintly and then started talking. Lin Chen. After these words fell, Zhang Ming couldn't help but ponder for a while. This name seems familiar. After a while of thinking, Zhang Ming seemed to suddenly think of something. All of a sudden, his eyes widened and he screamed in shock. Are you the new boss of the Jinyuan Commercial Street? You know me? In response to this, Lin Chen's eyes revealed a bit of surprise, and he asked Zhang Ming who was there. Zhang Ming scratched his head, then chuckled and said, My dad mentioned it to me a few days ago. I see. Lin Chen nodded, his expression looking indifferent. However, the people around seemed a little surprised. Even Lu Lily, who was there, was frightened by Lin Chen. Although she knew that Lin Chen's identity was not ordinary, she never thought that Lin Chen would be the boss of their commercial street. Mr. Lin, why are you here today? Lu Lily looked at Lin Chen curiously and asked puzzledly. Oh, a friend of mine is getting married the day after tomorrow, so I came to pick out a suit today. Zhang Ming glanced at Lu Lily, then smiled slightly and said, If that's the case, then I won't bother Master Lin anymore. By the way, Mr. Lin, this is my WeChat, can we exchange it? Okay. Nodding, Lin Chen and Zhang Ming exchanged WeChat accounts with each other. If that's the case, then I won't bother Mr. Lin anymore. After the two parted ways, Lu Lily seemed a little restrained. Afterwards, the two of them also walked around in this mall. Finally, in a Dior store, Lin Chen successfully selected 2 casual suits and some accessories. In total, it cost nearly 80,000 yuan. After paying the money, the two walked outside. When passing by a nearby Prada store, Lu Lily's eyes fell on a new perfume on the booth. What's wrong? After taking a look at Lu Lily, Lin Chen asked. Without. For a moment, Lu Lily also seemed a little nervous. In response, Lin Chen smiled slightly, then walked to the Prada counter. This perfume wraps it up for me. Yes, sir. In response to Lin Chen's words, the salesperson at the Prada counter nodded immediately. After all, the fact that Lin Chen was called the boss of Jinyuan Commercial Street by Zhang Ming had already spread. Moreover, not to mention that he was holding a Dior shopping bag in his hand. This alone shows that Lin Chen is not short of money. Mr. Lin. Looking at Lin Chen, who was packaging the perfume, Lu Lily's face couldn't help but turn red. Give. After handing the package to Lu Lily, Lin Chen also showed a slight smile. This. Lu Lily was stunned, and Lin Chen, who was there, also spoke. Take it. Consider it a gift for accompanying me shopping today. Suddenly, Lu Lily looked excited and took the gift. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Hey, what's that? If you want something to eat, it's my treat today. And why are you so reserved? It's as if I'm bullying you. Lin Chen smiled faintly. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Lily, who was there, couldn't help but blush. Well, since you don't say what to eat, I'll decide for myself. Lu Lily blushed slightly and nodded. Lin Chen, who was there, checked out the nearby Western restaurants and found a pretty good one. After entering, Lin Chen ordered 2 steaks and then asked for a bottle of Lafite Rothschild red wine from Madoc worth 70,000 yuan. This series of operations also made Lu Lily secretly surprised. After all, just a bottle of red wine cost 70,000 yuan. This really shocked Lu Lily's heart. The dinner for the two of them was quite good. Since they both drank alcohol, Lin Chen simply called a designated driver. But when the designated driver saw that the car he was going to drive was a Rolls-Royce worth 5 million yuan, he was almost scared to death. He started the car tremblingly and drove to Lin Chan's underground garage. Because most of the tenants in this community are parents who accompany their children to study. Therefore, the underground garage appears empty. At this time, Lin Chan and Lu Lily were also walking in the underground garage. Chapter 44: A Night of Storm. Isn't this too fast? I'm not ready yet. But what if young Master Lin wants to do? Lu Lily next to her was feeling a little confused. She was a little girl and had never been alone with a man before. While walking on the road, Lin Chen also put his arms around Lu Lily's waist. Gradually, her hands tightened again. Lily, you look so beautiful now. Mr. Lin, Suddenly, Lu Lily next to her blushed. Hearing Lin Chen say this, he couldn't help but look up and look at Lin Chen. As soon as she raised her head, Lin Chen couldn't control himself and lowered his head to kiss her directly. In an instant, Lu Lily was stunned and her brain went blank. Afterwards, he closed his eyes and tightly hugged Lin Chen's neck with both hands. At this moment, Lu Lily didn't have any extra thoughts. She felt that her body was no longer under the control of her brain. Moreover, Lu Lily had no strength to resist, or rather, she didn't even think about resisting. After groaning, she felt her whole body go limp and she had no strength at all. Lin Chen, who was there, felt a little dizzy, but he was not drunk to the point of passing out. At least this kiss was intentional on his part. The atmosphere is already like this. If he doesn't do something, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. They hugged and kissed each other, so the relationship was naturally clear. This lasted for half a minute, and then Lin Chen slowly separated from Lu Lily. Lu Lily next to her also looked a little flushed. Lin Chen also smiled, and then said to Lu Lily, "Okay, let's go upstairs." Lu Lily nodded. Then, the two of them went upstairs. On the top floor, when Lu Lily saw Lin Chen's house, she looked a little shocked. Looking at the huge hall in front of me, the shock in my heart became more and more intense. The decoration inside this house is really luxurious. Although she had never seen any luxury houses, she had seen some in some idol dramas. But compared with the mansion in front of me, can the mansions in those idol dramas be called mansions? Isn't this decoration too luxurious? In an instant, Lu Lily fell in love with this place. Of course, having said that, no one would say that they don't like such a mansion. But Lu Lily, who was there, frowned immediately. Your house is so big, it would be very tiring to clean it, right? Fine. Lin Chen, who was there, also smiled and then spoke. I'll just find some housekeeping in the future. Lin Chen, who was there, looked at Lu Lily, who was there, and said. At the same time, he walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of Coke. After drinking a little, Lin Chen sat on the sofa, feeling particularly comfortable. After a while, he stood up, stretched, and looked quite comfortable. Lu Lily, who was there, saw Lin Chen stand up, and hurried to Lin Chen's side to take care of him. Lin Chen on this side also sniffed with the tip of his nose. Smelling the faint fragrance of Lu Lily, he directly hugged her into his arms. Lu Lily, who was there, also nodded softly, but did not resist. After all, there were only Lin Chen and her in this empty house. The atmosphere was already like this, and both of them were young people, so there were some things they couldn't help themselves. Now that he had a beauty in his arms, Lin Chen smelled the fragrance of Lu Lily and directly picked up Lu Lily. Lu Lily's figure is naturally quite well proportioned, and her weight is no more than 100 kilograms. After all, Lin Chen is a big man of 1.85 meters, and now he has a perfect body, so he is naturally quite impactful. Lu Lily was somewhat frightened when Lin Chen suddenly gave her a princess hug. Subconsciously, he put his arms around Lin Chen's neck. Opposites attract, and Lin Chen's figure was something Lu Lily had not expected. How should I describe Lin Chen's figure? It's the type that looks thin when dressed, but has muscles when undressed. Coupled with Lin Chen's handsome young looks, to be honest, no girl can resist Lin Chen's charm. Lu Lily shyly put her face on Lin Chen's chest without saying a word. But the arms around Lin Chen's neck were also tightened, for fear of falling from Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen also carried Lu Lily directly to the bedroom next door and closed the door. After a stormy night, the two of them were busy until 4:30 in the morning before they fell asleep. Chapter 45: Doing Morning Exercises. It was not until 11 o'clock that Lin Chen woke up. Looking at the ceiling in front of him and Lu Lily, who was still sleeping beside him, he couldn't help but smile. At this time, Lu Lily also woke up. But the moment she saw Lin Chen, Lu Lily's face turned red. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen, who was there, also smiled slightly. Then, amid Lu Lily's shocked voice, the morning exercises officially began. After nearly an hour of morning exercises, Lin Chen gently kissed Lu Lily on the forehead. You take a rest first, I'll go prepare food for you. It is an intense sport after all. Although she had a personal experience last night, she was still too tired to move. Lin Chen got out of bed and went to the bathroom. First, he called Wu Ming and asked him to ask for leave from Lu Lily. After that, I took a shower, got dressed and went into the kitchen to make breakfast. On the other side, Wu Ming couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Every time I talk to my boss, I still get so nervous. After muttering to himself, Wu Ming did not dare to delay and immediately walked towards the shop downstairs. On the other side, in this Armani store. Humph. Lu Lily is really becoming more and more lawless. Do you really think that you can be so unbridled just because you have made a big order? You asked for 2 days off before, and now you dare to be absent from work? This is simply the opposite. In this store, a plump woman was cursing and swearing, her heart full of resentment. The salesmen standing nearby were all secretly delighted at this moment. One of the salesmen also spoke up. That's right. Manager, you must punish Lu Lily severely. She is so arrogant now, she simply doesn't take you seriously. Last time he even said, what as a mere store manager? This kind of person is simply lawless, just fire him directly. The store manager became even angrier after hearing these words. There was a cold light in his eyes and he kept cursing. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hello, is the store manager here? I'm here to ask for leave on behalf of Lu Lily. The store manager's mentality exploded instantly when he heard this voice. Fuck. Is Lu Lily really that rebellious? She asked for leave and is not coming this time? Cursing, the store manager immediately walked out from behind the cash register cursing. However, the moment she saw Wu Ming there, the store manager's legs suddenly went weak. The next moment he sat down on the ground with a flattering smile on his face and said, it's President Wu. Are you here to ask for leave for Lily? Why? No way? Wu Ming glanced at the store manager and spoke lightly. The store manager had a smile on his face and then couldn't help but ask. Yes. Of course, I don't know what the relationship between you and Lily is. Oh, Lu Lily has nothing to do with me. Wu Ming waved his hand, but the store manager there was even more confused. If it has nothing to do with Wu Ming, then why? Will he come and help Lu Lily ask for leave? Just when the store manager was quite confused, Wu Ming's voice sounded again. The main reason is that he has some relationship with our boss. The main reason I came here this time was because our boss asked me to come. After these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. But in everyone's heart, a huge wave of shock surged. It has something to do with Wu Ming's boss. This. In other words, Lu Lily has really hooked up with a truly rich man this time. For a moment, everyone there became increasingly uneasy in their hearts. Looking at Wu Ming there, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. I see. Okay, I'll approve Lu Lily's vacation, and I'll give her paid vacation, The store manager there immediately spoke loudly. And the people who heard these words suddenly had their eyes widened. Paid vacation. This is the first time I heard of such a good thing happening in my own store. Chapter 46 Bajiquan? But when he thought about the background revealed by Lu Lily just now, he understood it instantly. This is probably the benefit that the store manager gave specifically to Lu Lily in order to please the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. As for these ordinary employees who have neither power nor influence. Just take a look. Still want benefits? I want a chicken. For a moment, these people were filled with jealousy and envy. On the other side, in this house, Lin Chen was eating and signing in at the same time. After the sign-in was successful, a crisp voice was rang out. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, the true meaning of Bajiquan. Do you want to withdraw and distribute the funds? Lin Chen. Is there a hammer for this thing? We are now living in a society ruled by law, not the ancient era of knights. Why not give yourself the true meaning of Bajiquan? What is the use? Besides, my lord, times have changed. You fight with boxing, others fight with guns. For a moment, Lin Chen felt helpless. Forget it, let's just use Bajiquan. Shaking his head helplessly in his heart, Lin Chen then took out Bajiquan. At this moment, a huge amount of information flooded into Lin Chen's mind. As he received this pile of information, Lin Chen's face gradually became complicated. In that moment just now, he seemed to see what happened decades ago. The scene of those modern knights using Bajiquan to kill enemies on the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Chen's eyes gradually became heavy. After taking a deep breath, he murmured in his heart, "I'll go to a nearby martial arts gym later and try out the power of Bajiquan." A new martial arts school has recently opened near Jingxiu Yiting. Although this martial arts school also teaches Chinese martial arts are now in decline. In addition, many people cheated people under the name of Chinese martial arts, which led to Chinese martial arts gradually being regarded as a mere show. Therefore, the Chinese martial arts in this martial arts hall became just for show, and more people went to learn Taekwondo. While Lin Chen was arranging for Lu Lily to rest, he went downstairs and walked towards the nearby martial arts gym. He wanted to see how powerful the true meaning of Bajiquan was. However, just as they were approaching the martial arts gym and before they even walked into it, they saw someone performing there. A coach in training clothes broke several layers of plywood with one kick. The crowds watching nearby were also clapping and praising at this time. As for the students of this martial arts school, they have now started distributing flyers. Lin Chen sneered at this flashy performance in his heart. Perhaps, before he understood the true meaning of Bajiquan, he still thought it was awesome. But now, haha. That's it. After taking the flyer, Lin Chen went in and opened a trial card, then walked into the museum. After figuring out the direction, he walked towards the wooden man placed in the corner. Looking at the wooden man in front of him, Lin Chen took a deep breath and practiced twice. The next moment, he performed the Bajiquan according to the mind. With a loud bang, an elbow strikes the center of the body. As the elbow hit the heart, the wooden man in front of him trembled. Then, it started to break directly from the middle. Boom! In an instant, wood chips flew everywhere. Lin Chen. To be honest, he originally just thought that Bajiquan might be something real. But I didn't expect that the power of Bajiquan is so strong. The martial arts coach who had just walked in, wearing a coach's uniform and holding a cup of wolfberry tea, was directly sprayed. The whole person stood there in a daze. He just received a message that someone had opened a trial card and wanted to experience and learn Chinese martial arts. Originally, the coach ran over excitedly, intending to see who the person was and if possible, he would like to keep him. But what I didn't expect was that as soon as I came in, I saw Lin Chen hitting the wooden man. Lin Chen, keep saying you don't know martial arts. And with this level of strength, what's the point of experiencing it? This guy is just here to challenge us, right? Lin Chen, who was standing there, also noticed the dazed look of the coach. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I'm sorry, I didn't control my strength well just now, I'll pay for this wooden dummy." "No. It's okay, as long as you are happy, as long as you are happy." The martial arts coach smiled awkwardly and said, "After all, what does he dare to say? What kind of terrifying person is this who can knock down a wooden man with a single elbow strike?" What Lin Chen didn't notice was that the scene just now was not only noticed by the coach. Some parents who were enrolling their children in Taekwondo lessons there also noticed this scene. Chapter 47, Chinese martial arts are all lies. Soon, Lin Chen also started practicing other Bajiquan moves here. The coach standing by was terrified. What about Iron Mountain Backbone, 6 elbows, and a series of moves were blasted out one after another. Before long, all the sandbags and wooden dummies in the martial arts hall were smashed to pieces. After completing the whole set of exercises, Lin Chen was finally satisfied. With this strength, as long as he doesn't encounter hot weapons, basically nothing will happen. Moreover, the probability of encountering hot weapons in the country is basically zero. "Sir, look at this." The coach there wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Lin Chen there, "Oh, don't worry, let's stop here for today." Lin Chen smiled, but in the coach's heart, it was a devilish smile. "Should we stop here today? So that means you'll have to come tomorrow? Are they planning to tear down this martial arts school? But the other party is their customer after all. Even if the other party is really here to challenge them, at least they have to have some evidence. What's more, since the other party is willing to pay, what can I say?" After paying for the things he broke, Lin Chen planned to leave. However, just as he walked out of the door, a rather excited voice rang out. "Hello, dear children and respected parents. Taekwondo is the greatest fighting art in the world. Since its inception, it has experienced many challenges and blood baptisms, but we Taekwondo have proved the true level of Taekwondo with our tenacious spirit. Baji, Taiji, Bagua, Xingyi and other fancy martial arts cannot be compared with Taekwondo at all. Children, thank you very much for making the right choice in joining our Taekwondo gym. I am your Taekwondo coach Yuan Yi. Here, you will gain many things you have never imagined before, including power, dignity, and glory. A young man in karate training clothes stood in the middle of the training room, speaking passionately and righteously. And from the tone of his voice, it seemed as if Taekwondo was invincible and everything else was trash. The training room is approximately 230 square meters, with 2 dressing rooms next to it and a floor-to-ceiling glass window opposite. There is plenty of light, and there are several banners with slogans in Korean on the wall. In the middle of the training room, there is a white cushion covering an area of about 80 to 90 square meters. There were 50 or 60 primary school students sitting around, staring at the coach Yuan Yi who was speaking. Feeling the attention of the primary school students, Yuan Yi instructed the assistant beside him. Bring the board, there is no point in talking, only practice can prove Taekwondo. I want to show these cute kids what real Kung Fu is. The enthusiasm of the primary school students was instantly ignited and they started whispering to each other. Even some of the parents who were sending their children to study took out their mobile phones to take pictures. A wooden board about the size of an A4 paper was held in the assistant's hand, and Yuan Yi was moving his body. And his follower took the opportunity to shout. Attention kids, Coach Yuan is about to bring you a real Kung Fu show. Look everyone, this is a real wooden board, definitely not a fake one. At this time, Yuan Yi also made a Taekwondo salute gesture and said, Children, when you watch Hong Kong Kung Fu movies, you are often amazed by the dazzling Kung Fu in the movies, but in fact, it is all fake. Internationally, traditional Kung Fu such as Baji, Taiji, Bagua and Xingyi are far from being comparable to Taekwondo. Besides, those so-called national martial arts are all lies. The children and parents couldn't help but stretch their necks. He moved his knee joints, and without running, he raised his leg high towards the wooden board held by his assistant. He let out a strange cry, ah! And the wooden board shattered. The whole action was graceful and neat, without any drag. The assistant took the lead in clapping and said, Coach Yuan is awesome. Wow, that's a real kick, doesn't that hurt? It must have hurt like hell. Yuan Yi, who was standing there, looked quite pleased at this moment. After hearing these words, Lin Chen paused. His eyes gradually became cold at this moment. Having grasped the true meaning of Bajiquan, he actually developed his own sense of honor for Chinese martial arts. And now, he actually heard people from his own country constantly slandering the national martial arts. How could Lin Chen not feel angry? Then he took a look at the wooden board and sneered. Hee hee, it hurts? This is just the most brittle kind of corkboard, how can it hurt? After these words were spoken, Yuan Ye's gaze suddenly became cold. Chapter 48, Chinese martial arts is rubbish? Knocked down with one move. Sir, what you just said is pure slander against our Taekwondo. The little follower there immediately spoke angrily. Slander? Ha ha. Lin Chen sneered and then shook his head. How can this be considered slander against Taekwondo? It is what it is. Lin Chen sneered, then shook his head and said. Otherwise, if you have the ability, why don't you replace this wooden board with pear wood or nanmu? Oh, by the way, we may need to prepare an ambulance in advance, so that if a bone is broken, we can rush to the emergency room. After these words were spoken, all the parents present burst into laughter. And Yuan Yi, who was there, suddenly turned pale. Then, he spoke to Lin Chen who was sitting there. You said your Kung Fu was better than mine, then come on stage and let's compete. In his opinion, he was definitely being sabotaged. If his arrogance is not suppressed, who will pay the tuition? Come on, Coach Yuan. Everyone in the Taekwondo gym cheered for Yuan Yi. After all, Yuan Yi has been learning Taekwondo from the famous Korean teacher Mr. Choi Kun-suk since he was a child. He has amazing talent and trains hard. He has achieved great accomplishments in Taekwondo and has twice won the Provincial Taekwondo Competition Youth Championship. Because of his sharp kicking skills, he once broke his opponent's ribs during a 1-on-3 training session, so he was nicknamed the Iron-Legged Little Tornado. Their martial arts school is supported by Yuan Yi's golden signboard. If they don't teach those who sabotage them a profound lesson today, how will their martial arts school survive here in the future? Lin Chen stood there and said, This isn't good, is it? If I hurt you, I'll have to pay for your medical expenses. Lin Chen, who was standing there, hesitated for a moment before speaking. Injured? Yuan Yi immediately sneered. If you are scared, then you are scared. What excuses are you looking for? If you can really hurt me, I will write my name Yuan Yi upside down today. Well, since you said so, I will try to fight you. In response, Lin Chen nodded, then put his hands behind his back and walked onto the stage in no time. Below, someone had already taken out their cell phone and started filming the stage. The moment he stepped onto the stage, a hint of coldness flashed across Yuan Yi's eyes. He sneered and said, kid, once we get on the ring, I'll let you know who you shouldn't offend. Lin Chen remained unmoved and just made a starting move. Baji, Lin Chen. These 4 words are plain, but they give people a sense of greatness. But Yuan Yi, who was there, had contempt in his eyes. At the same time, he spoke loudly to the people below. Watch out, today I will show you what real kung fu is. The so-called national martial arts are just a bunch of garbage. As he spoke, Yuan Yi kicked a few times into the air, accompanied by the sound of sharp wind. As these kicks were thrown out, many taekwondo students below applauded and cheered. As soon as the coach blew the whistle, Yuan Yi rushed towards Lin Chen. Then he kicked sideways in the air, bringing with it a gust of wind, straight towards Lin Chen's face. This kick was packed with tremendous momentum, combining speed and strength, and was launched with anger, with the aim of winning with one strike. Its power was enormous. After seeing this kick, many students below spoke up. This kid dared to provoke our taekwondo gym, he's dead this time. That's right. Coach Yuan is a 3rd-degree black belt. You're asking for trouble. However, Lin Chen looked indifferent and calm in the face of this kick. Then casually lean out with your elbow. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of breaking bones, Yuan Yi screamed in pain. At the same time, Lin Chen's feet twisted and his whole body crashed out in an instant. Tai Shanko. Bang. The terrifying force was like a small mountain, crashing out madly. And Yuan Yi's body was directly knocked away. Then, he crashed heavily into the guardrails of the arena, breaking them, and his body fell to the ground. Quiet. Unparalleled quietness. For a moment, the taekwondo gym fell into deathly silence. The next moment, Yuan Yi let out a shrill scream. Ah! My feet! At this moment, a burst of boos came from the original taekwondo hall. Oh my god! I thought taekwondo was so awesome, but this? This? This is not as solid as a brick. Gone, you still have the nerve to mock Chinese martial arts trash? That gentleman's kung fu was simple and unpretentious, and he stood there motionless. Every move looks strong and powerful, while taekwondo looks like a mere show of fancy moves. It's a lie, baby, we don't want to learn taekwondo anymore. It's simply an insult to the intelligence of us parents. For a moment, the whole audience booed. Lin Chen also stood there and said indifferently, Chinese martial arts are rubbish? It's fine if you're just worshipping foreign things, but you also have to put one down and praise another. During that period of history, countless masters of traditional Chinese martial arts fought on the battlefield and killed countless enemies with their traditional Chinese martial arts. Now that I am being stepped on by you, I come to praise taekwondo, a mere stick? How dare you? Good. Well said. All of a sudden, the people below started shouting loudly. However, at this moment, the door of the taekwondo gym was pushed open again. A young man wearing trendy brand clothes walked in. Chapter 49, Videos that went viral on all major platforms. What's going on here? As the young man walked in, a student there spoke loudly. Boss. This guy came here to challenge us, and he even injured Coach Yuan. After this sentence was uttered, the young man suddenly felt annoyed. Our own martial arts school had just opened for a short time, but it was already attacked and the head coach was beaten up. How can this not make people angry? What? The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Lin Chen, who was there. However, when he saw Lin Chen standing there, he was stunned. And everyone there showed a smile on their faces. This kid is dead. That's right. They even dare to challenge young Master Zhang's martial arts school. They are simply courting death. That's right. For a moment, everyone there nodded their heads. However, at this time, Yuan Yi next to him also shouted loudly. Boss Zhang, you must help me. Zhang Ming, who was there, seemed not to have heard these words. He immediately walked up to Lin Chen and spoke with some surprise. Mr. Lin, why are you here? Oh, my house is in the Jingxiu Yiting community behind. Is this martial arts hall yours? Lin Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that this martial arts school would be opened by Zhang Ming. This martial arts gym can be considered as one of my businesses. But I heard that all the properties in Jingxiu Yiting community were bought out at once, so it was you, young Master Lin, who bought it. Lin Chen nodded awkwardly. After these words were spoken, everyone present gasped in shock. This guy doesn't look very young, but he is not only very skilled in martial arts, but also incredibly wealthy. You can buy an entire community at one time. What a terrifying financial resource this must have. For a moment, everyone there was swallowing their saliva, and was shocked in their hearts. And Yuan Yi, who was there, was already very disappointed at this moment. After all, he never expected that this seemingly ordinary guy would have such a terrifying identity. But Master Lin, isn't it a bit immoral for you to challenge the master? Zhang Ming, who was there, said with a wry smile. Kick the club? Master Zhang, I can only say that you are really not a good coach. I don't know what to say. Suddenly, Zhang Ming also found something wrong. Could it be that there is another hidden story behind this so-called challenge? Just when Zhang Ming was confused, Lin Chen told him the whole story. After these words were spoken, Zhang Ming's face suddenly turned cold. Asshole. I invited you to be the coach of our martial arts school so that you can teach Taekwondo. And you actually did something like this to me? People like you have absolutely no moral integrity. If we allow people like you to continue teaching martial arts in our martial arts school, it will damage the image of our martial arts school. Okay, from now on, you will no longer be the coach of our martial arts school. Go away. After Zhang Ming finished speaking, Yuan Yi, who was there, suddenly had a cold face. As for the people around, they were all swallowing their saliva at this moment. Zhang Ming, who was there, also spoke to Lin Chen with a smile. Mr. Lin, do you have time? Why don't we go and have a chat over tea? Okay. Lin Chen nodded with a slight smile on his face. Afterwards, he left with Zhang Ming. What Lin Chen didn't know was that after the two men left, a video was instantly posted on the internet. The video of Lin Chen killing Yuan Yi in one move instantly exploded on the internet. In just over 10 minutes, it had already swept all major platforms. Chapter 50, Hot on the Internet. Oh my god, this guy is so handsome. Hi, I defeated this Taekwondo coach with one move, so cool. Is this Chinese martial art? I love it. Chinese martial arts are awesome. Didn't that coach yell that Chinese martial arts were rubbish? How about that? Did he get slapped in the face? TSK, that's it? At this level, I may not be able to do it even if I am given another 200 years. I practice Bajikwan, and this move is called Taishanko. The video is a bit blurry and a little hard to see. But at least we can tell that this guy has practiced Bajikwan for at least 10 years. Hiss. How horrible. I wonder who will dare to call Chinese martial arts rubbish again. The only drawback is that the video blogger only captured the side and back, so we can't see the guy's face clearly. He must be very handsome, right? In a short period of time, the discussion about Lin Chen on all major platforms on the internet reached its peak. And on Weibo, a topic called #Chinese martial arts beat Taekwondo hashtag is also rising wildly. And the popularity has reached a terrifying 8 million. For a moment, the team of a traffic star with an account starting with X, who was trying to increase traffic and occupy the headlines on Weibo again, was confused. Then this popular young actor subconsciously shot a video, hoping to get some popularity. The result was a complete mess, and looked extremely feminine. The most important thing is that the upper body is indeed a training suit, but the lower body is wearing a pair of yellow casual pants. This caused the entire internet to be extremely angry. In the comments section, the fans who used to be able to control the comments and get all the approval were directly and forcefully blasted by a bunch of angry passers-by. It also caused major official media to criticize it on the spot. In the end, the authorities even stepped in to ban the company by name. But on the other side, the Taekwondo Association was in an uproar. Damn it! What's going on? A middle-aged man sat in the office of the president of the Taekwondo Association. Looking at the computer screen in front of me, I see the soaring popularity of ## and similar related topics. The president's face was extremely dark and ugly. This won't work. Lu Yuan, the president of the Taekwondo Association, who was there, had a gloomy look on his face, while in front of him, a young man with colorful hair was talking in a nonchalant manner. "Hey, Dad, there's nothing to worry about." Lu Yuan, who was there, glared at his son fiercely and said, "You know nothing. Do you know that this has dealt a heavy blow to the reputation of our Taekwondo? Once my reputation plummets, I, your father, will be in trouble and may even be impeached. By then, I will have to spit out all the money I have swallowed over the years." The young man there already had an indifferent look on his face. And Lu Yuan was muttering to himself, "No, we have to find someone to act as a backup, and then let them be defeated by our Taekwondo. Only in this way can we maintain the popularity." The young man who heard this smiled and then spoke. "Ha, Dad, this is what you don't understand. Who among today's young people still watches this? And why is it so difficult to create hype?" What do you mean?" Listening to his son's words, Lu Yuan showed some doubts on his face. "Dad, listen to me, all you need to do now is spend some money to invite a little star from South Korea. In our country, you don't need to be too famous, having around 10 million fans is enough." Then we asked him to show off his Taekwondo skills on some variety shows and create some hype on the internet, and our Taekwondo's reputation rose again. After that, start filming some idol dramas that include some Taekwondo elements. Are you still afraid that these netizens will not forget what happened today? Even though these netizens have raised this topic to nearly 10 million views, I guarantee that they will forget about it in less than 5 days. Didn't you see that the incident with the Tibetan Academy was a big deal a while ago? What about now? Where is the voice of the Tibetan Academy?" The young man there was talking freely. But Lu Yuan was confused in his heart and couldn't help but speak. "Will it work if we do this?" "Hey, don't worry, I'll find some trolls to create some momentum, and I guarantee there won't be any problems. The memory of these netizens only lasts for 7 days at most. So many celebrities with bad records have now been cleaned up and are making money. What can go wrong?" The young man waved his hand and spoke loudly. After hearing these words, the father still felt a little worried. But he still nodded and listened to his son's words. Chapter 51, Penguin Group's 7.8% equity. The other side. Lin Shen still had no idea about the video that went viral on the internet. At this time, he had just finished drinking tea with Zhang Ming, bought some food, and returned home. After returning home, I had dinner with Lu Lily, and then after another crazy period of time, I fell into a deep sleep. Time passes by little. Lin Chen woke up early the next morning. Lu Lily also got up early and went to work. Although the store manager approved her a long-term paid leave, Lu Lily still insisted on going to work. As for Lin Chen, he finished his breakfast and then started signing in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained 7.8% of Penguin Group's shares. The equity certificate has been issued to the safe at the Shanghai headquarters of Yanhua Bank. The host can take it out at any time with fingerprints. Lin Chen was completely confused after hearing these words. Penguin Group. What the hell? I made a lot of money this time. Afterwards, Lin Chen also searched the internet. If the current Penguin Group is to be based on the equity structure that is publicly disclosed on the internet. With this little bit of shares I own, I can at least rank among the top 10 natural person shareholders. 7.8% of the shares, and the net profit of Penguin Group last year was 99.8 billion. That means that I can get at least billions in dividends every year. Nema. This money is just like falling from the sky. Damn. Lin Chen, who was standing there, took a deep breath and looked shocked. And on the other side, in the Penguin chairman's office, a man wearing black framed glasses, with a smile on his face that seemed to say, "I'm about to become the richest man because of all the losses," sat there. However, at this moment, a message popped up on his mobile phone. What's going on? Looking at the equity transaction information in front of him, Brother Ma's face suddenly turned pale. What's going on? Who is this Lin Chen, and how come he holds 7.8% of our group's shares? Xiaoma Ji's face did not look very good. Looking at the sudden new shareholder in front of him, his face was as gloomy as water. After all, he himself is now constantly buying back his shares scattered in the stock market. But suddenly someone got 7.8% of the shares, so naturally his face looked extremely ugly. Afterwards, a hint of surprise flashed across this little Brother Ma's eyes. He discovered that the changes in his company's equity structure not only did not cause the stock price to fall, but instead caused it to surge. Who is this shareholder named Lin Chen? It seems that I have to find some time to meet him, Xiao Ma Gu murmured. At this time, Lin Chen received a call from Lu Qi. Hey, Lindsay, where is the car you mentioned? I have to start picking up the bride in an hour. It's already 7 o'clock, Lin Chen smiled and said. Don't worry, this matter won't delay you. Just send me the address and I'll go there with the motorcade right away. As he spoke, Lin Chen asked Chen Zirua to come with the driver, then he changed into a suit and put on a watch. After doing all this, Lin Chen also received a call from Chen Zirua. These drivers also wore uniform suits and white gloves. They were standing there in a row. If they wore sunglasses, they would look like a group of bodyguards. Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. Okay, get in the car. With a wave of his hand, Lin Chen drove his Pagani Windgori and walked in the front, turning on the double flashes at the same time. As for these Rolls-Royce ghosts, little golden men rose up and followed behind with their double flashes on. Along the way, wherever Lin Chen's convoy passed, no vehicle dared to approach, making it a vacuum zone. After all, whether it is this car in front or the all Rolls-Royce ghost behind it, they all look particularly eye-catching and luxurious. At this time, Lin Chen's vehicle also slowly appeared. At this time, Lu Qi was waiting there anxiously, looking nervous. But when he saw this huge convoy and the Pagani Huayra at the head of it, he was stunned. This convoy is so fucking terrifying. Moreover, this car is really a Pagani Huayra worth hundreds of millions of yuan? Chapter 52, Pick Up the Bride. Oh my god, Shinzi, you really got me a Pagani Wind God? Lu Qi, who was there, opened his mouth wide, looked at Lin Chen in front of him and spoke. Lin Chen also got out of the car, patted the roof and said with a smile. How about this car being your lead car? Isn't it impressive? Lu Qi quickly said, oh my god, don't break it, or you won't be able to pay for it. In response, Lin Chen just smiled indifferently. Then he said, okay, hurry up and have someone put the flowers on, you still have to go to welcome the bride. After hearing this, Lu Qi was a little hesitant. Looking at the Pagani Wind God in front of him, he said. This is not good, right? If the decal scratches the paint, I can't afford to pay for it. Lin Chen rolled his eyes and then said, why are you so cowardly? If you don't post it, I will. Then he looked behind him and shouted, all of you get down and put the decals down. Okay, boss. Afterwards, a group of men in suits got out of the Rolls-Royce ghost behind it. That momentum. It's amazing. Lu Qi was also shocked. Oh my god, Shinzi, these drivers. At first, he thought they were just some ordinary drivers, but who would have thought that these drivers were so impressive? And it gives people a feeling a bit like a bodyguard. And this is because Lin Chen did not explain clearly to Chen Zirua that most of the drivers she found were actually bodyguards responsible for safety. I found it. Alright, put the stickers on quickly. As he spoke, Lin Chen started to stick the car flowers on the car. After the car stickers were put on, Lu Qi also distributed wedding bags to the drivers. After doing all this, with the sound of gongs and drums, the convoy officially started its journey. Lu Qi sat in the lead car, looking very excited. At this moment, in fact, in his heart, he had some doubts about Lin Chen's identity as a so-called clerk in the leasing company. After all, it's hard to say which small employee can borrow a Pagani Huayra. Can the price of these 9 Rolls-Royce ghosts be lowered to this level? Shinzi, tell me the truth, what the hell are you doing now? Lu Qi was also depressed and asked Lin Chen who was there. In response, Lin Chen just smiled indifferently and said, okay, don't ask about these things for now, just go to the wedding with peace of mind. After all, I'm going to tell him that these cars are mine. Will Lu Qi believe it? Even if Lin Chen didn't say it, Lu Qi actually had some guesses. Moreover, there was a huge wave of shock in my heart. What kind of identity has this best friend of mine become? After looking Lin Chen up and down, Lu Qi also realized that the suit Lin Chen was wearing was unusual. Although there are no identifiable marks on the body, the feeling it gives people is that the price is not low. Then Lu Qi didn't think much about it, but just felt happy in his heart. After all, his good friend is doing well and has not forgotten him. How can Lu Qi not be happy about this? Along the way, wherever the vehicles passed, the traffic would avoid them. Make way for the wedding convoy to pass. The car owners around all had their eyes widened. After all, with such a huge convoy, how rich must one be? On the other side, at the bride's home. Yuan Kor sat on the bed in a red dress. A group of relatives and friends stood there all around, including my cousin Wulan's aunt, who also spoke with a mean look on her face. Kor, let me tell you, if the man wants to come in later, he must give enough things. Moreover, the motorcade must be large and powerful, otherwise you will have a bad life if you marry into the family. For example, when my eldest daughter, Lanlan, got married, she had a fleet of 6 Bentleys. And the man gave me enough money to let him in. Wulan, who was listening to these words, looked worried and sat there without saying a word. Although before, Lu Qi told her that he had rented a fleet of Rolls-Royces. She was quite happy at the time, but later when she thought about the price, she felt a little worried. After all, a Rolls-Royce costs 3,000? Can this kind of fleet be reliable? I hope it's not an old and broken car. If it is, I will really lose face this time. However, at this moment, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out from there. Oh my god, look there. Chapter 53 shocked Yuan Kir. One of the girls pointed at the convoy outside the window, her eyes filled with astonishment. What's wrong? The faces of the people there showed a hint of curiosity. Then, he looked in the direction the girl's finger was pointing. Oh my god. This car. Hiss. Is this the wedding procession? But I haven't heard of anyone getting married today in this neighborhood. Yeah, you guys think this convoy is here to pick up Kor, right? For a moment, everyone started talking. After these words were spoken, everyone present looked embarrassed. As for the aunt who was there, her expression seemed a little unnatural. Then, he began to speak. Haha, stop joking, didn't Kor say that the wedding car his partner prepared was a row of Audi S6s? How could it be this fleet? After these words were spoken, everyone there nodded. The aunt's little daughter standing there also said at this time, I really envy the bride in this convoy. The aunt who was there spoke. TSK, isn't it just a row of Rolls-Royces? When you get married, Mom will prepare a fleet of Rolls-Royces for you. The girl who heard this rolled her eyes and then spoke. Mom, that's not the case, do you know what kind of car this is? This car is the Pagani Huayra. It's a top-notch supercar. After hearing this, the aunt looked at her little daughter and then started talking. It's just a supercar, your uncle's family also has one. At worst, I can ask your uncle to lend us that Lamborghini as the lead car. Don't you think so, Shohao? After hearing these words, a young man there said with some embarrassment. Well, aunt, although these are both sports cars, they are not of the same level. After hearing this, my aunt chuckled and said. TSK, what's the difference? Well, the car I have is a Lamborghini, which is worth about 9 million at most. This one is the Pagani Wind God, there are only 20 of them in the world, and it's worth 100 million. At this moment, the whole room fell silent. The aunt who was there also had a stiff face, and then she laughed. Ha, is that so? I really didn't know. But Kor, your Lu Qi is really something. It's almost time now, how come there is no sign of the wedding procession coming to pick up the bride? Let me tell you, the earlier the man comes and the more luxurious his motorcade is, the more he values you. Like your cousin, when she got married, her husband had a row of Bentleys, but you're Lu Qi. Before the aunt could finish her words, another exclamation was heard. Oh my god. This convoy actually stopped here. Hearing these words, Yuan Kor who was there was stunned. Could it be that Lu Qi had arranged this convoy for himself? But didn't Lu Qi say that the fleet he replaced for himself was just a row of Rolls-Royces? What about the Pagani Huayra parked in the front? Yuan Kor was completely confused. And the aunt who was there had a somewhat stiff expression on her face and said. They should live in the same building, right? As for Yuan Kor's mother next to her, she shook her head. But I haven't heard of anyone getting married today, either. As these words were spoken, everyone there had a look of confusion on their faces. However, at this moment, the door was knocked, and then Lu Qi's voice was heard. Kor, open the door, I'm here to pick you up. At this moment, there was silence inside the door. Afterwards, everyone widened their eyes, and their hearts were filled with shock. Could it be that this fleet of Rolls-Royces was really prepared by Lu Qi? At this moment, everyone's heart exploded instantly. After all, such a top-notch fleet, plus a lead vehicle worth hundreds of millions, this. For a moment, the sound of people gasping for air was heard one after another in the room. Then, looking at Yuan Kor who was there, his expression seemed extremely complicated. My aunt, who was there, felt a burning pain on her face. Before, she had been mocking Lucci continuously, but the next second, she was slapped in the face. The earlier you come and the more luxurious the fleet, the more important it is? And a row of Bentleys? Hee hee. As a result, the other side had a row of Rolls-Royces. The first car is a supercar worth hundreds of millions. And Yuan Kur, who was there, felt all the depression that had been suppressed in her heart for a long time disappear. Yuan Kur's mother, who was there, also had a smile on her face. As for outside the door, Lucci's face was full of tension. Shinzi, do you think Kur and the others will embarrass me? After hearing these words, Lin Chen just smiled faintly and then said, Don't worry, how much more difficult can I make things for you? After hearing these words, Lucci felt more at ease. Chapter 54 He is just a driver. Soon, after a while of going through the barriers, Lucci walked out with the bride in his arms. My aunt who was there obviously didn't look very happy. After all, she originally wanted to show off to Yuan Kur's family today. Who would have thought that they would be shown off by Lucci's convoy instead? When I came downstairs and saw the driver, all in black suits, standing next to the car door, I was shocked. Then, the bride sat on the passenger seat of Lin Chen's first car. Fortunately, Lin Chen's version of Fengshen can be opened as a convertible, so Lucci can stand in the back. Although the space is indeed a bit small, at least you can still sit down a little. Besides, the wedding venue is not far from this community. Although Lin Chen wanted to give the driving seat to Lucci, Lucci refused. The three of them came to the hotel in this way. After getting off the car, I watched Lucci and Yuan Kur walk in. Lin Chen also smiled slightly, and then followed him into the house. As everyone sat down, the banquet was about to officially begin. The table where Lin Chen is sitting now is filled with a rather mixed crowd, most of whom are Yuan Kir's relatives in younger generations. But we are all young people, so the chat is quite lively. Looking at Lin Chen, who was sitting closer, one of the young men, who was wearing trendy brand clothes, also gave Lin Chen a joking look. After looking Lin Chen up and down, he spoke. This brother is also here to attend the wedding? I wonder how much you gave as a red envelope. However, before Lin Chen could say anything, a young man next to him started talking. Brother, don't joke with this guy, I heard that he is just a driver. I really don't know what Lucci was thinking, he actually arranged it to be at our table. Whispering sound. After hearing these words, everyone there chuckled. Then, looking at Lin Chen's face, the disdainful smile became even more intense. Lin Chen was too lazy to explain anything about this and just sat there silently. However, it was also at this time that the wedding began. After a while of the process, Lucci and Yuan Kur at the upper table also started to toast each table. Soon, they came to Lin Chen's table. Lucci smiled and said, you guys have to help me take good care of my brother today. Everyone there was inevitably stunned. You don't know, this row of cars I have today, and the Pagani lead car, were all obtained for me by my brother. After these words were spoken, everyone present had their eyes widened with astonishment. At first, they were still wondering what kind of rich man Lucci knew who could lend him such a top-notch Pagani Huayra sports car. But they didn't expect that this sports car was actually borrowed by Lin Chen. It's not a big deal, just a sports car. In response, Lin Chen smiled calmly, then waved his hand and said, Okay, go to the next table first. Okay, eat and drink well. Lucci said there with a smile. Nodding, Lin Chen's face was now full of smiles. As for the originally lively atmosphere at the table, it now fell into a state of awkwardness. After all, before, they said that Lin Chen was just a driver, but who would have thought? This entire fleet was obtained by the other party, and they also got a Pagani Huayra. This alone is enough to show that the other party's identity is really not simple. Definitely not that so-called driver. A young man there glared viciously at the boy who had said that Lin Chen was the driver. Then, he asked Lin Chen with a reserved look on his face. Well, brother, I'm really sorry for what happened before. I'll drink this glass of wine as an apology. Fine. Lin Chen smiled faintly. He had no interest in paying too much attention to these people. But deep down, I am a little worried about my brothers. After all, who are the relatives of this woman? This is, to be honest, really annoying. Chapter 55 Xiaoma Ji's phone call. After the wedding banquet, Lin Chen asked the drivers to first drive Lucci and Yuan Kir home and then leave with him. And Lucci, no matter what, had to leave with Lin Chen. He said he wanted to have a couple of drinks with Lin Chen and thank him properly. According to him, if Lin Chen hadn't gotten him the Rolls-Royce Ghost and Pagani Huayra, I estimate that this marriage today will be very uncomfortable. Lin Chen also brought the convoy back to this Jingxiu Yiting. Looking at the convoy of cars following closely behind him, Lu Qi was a little confused. No, Shenzi, you don't have to return the car to the company? In response, Lin Chen just smiled indifferently. Then, before Lin Chen could say anything, several drivers there also came over. He said to Lin Chen, "Boss, here are your car keys." After collecting all the car keys, Lin Chen also locked up the Pagani Huayra. He nodded to the people there, then glanced at Lu Qidao. "Let's go upstairs." After hearing these words, Lu Qi, who was there, was suddenly confused. After all, the information revealed in these words is really too great. According to this, these cars are really Lin Chen's cars. Shenzi, this car. I told you, but you just don't believe it. What can I do? In the elevator, Lin Chen stood there and smiled. As the elevator door opened, Lin Chen entered. Looking at the room in front of him, Lu Qi was stunned for a moment. Luxury. It's really too luxurious. Gurgle. After swallowing his saliva, Lu Qi looked at Lin Chen's figure, and he was completely confused. This Lin Chen, my old classmate and best friend, what level has he reached now? Shenzi, you are now. Lin Chen knew everything about what Lu Qi wanted to ask. But he just waved his hand lightly and then spoke. Okay, don't ask this question. I won't tell you even if you ask. You just need to know that this wedding car fleet is my wedding gift to you and your sister-in-law. Hearing these words, Lu Qi, who was there, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Shenzi, your gift is really too heavy. Hey, we've been brothers for so many years, how can this gift be considered heavy? But how is your job now? I remember you learned programming later, right? In response to Lin Chen's words, Lu Qi, who was there, smiled helplessly and then said, What else can I do? I just make do with it. Well, you are fine now, much better than poor guys like me. No need to worry about buying a house or a car. There was a hint of envy in Lu Qi's eyes. In response, Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. Okay, let's not talk about this. Come on, have a drink? I took out 2 cans of beer from the refrigerator. He spoke to Lu Qi, who was there. Okay, drink some. The two of them drank, and time passed by. In the afternoon, after sending Lu Qi away, Lin Chen returned home. Immediately, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? Yes, I am. Who are you? Lin Chen asked on the other end of the phone. I don't know why, but when I heard this voice, Lin Chen just felt as if he heard it. The sound of one's own purse wailing constantly there. Ah, hello Mr. Lin, I finally got through to you. Let me introduce myself. I am the chairman of Penguin Group, Xiao Ma Gu. On the other side, Xiao Ma Gu had a smile on his face and immediately said with a smile. What did you say, brother Xiao Ma? Lin Chen didn't react for a while. Yes, that's right, it's me. The smile on Xiao Ma Ji's face became even wider. As long as Lin Chen reacts in this way, the possibility of taking back the shares in the other party's hands will be much greater. But in the next moment, the smile on Xiao Ma's face suddenly froze. I only heard Lin Chen's voice on the other end of the phone. You're still Little Pony? If you're Little Pony, then I'm still Jack Ma. Bang! After that, the call was hung up and a series of busy tones rang out. At this moment, Xiao Ma Gu, who was originally smiling and looked confident of winning, suddenly had a very stiff smile on his face. Chapter 56 Xiao Ma Ji's Invitation. On the other end of the phone, brother Xiao Ma was a little confused. My phone. Someone actually killed him? At this moment, Xiao Ma Ji's mentality exploded. Normally, when you make a call, you have to be very careful when someone responds to you. As a result, now, someone hung up on my call? At this moment, this little brother Ma had a dull look on his face. He just felt that all this was beyond his expectations. Ha, Xiao Ma brother? Lin Chen, who was there, hung up the phone. He just sneered and threw the phone aside. And at this time, the phone rang again. I took a look at the caller ID and hung up immediately. Then, the third pass, and the fourth pass. Brother Xiao Ma's face on the other end of the phone became increasingly darker. This guy just doesn't answer my phone. At this moment, Xiao Ma Gu's mentality was really exploded. After all, how many years has it been since I encountered such a thing? As the 10th call rang, Lin Chen finally answered the phone. However, before Xiaoma could say anything, Lin Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Fuck you. Are you annoying enough? And you still want to be brother Xiaoma? Why don't you say you are a big shot? Are you liars annoying? Immediately, Lin Chen started cursing there, his words full of annoyance. However, after these words were spoken, brother Xiaoma, who was standing there, suddenly gave a bitter smile. Well, now he finally understood what Lin Chen was angry about. Then, he shook his head helplessly. Mr. Lin, don't hang up the phone in a hurry. I know you may not believe it, but I am indeed brother Xiaoma. How about this? When are you free recently? We can meet and chat. Xiaoma's tone seemed calm, but Lin Chen on the other end of the phone was now a little more sober. Okay, Mr. Lin, you should be in Shanghai now. We have a branch in Shanghai. I am also working in Shanghai now, so how about we meet at the Shanghai branch of our Penguin Group tomorrow at noon? Brother Xiaoma on the opposite side also said with a smile at this time. Okay. Lin Chen agreed immediately, sneering in his heart. Ha, you are the only one who is Xiaoma Go, and you even made an appointment to meet at the branch of China overseas? I want to see how I can expose you tomorrow. But why does this voice sound so familiar? Thinking of this, Lin Chen sneered. Then he hung up the phone and fell into a deep sleep. A night passed. Lin Chen woke up early the next morning. Rubbing his still aching head, he cursed inwardly. Fuck, this alcohol is really harmful. I must never touch this stuff again. I cursed secretly in my heart. And at this time, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. Whose number is this? Looking at the strange call, Lin Chen was confused. Hello, Mr. Lin, do you remember the time we agreed to meet yesterday? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Chen suddenly remembered it. I received this call yesterday after I got drunk. If I was sober at the time, I would definitely be able to tell that this was indeed Xiaoma Ji's voice. But unfortunately, he was drunk at that time. Naturally, I couldn't distinguish the sound. Haha, little brother Ma. Lin Chen laughed out loud, feeling extremely embarrassed. I'm really sorry, I got drunk last night. It's okay. Mr. Lin, do you still remember our meeting today? I remember. Of course I remember. Lin Chen spoke immediately, his words full of calmness. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in this office. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen's face was filled with embarrassment. After the corners of his mouth twitched for a while, he made up his mind about drinking. If I drink this stuff again and get drunk, I'll be a pig. After taking a deep breath, Lin Chen walked into the bathroom and started taking a shower. At the same time, I started to check in every day in my heart. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Get Shelby Cobra 427-1966 restored version. Chapter 57 Shelby Cobra 427. Shelby Cobra 427-1966 restoration? What the hell is that? Curious in his heart, Lin Chen finished his shower and went downstairs. At the same time, I am also searching for information about this car. Gradually, a look of surprise appeared in Lin Chen's eyes. This Shelby Cobra 427 can be said to be an old car from the 1950s. Moreover, it is also a top luxury car, and the reason for its fame is a driver named Carroll Shelby. This driver was a super driver in the 1950s. This legendary driver won 6 Le Mans 24 Hours titles between 1969 and 1982, making him an immortal legend on the Le Mans track. The Shelby Cobra 427 was his exclusive car. Produced in 1961, became famous in 1966. Carroll Shelby took the top 3 places at the 1966 Sierra Leonean Lyons Mans race, making the Cobra 427 sports car famous all over the world. This sports car has a retro look. The sapphire blue body gives it the feel of a vintage Ford car. He has always been praised as a gentleman-like appearance hiding an arrogant and violent factor. After reading all the encyclopedia information, Lin Chen, who was standing there, was even more surprised. Through this understanding, he also learned that the Shelby Cobra 427 had launched a commemorative edition a few years ago, limited to 50 units worldwide. But the one in front of him is not a replica commemorative edition, but the original one. Because the original car was very old, it was restored by a professional team in Detroit in 2000 over a period of 3 years. But now, this car has become mine. This really made Lin Chen's heart even more horrified. You know, even though this car is an old car, its history and status are there. In other words, if this car were sold at the starting price now, it would cost at least tens of millions. Afterwards, Lin Chen also got into the car and looked at the steering wheel in front of him. On this steering wheel, Lin Chen could clearly see a sense of vicissitudes of history. Moreover, Lin Chen also felt a wild feeling coming from deep in his blood. Let's drive this car out for a spin today. Murmuring in his heart, Lin Chen also gently tried the accelerator and brake of the vehicle. After confirming that there were no problems, the vehicle officially started. Accompanied by a roar, the vehicle slowly moved forward. As the vehicle started on the road, Lin Chen felt it clearly. Although this car is an antique, its performance is still top-notch. Of course, restoration also played a role in this. After speeding all the way, Lin Chen soon arrived at the Penguin Group building of China overseas. After parking the car, he started to go upstairs. Hello. Looking at the receptionist standing there, Lin Chen spoke. Hello sir, how can I help you? The receptionist looked at Lin Chen and said with a smile on her face. I'm here to see your little brother Ma Dong. After hearing these words, the receptionist was stunned for a moment, and then asked Lin Chen. Sir, may I ask what your name is? Also, do you have an appointment? Just call him directly and tell him that I'm looking for him. Lin Chen also spoke calmly. Okay, Mr. Lin, please sit down and wait for a moment. I need to check with Mr. Ma's secretary. Looking at Lin Chen's appearance in front of him, the receptionist immediately spoke respectfully. He nodded, not in a hurry, and sat down on the sofa beside him. Then, I just waited there quietly. After the receptionist finished calling the secretary, she looked at Lin Chen with a more respectful attitude. Then he quickly brought a cup of coffee and gave it to Lin Chen, who was there. After doing all this, they were also discussing it. Tell me, what is the identity of this young man? How could Mr. Ma's secretary be so respectful to him? Yes, Mr. Ma's secretary just now told us not to neglect him. This young man's identity is probably not simple. On the other side, in the office, Xiao Ma Gu, who was having a video conference there, had just finished saying a sentence when there was a knock on the door of the office. Enter. Xiao Ma Gu, who was disturbed, was obviously a little angry. Looking at his secretary, he immediately said, Didn't I tell you that this time period is my video conference time? No matter what happens, don't bother me now. The secretary there was embarrassed for a moment, then said, Mr. Ma, it's like this, Mr. Lin is here. Hearing this, Xiao Ma Ji's expression suddenly changed. Then he said, Well done, the report was very timely. Today's meeting ends here, adjourned. After saying that, Brother Ma turned off the computer and walked outside. Where is Mr. Lin now? Take me there. Secretary. Didn't you say don't disturb during the video conference? On the other side of the video, the senior executives who were in a meeting there were also confused. Who exactly is this Mr. Lin? How could it be possible that even the richest man in China, Brother Ma, would treat it so nervously? Would you even go so far as to interrupt the video conference and go to meet him? Chapter 58. I'm here to meet Xiao Ma Gu. Soon, this little Brother Ma also went downstairs. When he arrived at the bottom of the building, Lin Chen also saw the other person. He immediately stood up and walked towards Xiao Ma Gu slowly. Although he holds 7.8% of the shares of the Penguin Group, the man in front of him is the actual controller of the entire Penguin Group. The other party is someone who can really make money for himself, although this guy's layout and methods sometimes seem immoral. Ha, Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry, I came down late. You didn't even call me before you came to pick you up. This little Brother Ma laughed and said to Lin Chen. Brother Xiao Ma, if you invite me, I will definitely come. I hope I don't disturb you at this time? Lin Chen also said with a smile. No. How could you bother me? Come this way, please. Xiao Ma Gu spoke, with a particularly strong smile on his face. Then the two of them gave way to each other and walked inside together. The receptionists standing there opened their mouths into an O shape with horror in their eyes. At this moment, there was an endless wave of shock in my heart. What is the identity of this person? How could Brother Xiao Ma come down to greet us personally? And this little Brother Ma was still somewhat respectful to him. For a moment, these people looked at each other, and they all saw a trace of confusion and surprise in each other's eyes. The two of them came to the top floor together at this time. Mr. Lin, have some tea. Brother Xiao Ma spoke to Lin Chen with a smile. Mr. Lin is young and promising. Lin Chen also took a sip of tea and then spoke calmly. Boss Ma, you're too kind, but if you have anything to say, just say it. I prefer to do things quickly. Brother Xiao Ma, who was there, was stunned when he heard Lin Chen's words, then he laughed and said, "Ha, Mr. Lin is a straightforward person, so I will speak frankly. Mr. Lin, I hope to repurchase the 7.8% of our group's shares in your hands at a premium." Lin Chen was prepared for what Xiao Ma said. Then, he calmly put down the teacup in his hand, smiled indifferently, and said, "Boss Ma, you must be joking. Your company's current stock price is booming. At present, this 7.8% stake can bring me at least tens of billions of annual income. I don't think there is any need for me to sell this stake." As he spoke, Lin Chen paused slightly, and then continued. "I am different from Mr. Ma and other top tycoons. I am just an ordinary person, so I am only interested in money. Even though I hold shares, I have absolutely no desire for any power struggle within the company. So, Mr. Ma, if you are worried that my holding of these shares will have an impact on your position, then you don't have to worry about it." After saying this, Lin Chen also put down the teacup. And the little brother Ma who was there had his eyes sparkling. "Of course, if you are still not at ease, Mr. Ma, you can sign an agreement with me. I can give up my voting rights and just take the annual dividends." Although there is an old saying that there is no business without fraud, businessmen, especially big businessmen, are actually the ones who value the spirit of contract the most. Now Lin Chen spoke so sincerely in front of Xiao Ma Ge, and Xiao Ma Ji's eyes lit up after listening. If that's the case, that couldn't be better. Immediately, he smiled and spoke. "Ha, Mr. Lin, you don't have to be like this. I still believe in you, Mr. Lin. In this case, I would like to congratulate us in advance and wish us a happy cooperation." Xiao Ma Ge is also a smart man. At the beginning, he was worried that Lin Chen's appearance would have an impact on his status. But now, since Lin Chen has said it so bluntly, I have no reason to continue to reject Lin Chen. After all, he had asked someone to investigate Lin Chen's file last night, but found nothing. In addition, Lin Chen became the major shareholder of their Penguin. As a result, their stock prices rose instead of falling, which is enough to show that Lin Chen is not simple. This is also the reason why Brother Ma, after hearing Lin Chen's words, chose not to sign any agreement with him. After all, if this agreement is signed, it will cause discomfort. It's better not to sign. Doing so can also bring the two people closer together. As it should be. After saying this, the two smiled at each other. After finishing the business, I chatted with Xiao Ma Ge for a while. Brother Ma also invited Lin Chen to visit their headquarters when he has time, and then the matter would be settled. At this time, Lin Chen also left the Penguin building in Shanghai. However, just after he left, a voice sounded behind Lin Chen. Lin Chen? Hearing this voice, Lin Chen couldn't help but turn around. Then I saw a tall and plump girl walking out. When she saw Lin Chen, there was a hint of surprise in the girl's eyes. "You are Su Jia?" Lin Chen spoke in surprise. "It's been a long time." Su Jia and Lin Chen were classmates in high school, but he transferred to another school in his senior year. Later, when we were in college, we met several times because our schools were only separated by a wall. "Yeah, it's been about a year or two. Why are you here?" Su Jia asked with a surprised smile on his face. Lin Chen said calmly, "Oh, I came to meet Brother Xiao Ma." Chapter 59, You, my old classmate, are incredible. Su Jia was completely confused after hearing these words. "Ha? Come and meet Brother Xiao Ma? This. Why does it sound so awkward?" Su Jia, who was there, looked at Lin Chen with a strange expression on his face, and his heart was full of confusion. "You came to see Brother Xiao Ma?" Su Jia there had a confused look on his face, and then he smiled and said, "Okay, Lin Chen, you always loved to joke around when we were in school." He totally didn't believe what Lin Chen said. Lin Chen was too lazy to explain anything and just asked Su Jia who was there. "But why are you here?" "I work here," Su Jia said with a smile. I remember you said you wanted to take the postgraduate entrance examination, didn't you?" Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned by this. "You still have to take exams to pursue graduate studies. As you know, my family's financial situation is not very good. So I thought about working and taking the postgraduate entrance exam at the same time, so that I can also contribute a little to the family expenses." After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, then exchanged greetings with Su Jia for a while, and then the two separated. This scene happened to be seen by Xiao Magu, who was upstairs. This little brother Ma's eyes flickered, and then he pinched his chin. After thinking about it in his heart, he directly called his secretary and asked his secretary to send Su Jia's information. After Su Jia's message came, Xiao Magu was hesitating for a while in his heart. Then, he directly asked Su Jia to come to his office. Suddenly, Su Jia, who was working there, became nervous. She was just a small team leader, and now she was directly summoned by brother Xiao Ma. How could Su Jia not be nervous? Moreover, I have no idea whether this is a blessing or a curse. As Su Jia left, everyone here started talking. Mr. Ma, you are looking for me. After knocking on Xiao Ma Ji's office door, Su Jia was still a little nervous. After all, this is the richest man, Xiao Ma Gu. Relax, sit down. Xiao Ma Gu raised his head and looked at Su Jia, who was there, and said with a smile on his face. Then they stood up and sat on the sofa together. In the hand of this little brother Ma was holding a document, which he gently placed on the coffee table. This little brother Ma also said calmly, Su Jia, how long have you been in our company? It's been about half a year. Su Jia hesitated for a moment, then said. Well, it's not bad to be the team leader in just half a year. I looked at your information. You went to Luqing No. 3 High School? After taking a look at Su Jia, Xiao Ma Gu couldn't help but ask. Yes, but in my senior year of high school, I had to transfer to a private school due to family reasons. That's right. Do you know someone called Lin Chen? There was a gleam in Xiao Ma Ji's eyes, and he asked Su Jia. Lin Chen? At this point, Su Jia was a little confused. What was going on? Why is Xiao Mage suddenly asked about Lin Chen? Afterwards, Su Jia hesitated for a moment, but still spoke. As for Lin Chen, I know him. He and I were in the same class at Luqing No. 3 Middle School. Hearing this, brother Xiao Ma suddenly showed a bit of surprise in his eyes. Oh? After that, this little brother Ma smiled a little and said. In that case, you will be in charge of Director Lin's affairs for the near future. This old classmate of yours is quite impressive. He now holds 7.8% of the shares of our Penguin Group. Ah? At this moment, Su Jia was completely stunned. 7.8% of Penguin Group S shares. When did Lin Chen become a person of this level? She clearly remembered that this old classmate of hers came from an ordinary family when he was in high school. My parents run a noodle stall, but now, how come? And what Lin Chen said to me before, about coming to meet brother Xiao Ma, was it all true? At this moment, Su Jia felt that his brain was not enough. Okay, starting tomorrow you will be transferred to the board of directors as a manager, specifically responsible for Director Lin's affairs. If Director Lin has any problems, you must report to me as soon as possible. I will also have someone help clean up your office. You just have to bear with it and use that workstation for the time being. As for your salary, I will also raise it to 23,000 yuan per month. Okay. For a moment, Su Jia was still a little confused and didn't know how he left Xiao Ma Ji's office. After all this has a huge impact on Su Jia. Chapter 60, Arrogant Korean Star. The other side. After Lin Chen left the Penguin Group building, he was also driving his Shibur Cobra and wandering around on this road. After noon, Lin Chen drove to a Chinese restaurant called Yujingshuan. Yujingshuan is the top Chinese restaurant in Shanghai. This Chinese restaurant is home to one of Yanhua's top 10 famous chefs, the state banquet chef Zhou Hua, who is in charge of the Shanghai-style restaurant. Even the former US president is fond of the ramen he made, and at the state banquet he even conquered the Russian emperor with a fruity steak. Just these few points are enough to prove how terrifying this store is. The decoration of Yujingshuan is elegant and fresh. From the outside, it doesn't look too grand. Only on the plaque above the door were 3 large golden characters Yujingshuan written in a flamboyant style. After entering the store, Lin Chen asked for a private room and sat inside to eat lunch. Lunch was over quickly. However, just after lunch, as soon as Lin Chen went out, he saw a few people standing at the door of a private room not far away. The innermost one is a middle-aged man with colorfully dyed hair, who looks to be around 30 years old. Outside, there were 3 girls who looked to be no more than 10 years old and probably high school students. These high school students were shouting loudly with crazy looks on their faces. Ah! Don't you, look at mommy, look at mommy! Amid the screams, many people poked their heads out of the private rooms and frowned. Looking at the girls screaming in front of me. The Korean star looked at the people in front of him with disgust and muttered something. Why are there so many ugly girls? It's an insult to my eyes. These Yenhua pigs are so annoying, they follow me all day long. However, at this time, a fanatical high school student there rushed in directly. Then he held up a carefully wrapped gift box and spoke loudly to the Korean stars there. Appa, don't you, this is a gift I carefully prepared for you. Please take a photo with me. Looking at the schoolgirl who was hugging his arm, Jin Dongshu suddenly swung his arm away. With disgust on his face, he said, Don't touch me, you Yenhua pig. The female student also twisted her foot and fell down. The gift box in his hand was knocked over, and the paper cranes inside were scattered all over the ground. As for Jin Dongshu, he continued, come on, throw this Yenhua pig out for me. The bodyguards nodded and prepared to throw the schoolgirl out. No, don't you, Appa? As she spoke, she still grabbed the corner of Jin Dongshu's clothes. Jin Dongshu's face was full of annoyance. So annoying. After saying that, Jin Dongshu suddenly swung his arm and pushed the student girl to the ground again. Then he stepped on the paper cranes on the ground and walked inside. As for the other female students standing by, they all showed mocking expressions. Ha, you don't know your own limitations. Don't you even look at your appearance? How could Dongshu Appa like you? That's right. However, even so, this student girl is still extremely fanatical about Kim Dong-wook. After all, in her opinion, she just needed to talk to Jin Dongshu. Even if the other party treated me like this and trampled on the paper cranes I had folded for 1,000 days and nights. Originally, she planned to spend money to fly to South Korea, but then she learned that Jin Dongshu had come to Yenhua. She also spent the 3 months food allowance given to her by her family and flew to Zhonghai just to see Jin Dongshu. Lin Chen, who was there, couldn't help himself after seeing this situation. Immediately, he walked in front of Jin Dongshu. Then, he grabbed her wrist and spoke. Hey, are you planning to just leave like this? And Jin Dongshu here spoke in broken Chinese. Don't waste my time, get out of the way. The two female students behind him had stars in their eyes and shouted, Dongshu Appa's Chinese is so good. You pushed him down and you're not going to say anything? Lin Chen frowned, then continued speaking. However, just after these words were spoken, the female student who had fallen there immediately got up. Then he pointed at Lin Chen and cursed. What nonsense are you talking about? I lost my balance, what does it have to do with Dongshu Appa? Don't be so nosy here. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen felt completely confused. I was clearly helping this guy, but why did it become like I was meddling in her affairs when it came to her? For a moment, Lin Chen was dumbfounded. And Jin Dongshu, who was there, immediately said with a smile. Did you see that? Get out of here right now, you Yenhua pig. As he spoke, Jin Dongshu pushed towards Lin Chen. Yeah? At this moment, Lin Chen was very annoyed. Although he didn't quite understand what Jin Dongshu was saying. But during college, I was dragged to attend a few Bangla classes. It was barely possible to tell that what Jin Dongshu said was not a good thing. Immediately, he became very annoyed and grabbed Jin Dongshu's wrist. Then he suddenly exerted force and knocked Jin Dongshu away. Chapter 61, The Policewoman Who Was Lin Chen's Fan. Dongshu Appa? The group of female students there suddenly shouted loudly. The two bodyguards there were also shocked. Then he hurried to Jin Dongshu and helped him up. One of the bodyguards even cursed at Lin Chen loudly in broken Chinese. Asshole, you actually dared to do that to me. I'm going to call the police right now and have you arrested. And the group of high school students there also spoke loudly. Yes. That's right, call the police. He actually dared to hit Dongshu Appa, this guy must be locked up. The high school girl who was pushed down also yelled at Lin Chen loudly. This time, Lin Chen was completely confused. If you don't know, you might think that Lin Chen is bullying others. But in fact, Lin Chen was helping the high school girl who was pushed down. In the back room, the crowd that leaned out to watch all this frowned and shook their heads at the group of female high school students. Soon, the manager and security guard of the restaurant also came running over. After seeing this scene, he actually drove these fans out. After all, whether it is Lin Chen or Jin Dongshu, neither of them can be provoked by them. One is a popular Korean star who was invited by the Taekwondo Association to participate in a variety show on China Overseas TV. He has 12 million fans in China. Although the identity of the other one is unknown, judging from the clothes he is wearing, he is also a wealthy man. Neither of these two are people he dares to offend. And soon, the police arrived. The team was led by a female police officer who was wearing a uniform and looked heroic. What's going on here? The policewoman immediately opened her mouth and drank. The whole person looks like he is pretending to be cool. Officer, I'm Jean Donchu, and I have 12 million fans in Yanhua. This guy hit me for no reason. Jean Donchu, who was there, glanced at Lin Chen with a very arrogant tone. This also made the little policewoman there frown. That's right. The store should have surveillance footage of the specific situation. You can go and retrieve it. I attacked him because he first beat up a few high school girls and then attacked and insulted me. Lin Chen, who was standing there, spoke indifferently. But as soon as the voice fell, the little policewoman there was stunned. Ha! Why does this voice sound so familiar? While the little policewoman was confused, she seemed to have thought of something. Then I opened Weibo and found a video. Then he walked to Lin Chen's side, took a few steps back, and his eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, there are little stars in my eyes and my heart is full of surprise. It's him! The martial arts guy who made the headlines on Weibo yesterday. At this moment, Xiao Kuei finally reacted. No wonder Lin Chen's voice sounds so familiar, it is exactly the same as the voice in the video yesterday. And the back view is exactly the same. Yesterday, Xiao Kuei watched that video nearly 100 times. Lin Chen's voice is basically engraved in his DNA. It was precisely because of this that Xiao Kuei recognized Lin Chen's voice the moment she heard it. Captain Xiao, what's wrong? A young man next to her couldn't help but ask when he saw Xiao Kuei like this. Ahem, it's okay. Xiao Kuei's cheeks turned red, and then she spoke. Okay, you two go check the surveillance. As for this matter, please trouble the manager to prepare a room for us. Although she said so, Xiao Kuei was already madly leaning towards Lin Chen in her heart. In his opinion, Lin Chen would definitely not attack without reason. It was definitely because of what this popular Korean star did that angered Lin Chen. Soon, the verdict came out. The verdict is more inclined towards Lin Chen's responsibility. Because it was not a big deal, and the identities of both people were quite special, no punishment was given. This popular star from South Korea ran away in shame after losing a little money. Just when Lin Chen was about to leave, Xiao Kuei, who was there, immediately said to Lin Chen excitedly. Are you the martial arts guy from yesterday's video? It was the Bajiquan master who beat the Taekwondo master in the martial arts hall yesterday. Forehead. Lin Chen touched his nose awkwardly and spoke. Ah. It's you. Xiao Kuei looked excited and spoke directly. Well, I'm your fan, can you please teach me Bajiquan? Forehead. Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a moment, but he understood it in his heart. No wonder the verdict was so obviously biased towards himself. It turns out that this little policewoman is my fan. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen still spoke. How about this, if there is a chance in the future, I will take the time to teach you a couple of moves. But this Bajiquan is not easy to learn. Hearing these words, the little policewoman was filled with excitement. Good. As he said this, he left humming a little tune. The police officers there were puzzled and looked at Xiao Kuei and asked, Captain Xiao, who is this? Hey, he's my idol. Xiao Kuei hummed a little tune and said with a smile. The young police officers there were instantly worried. Afterwards, a shocking piece of news appeared in the WeChat group of the police force in this jurisdiction. The policewoman seems to have found her own man of honor. At this moment, the WeChat group was in an uproar. Lin Chen didn't know about all this. Chapter 62, Nationwide Ban. The Other Side. Inside the China Overseas Penguin Group building. Su Jia hurriedly knocked on the door of Xiao Ma's office. What's up? Xiao Ma Go looked at Su Jia and asked. Director Ma, just now, Director Lin had an argument with a Korean star and even alerted the police. Su Jia said nervously. At this moment, Xiao Ma Go frowned suddenly. Tell me, what's going on? Afterwards, Su Jia quickly told the whole story. After these words were spoken, Xiao Ma, who was standing there, suddenly became furious. Ridiculous. What a Korean star. Do you really think that you can be so unscrupulous just because you have a little fame in Yanhua? Xiao Ma Gu immediately started cursing and was filled with extreme anger. Then he took a deep breath and looked at Su Jia. You did a great job this time. Director Lin is a very important figure in our group. Be so prompt next time. If I'm not here, tell Secretary Wang. Okay, Mr. Ma. Su Jia nodded. Then, just walk outside. After Su Jia left, Brother Ma rarely smoked a cigarette and then made a phone call. Ha, Mr. Ma, why did you think of calling me when you have nothing to do? A hearty laugh rang out from the other end of the phone. This is an official big shot in charge of the entertainment industry, and he has some friendship with Xiao Ma Gu. Director In, I have a favor to ask of you. Xiao Ma Gu spoke slowly. Oh? Brother Xiao Ma, go ahead. Director In on the other end of the phone was stunned when he heard what Xiao Ma said. After all, it is no small matter for this little brother Ma to call him and tell him about such a thing. I hope you can help ban a Korean celebrity. After hearing these words, Director In was confused. Afterwards, this little brother Ma recounted the entire incident in detail. After he finished speaking, there was silence on the other end of the phone for half a minute, and then he spoke slowly. I see. It seems that these chaos need to be rectified. Otherwise, others would really think that as long as they mastered the code of wealth, it would be so easy to make money in our Yenhua. In addition, I will also help with the Korean celebrity you mentioned. I will first ban him nationwide, and then check his taxes. If there are any problems, I will make sure to catch him. As the phone call was hung up, this little brother Ma's eyes flickered and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After all, how many stars like these can withstand tax scrutiny? Once it's investigated, it's basically equivalent to preparing to go to jail. On the other side, at Zhonghai TV station, in Jin Dongshu's lounge. At this time, Kim Dong-wook was wearing heavy makeup and his hairstyle was a bit feminine, making him look even more effeminate. Brother, you really made the right decision to bring me here this time. You really made the right decision to bring Yenhua here. This time, the variety show alone made me earn nearly 5 million Yenhua coins. He even signed a contract for an idol drama, and could earn 10 million for the entire series. Those who laughed at me back home now can't even make half of what I earn. Jin Dongshu's face was full of smiles. And there was a fat and big-eared agent who spoke with a smile on his face. Ha, Dongshu, this is just the beginning. Once you become famous in Yenhua, and then say a few words like I love Yenhua, I love Yenhua's food in public, your fame will surely rise sharply. By that time, the money will come to you without any effort. Jin Dongshu, who was there, also had a smile on his face and immediately spoke. Yes, and the girls from Yenhua are also very enthusiastic. Yesterday, a few new girls born in the 2000s came to my door and had group sex with me. It was like heaven. Ha 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 ha. The agent and Kim Dong-wook both laughed heartily. He was filled with emotion there, waiting for the wonderful life that would be ushered in after the recording of the variety show was completed and broadcast. However, at this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly pushed open. The director on the scene walked in with a dark face. I'm sorry, Mr. Jin Dongshu, I think we can't shoot this variety show anymore. Here's your termination letter. As he spoke, a termination letter was slapped on the table. What? Looking at this sudden termination letter, Jin Dongshu was stunned. Then I took a look at the content, and it was clearly written on it. Liquidated damages. 10 million. Boom. At this moment, a bolt from the blue instantly hit Jin Dongshu's head. Jin Dongshu was so shocked that he was at a loss. The agent at the side was relatively stable. He tried to remain calm and asked in Chinese. Director, is there any misunderstanding here? Why did you suddenly terminate the contract with us? Besides, we came to Yenhua this time entirely because you, the Yenhua Taekwondo Association, invited us. If you do this now, aren't you afraid of offending Chairman Lu Yuanlu? The director there had a calm look on his face. At the same time, the agent's cell phone started to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, the agent's face was full of pride. Look, this is Chairman Lu Yuanlu calling. It's not too late for you to revoke the termination letter now. In response, the director smiled calmly and said, please do as you wish. Looking at this scene, the agent suddenly became furious. Okay. I want to see how long you can be so arrogant. After saying this, the agent immediately answered the phone. Chapter 63 Legal Daily. Doesn't he understand the law? Jin Su. Damn it, who on earth did you offend? As soon as the call was connected, Lu Yuan's roaring voice instantly rang out from the other end. At this moment, the violent roar directly deafened Jin Su's ears. Jin Su looked confused at this time. After a while, he came to his senses and said, "Mr. Liu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so angry?" Jin Su, who was there, asked cautiously. "You still dare to ask me what's wrong?" Lu Yuan was so angry that he laughed. "I asked you to come here to restore the reputation of Taekwondo. What happened is that you guys are always causing trouble for me. I tell you, just prepare the liquidated damages for me." "What?" At this moment, Jin Su was completely stunned. Then, he spoke quickly. "No, President Liu, this is different from what we agreed on, right? Now what is going on? Why did they suddenly stop filming? Heh, you have to ask yourselves about this matter. The most I can tell you is that you provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked, and now you are banned nationwide, that's it." Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan tried hard to keep himself calm, then spoke. After hearing these words, Jin Su was stunned. "I messed with the wrong people. This." For a moment, Jin Su looked ugly. As far as he could remember, he hadn't caused any trouble. After arriving at Shanghai, I was preparing for variety shows and negotiations. So that means. Jin Su looked at Jin Dongshu behind him, and veins appeared on his forehead. Jin Dongshu still looked confused, and asked cautiously, "Brother, what's going on?" At this time, Jin Su clenched his fists, and then punched out directly. Bang! Jin Dongshu was stunned by this punch. "I asked you to cause trouble for me. Who did you mess with? Do you know that all our preparations have been wasted because of your troublemaking? You were directly banned nationwide by Yanhua." Jin Dongshu was there, covering his face with a dazed look. What? How could this happen?" "You know, it's banned nationwide. This means that he will never be able to make any money in Yanhua again. You may even face high penalty for breach of contract. These 2 points are equivalent to draining all the wealth accumulated by Jin Dongshu over the years at once. This is totally unbearable for Jin Dongshu." "How so?" Kim Dong-wook muttered to himself, looking nervous. "Think carefully about who you have offended." Jin Dongshu stood there in a daze, racking his brains to think deeply. Gradually, Lin Chen's figure emerged. Could it be him? Impossible, how could it be him? "Tell me, who did you offend?" Jin Su roared loudly. And Jin Dongshu shook his head in confusion. "I don't know, but he's the only one I've ever had a conflict with." "Humph, you guys better leave now, or I'll call security." The director threw down a sentence and left. The next day, the news about Kim Dong-wook being banned directly became a hot topic on Weibo. Even some official legal daily newspapers liked and reposted this story. Many people left comments under this report, saying that the authorities had finally done a good thing. However, despite this, Kim Dong-wook's crazy fans are clamoring to report to the authorities. He also said that the official legal daily did not understand the law and raised soul-searching questions, which made the entire network laugh. Moreover, there were hundreds of fans who directly marched with signs. As a result, before I had walked a few hundred meters, I was taken away by the police for tea. As for Lin Chen, he just had a bystander mentality. He also knew last night that it was brother Xiaoma who took action. TSK, these brainless fans. Lin Chen sat there browsing on his phone with a teasing look on his face. "You said so, right? At most, I just want you to stop making money in our country. But these crazy fans of yours want you to die completely. TSK, it seems like I really don't know who the fans are." At this time, opposite Lin Chen, Jin Su and Jin Dongshu were standing there with awkward looks on their faces. The two of them also spent a lot of money to find out Lin Chen's address. He rushed over early in the morning and bowed his head to apologize to Lin Chen. As for Lin Chen's identity, the two men did not dare to investigate at all. After all, anyone who thinks a little bit can understand that someone who can directly cut off their star path in Yanhua is someone they cannot afford to offend. And now, these two people are also thinking about apologizing to Lin Chen. Lin Chen could be so kind as to allow them to continue making some money in Yanhua and then return home quickly. Chapter 64, Taking Money but Not Doing the Job. Hearing Lin Chen's teasing words, the two people there didn't dare to say anything more. Jin Dongshu stood there hesitating for a long time and couldn't utter a word. However, Jin Su next to him had seen many storms and immediately said to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin, we were wrong this time. Our Dongshu was disrespectful to you yesterday. I hope you can be magnanimous and just let it go." Jin Su had a flattering smile on his face. He took out a check for 10 million from his pocket, handed it to Lin Chen, and spoke. This 10 million is my gift to you. I hope you can show some mercy and let us go. Jin Sudong, who was there, felt a pain in his flesh at this moment. That's 10 million. He scraped together this money by selling all his property and borrowing some money. Now, it's going to be handed over so easily. But when I thought about it, if Lin Chen could let him go, at least I can get all the money back in the Yanhua area. Thinking of this, Jin Sudong breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen continued to sit there while listening to these words. He took a look at the check and then took it casually. After all, since others are giving you money, why shouldn't you accept it? As for whether or not the service will be done after receiving the money, that is another matter. Then, Lin Chen said with a smile. 10 million for me to let you go? Okay, you guys go back first, I'll think about it. As these words fell, Jin Su, who was there, felt a slight joy in his heart. Judging from Lin Chen's appearance, there is still room for maneuver in this matter. However, Jin Sudong next to him exploded. He immediately pointed at Lin Chen and spoke loudly. Who do you think you are? Do you really have to do this to such an extreme? Or do you really think that I, Jin Sudong, am afraid of you? After all, Lin Chen looked like he was ready to take the money and not do the job. At this moment, the agent next to him suddenly had a frozen expression on his face and was furious. He then suddenly slapped him in the face. Why the hell did I bring out such a thing? At this moment, the agent immediately yelled, Is there any place for you to talk here? Get out of here immediately. After doing all this, Jin Su hurriedly nodded and bowed to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, please don't mind it. This guy's brain is a little bit not working well. Lin Chen's face was completely cold at this moment. He had no intention of letting Jin Sudong go. He was still thinking of an excuse, but now. Really? In that case, let me give you a piece of advice. If you have a mental illness, go back to Korea. Don't wait for me to change my mind. I will make sure none of you can leave. Hearing these words, Jin Su, who was standing there, had the unwarranted pride of the Korean nation aroused, and she suppressed her anger and said, Mr. Lin, please forgive others when you can. You are so ruthless. In the end, everyone will be embarrassed. After saying this, Jin Su turned around and left with a grim face. After all, due to Lin Chen's mysterious background, Jin Su still didn't dare to confront him head-on. We can only think of other ways. Although Jin Su could have just left, he was the one who brought Jin Dongshu with him after all. If Jin Dongshu fails, then his reputation will also be ruined. If you want to continue making money in the entertainment industry in the future, it will become very difficult. Besides, it's so easy to make money in Yanhua, he really doesn't want to go back to Korea. After the agent left, Lin Chen's eyes flickered, and then he began to sign in for today in his heart. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Acquired 70% equity of Yuanlong Games. Hearing this voice, Lin Chen's eyes showed a bit of surprise. Yuanlong Game. This company is a gaming company that was established not long ago. However, this company became popular overseas with just one console game. Therefore, this company is considered to be a relatively large gaming company in China. Moreover, his old classmate Lu Qi also seemed to work in this company. So, I became the boss of this Lu Qi without knowing it? For a moment, Lin Chen's expression suddenly looked strange. Should I tell Lu Qi about this? After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen decided not to say anything for the time being. On the other side, Jin Su left Lin Chen's house with a look of unwillingness on her face. I have to say that Jin Su is still quite capable. In just a few hours, the internet had already seen a surge of internet trolls and big fans who began to frantically and organizedly manipulate comments to whitewash the image. And the wind direction gradually began to change. Jin Dongshu, who was standing next to him, was extremely angry. He looked at Jin Su, who was standing next to him, and said, Brother, are we just going to leave like this? This guy just takes the money and doesn't do anything. After hearing these words, Jin Su became furious. He roared directly, Shut up. If it weren't for you, we might have succeeded. After a burst of roars, Jin Dongshu closed his mouth in embarrassment. Jin Su, who was there, looked at a number on his phone with a flickering gaze, and finally dialed it. Chapter 65. Desperate Jin Su waited until the afternoon. Jin Su was quite nervous and sat in a restaurant. Opposite Jin Su sat a middle-aged man with a slightly bloated figure, a slightly bald head and a somewhat wretched look. "Ah, Vice President Xia, you're here." Jin Su had a smile on his face and spoke to Xia Qian, who was standing there. This Xia Qian is the Deputy General Manager of Penguin Interactive Entertainment. Penguin Interactive Entertainment is an entertainment subsidiary of the Penguin Group, and is currently the largest entertainment company in the entire Yanhua area. This company, backed by the giant Penguin Group, is completely invincible in Yanhua at present. That was why Jin Su chose to approach Xia Qian and asked him to find a way to unblock Jin Dongxu, who had been banned. "Well, tell me, why did you come to me?" After Xia Qian sat down, he glanced at Jin Su in front of him and spoke indifferently. "Hey, it's like this, Vice President Xia, you know our Dongxu, he was banned because he made a small mistake. So I wonder if you can help us make it happen so that our Dongxu will no longer be banned." Jin Su, who was there, took out a check from his pocket and gently pushed it to Xia Qian, who was there, and said, "This 5 million is just a small thank you gift, not a token of respect." After hearing these words, Xia Qian, who was standing there, silently accepted the check and then spoke. "Then tell me what's going on." Looking at Xia Qian putting the check away, Jin Su, who was there, immediately spoke. "It's like this. Our Dongxu had a little friction with a man named Lin Chen while eating in a restaurant 2 days ago, and then he was inexplicably banned." "Oh?" Xia Qian, who was there, frowned slightly. "Who did Jin Dongxu offend?" Jin Su had a slight smile on her face and then spoke. "It's a man named Lin Chen." "Lin Chen." Xia Qian seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed. He immediately took out his cell phone, looked at the information on it, took out the check with a serious face, and then returned it. "Vice President Xia, what are you doing?" Jin Su looked at this scene with a look of complete confusion on his face. As for Xia Qian, he pulled out a photo of Lin Chen and pushed it to Jin Su, who was there. "Is this the person?" After taking a look at Lin Chen's photo, Jin Su nodded immediately. "It's him, yes. Could it be that you know him, Mr. Xia? If so, that would be great. Please, Mr. Xia, please help our Dongxu." Hearing this, Xia Qian, who was there, sneered and said, "Mr. Jin, I advise you not to waste your energy. If you offend Mr. Lin Chen, then no one in this Yanhua area can help you. I would also like to remind you that Mr. Lin's identity is several times more powerful than you think. He is the director of Penguin Group, the parent company of Penguin Entertainment." What? Hearing these words, Jin Su, who was there, suddenly turned pale. At this moment, Xia Qian's cell phone rang, and a piece of news was pushed out. Breaking news: Korean star Kim Dong-wook was investigated and found to have evaded 10 million in taxes. He has been arrested. Looking at this message, Xia Qian's face turned dark. He immediately stood up, looked coldly at Jin Su in front of him, and said, "Mr. Jin Su, I want you to remember one thing. We haven't met each other today, and we don't know each other. That's it. Vice President Xia, Vice President Xia." Jin Su was about to say something when 2 men in black walked over. "Mr. Jin Su, we are from the Yanhua Taxation Bureau. We now suspect that you have serious tax problems. Please come with us." After that, an arrest warrant was produced. Looking at this scene, Jin Su suddenly collapsed in his chair. He knew he was finished. At this moment, in Jin Su's heart, the hatred for Jin Dongxu has reached its peak. As for the other side, Lin Chen was completely unaware of all this. At this time, he was driving his own Shiber Cobra 427, strolling on the street. And at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. I took a look at the incoming call and it showed that the caller was Lu Qi. Chapter 66: Lu Qi's helplessness. Lin Chen was a little curious. After all, it should be working hours now, but how come he had time to call him? Just when he was confused, Lin Chen answered the phone and spoke with a smile. "How come you have time to call me at this time?" "Hey, don't mention it. I'm feeling depressed. Shinzi, are you free tonight? Let's have a drink together." Hearing this, Lin Chen was stunned, then asked in confusion, "Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will scold you when you go back home at night?" There was silence at first on the other end of the phone, but then he spoke in a casual manner. "It's okay, let her scold me. I really plan to have a couple of drinks tonight." Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. "This Lu Qi, something is wrong." After a brief silence, Lin Chen spoke. "Okay, see you at the usual place?" No, let's go to the bar tonight. I'll send you the address later. Become. Afterwards, Lucci directly sent the address of the bar and the time for drinking in the evening. After Lin Chen took a look, he returned home first. After lying at home for a while, time came to 7 o'clock in the evening. After hailing a Didi on the roadside, Lin Chen headed straight to the Golden Hour bar. As soon as I arrived at the door of the bar, I saw Lucci squatting on the side of the road smoking. He walked over and patted Lucci on the shoulder, and Lin Chen also took out a cigarette. Lucci handed over the fire, and Lin Chen lit it. He took a deep breath, exhaled a smoke ring, looked at Lu Qilinchen and asked, "What's going on? You don't usually come to the bar, right? What happened today?" Listening to Lin Chen's words, Lucci, who was there, smiled bitterly and said helplessly, "Don't mention it. You know I'm a programmer in Yuanlong game now. Our department manager is such a jerk. Just because I didn't give him a gift during the last holiday, this bastard has been making things difficult for me every day. It's obvious that I have had the heaviest workload every day in the past 6 months, but this idiot just gave me the lowest KPI and insisted that the quality of my work was not up to standard. Fuck it, why were my KPIs basically in the top 3 in the past few months? Just because I didn't give a gift this time, my KPI was thrown to the bottom?" Hearing these words, Lin Chen frowned. After taking a deep breath, he asked, "Has your department manager always been like this?" "Yes, and I heard that the production team that developed Sword and Legend can't stand this manager anymore, and they all plan to change jobs." Lucci next to him spoke, his tone full of helplessness. "Is that so? Then you didn't report this to your superiors?" Lucci, who was there, rolled his eyes. "Don't mention it. This manager is a relative of the president above. Reporting him is useless." Then the boss of our company was a complete hands-off boss who hadn't been seen for a year or two. "Hey, by the way, Shinzi, are you interested in starting a gaming company? How about I poach this team for you?" Hearing these words, Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Complaining about the boss in front of the boss, and even saying he wanted to poach the team in the boss's company. "Lucci, you are such a talented person." For a moment, Lin Chen didn't know what to say. Lin Chen took a deep breath, then patted Lucci on the shoulder and said, "Okay, don't be too anxious about this. Wait a few more days and maybe things will turn around." Lin Chen spoke in a calm tone, and Lucci beside him nodded, sighed, and said, "I hope so. Okay, let's go drink." He put out the cigarette in his hand and threw it into the trash can next to him. Walk. Then, the two of them entered the bar at the back. Time passed little by little, and soon 3 hours had passed. As for Lin Chen, he also hailed a taxi on the side of the road and sent Lucci home first. After that, he ran towards his home. By the time he got home, Lin Chen was much more sober. At the same time, there was some murmur in my heart. It seems that I have to find some time tomorrow to go and take a look at this new company. Chapter 67, Inspecting the New Company. Early the next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the suffocation. "After all, I drank a lot of beer last night. Get up and turn on the water." Then Lin Chen officially started signing in. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Gain 5 billion yuan in cash. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Chen almost spit out tears. 5 billion yuan in cash. This wave of damage is a bit scary. But although 5 billion in cash is less valuable than those shares, it still has a great impact. To be honest, the thing Lin Chen lacked the least was money, and the thing he lacked the most was also money. This seems a bit contradictory, but it is a fact. After all, if he sold all the stuff and shares in his hands at once, he could at least cash out 20 to 30 billion. But this is definitely not something he would do, and this is what happened. Although Lin Chen has the configuration of a super rich person, he does not have the money of a super rich person. Now that the 5 billion in cash has appeared, his wallet has become fatter again. He took a look at his bank card and saw that there was already about 7 billion yuan in it. This time, I'm finally not short of money. Muttering to himself, Lin Chen washed up and then picked up a pair of car keys. He just went downstairs, drove his Pagani and left the place. After all, he was going to inspect Yuanlong Games today, and Yuanlong Games was located in the Science and Technology Park in the high-tech zone in the next district. If he drove another car, Lin Chen might not be sure that he could make it in time. Got in the car and had breakfast. Lin Chen came to the commercial street and picked up Chen Ziruo. "Boss Lin, what are you doing? After getting in the car, Chen Zirua asked curiously. Come with me to the science park. Lin Chen said calmly, and Chen Zirua, who was there, didn't ask any more questions and just nodded. Okay, Mr. Lin. I came all the way to the Science and Technology Park in the high-tech zone and stood in front of Yuanlong Technology. Looking at the huge office building of Yuanlong Technology, Lin Chen's expression was calm. Yuanlong Technology is currently the top gaming company in China. Just one game, Sword and Legend, has been in the top 3 of the sales list on foreign game platforms for nearly half a year. Even now, it is always ranked in the top 10. It occupies a large share in foreign markets. Moreover, the annual net profit of Yuanlong Game has reached nearly 10 billion. Chen Zirua, who was standing next to him, couldn't help looking a little confused when he saw the Yuanlong Game building. Boss, have you made an appointment with anyone in the Yuanlong Game? No, I plan to let you know about this company as soon as possible, from the company's main projects, personnel classification, and most importantly, the company's financial situation. I need you to grasp it as soon as possible and report to me. Lin Chen shook his head. For a moment, Chen Zirua was a little confused. Then he hesitated and spoke. But, boss, will this Yuanlong Game allow us to access these core information? Don't worry, you are my secretary after all, they will let you check it out. As he spoke, Lin Chen looked at the building in front of him and said with a smile. Because this Yuanlong Game is my property. The next moment, he walked into the building. This time, Chen Zirua was completely dumbfounded. She had heard that the boss of Yuanlong Games was very mysterious and exceptionally young. But she couldn't have predicted it anyway. The boss behind this Yuanlong Game is actually his own boss. After all, this is really too scary. Even though he had been with Lin Chen for so long, many terrifying things had happened to him. However, when I heard the news, Chen Zirua was still trembling. Looking at Lin Chen walking inside, Chen Zirua took a deep breath. So he followed and walked inside. Before arriving at the front desk, Lin Chen asked the receptionist and then sat in the lounge area waiting. The front desk clerk called directly to the office of Zhou Nan, the president of Yuanlong Games. Secretary Wang, who was working, suddenly changed his expression after answering the phone. Today, when Zhou Nan left the company to attend a city-level meeting, he specifically reminded her. If someone named Lin Chen comes, we must entertain him well and not neglect him. After all, the other party is the big boss of their Yuanlong Games. Secretary Wang originally thought that it would not be such a coincidence that he ran into this. Unexpectedly, the other party really came at this time. In order to prevent the front desk from neglecting the other party, Secretary Wang hurried downstairs and gave Zhou Nan a message. Soon, Secretary Wang arrived. He looked at Lin Chen and nodded and bowed for a while. Director Lin, you are here. I am Wang Li, the secretary of President Zhou. President Zhou went to the city for a meeting today. I sent him a message, he should be back soon, please come upstairs with me. It's okay, I just came to the company to take a look, this is my secretary Chen Zirua. I have already told Zirua about some tasks today. Zirua and you can complete them together later. Secretary Wang nodded immediately. Okay, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will complete the task. After entering the building, Lin Chen asked for an access card and inquired about the location of the game development department. After asking Secretary Wang not to make it public, he went to inspect alone. He wanted to see what kind of person the manager that Lu Qi complained about yesterday was. Chapter 68. You want me to get out? Lin Chen also found the game development department at this time. In this department, Lin Chen was just wandering around casually. This development department has about 300 to 400 people in total. After taking a quick look at the development department, Lin Chen nodded and continued to go deeper inside. However, this is just the beginning. Then I heard a quarrel. Manager Jun. You should know this. My new game project, if it is really completed, it will definitely occupy a large part of the international gaming market. Ha, Lian Xian, you have been a planner for so many years. You should be clear about one thing, the game you plan will not be successful. Nowadays, shooting games have become saturated in the international market. Although the Battle Royale genre you mentioned is indeed very novel, who can guarantee that it will be a huge success? Your team now just needs to continue updating Sword and Legend. As for the development of new games, I plan to support Li Lai's team. The young man who heard these words was suddenly completely excited. Then just drink loudly. Manager Jun. Isn't it because I didn't give you a gift last time that you are targeting us everywhere? We all know how much of the funding allocated to our project team was embezzled by you. You are targeting us everywhere now. Are you really not going to give us a chance to live? Outside the house, Lin Chen, who was listening to these words, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that the problems within the Yuanlong game are much more serious than I imagined. With his eyes slightly narrowed, Lin Chen then pushed open the door of the office. It seems that the problems within this company are really not small. Lin Chen walked in and spoke slowly. Who are you? Seeing Lin Chen coming in, Manager Jin, who was there, immediately shouted angrily. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you, as a manager, accepted bribes in private. And there is also corruption. I think these two things should be discussed in detail. Lin Chen casually picked up the planning document on the desk. After a quick glance, his eyes gradually narrowed. To be honest, this plan is very good from his perspective. With just a few minor modifications, it has the potential to become a hit game. And Manager Jin actually killed the plan simply because others did not satisfy his own selfish desires. Bang! Suppressing his anger, Lin Chen slammed the project plan on the table and shouted angrily. Manager Jin. This business plan can be considered a high-quality plan. Sitting in this position, have you really studied this business plan carefully? The company puts you in this position not to let you make money, but to let you create value for the company. You are a guy who only cares about making money for yourself. What qualifications do you have to sit in this position and give orders? Arrogant! Manager Jin shouted angrily. Then he took a look at Lin Chen's access card and the word intern on it. He immediately slammed the table and continued. Who allowed an intern like you to give me orders? Get out of here right now. You are such a rebel. Lin Chen, who was there, now had tears in his eyes. He slammed the table and roared. After hearing these words, Lin Chen, who was there, glanced at Lin Chendao. Jun Yud. How could there be a parasite like you in the company? Aren't you just relying on the fact that your own brother-in-law is the company's vice president of operations? The game development department has someone like you as a manager, which really chills everyone's heart. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said with a sneer. Oh, really? Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Manager Jin, who was there, immediately sneered and said. That's right. I can cover the sky with one hand. I'm telling you, you're fired. Now you either get out of here on your own or I ask the security to come and throw you out. You want me to get out? Ha! Lin Chen smiled immediately and then looked at his phone. It was an unfamiliar call. Hello. After answering the phone, Lin Chen spoke coldly. A respectful voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Director Lin, I'm really sorry, I'm Zhou Nan, I was in a meeting earlier. I rushed back when I heard you were here. I'm so sorry. I'm going to see you right now, Mr. Lin, where are you now? As for me, I am currently in the manager's office of your game development department. Your manager is really awesome. He actually plans to fire me? Lin Chen glanced at Manager Jin and said with a joking smile on his face. However, as these words fell, on the other end of the phone, Zhou Nan, who had just gotten on the elevator. Suddenly my legs went weak and I almost fell down. Chapter 69, Let him spend the rest of his life in prison. At this moment, Zhou Nan almost fell down. Someone actually wants to fire the chairman? Horrifying. This is simply horrifying. Originally, he wanted to hurry over and make a good impression on his chairman. Who would have thought that the manager of the Game R&D department would actually sabotage his own development at this very moment? They even want to fire the chairman. At this moment, Zhou Nan's anger was rising. Don't worry, Director Lin, I'll be there right away. As he spoke, Zhou Nan immediately pressed the button for the 8th floor. After the button was pressed, the elevator quickly went up straight. And on the other side, Manager Jin was stunned at first when he saw Lin Chen's actions, and then he sneered. Oh, why are you pretending? If you have someone above you, how can you be just a small intern when you come in? Since you don't want the face I gave you, don't blame me. As he spoke, Manager Jin immediately pressed a button on the desk. Call 2 people to my office, there's someone here causing trouble. Looking at Manager Jin's actions, Lin Xian's expression turned grim, and then he said to Lin Chen with a wry smile. Brother, you'd better leave quickly, otherwise you will be embarrassed when the security guards come. Hearing this, Lin Chen just smiled indifferently. It's okay. I just want to see what this guy can do to me. As these words fell, Lian Xian, who was there, shook his head helplessly. Hey. In the end, I could only sigh. Soon, the security arrived. At this time, Zhou Nan opened the elevator door and ran towards the side hurriedly. Then he saw the security guard there and immediately roared. You all stop it. After hearing this, the two security guards paused immediately. As for Manager Jin, who was there, he was immediately confused. Mr. Zhou, why are you here? At this moment, Manager Jin was a little panicked. Could it be that this new intern is really a person with connections? As for Lian Xian, who was there was also a hint of surprise in his eyes. Jin Yud, what are you doing? Manager Jin smiled awkwardly and then spoke. Misunderstanding, this is all misunderstanding. Misunderstand? At this moment, Zhou Nan's mentality was about to explode. Right now, he really wanted to tear Manager Jin to pieces. Then, he took a deep breath and said. Jin Yud, starting tomorrow, you don't have to come to work. Go to the finance department, settle your salary and get out. Hearing these words, Jin Yud, who was there, was stunned for a moment, and then he started shouting loudly. No. Zhou Nan. Don't forget, my brother-in-law is the vice president of the company. Aren't you afraid of offending my brother-in-law by doing this now? Before Zhou Nan could say anything, Lin Chen, who was there, spoke calmly. In that case, then just fire both of them. After Lin Chen's calm words fell, Jin Yud felt a little upset. Pointing at Lin Chen, who was standing there, he shouted angrily. Who the hell do you think you are? Don't think you can be so reckless just because you have Zhou Nan as your backer. At this moment, Zhou Nan was gritting his teeth. Then, he took a direct step forward. Then, he suddenly slapped him hard. Bang! This slap completely stunned Jin Yud. You dared to hit me? You dared to hit me? Jin Yud. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a brother-in-law who is the vice president in this company? Do you know who this person is? This is the chairman of our company. You'd better watch your mouth. After these words were spoken, Jin Yud, who was there, felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. The man in front of me is actually the chairman of this company? How could such a young boy be the real boss behind the Yuanlong game? This. Suddenly, Jin Yud was stunned. Lian Xian next to him was also confused. This matter is simply too magical. Zhou Nan, you really gave me a good show. Lin Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, sneered and spoke. Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin, it was my fault for mismanaging this time. There are some people in this company who are just sitting there doing nothing. It's time to clean them out. As for Jin Yud and his brother-in-law, how do you think you should deal with them? Lin Chen, who was sitting there, said in a cold voice. Fire him and record it on file. Blacklist him in the industry and never hire him again. Oh? Lin Chen sneered, glanced at Jin Yud, and then said calmly. I can't get enough of this. During his tenure, Jin Yud embezzled bribes and misappropriated company funds. It almost forced away a key contributor to the company, causing the loss of a game that had the potential to be a big hit and causing significant losses to the company. Just based on these 2 points, if you appeal, I will make him spend the rest of his life in jail. As for his brother-in-law, who is the vice president, right? Investigate him as well. Investigate thoroughly, and appeal if necessary. Lin Chen's voice was very calm, but within this calmness, there was a chill that made people feel bone-chillingly cold. Jin Yud, who was there, suddenly fell to the ground. It's over. He is completely finished. And not only that, he also implicated his own brother-in-law. Moreover, considering what he had done, bankruptcy might be the lightest punishment. Considering the amount of money he had embezzled, he would at least be imprisoned for more than 10 years. At this moment, Jin Yud was completely desperate. Chapter 70 Visiting Card. As for Lian Xian, who was there, he was completely shocked. He never imagined that the person in front of him was actually the legendary chairman of the company. At this moment, Lian Xian's eyes were filled with endless complexity when he looked at Lin Chen. Immediately, he began to speak. Mr. Lin, I was rude earlier. No problem. Lin Chen waved his hand and then spoke. Zhou Nan, tell all the employees to stop what they are doing. I have something to announce. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhou Nan, who was there, nodded repeatedly and then left. Soon afterwards, Jinyud was thrown out by the security guards. As for Jinyud's brother-in-law, he was also quickly eliminated. The other side. In this game development department, everyone was in a panic. At this moment, each of these people was highly concentrated and their backs were straight. Standing at his workstation, waiting there. The chairman of Yuanlong Games, who has never appeared before, will show up today. No one knows what kind of temper and personality this mysterious chairman has. That's why these people are so alert and dare not be careless in the slightest. Moreover, I heard that as soon as the chairman arrived, he directly fired the manager of the game development department and the vice president of operations. This also made those who had given gifts to Jinyud feel anxious. After all, no one knows whether the chairman will investigate these matters. As for Lu Qi, who was there, he felt a little nervous and confused. After all, he was still very curious about this chairman. But in the next moment, the atmosphere in front suddenly became serious. Lu Qi was curious and secretly glanced at the gate. When he saw the person walking in from the gate, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell? He never expected it anyway. The person who walked in turned out to be his good brother Lin Chen. No wonder. My good brother told me before that things would turn around. It turns out that this company belongs to him. But when I thought about how I complained to Lin Chen yesterday, he said that his boss was a hands-off manager, so he asked him to build a game company and poach the team here. Lu Qi's face suddenly became embarrassed. After all, I am really a talented person. At this time, Lin Chen also noticed Lu Qi, smiled, and stood in front. Then he spoke. Okay, why are you standing here? Sit down. I'm not that particular. As he said that, Lin Chen sat down there. Only then did the people below dare to sit down one by one. We have gathered here today because we have a few things to announce. The first thing is that I don't like doing any small things in the company. When I was not around before, I didn't care about your unspoken rules, but now, if you want to use unspoken rules, you can't. In a gaming company, everything is decided by strength. For every position, those who are capable can take it. If you are not capable, you can just get out. With just a few simple words, the murderous aura instantly dissipated. The second thing is that the company is currently preparing to fully develop this new Battle Royale game. I hope that each group can actively cooperate with each other. As for the third matter, Lu Qi and Lian Xian. Hearing these words, Lu Qi, who was there, was stunned for a moment, then stood up. Director Lin. Lu Qi was a little confused now. He didn't know why Lin Chen suddenly asked him to get up. Lian Xian, who was standing next to him, also stood up in confusion. Starting today, Lu Qi, you will be transferred to Lian Xian's team as deputy team leader. I believe you have the ability, Lian Xian, and I hope you two can cooperate well and devote all your efforts to developing this new game. Lu Qi, who was there, looked a little excited. Yes. As for the others, they all looked at Lu Qi at this time. There was a hint of heat in Lu Qi's eyes. At this time, they actually saw it. The relationship between Lu Qi and the chairman doesn't seem to be simple. Okay, let's adjourn the meeting. After saying this, Lin Chen turned around and left. As soon as he came out of the game development department, he saw Chen Ziruo waiting there. Boss Lin, I have sorted out the information you asked me to sort out. Lin Chen was a little surprised by this. He didn't expect that Chen Ziruo would be able to organize things so quickly. Oh? Then give me a brief description. Okay. Chen Ziruo, who was there, also began to narrate. Soon, after listening, Lin Chen nodded. Yeah, not bad. At this time, Chen Ziruo continued to speak. In addition, Mr. Lin, many big business owners in Zhanghai City have sent you visiting cards. And Mr. Zhang from Wanhua Department Store has sent you an invitation letter, inviting you to attend a charity auction party tonight. Chapter 71 Charity Dinner. Okay, I understand. Please agree to this charity gala for me. Okay, Mr. Lin. Chen Ziruo, who was there, nodded and then left. As for Lin Chen, he entered his chairman's office. By noon, I met Lu Qi. When Lu Qi saw Lin Chen, he seemed quite excited. Oh my god, Chenzi, you are really something. You are the boss of our company? How come you didn't tell me about this? In response, Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, Ha, I didn't intend to tell you because I was afraid it would scare you, but after you told me that, I thought about it and decided to come and take a look. Lin Chen laughed and spoke lightly. But how about you? Are you used to it after being transferred there? After taking a look at Lu Qi, Lin Chen spoke. What is there to get used to? It's the same wherever you go, so why don't you just continue to do technical development? But to be honest, after being transferred to this group, I realized that I still have a lot to learn. Lu Qi said with a smile on his face. The two of them then chatted for a while, and after doing all this, they separated. Night. 7:30. Lin Chen drove his function to a hotel on the bank of the Pujiang River. At this moment, the parking lot of this hotel is filled with luxury cars. After all, tonight's charity gala is quite big, and basically half of the celebrities and wealthy families in Shanghai have come here. After all, the organizer of this charity gala is Wanhua Department Store. And Wanhua Department Store has several high-end department stores in the entire Shanghai city. And the market value has reached nearly 10 billion. At this moment, as Lin Chen's Pagani Huayra entered the venue, it attracted a lot of attention. After all, Lin Chen's luxury car is the best in the entire scene. Lin Chen and Chen Zirua also got out of the car at this time. Then, he walked towards the hotel. They came to the hotel, and as soon as they entered the door, Lin Chen's appearance attracted a lot of people's attention. But after all, it was Lin Chen's first time attending such an occasion, and not many people paid attention to him. I just thought he was a young master from some family, and then I stopped paying attention to him. Zhang Ming, who was there, also saw Lin Chen there, and immediately walked towards Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, you are here. Zhang Ming spoke to Lin Chen in front of him with a smile on his face. Hey, Mr. Zhang. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Ming and said with a smile. There was ease in the words. Ha, young Master Lin, your presence here really brings honor to this humble place. And I didn't expect that you, Master Lin, could be this Yuan. Before Zhang Ming could finish his words, Lin Chen waved his hand and said. Don't say that now. I don't want to reveal my identity yet. There is no way, the identity of the chairman of Yuanlong Games is too dazzling at the scene. If I were to be exposed now, I guess a lot of people would come and flatter me. This was simply a torture for Lin Chen. Compared to being the center of attention, he preferred to be alone and quiet. Zhang Ming was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and nodded. Okay, then, Mr. Lin, feel free to do whatever you want. We can have a good chat after the banquet is over. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Then he picked up a glass of juice from the plate in the waiter's hand and drank it quietly by himself. However, it was also at this time, not far away. A young man in a black suit stood there with a glass of wine in his hand. The moment he saw Chen Zirua, a hint of heat flashed in the boy's eyes. However, the moment he saw Lin Chen next to him, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. A flower stuck in cow dung. The young man whispered, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then, the young man brought the skinny young man and walked towards this side. My lady, my name is Shen Lian. Would you be so kind as to accompany me for a drink? The young man there held a wine glass in his hand and spoke, but his eyes were darting around Chen Zirua with a burning look that he did not conceal at all. As for Lin Chen, who was standing aside, he was simply ignored by him. Being looked at like this by Shen Lian, Chen Zirua suddenly felt uncomfortable and felt a little disgusted, and said, Sorry, I just drank and I don't want to drink now. Chapter 72 Auction Dinner. Being rejected so directly by Chen Zirua. Shen Lian's complexion did not look very good. Behind him, the skinny young man spoke in a cold voice. You stinky bitch. You're lucky that Master Shen can treat you to a drink. Stop pretending to be innocent here. You're so shameless. The skinny young man immediately shouted in a cold voice, his words showing his arrogance. Then, the skinny young man looked at Lin Chen coldly and said, What are you still standing here for? Get out of here right now, Master Shen wants this bitch. Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly. The next moment, he looked coldly at the two people in front of him and immediately shouted. Roll. Roll. With just one word, many people around looked over here. However, when they saw Shen Lian there, everyone was shocked. Wait, isn't that the eldest son of the Shen family from Shen Real Estate? He is actually the eldest son of the Shen family? I have heard that his family is rich and generous. And it seems that recently, he has been pursuing the eldest daughter of the Bai family, and he is very popular. But who is that guy? How dare he tell young Master Shen to get lost? He looks unfamiliar, but he actually dared to offend the eldest son of the Shin family. Now, I'm afraid there will be something interesting to watch. All of a sudden, everyone around looked over here. And there was even a hint of playful smile on these people's faces. Lin Chen immediately understood this. It turned out that he was from Shin Real Estate. No wonder he was so arrogant. Shin's Real Estate is a medium-sized real estate company in China overseas, with a value of 5 billion. Humph. Boy, now you know who I am, right? Get out of here right now. Boy, if you get out of the way today, I will give you a lot of benefits. I'll tell you, with just one sentence from me, I can at least allow you to deal with 3 companies with a market value of over 1 billion. What do you think? Lin Chen looked indifferent as he listened to these words. I have a bad temper, you'd better get out of here right now. You. Suddenly, Shin Lian's face turned pale. Then, he took a deep breath and said, Okay. Boy, I'll remember you. Having said that, Shin Lian immediately turned around and left. The skinny young man there glared at Lin Chen fiercely, and then hurriedly caught up with him. Mr. Shin, are you just going to let this guy go like this? Otherwise, the main reason I came here today is because my father gave me 300 million. The main purpose is to buy the last bamboo painting by Zhang Banqiao at the auction. Shin Lian said coldly. Once I take this picture of bamboo and return home, my father will surely be delighted. Then I will let this guy know that he has offended someone he shouldn't have offended. After hearing these words, the skinny young man there nodded and said nothing else. On the other side, the charity auction will soon begin. Lin Chen found a seat in the back and sat down, while Chen Zirua next to him continued to speak. Boss Lin, the person sitting in the front row, 6th from the right, is the chairman of Southwest Mining, Li Changfeng. And the woman sitting in the front row is the chairman of Baikai Beauty. And that one, the chairman of the Oriental Technology Group. After the introduction, Lin Chen nodded. These people had all sent visiting cards to Lin Chen before. Yes, I understand. Nodded calmly. Lin Chen also continued, after it's over, find a time to meet with them. After the entrance, the charity auction officially begins. On stage. The auctioneer standing there spoke immediately. Welcome everyone to the charity auction. This year, the national disaster is severe. All proceeds from today's auction will be donated to disaster-stricken areas. Everyone applauded. The auctioneer there didn't say much and just started the auction. Items were auctioned one after another. After the series of auctions, it soon reached the finale. Everyone, the next painting is the ink painting Ink Bamboo by Zhang Banqiao. As these words fell, everyone there started talking. It's actually the ink bamboo painting. Oh my god, it looks like there will be some fighting next. TSK, wait and see the show. The people there started talking at this time. It was also at this time that the auction of this ink bamboo painting officially began. Everyone, here is the ink bamboo painting. The reserve price is 30 million. The auction will start now. Each bid must not be less than 5 million. The auctioneer didn't dare to waste time and immediately made a price. 35 million. 40 million. 45 million. As the price increase began, the people in front also began to raise their prices. Chen Zirua was also shocked. Wow, the speed at which the price is going up, it's only been a short while and the price has already gone up to 70 million. As he spoke, Chen Zirua also glanced at the teacup in Lin Chen's hand. Then he said, Boss Lin, your tea is gone. I'll refill it for you right away. In response to this, Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, I'm not thirsty. And at this moment, Shin Lian in front also raised his hand. 80 million. At this moment, everyone turned their heads, and when they saw it was Shin Lian, they stopped talking. Shin Lian directly raised the price by 10 million, and it seemed that he was determined to win. Besides, Shin Lian is, after all, the eldest son of Shin Real Estate. It is not worthwhile to offend Shin Real Estate for a painting. Looking at this scene, Shin Lian also looked arrogant. It looks like I can get this ink bamboo painting for 80 million now. It's not that difficult. Shin Lian felt happy for a moment. However, at this moment, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. At the same time, he slowly opened his mouth and spoke. 90 million. Chapter 73 shocked people. As the words fell, everyone there was stunned. Then, everyone here looked at Lin Chen who was there. It's this guy again. Oh my god, why is it him again? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. As for Xin Lian, who was there, his face looked livid and ugly. Looking at Lin Chen, who was there, he immediately spoke in a cold voice. Boy, are you planning to challenge me? In response, Lin Chen just smiled faintly and said, challenging you? Are you worthy? This is Zhang Banxiao's ink bamboo painting, which can be said to be a rare treasure. Moreover, he remembered that his grandfather used to be fond of calligraphy and paintings. It's just that my family was poor before and we couldn't afford these things. The old man could only stare and watch, feeling envious. But now, I have money. I came across another ink bamboo painting like this one, which can be said to be a rare treasure, so of course I have to take a picture of it. You're looking for death. Xin Lian, who was there, was gritting his teeth. Then, he raised the sign again. 95 million. Oh, just add 5 million? TSK, if you don't have the money, then go home and ask for more. Lin Chen sneered, then raised his hand and spoke. 110 million. You. Xin Lian, who was standing there, gritted his teeth. After all, he only had 300 million in his hands. Lin Chen's way of raising prices is really too cruel. However, he could only keep following. 100 million, 20 million. 200 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience gasped. Directly added 80 million. What a generous thing this is. As for Xin Lian, who was there, his body was shaking constantly. Are you planning to fight me to the death? Good. You are so cruel. I want to see what you are capable of. I'll pay 300 million. Xin Lian's eyes were red at this time. This was his final limit. 300 million. If Lin Chen continues to follow him, then he will have no other choice. However, he also insisted that Lin Chen could not keep up. After all, in his opinion, at Lin Chen's age, he was probably just flattering his family's orders to snatch the ink bamboo painting by Zhang Banxiao. There were not many people in Shanghai who offered 300 million yuan at one go to purchase this ink bamboo painting. The circle of the second generation of these families is very small, and there are some intersections between them and him. But Lin Chen had never seen it before. Therefore, he also thought that Lin Chen was just being mysterious. As this thought came to his mind, Xin Lian acted as if he was sure of victory. However, it was also at this time that Lin Chen's voice rang out. 350 million. As soon as these words were spoken, Xin Lian, who was there, was suddenly confused. The rest of the people there were also stunned. This person. Who is it? How could someone actually offer 350 million to purchase this ink bamboo painting? After all, I have never seen this person before. As for Xin Lian, his face flushed and his breathing became heavier. He immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Chen, and shouted loudly. Impossible. You absolutely can't afford this price. I asked him to prove his assets. I absolutely don't believe that he can afford 350 million to buy this ink bamboo painting. His instinct told him. Lin Chen, you definitely can't afford this price. This guy is here just to drive up the price of this ink bamboo painting. Lin Chen glanced at Xin Lian indifferently and remained silent. Looking at Lin Chen's appearance, Xin Lian became more certain of his thoughts. Continue to shout loudly there. Sure enough, this guy is just driving up the price and making trouble here, just to make me keep bidding higher prices. This kind of person definitely doesn't have much money in his card. I demand that this guy be kicked out immediately. This kind of troublemaker here is simply an insult to this charity dinner. After hearing these words, Zhang Ming, who was there, suddenly turned as dark as ink. Looking at Xin Lian, who was biting people like a mad dog, he immediately stood up with a cold face. Looking at Zhang Ming, Xin Lian became more and more excited. He shouted loudly, Brother Zhang, quickly asked the security guard to throw him out. That's enough. Finally, Zhang Ming couldn't bear it anymore and roared angrily. At this moment, Xin Lian, who was there, was suddenly stunned. He stood there in a daze, looking at Zhang Ming, and asked in a daze. Zhang, Brother Zhang, what's wrong? What else? Do you know who this person is? He's the one in the rumors, Mr. Lin Lin. Zhang Ming was furious. After these words were spoken, everyone's minds exploded. What? He is actually Mr. Lin? Oh my god, it's him? Hiss, it seems that Xin Lian has hit a wall this time. Yes. Oh, I didn't expect that Mr. Lin in this rumor. No, who is this Mr. Lin? Why are you all so surprised? Suddenly, someone asked in confusion. Everyone looked at them with strange eyes, and then someone said quietly, "Young man, didn't your elders tell you? Mr. Lin has an extraordinary background. This Mr. Lin is a real top-notch figure. He is not only the boss of Jin Yuan Commercial Street, but also the big boss behind Yuan Long Game 8. In his hands, he holds 7.8% of the shares of Penguin Group, making him the 7th largest natural person shareholder of Penguin Group." Hiss. This Mr. Lin is so terrifying. And he is still so young. For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Chen who was there, and they all gasped. As for Xin Lian, his face turned pale at this moment, and his eyes were full of shock and fear when he looked at Lin Chen. Chapter 74 Confused Lin Chen. Xin Lian panicked. He was really panicked. He had heard of Lin Chen's identity. He is a real top shot, with a net worth of hundreds of billions. Such a big shot cannot be shaken by their small Shin family and small Shin real estate. Impossible, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It's fake, it must be fake. How could he be Lin Chen? How could he be the boss of Yuan Long Games? Just him, how is this possible? Hearing these words, Zhang Ming, who was standing there, had a cold expression on his face. The next moment, he said it. "Xin Lian, are you doubting me? Are what I said false?" Hearing this, Xin Lian, who was there, suddenly froze in his expression. Get out of here now. Do you really have to let me call the security guards in to kick you out? After hearing these words, Xin Lian immediately rolled over and crawled away from the charity dinner. After doing all this, Zhang Ming walked to Lin Chen and said, "Brother Lin, tell me, if you had made your identity clear from the beginning, there wouldn't be so much trouble." In response, Lin Chen just smiled. "It's nothing anyway." As he spoke, Lin Chen, who was there, looked at the people there and said, "Everyone, I have received your visiting cards before. We can visit and chat with you one by one later." And the big guys there also nodded one after another. Then Director Lin, we have to have a good chat later. I didn't expect to meet Director Lin here. I am so lucky. For a moment, everyone was smiling and nodding at Lin Chen. Everyone watching this scene looked at Lin Chen with eyes full of respect. After all, it is really terrifying that Lin Chen can get so many top bosses with a net worth of over 10 billion to try to please him and get close to him. It can be said that if I hadn't seen this scene with my own eyes, I probably wouldn't have believed it at all. And this is also a normal thing. After all, Lin Chen's identity is extremely terrifying, and he holds 7.8% of the shares of Penguin Group. There is no harm in making friends with someone of this identity. Not to mention, Lin Chen is so young, but he has such a status, which means the power behind him is definitely not simple. Soon, the charity dinner was over. At this time, Lin Chen also followed these people, and after some friendship, he finally left the hotel. "Mr. Lin, the painting of bamboo and ink that you just took is really good. This inked bamboo painting is a painting by Zhang Banxiao, although the price you paid for it is indeed a bit premium. But in my opinion, this inked bamboo painting will soon receive a premium. If I sell it later, I'm sure the price will be doubled." Hearing these words, Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, "I don't plan to sell this painting. After all, I bought it mainly for my old man to play with for fun." Chen Zirua, who was there, was stunned. "I spent 350 million yuan to buy a painting just for my father to play with." Immediately, Chen Zirua, who was there, also nodded. "Boss Lin, you are really filial." Lin Chen just smiled indifferently at this. After all, the Mid-Autumn Festival was approaching, and Lin Chen planned to go home in a few days. "This painting was given to the old man in my family as a Mid-Autumn Festival gift." At the same time, he also frankly explained his current situation. After all, judging from the current situation, even if he wants to hide it, he won't be able to do so. He sent Shin Zirua back home, and then Lin Chen also drove home. At home, Lin Chen fell asleep immediately. A night passed, and Lin Chen got up early the next morning. As the sign-in was successful, the system voice sounded. "Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Acquired 100% equity of Pinarello Bicycle Company." Hearing these words, Lin Chen was stunned. Bicycle company? I haven't heard of it. And for a bicycle company, how impressive can that be? Feeling puzzled, Lin Chen subconsciously looked up the company. When Lin Chen saw the introduction of this company, he was stunned for a moment. Chapter 75: A car accident. After some research, I realized that the bicycle company I got was no ordinary one. Pinarello Bikes. The best bicycle company in the world. Moreover, the bicycles produced under his name have participated in bicycle racing competitions countless times. And he has won many medals. Because of this, the growth of this bicycle company has also been growing rapidly. Today, it has become the Ferrari of the bicycle industry, and any one of them can be sold for nearly 10,000 yuan. This is fucking terrifying. Lin Chen muttered to himself, looking a little dumbfounded. The next moment, Lin Chen received a call on his mobile phone. After the call was connected, I found out it was an international express delivery. After receiving them, Lin Chen discovered that they were 2 customized bicycles sent to him by Pinarello. And all the equipment is complete, even the insurance is provided very considerately. Lin Chen was completely confused by this. Damn, only foreigners know how to play this. Using the boss's own money to please him? However, Lin Chen was free anyway. So he just pushed his bike and planned to go out for a stroll. He wanted to give it a try and see how terrifying this thing, known as the Ferrari of the bicycle world, could be. Lin Chen was strolling around outside casually while riding the bicycle, and he finally understood. It is called the Ferrari of the bicycle world, and this title is not for nothing. After all, this car is really comfortable to ride. After strolling around the community twice, Lin Chen planned to go home. But just when he reached an opening in the road, a bright purple BMW rushed in directly. I'll go. Lin Chen was shocked and jumped out of the car immediately. At this moment, the little BMW collided with Lin Chen's bicycle with a clang. Suddenly, the bicycle fell apart and the wheels were bent. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. How the hell was he driving? If my body hadn't been strengthened and my reaction hadn't been so quick, I would probably be lying there now. Just when Lin Chen's anger was rising, the door of the little BMW was opened directly. Then a gangster got off the car, his shirt was bare and had 2 green dragons tattooed on it. Fuck. Are you looking for death? You're riding a broken bicycle and running around like that. Do you know how much this car cost me? Hearing these words, Lin Chen frowned. Then he looked at the broken bicycle lying on the ground and said coldly. You'd better look carefully before you speak, it was your car that hit my car. My bicycle fell apart, and I haven't come to you to settle the score yet, but you come here to complain first? You're looking for a fight, aren't you? Who is the bad guy? This gangster brother immediately pointed at Lin Chen and said with a cold face. Hubby, why bother talking to this poor bastard? Just make him pay the money and that's it. And at this moment, a charming woman with messy hair and untidy clothes got out of the car. Obviously, these two were having a great time in the car just now. Yes, pay me. I spent 800,000 yuan on this car, and there's such a big scratch on the hood. If you don't pay me 100,000 or 80,000 yuan today, don't even think about leaving. The gangster brother there stretched his muscles, looked at Lin Chen and sneered. Lin Chen stood there with a joking look on his face, and then said, Are you sure I'm the one paying? What's the matter? There are no cameras here anyway, so just pay the money obediently. The gangster's face was full of arrogance at this time. There were also quite a few people nearby who started to watch. They looked at the gangster and said something immediately. Young man, just pay the money and let it go. This guy is not easy to deal with. Besides, there are no cameras here, and you have no place to complain. Yeah, let's just let it go. It's a pity for this guy. Even if he reports this to the police, he will probably be retaliated against. Hey, what can you say? However, Lin Chen, who heard these words, sneered immediately. Ha, you look like you've got me in your arms, right? Okay, I'll tell you, even though there is no camera here. But my car is equipped with a dashcam. As he spoke, Lin Chen squatted down and found the handlebars of his bike among the spare parts on the ground. Then a miniature driving recorder was taken down from it. What the hell? I'm confused. Are all bicycles equipped with dashcams now? This operation, 666. For a moment, everyone there was dumbfounded. After all, a dashcam like this is probably more expensive than this bicycle, right? Besides, you just have a bicycle, why would you install a dashcam on it? Grass. The gangster there was also stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Chen actually installed a dashcam on the bicycle. Moreover, he knew clearly in his heart that what happened today was indeed his fault. I was playing an exciting game with my lover while driving, but I wasn't paying attention and hit the other person's bicycle. Originally, I wanted to extort some money, but I didn't expect such a brilliant move to happen. You're so cruel. Here's $1,000, take it and get out of here. He casually took a wallet from the car, pulled out a few red banknotes from it, and threw them directly in front of Lin Chen. He turned around and planned to get in the car and leave. However, at this moment, Lin Chen said with a sneer, $1,000? Ha, are you paying off a beggar? Chapter 76, A bicycle worth a house. Hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone there was stunned. Oh my god, does this kid think $1,000 is not enough? Yes, little brother, you should be content. This 1,000 yuan is enough for you to buy 2 or 3 bicycles, right? That's right. Don't be too greedy. You're not hurt. Everyone there started to persuade Lin Chen. Tell Lin Chen not to go too far. And the gangster boss there also walked up to Lin Chen. Staring at Lin Chen, he spoke in a cold voice. Kid. What do you mean? You're looking for trouble, huh? I gave you $1,000 because I think highly of you, why don't you get out of here? After hearing this, Lin Chen didn't say anything. He just shook his head and took out his cell phone. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. You should call your insurance company. As he spoke, amidst everyone's bewildered looks, Lin Chen dialed the number. Hello, is this the insurance company? The people around and the big brother from society? What the hell? This world is crazy, even bicycles can be insured? Oh my god, what's going on? This is the first time I've seen insurance on a bicycle. That's right, why would you want to insure a broken bicycle? The insurance premiums I have to pay every year are probably more expensive than the car, right? For a while, everyone was talking there. The gangster sneered, then looked at Lin Chen in front of him and shook his head. Then a phone call was made, and not long after, the insurance companies of both parties arrived at the scene. When the insurance company of this gangster heard that it was a bicycle crash, they thought he was simply crazy. After all, if you hit a bicycle, you still need insurance? Are you sick? However, when he thought about the fact that he could collect a little more in security money next year, he was very happy. But when he arrived at the scene and saw that the other party's bicycle had also come to the insurance company, he was completely dumbfounded. Brother, what's going on? Can your company still insure bicycles? The insurance company on the social big brother's side asked, a little confused. After hearing these words, Lin Chen's insurance company also spoke up. We are all in the same business, so I'll just say it out loud. This bicycle is a valuable item. The crowd watching there burst into laughter after hearing these words. No, this isn't a fool, is it? That's right, a bicycle is a valuable item? Have I traveled through time and now it's the 1960s or 1970s? Ha ha ha. It makes me laugh to death. This is the first time I've heard that a bicycle can be a valuable item. The insurance company of the gangster on the opposite side also smiled and shook his head. Brother, you have to be kidding me. How expensive can a bicycle be? As for Lin Chen, he had a stern face. Then he slowly took out a document from his briefcase and said, when the bicycle was insured, we did a value appraisal. The final appraisal result was that it was worth 2.8 million yuan. This is the appraisal report at that time. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present who were originally laughing were dumbfounded. 2.8 million? A bicycle? What the hell, is this bicycle made of gold? You know, with this amount of money, you can even buy a house in some second and third tier cities. No, are you kidding? The insurance company specialist on the gangster side also had a stiff expression on his face at this time. Then he took the document and glanced at it. This bicycle was specially customized by Pinarello, and the materials used are the best in the world. We even hired Germany's top design masters to do the special design. And on this bike are the autographs of all the Tour de France champions of all time. It is one of a kind in the world. As he spoke, the man from the insurance company took out documents one by one from his briefcase. It continues to prove there that this car is indeed worth a lot of money. At this moment, everyone there was stunned. How could such a simple bicycle have such a profound history? The next moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Lin Chen. It turns out that this guy is the real rich man. And the thoughts of this rich man are really not something that ordinary people can guess. After all, if I could have such a bicycle at home, I would have placed it at home as a display. I even want to pass it down as a family heirloom. Do you still dare to take it out and ride it? As for the gangster boss there, he was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, I was completely confused by the number 2.8 million. I felt extremely regretful in my heart. Why did I do that kind of thing while driving just for the sake of seeking excitement? Okay, I'll leave this to you. Lin Chen patted the insurance company man on the shoulder and then said, "Young man, when you are doing things, remember to be low-key and keep your eyes open. Don't do something irreversible just for the sake of momentary desire. I guess the compensation this time isn't expensive. If you had spoken nicely, maybe I could have waived it for you. But now, not a cent less, just take it as a lesson." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone there felt as if they had suffered a critical blow. 2.8 million bicycles. Not expensive? This is. In an instant, many people felt like spitting out blood. Chapter 77. I don't have time to listen to your nagging. Lin Chen laughed. After all, what happens next is basically a constant haggling over compensation. It's better to leave this kind of thing directly to a professional team. What he didn't know was that when he left here, a small blogger with more than 100,000 followers took out his mobile phone and recorded everything here. Strolling all the way back home. Along the way, Lin Chen just treated it as a walk. After returning home, I did some housework and then took a shower. Then I used my mobile phone to buy a bunch of things online, and then just lay on the sofa and started to do nothing. And at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone rang. I picked up the phone and saw that it was a number from my class monitor in college. The class monitor in college was a girl named Yu Shangnan. But because she has a flat chest, a carefree personality, and likes playing basketball, she tends to dress in a neutral style on weekdays. So the relationship between me and this group of boys in the class is pretty good. Oh my god, Lin Chen. You're on the headlines of Weibo. What? Lin Chen was stunned. Are you on the headlines again? No, I'm not one of those entertainment traffic stars. What is the big deal about being on the headlines of Weibo every day? Go check Weibo, you really can't tell. You are really rich now, a bicycle costs 2.8 million. The one in the group last time, I thought it was fake. After hearing these words, Lin Chen felt a little confused, and then he opened Weibo. Scan the hot search list. Headline: 1. Zhenghai's 2.8 million bicycles were destroyed. Popularity: 5.68 million. 2. Wan Banbai releases new song. Popularity: 3.5 million. Looking at these two messages, Lin Chen fell silent. So, not only did he make the hot search headlines, but he also successfully snatched the headlines from Wan Banbai? Wang Banbai next door had fainted in the toilet from crying. When he clicked on it casually, Lin Chen discovered that his bicycle had been hit by someone. It was leaked by a blogger. This blogger has more than 100,000 fans here, so after the post was published, it became a hit instantly. With some promotion, this video completely blew up the entire internet. As for the comments below, they are all 666. For a moment, Lin Chen really didn't know what to say. Lin Chen, you are probably the best performing one among our 50 or so classmates, right? Oh, by the way, there is something I want to tell you. Lao Chui asked me to invite you to attend a seminar at school tomorrow. Attending the symposium? Lin Chen was stunned. Lao Chui was their counselor in college. His name was Chui Hao. And old Chui is not very old, so he has a good relationship with them during college. Yes, it's a symposium. To put it bluntly, it's to give some chicken soup to the younger students. Lin Chen was puzzled after hearing these words. No, why did you invite me? In the first 2 years of our school, we invited some big names from China overseas, right? Lin Chen was extremely puzzled for a moment. Yu Xingnan's voice rang out from the other end. Who knows? Maybe it's because you're rich and you're an alumnus, so it might be cheaper to hire you? Lin Chen. MMP. What you said is very hurtful, don't you know? Okay, since Lao Chui invited me, I'll go there when the time comes. Lin Chen sat there and said helplessly. To be honest, if it wasn't for Lao Chui inviting me, I wouldn't have bothered to go. Afterwards, the two chatted for a while. Soon more than half an hour passed and Lin Chen hung up the phone. Then he lay there and played with his phone for some time. Chen Ziruo actually called me. After answering the phone, Lin Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, Zirua, what's wrong? Boss Lin, this is what happened. Shin Xianyuan and Shin Lian, the chairman of Shin's real estate, came to you and said they wanted to apologize to you. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's expression suddenly turned cold. Then turn on the speakerphone and let them say whatever they want to say. Okay, Mr. Lin. As Chen Zirua spoke, he turned on the speakerphone. Lin Chen's voice also rang out at this time. Shen Xianyuan, right? Hearing Lin Chen's cold voice, Shin Xianyuan, who was standing there, suddenly felt a tremor in his heart. Then he quickly put on a smile and said, Director Lin, I've heard a lot about you. My family. Before Shin Xianyuan could finish his words, Lin Chen, who was there, continued to speak. Okay, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. If you have anything to say, please tell me now. If not, I will hang up now. Chapter 78 McLaren P1. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Shin Xianyuan, who was there, suddenly froze in expression. After all, Lin Chen's tone made Shin Xianyuan realize today that it would not be so easy to turn the page on this matter. Then, a flattering smile appeared on his face and he spoke. Hey, it's like this, Mr. Lin, you see it was indeed my son who did something wrong this time. So here is 50 million, just consider it as my apology to you, Mr. Lin. This is also our Shin's real estate's 30% equity, and I am willing to give it to you, Mr. Lin. As he said this, Shin Xianyuan glared at his son, then suddenly slapped him. Rebellious son. Why don't you apologize to Mr. Lin right now? Shin Lian, who was standing next to him, showed some reluctance on his face, but still bowed. Director Lin, I was ignorant before and offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and let me go this time. Listening to the words on the other end of the phone, Lin Chen sneered in his heart. How could he not see through Shin Xianyuan's methods? To put it nicely, the 30% stake is used to make amends, but to put it bluntly, it is to tie oneself to the Shin family's chariot. After all, my current identity is quite terrifying. If I become a shareholder of Shin South Real Estate, I can bring considerable benefits to Shin South Real Estate. For a moment, Lin Chen sneered in his heart. I'll take the 50 million, and forget about the 30% stake. Okay, get out of here. Okay, Mr. Lin. As he spoke, the phone was hung up. Chen Zirua was there with a faint smile on his face. Then he said, Director Shin, I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Please. Chen Zirua had a faint smile on his face and then made a gesture of invitation. Shin Xianyuan, who was there, didn't look very happy. It was obvious from Lin Chen's actions that he could see through his thoughts. And Lin Chen's meaning now is very clear, he can let it go and not pursue the matter. But what will be the fate of your Shin real estate? You will just be left to fend for yourself. For a moment, a hint of bitterness appeared on Shin Xianyuan's face. He knew that his Shin's real estate was half finished. After all, if you have offended Lin Chen, even if Lin Chen does not pursue the matter now. However, other companies will also eat them up bit by bit in order to please Lin Chen. This is the horror of a big man. Sometimes, you offend big people. Others don't even have to do anything themselves, a group of dogs who want to please others will come and kill you. After leaving the building on Jinyuan Commercial Street, Shin Lian said with an angry look on his face. Father! Who the hell is this Lin Chen? Even if his identity is not simple, he can't just ignore you like this. No matter what, we are here to apologize to him. But this guy talks to you over the phone without even meeting you. This is really, don't you take our Shin's real estate seriously? After listening to his son's words, Shin Xianyuan almost fainted from anger. He slapped her immediately. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, a rebellious son, would we have offended him? Let me tell you, because of you, even though Mr. Lin doesn't pursue the matter now, our Shin South Real Estate 1T have an easy time in the future. If you're not careful, everything could be ruined. After hearing these words, Shin Lian's face swelled up and he looked confused. Then, he pulled the corner of his mouth and said, It's not that scary, right? Shin Xianyuan, who was there, took a deep breath and said, Not that scary? You still don't know what this Mr. Lin represents. On the other side, Lin Chen was there, like a salted fish. He looked bored and relaxed as he lay there. Soon, the day passed. The next morning, Lin Chen got up and started signing in. System, I want to sign in. Soon, the sign-in was completed. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, McLaren P1. Hearing these words, Lin Chen, who was there, was also stunned. This is another top-notch supercar. Just when Lin Chen was feeling confused, his cell phone rang. The call was from an unfamiliar number. Hello. After the call was connected, a familiar voice sounded on the other end. Hello, Lin Chen, I'm Chui Hao. Counselor. Lin Chen was stunned. Chui Hao's voice over there continued to be heard. You changed your phone number without telling me in advance, so I got your phone number from Yu Shangnan. How are you preparing now? Today's seminar will start at about 9:30 in the morning. After hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, counselor. I will be there on time. After hearing this, the counselor there just smiled, said a few words, and then hung up the phone. After doing all this, Lin Chen took a look at his phone. It's already 8:05. My university is about an hour's drive from here. Without thinking much, he also headed straight for the underground parking lot. Chapter 79. People from the same family don't enter the same door. Go all the way down to the underground parking lot. When Lin Chen first entered the underground parking lot, he was dumbfounded. At this time, a fat woman was standing in front of her McLaren. Then, the little golden teddy bear in his hand sniffed the tires of his McLaren P1. Then he raised his leg and urinated on the wheel of his McLaren P1. And the fat woman there started talking. Oh, son, you peed. I told you to pee in the toilet while we were upstairs, but you refused. As he spoke, Lin Chen was completely confused. Don't you care about this at all? You know, the car I own is a McLaren P1. If it were any other vehicle, it would be fine if it was this expensive, but the price of this McLaren P1 is extremely terrifying. Just a car is worth tens of millions. If he broke the wheel by peeing, he would have nowhere to cry. After all, the cost of repairs and custom materials would be at least several million. For a moment, Lin Chen's heart was burning with anger. His face was twitching constantly. As for the fat woman, she obviously had not realized the seriousness of the matter. She was touching the golden teddy bear in her arms and said, Hey, son, be good. When your dad comes down later, we'll go to the pet store to give you a bath. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen, who was there, also had a cold face. He walked to the fat woman and said, Did you notice where your dog peed? Lin Chen spoke coldly. Isn't it just peeing on the ground? What's the big deal? Besides, my son is not a dog, don't say anything nonsense here. The fat woman naturally noticed this, but she couldn't admit it anyway. At this moment, he was also laughing continuously. But Lin Chen took a deep breath and spoke in a cold voice. Then I'll let you take a good look at it first. I don't care if this dog is your son or grandson. But now, you are in trouble. Your dog has peed on the wheels of my McLaren. Ah! What are you doing? The fat woman there was immediately frightened to death, then she looked at Lin Chen with a coquettish look and said, How can you make such empty claims without any evidence? Just because there is a little water stain here, you say it is my son's urine? That is unreasonable. My son has been strictly trained. No matter how badly he wants to pee, he will never pee on other people's cars. As she spoke, the fat woman was stroking the golden teddy bear in her arms, her tone full of doting. In response, Lin Chen took a deep breath and continued speaking. Okay. You don't admit it? Then I don't mind sending the car for a checkup. But if the wheel is really corroded by your dog's urine, then I'm sorry, I can only ask you to compensate for it. I spent nearly 30 million yuan to buy this car. In other words, if it is really corrupted, you will have to pay at least 1 million in compensation. Think about it carefully for yourself. What? The woman was so frightened that she was stunned. She was just an employee in Shanghai. Otherwise, I wouldn't still be renting a house. If the compensation really is about 1 million, I won't be able to afford it even if I sell her. At this moment, a gangster also walked out of the elevator. The fat woman's eyes suddenly lit up and she shouted loudly. Husband! Someone is slandering me. What? I have such a bad temper. I want to see who dares to slander my wife. Hearing this somewhat familiar arrogant voice, Lin Chen turned around and looked. Well, it's that gangster from yesterday again. At this moment, Lin Chen's expression was extremely strange. This is a bit confusing. It seems that the target of this gangster yesterday was not this fat woman, right? TSK, it seems like he has a mistress? He was laughing in his heart, but the moment this gangster saw Lin Chen, he was so scared that he fell to the ground with a thud. Is it you? But he still remembered that he had crashed someone's bicycle worth nearly 3 million yesterday. Unexpectedly, I encountered it again today. This time, I'm not going to destroy someone else's car again, am I? I hope it's not another luxury car worth millions. If that's the case, then he will really feel like he is in trouble. Oh, what a coincidence, it seems this is your man. TSK, it's true that people of the same family are alike. Lin Chen sneered there, looked at the gangster in front of him, and spoke. Chapter 80. If you had apologized earlier, why would it have come to this? The gangster was trembling there, his heart full of fear. Looking at Lin Chen, he also said, Mr. Lin, I wonder how this bitch has offended you? At this moment, the fat woman there was immediately furious. A hand suddenly pinched the gangster brother and cursed him. Chow da. Explain yourself to me. Who is the bitch? Aren't you the one who bosses people around every day? Why are you quitting in front of this guy now? You dare to call me a bitch, you are rebelling. Suddenly, the gangster felt very annoyed. A slap was immediately given. Bang! You bitch, shut up. After the angry shout, the fat woman was stunned and dared not continue speaking. The gangster brother there continued to bow and scrape to Lin Chen. He is really scared now, and he also knows that Lin Chen's identity is definitely not simple. And after he returned home last night, he also received a call from a friend. I found out that Lin Chen was the ruthless guy who defeated the Taekwondo black belt with one move in the martial arts gym last time. Last time, my friend happened to witness everything in the martial arts gym. I also saw Lin Chen and Zhang Ming talking and laughing. At this moment, this gangster was really scared. After all, what kind of player is Lin Chen? You can't win if you fight on your own, even if you compete with money. He was just praying that this bitch didn't cause any big trouble. Oh, look for yourself, this dog has done something great, it peed on the wheel of my car. What? At this moment, the gang leader's mentality completely exploded. He also recognized the car, a McLaren P1 worth tens of millions. And that dog actually dared to pee on the wheels of a car of this level? This is really... For a moment, the gangster there was shaking all over. He immediately turned around, grabbed the golden teddy dog, and threw it out angrily. My son! The fat woman screamed, her eyes full of despair. And this teddy also hit the wall with a bang, then died with 2 whimpers. Lin Chen had no sympathy for this. After all, you bought the dog, so you need to train it in some things. Even if it is indeed a dog's nature to urinate anywhere. But as a human being, you should have some judgment on where not to let the dog urinate. IF King told you back then, don't buy a dog, but you bitch just wouldn't listen. I am warning you one last time now, please apologize to Mr. Lin immediately and beg for his forgiveness. If you don't do it well, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. The gangster was really furious at this moment. He really couldn't understand why he was so blind to marry such a short-sighted guy. Sorry. Now the fat woman also remembered the fear of being dominated by this big brother in society. At the same time, I also understood. The plain-looking boy in front of him might be someone that this gangster cannot afford to offend. I'll clean your car right now. I was wrong. Immediately, the fat woman rolled and crawled to Lin Chen's car. He didn't care about anything else and just wiped the wheel with his sleeve. In response, Lin Chen just watched it all coldly. As the saying goes, a dog relies on the power of its master, and I now feel that this is absolutely true. If you had apologized earlier, why would it have come to this? Get up and get out of here. Yes. The fat woman immediately stood up and ran away with the gangster. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a cold expression on his face. After getting in the car, I first gave the car a quick wash nearby and then drove straight to school. Along the way, many people were amazed at the car. And soon they arrived at the school gate. As the car entered the campus, Lin Chen parked the car in the parking lot in front of the auditorium. Amidst the surprised looks of all the students, he got off the bus directly. At the same time, he was also brewing some little scheme in his heart. I don't know when I will be able to drive a luxury car of this level and drive around the school. Lin Chen is now walking towards the auditorium. There are only about 10 minutes left before the symposium begins. There were also many students who entered the auditorium under the guidance of their counselors. However, just as Lin Chen was about to enter, he was stopped by the security guard at the door. Chapter 81 Symposium. Excuse me, classmate. Please show me your student ID. Looking at the security guard in front of him, Lin Chen was slightly stunned. Then he shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I don't have a student ID. No student ID? Then what are you doing in here? Suddenly, the security guard there looked cold, and someone next to him gave Lin Chen some instructions. They also saw the McLaren P1 that Lin Chen was driving. Do you really think that just because you're a rich second generation, you can barge into our school as you please? That's right. Our University of Finance and Economics is a prestigious university after all. At least it's much more prestigious than the Fujian University next door. It's still the security incense of the University of Finance and Economics. At once, everyone started talking. Lin Chen, who was there, also looked a little embarrassed. But the next moment, he also said, I am here to attend this symposium. Where's your invitation? The security guard frowned and continued. If you say you are here to attend the symposium, you should at least have an invitation, right? Lin Chen was a little embarrassed about this. After all, he didn't have an invitation letter. Without an invitation or a student ID, how can you let me in? For a moment, Lin Chen felt a little anxious. Just when he was about to call Lao Chui appeared. When he saw Lin Chen, his eyes lit up immediately, and then he quickly grabbed Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, why aren't you coming in yet? It's almost starting. In this regard, Lin Chen could only smile bitterly and say helplessly, I want to go in, too, but you didn't give me an invitation. At this moment, old Shui was also stunned, as if it was indeed the case. Sorry, I was so busy yesterday that I forgot about this. As they spoke, the two of them stepped into the auditorium with embarrassment on their faces. Okay, today's symposium is indeed a symposium, to put it nicely. But to put it bluntly, the school still hopes that you can donate some money. However, this donation is also used to support college students' entrepreneurship. And in the future, you will have a certain say in the support project according to the amount of support you provide. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes flickered. In other words, this is simply an angel investment. Guests like Lin Chen provide the money, and the school provides the projects. Then Lin Chen will gain profits and the school will gain reputation. I see. Soon, Lin Chen also took a seat. At this time, there were about 10 guests sitting in the first 3 rows of the auditorium. As for him, he also sat in a relatively back position. After Lin Chen sat down, everyone there looked at him. However, since Lin Chen rarely attends activities in the wealthy business circle, not many people know him. There was someone present who recognized Lin Chen. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. After Lin Chen took his seat, a little fat man came over. Looking at Lin Chen, he smiled and said, Friend, I'm Wang Lu, I don't know what to call you. Lin Chen. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Wang Lu was stunned at first. I always feel like I've heard this name somewhere before, but I can't remember it for a while. Then, he asked Lin Chen. Then I wonder what your friend's family does? Me? My family doesn't have much property, so I just eat and wait for death. Indeed, all the businesses under his name have basically been left to others to manage, and he is the type of person who just lives a life of idleness and waits for death. After listening to Lin Chen's words, the little fat boy showed a look of disdain. As for Lin Chen, he just smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Soon, the symposium began. The school leaders above, after a lot of nonsense, also began to announce the start of investment. After a period of silence, some companies began to invest. First, a senior executive came to the stage and after saying a few simple words, he invested 500,000 yuan. Then there was a wave of investment, and soon the real big boss came to power. This was quite a generous move, with nearly 30 million invested at once. Afterwards, the atmosphere gradually cooled down, which made the school leaders present feel a little embarrassed. As for the latter, they are basically some second-generation people. A group of second-generation people headed by Wan Lu all invested 1 million yuan in a unified manner. At this moment, people in this forum began to discuss in low voices. As for the school's top brass, they were also a little uneasy about it. After all, this kind of behavior is simply a slap in the face of their school. Chapter 82 Lin Chen's 500 million. After all, 7 or 8 rich second generations in a row investing 1 million yuan in unison, what does that mean? For a moment, many school leaders looked unhappy. There were even a few school leaders who glanced at the counselors with dissatisfaction. After all, doing so really made the school leaders angry and annoyed. The counselors' faces also turned pale. As for Lao Chui next to him, he also looked unhappy. Not to mention the students sitting in the back, who were also somewhat agitated at this moment. They also noticed that something was not right. At this time, the donation also came to Lin Chen. Lin Chen sighed. These people should just not do it. Why do they have to embarrass the school like this? Although you may not see any benefits in the short term, at least in the long run, it is still an investment worth considering. After all, this University of Finance and Economics is still a top-notch university, at least in Shanghai and even in the whole country. Walking up to the platform, Lin Chen straightened his clothes. Looking at Lin Chen, the expressions of the school leaders there became even uglier. Another rich second generation. Damn it, are you planning to keep slapping our school in the face? Write down this rich second generation for me. I'll check later to see who invited him in. After hearing these words, all the school leaders present there nodded their heads. As for Lin Chen, he walked to the microphone. Well, let me say a few words here first. Seeing these actions, the commotion below became even worse. As for the school leaders behind, their faces became even darker. After all, Lin Chen's action was no longer just a slap in their face. Instead, they threw their naked faces on the ground and stomped on them madly. And it was still rubbing and rubbing there, like the steps of a devil. You know, say a few words before donating? This is the privilege of the boss. He is a rich second generation, what the hell is he doing? For a moment, these people were all very angry. As for Wang Lo, who was standing behind him, he just sneered. He's just a lazy guy, obviously not valued by the family, yet he dares to act so pretentiously? However, Lao Chui below felt a little bit of anticipation in his heart. After all, he knew Lin Chen more or less. It's like this, the amount I donate next time must be used entirely to support college students' entrepreneurship. And I will also find an organization to supervise it, so if some people want to profit from it, then don't even think about it. After saying this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke. How about this, I will take out 500 million every year as a fund to support entrepreneurship. The moment these words were spoken, the entire auditorium suddenly fell into silence. For a moment, you could hear a pin drop. And in the next moment, the scene exploded. Boom! Everyone was stunned and dazed at that moment. 500 million. This amount is no small sum. After all, the highest donation amount before was only tens of millions. And now, Lin Chen announced 500 million. Or every year. This. At once, everyone started talking. Oh my god, did I hear that wrongly? 500 million? Hiss. This amount of money is really too terrifying. Nima, this amount of money is really outrageous. The rich second generation and school leaders there were all stunned. Even old Chui looked at Lin Chen in dumbfounded. Of course, he guessed that Lin Chen would offer a good amount. But I didn't expect that 500 million would be taken out. Or every year. What on earth is this student of mine doing? Even if you own an entire community, you can't come up with so much money at once, right? The host there asked Lin Chen tremblingly. Sir, is what you said true? Do you really intend to take out 500 million every year? Nature. Lin Chen said with a smile. I will find someone to sign the investment agreement later. But as I said before, I will also find someone to supervise the specific use of this money. The school leaders who heard this nodded blankly. Good. Below, a business tycoon also stood up and led the applause. After all, taking out 500 million every year is something they cannot do with their courage. May I know what this young man's name is? I am Shui Haiyang, the chairman of Jinquan Electronics. The business tycoon looked at Lin Chen and spoke. After all, in his opinion, Lin Chen was worth making friends with. Lin Chen nodded to Shui Haiyang and then spoke. Lin Chen. These two simple words fell into Shui Haiyang's ears and immediately made his eyes widen. Then he cried out in surprise. You are Lin Chen? The chairman of Yuanlong Games, Mr. Lin Chen? Chapter 83 I just talk, you just listen. What? He is the chairman of Yuanlong Games? Fuck, This is the chairman of Yuanlong Games, the national pride of the gaming community? He is really a young and promising man. At that moment, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Looking at Lin Chen's eyes, shock was written all over. Yes, it's me. Lin Chen nodded and said with a smile. For a moment, everyone gasped. After all, Lin Chen is too young. No one would have thought that the chairman of Yuanlong Games, a company with a market value of 10 billion yuan, would be such a young man. In the eyes of these business tycoons and rich second generations, the look they gave Lin Chen was full of fear and horror. After all, they knew Lin Chen as many other identities. I didn't expect to meet you, Director Lin, here. Shui Haiyang also smiled. As for Wang Lu in the back, his head was buzzing. After all, his family also makes games. Of course, it's those in-game online games. Lin Chen, he is Lin Chen. No wonder he sounds so familiar. At this time, he finally remembered. My own father just reminded me of this 2 days ago. If you meet Lin Chen, you must not offend him. He didn't take it seriously at the time, and when he met Lin Chen today, the other party was so young that he didn't think about it in this regard. I actually didn't recognize him even though I sat so close to him before. At this moment, Wang Lu was filled with regret in his heart. After all, if you miss this opportunity, you have no idea when you will encounter it again. But now, I have cut off the best opportunity to make friends with him. Afterwards, Lin Chen started sharing his entrepreneurial experience. After a bunch of big guys shared their experiences, Lin Chen also started sharing his own. Well, I really don't know how to share my entrepreneurial experience. Lin Chen looked at the people in the audience with a smile. However, I believe that you have already heard a lot of valuable information from the sharing of the big guys before, so I will just talk nonsense for a while. What I am going to say next is just for me to say, and you guys are just for listening. It would be meaningless if you take it seriously. After all, it is not possible to describe how bumpy the road to entrepreneurship is and how many failed predecessors there are in just 1 or 2 sentences. Those who truly succeed in starting a business must be a small group of people who work the hardest and are the luckiest. So I still hope you can believe that hard work and sweat are the things that will never betray you. At this point, everything seemed normal, and everyone nodded as they listened. But in the next moment, Lin Chen gave a wicked smile. But do you know one thing? For true success, luck is more important than anything else. Take me for example. I am now just lying there waiting for money to fall from my pocket. The company is directly handed over to the secretary and the president. Do you know how boring I am on weekdays? How lazy I am. So when I look at you guys, I feel really relieved and happy. After all, you are still a group of young people who have not yet suffered from the beatings of society and can still work hard. Unlike me, I can only eat and drink every day, and occasionally go to the company to collect debts and rents, looking at the countless money and so on. It is extremely boring. The people below? School leaders above? At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Chen said that. It was enough for him to just say it and you just need to listen. After all, is this human language? If you don't want this money, you can give it to us. We also want to experience this extremely boring life. At this moment, everyone was gritting their teeth. Everyone looking at Lin Chen even wanted to take off their shoes and throw them at his face. As for the host there, it's hard to say anything. After all, they just invested 500 million yuan. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's tone suddenly changed. But I still encourage you to start a business or do something. After all, you are still young and don't have much money. If you really fail, it will only hurt for a while. And you can also truly see this society clearly and obtain more rules of survival through hard work. And maybe some of you will be as lucky as me and succeed too? After saying this, Lin Chen turned and left. The people below fell into silence and contemplation. Although there were many words in Lin Chen's words that seemed to show off. But the last words are full of profound meaning. Besides, few people who could be admitted into this University of Finance and Economics were fools, and they soon understood the meaning of Lin Chen's words. The other party is saying, you are still young and can give it a try, so what if you fail? It's just starting all over again, and the other party can enjoy it because he has worked hard. For a moment, everyone lowered their heads in shame. Lin Chen is sincerely teaching some skills and life lessons. But they thought that Lin Chen was on the first floor and they were on the second floor, but what was the reality? They are already on the 5th floor. For a moment, everyone was filled with shame. However, if Lin Chen knew about these words, he would probably vomit them out. What the hell, is this what I meant by saying this? Chapter 84 Gulfstream V Private Jet. Then, a group of people started to negotiate donations. After the discussion, Lin Chen also had dinner with these school executives and a group of business tycoons. Those second-generation rich people can't get in even if they want to. After all, the circle of business tycoons and the circle of rich second generations are not actually on the same level. Unless these second generation can create their own industry, or they are the top second generation. Otherwise, they will always be just the second generation. After exchanging WeChat accounts at the banquet, Lin Chen also left. They returned home together and everything was discussed together. Lin Chen and the University of Finance and Economics decided to start discussing the details and signing the agreement the day after tomorrow. Along the way, Lin Chen was thinking that he should indeed find a law firm. Otherwise, it would be quite difficult to manage the current industries and financial issues. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and turned on his mobile phone. The next moment, he saw Chen Ziruo's cell phone number. I dialed the number and it rang twice before being connected. Boss Lin, you're looking for me. Well, if I arrange for you to acquire our top law firm in Shanghai, how long will it take? Lin Chen said directly. He felt that it would be inappropriate for him to entrust a law firm to handle these matters. In that case, why not just buy it directly? After hearing these words, Chen Ziruo on the other end of the phone was also stunned. Hold on. As he spoke, Chen Ziruo was silent for half a minute and then said, if we want to acquire 100% equity, it will take about 3 days if we have sufficient funds. But if we just want to achieve absolute control, or 51% of the shares, then we can get it done by tomorrow afternoon at the latest. After listening to these words, Lin Chen nodded and said, okay, I get it, if that's the case, then go buy it for me. How much money do you need? Just transfer it directly. Remember to notify me after the purchase is completed. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Ziruo on the other side also said immediately, okay, Mr. Lin. After doing all this, Lin Chen continued to play games. Once we have dealt with everything here, let's go back home and have a look. While murmuring, Lin Chen also made a decision in his heart. After all, the day after tomorrow will be Mid-Autumn Festival. Around 7:30 in the evening, I pushed my small bicycle out for a ride. That's how it went, until I got home around 8:30. After taking a shower, I drank a glass of warm milk, did some soft sex for 20 minutes, went to bed, and fell asleep immediately. Sleep all night long without any fatigue or stress. As soon as he woke up in the morning, Lin Chen started signing in. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Acquired 80% equity interest in Gulfstream Aerospace Corporation. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard these words. What the hell? Gulfstream Aerospace? This is a world-renowned manufacturer of top luxury and large business jets. It can be said to be a top-notch behemoth. Now, it is in my hands? And at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. A text message was sent. Dear Mr. Lin Chen, your private jet Gulfstream V has arrived at the private aircraft storage bay of Shanghai Hangzhou Airport. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen was a little confused. Fuck. These foreigners really know how to have fun. Lin Chen didn't know what to say for a moment. After all, the previous one was a bicycle company, which sent me 2 top-notch bicycles. Each car is worth 2.8 million. Now there is another private plane. Lin Chen searched and found it. Gulfstream V, one of the best performing private jets in the world, can fly at speeds close to the speed of sound. Price, 59 million McCoins. That is equivalent to 413 million. This price is really scary. What else can I say? Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen felt that he would have to spend money again. After all, if you have a private jet, you need to recruit flight attendants and pilots yourself and keep them on standby. In addition, additional maintenance costs will have to be paid. Fuck, these guys really know how to spend my money in various ways. After sighing in his heart, Lin Chen was about to call Chen Ziruo. Ask her to help him recruit a group of private jet pilots and flight attendants. By the way, when I was declaring takeoff for myself, my cell phone rang. The caller happened to be Chen Ziruo. Oh, what a coincidence. Lin Chen's eyelids raised slightly, and the corners of his mouth also rose. Chapter 85 Warrant Law Firm. Hello. Lin Chen answered the phone. On the other end of the phone, Chen Ziruo's voice also rang out. Boss Lin, I have already acquired the law firm you asked me to acquire. Lin Chen's eyes lit up after hearing these words. Oh? Tell me, which law firm is the other party from? Quanzhong Law Firm, you have currently invested 130 million yuan. It holds 53% of the shares of the Warrant Law Firm, which is an absolute controlling stake. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Quanzhong Law Firm is one of the most famous law firms in Shanghai and even in the whole country. The winning rate of this law firm is an astonishing 95%. It can be said that this law firm has almost never lost a case since it became famous. Several of these great lawyers have repeatedly won victories and made remarkable achievements in the legal commissions they have received in recent years. Okay, I get it, you did a great job this time. Give my address to some big lawyers and ask them to come over. Okay, Mr. Lin. And Lin Chen continued to speak at this time. Well, in addition, please help me prepare 2 pilots and the aircraft crew. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, the driver you just mentioned is. What's wrong? The pilot of the private jet. After these words were spoken, Chen Ziruo became quiet again. Although, he claimed that he might have some understanding of Lin Chen. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that he might not really know Lin Chen that well. Oh, by the way, can you also help me report the flight route? The day after tomorrow I will go back to my hometown Heian from Shanghai Hangzhou Airport. Okay, Mr. Lin, can you tell me the model of your private jet? Gulfstream V. After these words were spoken, everything fell into silence. Gulfstream V. Top luxury private jet worth hundreds of millions. At this moment, Chen Ziruo's mind was buzzing. This was really a bit terrifying for her. After all, this financial strength is truly terrifying. You know, being able to afford a private jet is one thing, but whether your private jet can fly is another. Otherwise, why do so many wealthy people in the country who can afford private jets choose not to buy them? Because whether this private plane can take off is another matter. At this time, Lin Chen pinched his chin for a while, and after pondering for a while, he continued. By the way, can you help me rent another transport or cargo plane? When I go back in 2 days, I will also send one of my cars back with me. Just now, Lin Chen suddenly realized it. Even if I go back this time, it seems that there is no vehicle that can drive there. But his private plane could not accommodate another car. Then the only option is to rent a transport plane. Chen Ziruo. At this moment, Chen Ziruo almost fell to his knees. This guy is really rich. You know, just this trip starts at a minimum of 1 million. Moreover, most people rent this type of aircraft to transport important supplies. But now, Lin Chen chartered an entire plane just to transport a car? This. For a moment, Chen Ziruo, who was there, was dumbfounded. But when I think about it, Lin Chen can even afford a private jet. It's a Gulfstream V worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Let's rent a transport plane just to send a car back. Her heart was also at peace because of it. Afterwards, after hanging up the phone, Lin Chen found something to eat. Sit there and start playing games. The other side. Inside the Warrant Law Firm. Fomin hung up his phone, and his expression gradually became serious. Just now, he received a call from his new boss's secretary, asking him to take Robin to the new boss's house. The seal took a deep breath, then pushed open the door of Robin's office next to him. Robin, it's time to go. At this moment, Robin was lying in the boss chair with his eyes closed. After listening to Seal's words, Robin also opened his eyes. What's wrong? Is there a new customer you want to meet? No, the new boss's secretary called and asked us to go to the new boss's home. Hearing this, Robin's eyes flashed. Oh? In that case, let's go over and see who this new boss is. For a moment, Robin became somewhat interested. After all, this Warrant Law Firm could be acquired overnight. And holding 53% of the shares, gaining absolute control, this really aroused Robin's interest. He was very curious about what kind of person this new boss Lin Chen was. Moreover, if this new boss is not capable and does not have a high status, he doesn't mind finding a way to gradually buy back the shares. Chapter 86, Frightened Robin and the Seal. The two of them left this place together. Then, it went straight away. Soon, the two of them arrived at Jingxiu Yiting. After obtaining Lin Chen's consent, the two were let in. Lin Chen also tidied his clothes. Then, he sat there waiting for several people to arrive. Soon, there was a knock on the door and Lin Chen went to open it. Feng Yin and Robin outside the door were also very nervous at this moment. After all, until now, they still haven't quite figured out what kind of person Lin Chen is. But the moment they saw Lin Chen, the two of them showed some surprise in their hearts. Young. You are really too young. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if you beat them to death. It would take such a young man to acquire their warrant law firm so quickly. After all, this is really terrible. The two looked at each other and saw shock in each other's eyes. Originally, the two of them thought that they could acquire their warrant law firm so quickly. In any case, he has to be a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with some skills. But I didn't expect that it would be a guy who was only in his early 20s. For a moment, these people were completely shocked. After letting the two people enter the house, Lin Chen sat casually on the sofa. He squinted his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him, while Seal and Robin were sitting upright on the sofa. At this time, the fingers of both hands were crossed and the arms were placed on the legs. Don't be too nervous, you two. I'm just asking you to do me a favor this time. Sitting there, Lin Chen spoke casually. Boss, if you have anything to say, please feel free to tell me. The Seal said stiffly. Lin Chen didn't want to waste time on this and spoke directly. Well, I decided a few days ago to set aside a sum of money every year to support my alma mater. It is an entrepreneurial support program of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, but I hope I can clearly understand where the money goes and the benefits it generates. When it comes to professional knowledge, Robin next to him will come into play. Then Mr. Lin, I wonder how much the money is and how it was paid. He nodded with satisfaction. Robin was indeed a professional and got to the point right away. Well, it's like this. I plan to invest about 500 million yuan every year. Suddenly, Robin and Feng Yin were both shocked. I thought it was only tens or hundreds of millions of funds, but I never expected the amount to be as high as 500 million, and it is almost 500 million every year. This amount of money is really scary. So what is the terrifying identity of this young man in front of me? After all, let alone the fact that they could easily acquire their warrant law firm in full overnight. It is so easy to set aside 500 million yuan every year to support entrepreneurial plans. This is simply terrifying. Okay, Mr. Lin, we need to continue discussing this business plan with you. The three of them quickly started discussing the specific details. More than 10 minutes later, looking at the plan that had been preliminarily finalized, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. He was also very satisfied with the professionalism and performance of Robin and Feng Yin. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. How about this? I still have shares in other companies, and I'm in need of a legal advisor, so I'll hand them over to you. All of a sudden, Feng Yin and Robin looked at each other and smiled bitterly. This new boss of ours is really not a simple person. He asked for shares of several companies right away. Boss, I don't know which companies you own shares in and how much you own. We need to be prepared. The Seal there asked. Oh, let me think about it. Lin Chen opened the system panel that only he could see, oblivious to the people around him. Because he couldn't remember clearly the specific shares of each company. On the other side, Feng Yin had already taken out his computer and was ready to start recording. Yes, 100% equity of Jinyuan Commercial Street. At this moment, the two people were shocked in their hearts. Jinyuan Commercial Street. The most advanced office building in Shanghai. This place actually belongs to the new boss. Then, Lin Chen continued. 7.8% stake in Penguin Group. Feng Yin's hands trembled slightly as he typed. Penguin Group, the world's top super group. One of the two super giants in the current domestic internet industry. 70% equity of Yuanlong Games. The muscles on Feng Yin's face twitched, although this company was a new company. But nationwide, this company can be considered a top gaming company. But the boss of our company actually managed to hold 70% of the shares. 100% of the shares of the bicycle company Pinarello. This time even Robin next to him couldn't sit still, because this was another world's largest bicycle brand company. The two looked at each other again. This was the nth time they had looked at each other today. It showed how much stimulation they received from Lin Chen. What's wrong? Is there any problem? Seeing the actions of the two, Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled and asked doubtfully. It's okay, please continue. Feng Yin took a deep breath, suppressed his restless heart, and spoke. 80% equity interest in Gulfstream Aerospace Corporation. At this moment, there was a buzzing sound in the SEAL's mind. Gulfstream Aerospace. These are the top 3 aircraft manufacturing companies in the world. It is also one of the prides of the United States. But they never imagined that this company was actually controlled by their own boss. It is controlled by a Chinese. If this gets out, it will probably cause an uproar. They both gasped in shock. In response to this, Lin Chen's mouth corners also curled up. This is exactly the effect he wants. Otherwise, how can I expect you to work diligently for me? And then there are you, 53% of the shares of the Warrant law firm. Suddenly, Feng Yin and Robin looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems that his own firm, with a market value of nearly 1 billion, is the least valuable among the companies owned by Lin Chen. Chapter 87 Boss, this is your money. Well, that's all the companies I have at the moment, and I'll let you know if there are any new companies in the future. At that time, I will hand over all legal issues to you to handle, and I hope you will work hard. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. The two people who were listening to Lin Chen's words had already become numb. After all, there is so much information revealed in these words. That's all there is for now, that is. My boss might have taken a fancy to a new company. After Lin Chen finished speaking, the two people there also looked serious. He immediately said, "Boss, don't worry." Yeah. Lin Chen nodded, and his tone began to become cold. But I want you to remember that I don't want people to know that I own so many companies at the same time. Understood, understood. Seeing Lin Chen's expression suddenly become serious, the two of them immediately became restrained. Then, he continued to ask. Then, boss, do you have any other instructions? There is none left. Then let's go back and make preparations. Feng Yin and Robin, who were standing beside them, immediately stood up and said goodbye. Sat on the sofa and waited for the two people to leave. Lin Chen then stood up and stretched. Finally, the funding issue has been resolved. What should I do next? As if he was talking to himself, Lin Chen asked himself this question. After scrolling through a few WeChat messages, I found that Chen Zirua sent me a document about Yuanlong Game's Mid-Autumn Festival holiday arrangements. I clicked to take a look and found that the holiday was only 3 days. Lin Chen also frowned slightly. How can we arrange holidays like this? Immediately, he told Chen Zirua. Let us adjust the holiday time up to 5 days. You can also take 5 days off then. Whether it is you or the company, all vacation time is paid. Also, when you go to buy some Mid-Autumn Festival gifts, remember to make sure they are all the best. After all, if there are only 3 days off, then this time is definitely not enough. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Zirua, who was there, was also completely confused. After all, 5 days of paid leave, all to buy the best Mid-Autumn Festival benefits, this benefit is really so scary. Does Mr. Lin need to take a makeup leave later? Make up the leave? No need. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then replied immediately. Okay, Mr. Lin. Not long after that, Lin Chen received a call from Lu Qi. Shenzi, you are awesome. You actually gave me a 5-day holiday. Lu Qi immediately spoke to Lin Chen. In response, Lin Chen smiled calmly and immediately began to speak. It's nothing, but how are you going to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival? Are you going back to your hometown? After all, in his memory, after Lu Qi started working, he rarely went back home during the Mid-Autumn Festival. And I also remember that Lu Qi didn't have a very good relationship with my parents. He even kept his marriage a secret from his family. Lu Qi hesitated, but still spoke. Okay, let's go back. Let's go see the teacher while we're back. In response, Lin Chen nodded and said. Okay, I understand. Will you bring your sister-in-law with you this time? Suddenly, Lu Qi also grinned and said. Of course I should bring it. By the way, do you still live in the same place as before? I will drive to pick you up then and we will go back together. Hey, okay. As they spoke, the two hung up the phone. After doing all this, Lin Chen continued to stay there and started playing games. Soon, a whole day passed. The next morning, Lin Chen, who was still sleeping, heard his cell phone ring. It was the sealed phone. Lin Chen answered the phone with some annoyance, and then spoke. I'll give you 3 minutes to explain clearly why you're calling me at this time. Lin Chen was extremely furious about this. After all, he stayed up late last night to play the game and finally finished Sekiro. I didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning. I have only slept for 5 hours now, but my sweet dreams were disturbed by this seal. Boss, this is what is going on. We have already drawn up a contract for your donation plan. And you are going to donate today, so we are going to give you a call to ask when you plan to go today. Lin Chen's anger subsided by half, and then he spoke to the seal over there. Do I have to be there? Seal. Here, boss, this is your money. Lin Chen. Chapter 88, Blocked. For a moment, Lin Chen didn't know what to say. Indeed, this money. It seems to really belong to me. But the thought of myself passing by. We will be blocked there by those guys again. All kinds of courtesy to oneself. Lin Chen just seemed to not know what to say. I shouldn't have donated this money in the first place. Lin Chen sighed in his heart and said helplessly. After all, if I had refused at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have had so many problems. I sighed silently in my heart. Then, Lin Chen also spoke. Okay, then you guys go to school first. Just say I asked you to go over there and I'll be there in a minute. On the other end of the phone, the sound of sealing was also heard. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen also sighed. Then he got up from the bed. What a trouble. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen smiled bitterly. The next moment, he got up and went to wash up. After that, Lin Chen just ate breakfast. At the same time, today's sign-in began. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning, Patek Philippe Platinum 5002p watch. As the voice fell, a watch appeared in front of Lin Chen. Another watch? Lin Chen said helplessly. Then, he picked up the watch on the table and started playing with it. This watch has a more traditional appearance, and is more comfortable to look at than the Richard Miller watch. The only difference is that you still can't see the time on it. After all, this method of timing is really too complicated. He shook his head helplessly, and the next moment, he picked up his phone and started checking the price of the watch. Soon, a message emerged. Patek Philippe Platinum 5002p, 17.6 million. Lin Chen. Damn, a watch that can't even tell time can be sold at such a price. The corner of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. Then, he picked up the key of the Pagani Huayra and headed straight for the wealthy man. Soon, we arrived at the school. With the vehicle, it stopped in the parking lot again. At this time, Lin Chen was wearing a mask to avoid being recognized. Therefore, when Lin Chen got out of the car, he was not recognized by anyone. Looking at the address Feng Yin sent him, Lin Chen also walked towards the administrative building. Now Feng Yin and the school's top management have gathered together and are sitting in the conference room of the administrative building. All the way, we arrived in front of the administrative building. At this time, 2 members of the student union were blocking the front of the administrative building. Outside, many students were standing there. The students were either dressed in suits or casually dressed. However, all these people were standing there waiting, holding a pile of thick A4 papers. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lin Chen's mouth twitched suddenly. This is so. Without a doubt. Just waiting for myself. Fuck, are these guys crazy? They have to release the news. For a moment, Lin Chen gritted his teeth. Then, Lin Chen sighed helplessly. Do these guys really think they can invest? Besides, I don't have that much money, why should I keep it all stuck here? Lin Chen shook his head and went straight to the administrative building. However, when he just arrived at the gate, he was stopped by members of the student union. Student, I have already told you that today is the day that Senior Lin signs a contract with our school. Just submit your investment to the school and then go through the review process. Senior Lin doesn't have time to meet with you one by one. Hearing these words, Lin Chen was stunned. Just when I was about to say something, a student union cadre walked out. Looking at the people in front of him, he immediately shouted coldly. I'll give you 10 minutes, all of you go away. If Senior Lin comes later and sees this, it will be disgraceful. After saying this, the student union president also saw Lin Chen and immediately sneered. And you, oh, look at yourself. Even if you come to talk to Senior Lin about investment, you should at least prepare your own plan. Even if you don't have a plan, at least you should dress formally, right? You don't even have a plan, and you're dressed so casually, and you dare to come here to discuss investment? It's hilarious. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's face darkened. this is so. After taking a deep breath and looking at the student union president, Lin Chen left. Then, he started making a phone call in the back. The students there burst into laughter. The other side. In the conference room, Feng Yin received a call from Lin Chen. His expression suddenly changed. Then, he looked at the vice principal who was there with a serious expression. Looking at Feng Yin's expression, the vice principal was also confused. Mr. Feng, please tell me, has Mr. Lin arrived? Feng Yin's face turned slightly cold, and then he spoke. Mr. Lin has arrived, but now he's been stopped by your student union. What? In an instant, the vice principal's expression changed drastically. Looking at the SEAL's eyes, there was astonishment. Chapter 89, Confused Student Council President. As the SEAL sounded, all the hospital executives present there had their faces changed drastically. What? Especially the vice president Zhang Tianlai, his face suddenly turned purple. After all, if Lin Chen's investment can really be realized, then you will definitely be able to leave a strong mark in your political achievements in your career. But now, this political achievement that was about to be achieved was blocked by someone. For a moment, Zhang Tianlai's face turned pale. These bastards. And this SEAL also began to organize the documents on his desk at this time. President Zhang, leaders, our boss said that if you have no intention of signing a contract, please don't waste our time. Zhang Tianlai's expression suddenly changed when he saw this scene. No. Lawyer Feng, this is our mistake at work. I will go down and greet Mr. Lin in person. Please ask Mr. Lin to wait for a moment. Okay, our boss also said that I'll give you 1 minute to go down and meet him. Now 15 seconds have passed. After hearing these words, Zhang Tianlai's face suddenly turned pale. Then he quickly ran downstairs. On the other side, Lin Chen also had a cold expression on his face. Standing there quietly waiting. The president of the student union above frowned when he saw that Lin Chen had not left yet. Then, he snorted coldly and walked to Lin Chen in 3 or 2 steps. He held his head high and pointed at Lin Chen's nose in front of him and said, "You, why don't you leave? I've already told you that Senior Lin doesn't have time to see you. Besides, don't you see how you are now? Being here is simply affecting the image of our school." Hearing this, Lin Chen frowned slightly, then asked, "Then tell me how I have affected the school's image. Besides, what does my standing here have to do with you? Besides, how do you know that Senior Lin won't see me? Don't use chicken feathers as a token of authority all day long." Lin Chen said this coldly. He is really angry now. Hearing that Lin Chen dared to refute him, the student union president's expression suddenly changed. Then with a cold face, he pointed at Lin Chen and spoke loudly. "Ha! Classmate, where is your student ID? Which department are you from?" The student union president spoke immediately. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a calm expression on his face and spoke calmly as he stood there. "Student ID? I don't have one." As soon as these words were spoken, the president of the student union was stunned. "No student ID? How dare you come to our school? I seriously suspect that you are related to the thefts that happened in our school in the past 2 days. Call the police immediately." After hearing these words, everyone there looked at Lin Chen with a joking expression. After all, in their opinion at this moment, this Lin Chen is just trying to take advantage of the situation. For a moment, everyone looked joking. Lin Chen, on the other hand, looked calm, without any sign of panic. Just glanced at the watch. 10 seconds left. What? After hearing these words, the president of the student union was a little confused for a moment, then his brows furrowed slightly, appearing a little puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Chen did not answer. Just as he interrupted and continued to scold Lin Chen, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded behind the student union president. Listen to this sound. The student union president who was there also looked behind him curiously. Immediately, he saw Zhang Tianlai running down with a nervous look on his face. In an instant, the student union president's expression changed. As for Zhang Tianlai, when he saw Lin Chen, he began to smile. Before he completely came down, he reached out his hand to Lin Chen. "Ha, classmate Lin, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person." After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Just when he was confused, he found that Zhang Tianlai had already walked in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen also shook hands with him gently, his expression looking indifferent. All of a sudden, the expressions of everyone here changed drastically. What? This person. Could it be Senior Lin Chen? After all, it was Vice President Zhang Tianlai who personally greeted him, shook hands with him and addressed him as Alumnus Lin. I guess the only one is Lin Chen who is coming to sign the contract today. For a moment, everyone looked distraught. Senior Lin, whom they had been thinking about for so long, was so close to them just now, but no one could recognize him. As for the student union president who was there, he took 2 steps back, looking dazed. As for Lin Chen, he glanced at the student union president and sneered twice. At this moment, the student union president looked even paler. Vice Principal Zhang's eyes turned slightly cold, and then he snorted at him. Without saying anything else, he walked upstairs. But at this time, the student union president knew it clearly. Oh. It's over. Chapter 90 shocked Vice President Zhang Tianlai. Fuck. I actually let Senior Lin go like this. My project, my robot project. At this moment, a student who reacted shouted loudly. His words seemed to have caused a chain reaction, and the students in the hall began to wail. After all, such a close opportunity was let go. How can they not feel regret? Even Lin Chen, who had already walked to the second floor, could clearly hear the wailing of the students downstairs. With a slight smile on his lips, Lin Chen looked at Vice President Zhang Tianlai beside him and spoke slowly. It seems that the entrepreneurial enthusiasm of the junior students is really high now. Rest assured, Alumni Lin, we will carefully review these entrepreneurial projects. Besides, some of them are quite good. Vice President Zhang Tianlai next to him said cautiously. Lin Chen didn't reply. Seeing that Lin Chen was silent, Vice President Zhang Tianlai's originally happy mood also sank. I don't know what Lin Chen means. The two of them walked in silence all the way to the meeting room. I entered the conference room and there were quite a few people in it. But Lin Chen didn't recognize any of them. After seeing Lin Chen coming in, these people stood up one after another, looked at Lin Chen with smiles on their faces, and nodded at Lin Chen. And Lin Chen also nodded gently, signaling to each other. Afterwards, everyone sat down again, and the school representative gave a statement on what the funds would be used for. A series of detailed information was reported, including how the students' entrepreneurial projects were reviewed, how financial support was provided after the review, etc. When the school representative was narrating these things, Lin Chen remained silent from beginning to end, which made Vice Principal Zhang Tianlai's already heavy heart even heavier. The seal next to it recorded something from time to time. Soon, after the school finished narrating the incident, the seal next to him stood up and began to recount a series of events on his side. However, Lin Chen remained silent. Finally, Robin told Lin Chen the story. Robin, who represents the Warrants law firm today, will supervise the handover of this fund. And how the school supervises and uses this money to ensure the funds are complete. And every penny will reach the projects that need support. After the statement was made, everyone looked at Lin Chen, waiting for Lin Chen to express his opinion. Robin also placed the contract that needed Lin Chen's signature in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen picked up the pen. But when he put pen to paper, he paused for a moment. Zhang Tianlai was watching this scene, and saw Lin Chen pause. My heart couldn't help but skip a beat. I thought Lin Chen was dissatisfied with something. As for breaking the contract, he had never thought of it. However, at this time, Lin Chen also put down his pen. Looking at the people in front of him, there was a playful smile on his face. Then, he spoke slowly. By the way, before signing the contract, I have something I need to tell you all in advance. I believe that all the teachers and professors present here have their own moral bottom line to abide by and can set a good example for their students. Therefore, I also hope that this amount of funds can be implemented for every entrepreneurial student who needs financial support. Having said this, Lin Chen paused. Vice President Zhang Tianlai, who was there, also nodded repeatedly. Alumni Lin, you can rest assured that our school will strictly supervise this. Lin Chen smiled and said, I just want to remind you guys not to try to enrich yourself through law firms or by bribing a lawyer. Because I have never told you that the Warren law firm belongs to me. I own 53% of the Warren law firm, which means I am the real owner of the Warren law firm. After these words were spoken, Vice President Zhang Tianlai and a group of school leaders all had their pupils contracted and their eyes were filled with horror. Then, they all looked at Feng Yin and Robin. You know, this Warren law firm is a nationally renowned law firm. However, this law firm actually belongs to Lin Chen? How could this not shock them deep in their hearts? Feng Yin and Robin saw everyone looking at them, so they smiled and nodded. This was a response to everyone's questions and a confirmation of Lin Chen's words. At this moment, everyone felt a huge wave of fear in their hearts. Lin Chen also clearly saw that the fiery light in the eyes of several school leaders gradually dimmed. After all, Lin Chen's approach was direct and cut off their idea of enriching themselves. Therefore, there is not much expectation for this signing. Chapter 91 Night 15. Soon, the signing was completed. After that, there was another round of chatting. After talking about some irrelevant things, Lin Chen left first. Escorted by these school leaders, Lin Chen got into the car. Afterwards, Lin Chen drove to his own commercial street. In this commercial street, Lin Chen first picked out a gold bracelet and a gold necklace for his mother. Compared with other ornaments, the elderly tend to believe that gold and silver are more valuable. Then, Lin Chen directly moved 2 boxes of Fei Tian Mutai. Then I prepared 2 whole boxes of Huangdalu 1916 and drove home. He was not worried about buying fakes, since the entire Jinyuan commercial street belonged to him anyway. If this boss dares to sell fake cigarettes and alcohol here, Lin Chen doesn't mind. He will send him to jail for 10 days or half a month, and then make sure he can't run his store here. Moreover, I was going home on my own private plane, so I could bring these things with me. After returning home, Lin Chen sorted out some clothes. I just had dinner, played a few games, and then went to bed. A night passed. The next morning, Lin Chen also woke up early. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, night 15. Lin Chen was stunned. Lin Chen had some knowledge about this car. Night 15. This is an off-road vehicle. And the domestic selling price is as high as 15 million. Moreover, this off-road vehicle is handmade, and the production of Night 15 is limited to 100 vehicles. Moreover, it takes about 4,000 hours to build a Night 15. Not only that, this off-road vehicle is also bulletproof and fully armored. Therefore, it is more of an armored vehicle than an off-road vehicle. Gurgle. Lin Chen swallowed his saliva, his eyes full of astonishment. Isn't this too much? Lin Chen, who was there, couldn't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, he was also a little excited in his heart. Go down and take a look. After rubbing his hands, Lin Chen directly picked up the car key of Night 15. Then we headed straight to the underground garage. As soon as he entered the underground garage, Lin Chen saw the steel behemoth parked there. This Night 15 is all black, and his appearance gives people a heavy and fierce feeling. The car has a body length of 6.1 meters, a width of 2.5 meters, and a height of 2.5 meters. The overall shape is square, and almost all of the body lines are diamond lines instead of the curves of traditional vehicles. This is Night 15. Gently touching the car body there, Lin Chen felt some ripples in his heart. Then, opened the trunk of the car. Then he moved in the gifts he had brought for his parents. After doing all this, Lin Chen officially got into the car. The interior decoration of this Night 15 is even more luxurious than that of Volkswagen's MVP. The car is covered with a luxurious Wilton wool carpet and is also equipped with an in-car audio and video control system, night vision goggles, game consoles, LCD screens, and a series of other items. This is. Sitting in the driver's seat and touching the steering wheel, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Then, he called Lu Qi. I told him that I was going to pick him up and started the car. Then, he went straight to where Lu Qi was. At this time, Lu Qi was already prepared. After packing up his things, he took Yuan Kor and waited on the roadside. The two of them kept staring at the intersection, wondering when Lin Chen's cool Rolls-Royce would appear. After all, that Rolls-Royce is so cool. As a result, the two of them were just busy looking at the Rolls-Royce. However, they didn't expect that a more stylish, more cool, and more awesome Night 15 had stopped beside them unknowingly. Looking at the two people there, Lin Chen also honked the horn. Suddenly, the two men were frightened. When he turned around, he noticed the car next to him and Lin Chen in the car, who were waiting for him to get in. Only then did he notice Lin Chen's car. Night. The 15th generation. Damn it. Oh my god. At this moment, Lu Qi was completely confused. Fuck, I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you changed your car again? Nothing, get in the car. Looking at the two people, Lin Chen smiled. Then, I watched the two of them get into the car together. After getting in the car, they were both shocked. Luxurious decoration. Top accessories. At this moment, Lucci and Yuan Kur were swallowing their saliva. Oh my god, brother, your car. Top night 15. Hearing this, the two people there gasped. Then, touching the armrest of the car, the shock in his eyes became even more intense. You drive this car back? Lucci swallowed and asked. In response, Lin Chen just smiled and said, "You will know later." As he spoke, Lin Chen drove straight to the airport. Chapter 92 shocked Lucci. Lin Chen went straight to the airport. Then, we got on the airport highway. Looking at the direction Lin Chen was driving, the two men were a little confused. No, brother Lin, are you going to the airport? But we didn't have time to buy plane tickets. Lucci was a little confused. At first he thought that Lin Chen was planning to drive back. But who would have thought that he would go straight to the airport? Don't worry, it's okay if you don't prepare this. Lin Chen smiled faintly and spoke to the two people there. After hearing these words, the two people there became even more confused, with confusion written all over their faces. Okay, you two can just rest in the back with peace of mind. As he spoke, Lin Chen increased his speed a bit. The two people watching this scene were filled with doubts in their hearts. Soon, Lin Chen also arrived near the airport. After getting off the airport highway, we started to slow down. Then after circling the airport, we headed straight to the private hangar at the rear. No, brother Lin, the airport entrance is in front. What did you bring us back here for? At this time, Lin Chen was slowly driving to the back of the airport, outside the gate of a small airport. Although this place is not as conspicuous as the airport hall in front, it is also an airport gate. And when Lin Chen's Night 15 stopped in front of the gate, in the security room there, a young man ran over quickly. Hello, may I ask who you are? Lin Chen. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, the security guard here suddenly changed his expression. He was familiar with this name. After all, before I went to work today, my captain had specifically reminded me. If someone named Lin Chen comes, you must treat him well. Never neglect the other party. In an instant, the security captain opened the door. Mr. Lin, please come in, your private plane is already parked on the tarmac. As for your transport plane, it is also placed next to it. The security guard is very frightened now. After all, this is a big shot who can afford a private jet. Not to mention that they rented a transport plane just to transport a car home. This kind of boss is really scary. After hearing these words, Lucci and Yuan Kur who were there were dumbfounded. What did they hear? Private jet? For a moment, the two looked at each other. No wonder. Lin Chen is coming to the airport. No wonder, he said it would be okay even if the two of them didn't TF plane tickets. It turns out that this is not that kind of plane at all. Instead, he wanted to take Lin Chen's private plane home. At this time, outside Lin Chen's airport, Lin Chen's aircraft support team was standing there. The three stewardesses and a co-pilot were standing there. Captain Zhang Qiushang was lecturing the four people in front of him. All of you, cheer up. The gentleman we are going to serve this time is a real big money sponsor. According to the information I got, the other party is only in his early 20s and owns his own private jet. This time when I returned to my hometown, I specially rented a transport plane to transport my own vehicle. He is a truly top-tier billionaire. We must be on high alert against such a person and must not disobey him. After hearing these words, all the flight attendants and co-pilots present suddenly looked grim. Yes. At this time, Lin Chen also came behind these people. He honked the horn gently, and Zhang Qiushang, who was there, turned around. Mr. Lin. You are here. Suddenly, after seeing Lin Chen, joy appeared on his face. Then, he spoke to Lin Chen in front of him. Mr. Lin, your plane is ready. After hearing these words, Lin Chen, who was there, also nodded. Then he said, let's go. After saying that, Lin Chen got out of the car with Lucci and Yuan Kur, who both looked confused. After getting off the car, Lin Chen continued on his way. Help me get the car onto the transport plane. I want to take it back with me. After saying that, Lin Chen continued walking inside. Okay, Mr. Lin. Zhang Qiushang, who was there, nodded at Lin Chen. Then, he looked at the co-pilot and said, move Mr. Lin's car onto the transport plane. After finishing speaking, Zhang Qiushang continued. Mr. Lin, please. As he said this, he brought Lin Chen to the airport. No, Chenzi, did you really buy a private jet? What does it look like? Lu Qi was a little excited and kept asking Lin Chen questions. Lin Chen smiled calmly and spoke. You'll know in a moment. With anticipation in their hearts, the three of them also arrived in front of Gulfstream V. When he saw the plane, Lu Qi's eyes suddenly widened. Mr. Lin, this is your private jet, the Gulfstream V. Zheng Qiu Sheng introduced Lin Chen, who was there. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Lu Qi and Yuan Ke, who were standing next to them, were completely stunned at this moment. After all, private jets. It really shocked the two of them. Besides, although they know that Lin Chen is very rich now, but they never expected that Lin Chen could actually afford a private jet. After all, you have to know that a private jet costs at least tens of millions. Not to mention, this private jet is the Gulfstream V, which is known as the most cost-effective and luxurious private jet. The price of this plane is at least hundreds of millions of yuan. This price is terrifying. Chapter 93 Return Home. Under the shocked looks of Lu Qi and Yuan Ke, Lin Chen also brought these two people into the Gulfstream V aircraft. As soon as they entered the cabin, Lu Qi and Yuan Ke were dumbfounded. Among them, there is a sense of luxury and grandeur. Is this the cabin inside? It's like a luxurious reception room. Wooden structures can be seen everywhere. Marble tabletops, high-end carpets. Each seat is a custom-made high-end sofa chair. There is also a small reception room with the most advanced projection equipment and a folding sofa bed for sleeping. Awesome! So fucking rich. At this moment, Lu Qi and Yuan Ke. It was like Granny Lu, who had never seen the world, entering the Grand View Garden. He looked around curiously. As for Lin Chen, he looked calm. He walked in the cabin and sat casually on the sofa. At this time, the chief flight attendant there also came over at the right time. He spoke to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, please allow me to introduce this plane to you. The Gulfstream V is a large, ultra-long-range twin-engine turbofan business jet produced by Gulfstream Aerospace. The aircraft can reach a speed of Mach 0.9, a ceiling of 16,000 meters, and a range of 12,000 kilometers. The aircraft can carry a maximum of 5 crew members and 14 passengers. And all the supporting facilities in your aircraft are purely man-made. For example, the sofa chair you are sitting on now is made of Dutch calfskin. It is also equipped with a massage function, and the price of each sofa chair is around 1 million yuan. After hearing these words, Lin Chen was not at all moved. On the other hand, Lu Qi and Yuan Ke, who were standing by, suddenly swallowed their saliva, their eyes full of horror. After all, just a sofa chair is worth 1 million. This terrifying amount of money really shocked the two of them. At this moment, they felt that this sofa chair was no longer a sofa chair, but a mountain of gold. Moreover, the entire interior of the plane is filled with the strong smell of money. Looking at the two dazed people, Lin Chen just smiled faintly. Then, he pointed to the location and spoke. Please sit down first. The two men nodded mechanically, then sat down on the chair woodenly. And Lin Chen, who was there, continued speaking. Okay, go open 2 bottles of drinks. Okay, Mr. Lin. The flight attendant nodded. Then he walked into a small room at the side, prepared some drinks, and walked back. And he also spoke to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, the captain asked me to tell you that the plane will take off in 10 minutes. And the total flight time is about 2.5 hours. In response, Lin Chen nodded. Then they turned their phones to flight mode. During takeoff, there must be no interference from other electronic signals. At this time, Lin Chen also poured himself a glass of ice wine. The so-called ice wine is ice wine, a type of wine made from grapes that have frozen naturally on the vine during cooler temperatures. I have to say, it tastes really good. Good. Nodding with satisfaction, Lin Chen pulled down the small TV in front of him. An American TV series started playing, and then I just curled up there and turned on the massage system of the sofa chair. Soon, the plane took off smoothly. Along the way, Lin Chen was watching TV series and chatting with the two people in front of him. 2 hours passed. After getting off the plane, the three of them first had a meal nearby. Afterwards, Lin Chen continued driving towards his hometown. Lin Chen's hometown is not in Heian City. Instead, it is in a nearby small county town called Lucheng. The small county town has developed quite well in the past 2 years, and I heard that it will soon have a direct subway connection from the city. Lin Chen drove the car and turned on the navigation, heading straight to his hometown. It took about 30 minutes, and we finally arrived at the small county town where my hometown was. After dropping Lu Qi off near his home, Lin Chen drove towards his own neighborhood. At this time, downstairs in my house, a Mercedes-Benz G worth about 1 million yuan was parked there. Back at home, Lin's father was sitting there with a dark complexion. On the opposite side, Yi Chanyu, an old friend of Lin's father, was also sitting there, holding a purple clay teapot in his hand, constantly praising it. Chapter 94, The gift is small but the feeling is great. At this moment, in this house, Yi Chanyu was also bragging there. Hey, Lao Lin, please tell me about my child, why is he like this? It's only been 3 years, and he was promoted to vice president of the company. He also bought a Mercedes-Benz, which seemed to cost about 1 million yuan. And this time when he came back, he also brought me a bottle of good wine. What was the name of the wine? What's Toma? Yi Chanyu said helplessly, and then took a look. The young man next to him, who was a little thin, wearing a suit and black-framed glasses, asked. Remy Martin. The young man also smiled. After hearing these words, Yi Chanyu waved his hand and said, Hey, I can't remember it anyway, and I can't get used to it. Foreign liquor tastes just like that. Hearing this boasting, Father Lin's face turned pale. But he still said it with a smile. Drink tea, drink tea. And it was at this time that Yi Chanyu continued. Oh, by the way, Lao Lin, will your child come back this year? I heard from Lao Li that Xiao Chen made a lot of money in Zhonghai. Last time, he directly sent 100,000 yuan to his family. Hearing this, Lin's father smiled awkwardly. Well, to be honest, it's good to make money, but it's really not good to have no time to rest and come back to see my parents. Honestly, you might as well let Xiao Chen quit and go to Arabeo's company. This time, the boss of Arabeo's company gave him 5 days off. Besides, I remember that Xiao Chen was also studying computer science at that time, which happened to be a suitable major. Besides, Abeo is now the vice president of the company, so he can help out a bit. Oh, by the way, Abeo, you told me last time, what was the name of your company? Yuan Long Game. Yi Guobao was talking there with a smile on his face. After hearing all this boasting, the fingers of Father Lin holding the water cup began to turn white. The whole person's face looked extremely ugly, one could even say it was blue and purple. Ha, I don't really understand this either. It depends on what Xiao Chen wants to say. Yi Chanyu curled his lips after hearing these words. Then he began to speak. Okay, wait for Xiao Chen to come back, and I'll talk to him in person. And at this moment, Yi Guobao suddenly covered his stomach and spoke. Uncle Lin, excuse me, I need to go to the bathroom first. Go ahead. After waving his hand, Yi Guobao ran directly to the bathroom. Just when Yi Chanyu was about to continue bragging, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Father Lin stood up, walked to the gate and asked. Dad, it's me, Lin Chen. Hearing these words, Lin's father was immediately delighted. Then he quickly opened the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw 4 boxes of goods there. It took Lin Chen a while to move these 4 boxes of goods up. Even with a perfect body, it's still a bit difficult. Looking at this scene, Lin's father who was there was a little confused. Son, these are. Father Lin pointed at the 4 boxes at the back and asked. Oh, isn't this Mid-Autumn Festival? I was thinking that I haven't bought any gifts for you two in these years. And this year, I also started a business with a friend and made a little profit, so I just bought some. Hey, you kid. You just spend money recklessly. Lin's father, who was there, was also scolding Lin Chen. Even though he was complaining, he was actually very happy in his heart. At this time, Lin Chen also moved all his things in. After moving in, he saw Yi Chanyu there and immediately greeted him with a smile. Hey, Uncle Yi, you're here. Ha, Xiao Chen, I haven't seen you for a while. You've lost a lot of weight. It must be hard working outside, right? Yi Chanyu there immediately spoke with a smile. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes flickered. There is something else behind this statement. It's as if he was deliberately trying to show off something. Lin Chen also smiled slightly, then glanced at his father, whose expression looked a little unhappy at this time. Then, Lin Chen also smiled and spoke. Ha, work is hard, isn't it? Oh, by the way, Uncle Yi, I heard that Brother Bao is doing well in Zhonghai. What gift did he bring you this time? To be honest, he hasn't seen Yi Changyo's family for 5 or 6 years. It is obvious that this time the person is here with bad intentions. After hearing these words, Yi Changyu immediately raised his head. He said, "Hey, my child is just ignorant and brought me a bottle of foreign wine. But Xiaochen, isn't your gift a bit shabby, putting it in such a shabby cardboard box? What kind of stuff do you have in here?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and then said, "Oh, they are just worthless things. After all, the gift is more valuable than the sentiment." In response, Lin Chen waved his hand. And Yi Changyu, who was there, was even more excited. He immediately walked up to the box and spoke. "Lao Lin, this is a gift from your child, why don't you open it and take a look?" Chapter 95 confused Yi Changyu. This. Father Lin hesitated. After all, as my son said, I just made a little money. So, he didn't have much expectations for this gift. It was obvious that Yi Changyu was planning to use this matter to show off to his family. Hearing these words, Father Lin couldn't help but say, "Ha, let's not tear it down for now." Yi Changyu, who was there, continued speaking. "Hey, what's there to be embarrassed about? If you're embarrassed to take it down, I'm here to help." As he spoke, Yi Changyu also stretched out his hand. Father Lin was also a little anxious and was about to stop it. But she saw her son blinking at her. Father Lin was a little confused watching this scene. But then, I understood something in my heart. Could it be that? For a moment, Father Lin also stopped moving. Just silently, he watched Yi Changyu, whose face was filled with excitement, unpack the box. As for Yi Changyu, his heart was filled with excitement. In his opinion, the things Lin Chen brought back were definitely not good things. And the bottle of Remy Martin that his son brought back for him, he said, was a good wine that cost more than 2,000 yuan. Yi Changyu was so excited that he opened the first box. When I saw what was inside, the whole person was stunned for a moment. A whole carton of cigarettes. And he also saw it clearly on the packaging box. Yellow Crane Tower 1916. All of them, this whole box is filled with Yellow Crane Tower 1916. As for this type of cigarette, he also knew the price clearly. Even a pack of Huanggalo 1916 cigarettes can be sold for 100 yuan. And the price of this whole piece is 2,000 yuan. However, this box is 500,000. Gurgle. After swallowing his saliva, Yi Changyu was dumbfounded. A box of cigarettes worth 500,000. This price is simply terrifying. At this moment, Yi Changyu didn't dare to continue demolishing. Looking at Yi Changyu, who had a dumbfounded look on his face, the corner of Lin's father's mouth beside him also rose slightly. "Hey, Lao Yi, why don't you continue to demolish it?" Patting Yi Changyu on the shoulder, Father Lin glanced at the box in front of him. When I saw all the Yellow Crane Tower 1916s in there, my eyes twitched. This kid. I actually bought a box of Yellow Crane Tower 1916? After complaining in his heart for a while, Yi Changyu also smiled awkwardly. "Ha ha, I suddenly remembered that this was bought by your son. It's better for you to open it yourself." He really didn't dare to tear it down. When I opened the first box, the contents were so scary. How dare he continue to open the box? Hearing this, Father Lin beside him also smiled. Then, he opened the second box. Another box of Yellow Crane Tower 1916. Yi Changyu's heartbeat slowed down by half a beat in an instant. Then, Father Lin opened the third box. The moment it was opened, 6 bottles of 15-year-old Feitian Mutai appeared in front of Mr. Lin and Yi Changyu. Suddenly, Yi Changyu's heartbeat stopped for a moment. 15-year-old Feitian Mutai. A bottle costs at least over 3,000. In other words, a whole box here costs 18,000. And according to previous situation, the second box is definitely Feitian Mutai. Sure enough, when I opened it, I saw 6 bottles of 15-year-old Feitian Mutai. To be honest, at this moment, Yi Changyu, who was there, seemed a little jealous. "Hey, you're wasting money again." The old man who was there grinned and said to Lin Chen. His words were full of arrogance. Then, he took out a bottle of wine and said, "Old Yi, how about we have a drink tonight?" This. Yi Changyu stared at the bottle of Feitian Mutai with his eyes wide open. To be honest, he had never tasted wine of this level. After hesitating for a while, he nodded. Okay. As they talked, the two of them sat down. Father Lin brought 2 glasses and filled each one. Yi Changyu, who was there, also spoke to Lin Chen with a smile. Xiao Chen, what are you doing in Shanghai now? Where did you get so much money to buy so many good things for your father? Yi Changyu asked curiously. In response, Lin Chen smiled and then said, I didn't do anything, just tinkered with some stuff in Shanghai. A while ago, there was a product that sold well and I made a small profit. Lin Chen said with a smile. After hearing this, Yi Changyu also became excited. I immediately spoke as someone who had experienced it. Hey, Xiaochen, you can't do this, you always have to have a plan. You can indeed make a small profit by speculating like you do, but you can't do it for long. Your uncle Yi also did this kind of thing when he was young, and made a small profit at that time. But later I also discovered that this small profit can indeed be made, but it will not last long. Young people, you still have to work steadily and down to earth, so that you can live a stable life. In my opinion, it would be better for you to let a Bayo introduce you to his company. As he spoke, Yi Changyu continued to shout. A Bayo. Are you okay? In the bathroom, Yi Guobao also turned off his mobile phone. Then he washed his hands and walked out. Dad, you called me? Well, Xiaochen is back. Aren't you the vice president of Yuanlong Games now? Please help Xiaochen find a job. Yi Changyu, who was there, spoke up. Okay, Dad. Yi Guobao smiled and nodded, then looked up. When I saw Lin Chen, the whole person was a little confused. Chapter 96. He is our chairman. Yi Guobao was completely stunned. Familiar. The feeling this face gave him could be described in 2 words. Familiar. The next moment, Yi Guobao's breathing began to become heavy. Then he quickly took out his mobile phone and started looking through the chat history. Soon, the photo that was posted by General Manager Zhou Nan in the Yuanlong Games Senior Management Group was found. When he saw this photo, Yi Guobao also compared it continuously. After a while, Yi Guobao also came to a conclusion. Exactly the same. No wonder. No wonder I felt it looked familiar when I first saw this photo. To be honest, Yi Guobao and Lin Chen are not familiar with each other. I only met him 2 or 3 times when I was a child. The last time we met was 8 years ago. Boys change a lot when they grow up. When Yi Guobao saw Lin Chen's photo, he felt that he looked familiar. However, because Lin Chen's family conditions were average and he hadn't seen him for many years, he didn't think about it that way. But who would have thought? This Lin Chen is actually the chairman behind Yuanlong Games. And what did my father just say, asking me to find him a job? This. Introduce a job to the chairman? What a joke. Immediately, Yi Guobao smiled bitterly. And then he said, I guess I can't do this. Hearing this, Yi Changyu, who was there, was stunned, then frowned and said, Didn't you say you're the company's vice president now? How come you can't even handle such a small matter? Is it so difficult for you to place someone there? Yi Changyu immediately started scolding. I even felt that I had lost face. After all, he had been bragging before about how his son was the vice president of the company and how powerful he was. He even promised directly to help Lin Chen find a job. For a moment, Yi Changyu felt a little angry. Yi Guobao, who was there, smiled bitterly and spoke helplessly. Dad, if you want me to place someone else, maybe I can help arrange it and help out based on the other person's education and ability. But you asked me to place Director Lin in the company. Are you kidding me? Director Lin doesn't need my help to get into the company. As these words fell, Yi Changyu, who was there, was stunned, and then couldn't help but ask. What did you just say? Director Lin? What's going on? This is our Yuanlong Games chairman, Mr. Lin. As he spoke, Yi Guobao also spoke to Lin Chen. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the Deputy General Manager of Yuanlong Games. After these words were spoken, Yi Changyu, who was there, was stunned. The wine glass in his hand fell on the table, and he looked dazed and dumbfounded. Then, my cheeks became hot. What's wrong with speculation? Working hard is the right way to go. Your son is the vice president of Yuanlong Games, and you ask him to help find a job? Just kidding. He is your son's boss. The boss of a big company or enterprise. Are you still showing off and bragging in front of others? At this moment, Yi Changyu suddenly felt that the wine in his hand no longer tasted good. The whole person felt as if he was slapped dozens of times in the face by an invisible slap. The most important thing is that he was the one who stretched his face forward and let others hit him. As for Mr. Lin on the opposite side, although he maintained a calm smile on his face, in fact, a huge wave of turmoil had already been set off in his heart. When did my son become the boss of a big company? How come I don't know all this? For a moment, Father Lin's heart was filled with curiosity. As for the person opposite, Yi Chanyu smiled awkwardly and drank the wine in his glass. Then, he said, Lao Lin, I won't disturb your reunion any further. If I don't go back, my wife will nag me, so I'm leaving now. Having said that, Yi Chanyu ran away quickly as if he was escaping. As for Lin's father, he was in a very good mood and was humming a little tune. When Yi Chanyu was leaving, he bumped into Lin's mother. The two chatted for a while, and after a round of politeness, they returned to the house. He was still mumbling, Lao Lin, whose car is that downstairs? It's so big. Before he could finish his words, Lin's mother also saw the 4 cardboard boxes placed there. Suddenly his brows frowned and he was about to scold. But when he saw Lin Chen, he was stunned. Mom, I'm back. Lin Chen said with a smile. Son, why didn't you tell me you were back? I didn't prepare any food. I'll go buy some. Lin's mother was a little flustered and trembling all over. She then turned around and went out to continue buying groceries. However, Lin Chen smiled and spoke. No need, Mom, just some home-cooked food. Afterwards, Lin Chen took out 2 jewelry boxes from his bag. By the way, Mom, this is the gift I bought for you. Open it and see if you like it. Mom wiped her hands with a smile on her face. Then he took the 2 boxes and couldn't help talking. You kid, you always waste money. Why bring gifts when you come back? As she spoke, she opened the jewelry box. Then I saw the one inside, a gold necklace inlaid with emeralds. When he saw the pure gold bracelet next to it, he was stunned. Chapter 97. Lin Chen was fed a mouthful of dog food. A pure gold necklace. A solid gold bracelet. Just these 2 things made me so surprised that I couldn't close my mouth. Then, he said to Lin Chen. You kid, you just spend money recklessly. You should save this money to buy a house and get married. Although she said that, my mother's face was still full of smiles and a look of relief and satisfaction. In response to this, Lin Chen also smiled. It's all right, Mom. I'll put the necklace on you. As he spoke, Lin Chen was about to pick up the necklace. However, at this moment, he was suddenly pushed away. Go away. What are you going to put on your mother? I'll do it. As he spoke, Father Lin also picked up the necklace. Then she walked behind Lin's mother and gently put the necklace around her neck. Suddenly, this emerald and gold necklace sparkled under the light. The father who was there also nodded with satisfaction, and then said, TSK, you are worthy of being the daughter-in-law of my old Lin family. You are so beautiful. After wearing this necklace, you are even more beautiful. Hearing this, my mother blushed and then said, You bastard. You're the only one who talks too much. Although she said so, Lin Chen could clearly see that his mother's face was full of happiness. Lin Chen next to him. Damn. Why do I feel like my mouth is filled with dog food? For a moment, Lin Chen didn't know what to say. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised, revealing a hint of a smile. However, it was at this time that Lin Chen's smile gradually faded. I just don't know who this child inherited his genes from. His father is obviously good at making people happy, but he's already grown up. Zhang Xiaobei, the grandson of the Zhang family, can go out naked to play with soy sauce. Why is it that he still doesn't even have a partner? Lin Chen? Oh shit. How the hell can this be linked to me? No, Mom, I am. Okay, now that you're back, I won't say anything more to you. I'll arrange a meeting for you with a girl tomorrow. The girl from the Zhao family is quite good. Besides, the girl from the old Zhao family is also working in Zhonghai now, so you two can take care of each other in the future. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, Lin's mother walked into the kitchen carrying a basket of vegetables. In response to this, Lin Chen also opened his mouth. Just when I was about to say something, Father Lin next to me continued to speak. By the way, Olji didn't ask you the right question just now, so tell me the truth. What exactly are you doing in Zhonghai now? How did you become the boss of a big company? Hearing these words, Lin Chen was stunned. He already had an excuse for this. I have been thinking about how to tell you this. Actually, when I was about to graduate from college, I bought a lottery ticket and won about 200,000 yuan. Since this money was unexpected money, I didn't tell you. At the same time, I opened a securities account, bought a random stock, and invested all 200,000 yuan. At first I thought that if I lost the money, it was lost, but I didn't expect that the stock would soar. By the time I remembered to check, I had already earned nearly 800,000 yuan. Then I took the 1 million and bought Yuanlong Games, which had just started, and that was it. Lin Chen shrugged helplessly, looking somewhat helpless. Of course, these words are at most to deceive one's parents, who don't understand the market. If someone who understands the market were to believe something like this that is full of loopholes, there would be no way they would believe it. After all, not to mention the stocks, it is possible to make nearly 800,000 in such a short period of time. Just 1 million to buy Yuanlong Games? This is simply impossible. Soon, the dinner was ready. He entered the kitchen and helped serve the dishes and rice. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and started eating. There were indeed delicious dishes on the table, most of which were Lin Chen's favorites. After all, there are still some frozen dishes in the refrigerator at home. After it was cooked, Lin Chen ate it with relish. While his parents were talking to him about work and his future wife, Lin Chen finished 2 large bowls of rice. After all, no matter how amazing the delicacies from land and sea are, or how delicious the dishes cooked by a chef are, they are still not as delicious as the food cooked by your own mother. The meal was quite harmonious. After eating and drinking, Lin Chen's family sat on the sofa and watched TV. But it seemed like he was the only one watching TV, while his mother was looking at the bracelet and necklace that Lin Chen gave her. My father was very happy, touching the cigarette box beside him. He was reluctant to smoke these cigarettes anymore. Although Lin Chen bought him a box of cigarettes, each box cost 100 yuan. On average, one stick costs 10 yuan. Lin Chen did not expect this. This box of Huangdalo 1916 can even help my father quit smoking. Chapter 98, Pretentious High School Classmate. After that, my mother also started to nag. Talking to myself about this girl from the Zhao family. Arrange a blind date for myself tomorrow, and I must leave a good impression on the girl tomorrow. Lin Chen also listened to this and his ears were almost calloused. After a while of helpless bitter smile, Lin Chen finally ran directly to his room as if escaping, on the pretext of having to work. Then, I felt relieved. After that, Lin Chen also took a look at his WeChat. At this time, Lu Qi also gave himself a message. Shenzi, have you checked the class group? I didn't see it. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked doubtfully. The group said that everyone is going to see Teacher Zhang tomorrow. Do you want to come along? Teacher Zhang, this was their homeroom teacher in high school. When Lin Chen was in his first 2 years of high school, he actually didn't like studying very much and was more fond of playing. If it weren't for Teacher Zhang, who went to internet cafes every day to catch me, I would have probably abandoned my studies long ago. At the end of the second year of high school, Teacher Zhang also grabbed him and gave him a scolding. It was these words that woke Lin Chen up. When I was in my third year of high school, I was completely transformed. That is why I was able to go to China University of Finance and Economics, a pretty good university. If it weren't for Teacher Zhang's words, to be honest, Lin Chen estimated that he could only go to an ordinary second-tier university at best. Thinking about it now, Lin Chen is quite grateful to Teacher Zhang. At this time, Lin Chen also pondered for a moment. Then he said, okay, let's go together tomorrow. Okay then, go to the class group and report to our monitor. Okay. Lin Chen nodded, and then opened the high school class group. The class group is quite lively now. The originally silent high school group now has many active people. Everyone who is going to visit Teacher Zhang tomorrow, please remember to report to me. Okay, I just happened to be back, so we can go together then. Same here. I'm going too. At this time, many people popped up in the class group. And at this moment, a voice was also rang out. Xiao Liang, I'll go over there too. When the visit is over, I'll invite everyone to have dinner at Jufulu. Oh my god, Jufulu? Xiao Liang, you are so rich. That's right, we're going to Jufulu? A meal here would probably cost me tens of thousands of dollars. And the squad leader Li Xianxian also spoke. No, we can just get together when the time comes. Xiao Liang, if we really want to go to Jufulu, it won't be worth it, right? All of a sudden, many people in the class spoke up. Hey, it's nothing, I can still afford this little money. I was recently promoted to manager. At Lin Chen, Teacher Zhang treated you well in the past, why don't you come back to see Teacher Zhang? Seeing these words, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This Chao Liang had conflicts with himself when he was in high school. I didn't expect that it has been so long and they are still targeting me. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, and then said. Just when I was about to say it, Chao Liang had me. I'm going back to Luqing this time. Lu Qi and I will go together tomorrow. Seeing this scene, Chao Liang, who was there, suddenly had a smile on his face. I snorted in my heart, you stole the limelight from me in school back then. Humph, Lin Chen, I want to see how you are going to fight me now. Oh, by the way, Lin Chen, how are you doing now? I heard that you stayed in Shanghai after graduation? Chao Liang also continued speaking. Everyone is full of curiosity about this. At that time, Lin Chen was a dark horse in the class. My grades in my senior year of high school soared from the middle of the pack to the top 30 in the grade. He was also a top student in the class, and he was admitted to Shanghai University of Finance and Economics during the college entrance examination. This can be said to be the best score in the class. And he was even set as a role model by the school. Lin Chen smiled faintly and then spoke. Nothing much, I just hang around in Shanghai and barely make a living. Lin Chen, who was there, spoke quite calmly. After all, there is nothing much to talk about with Chao Liang. Besides, we were all classmates before, so there is no need to pretend. However, Chao Liang immediately laughed and continued. Hey, Lin Chen, that won't work for you. I'm just a sales manager now. But at least you can earn more than 30,000 yuan a month, you are really. After these words were spoken, the entire class began to flatter Chao Liang crazily. Oh my god. Brother Chao, you've made a fortune. Hiss, 30,000 yuan a month, Brother Chao, where do you work now? Wow, this is fucking it, Brother Chao is probably the best performer in our class right now, right? That's right. I just graduated and I only make a little over 3,000 yuan a month. Half of my salary is spent on rent, utilities, and electricity alone. How am I supposed to survive? Looking at this scene, Lin Chen just smiled and said nothing. But Lu Qi was furious. Sending a private message to Lin Chen is like sending a private message to Lin Chen. No, Chenzi, these guys are a bit too snobbish. In response, Lin Chen smiled faintly. Responded, no need to bother with these guys. He is quite open-minded about these things. Since Chao Liang wants to show off, let him do it. Chapter 99 Going to Teacher Zhang's house. But Chenzi, this guy is really too much. Lu Qi was still indignant about this. Lin Chen smiled calmly and spoke. Okay, I know you're thinking about me, but there's no need to say anything to a dog. If this dog bites you, do you plan to bite it back? There is no need to do that. Seeing these words, Lu Qi was also stunned. Okay, I'll pick you up from your house tomorrow, and then we'll go see Teacher Zhang together. Okay. When he thought of the night 15, Lu Qi felt a little excited. At the same time, he was secretly thinking this in his heart. Humph. I'll let you, Chao Liang, jump around for a while. Tomorrow I'll show you what a real super rich person is. Thinking of this, Lu Qi also turned off his phone. As for Lin Chen, he was lying on the bed, browsing on his phone. After brushing for a while, Lin Chen just lay there and rested. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Lin Chen was awakened by the sound of his mother cleaning. After waking up, Lin Chen rubbed his head helplessly. You got up so late right after you got back. It's already so late, why don't you hurry up and have breakfast? Lin's mother next to her also said it immediately. Got it, Mom. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen quickly got up, went into the bathroom to wash up, and signed in at the same time. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Acquired 100% equity of Junyao Capital. Lin Chen, who heard this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. Junyao Capital? This is the top investment company in the country. I didn't expect it to be Junyao Capital. Touching his chin, Lin Chen pondered for a while. Okay, but I have to pick up my share certificate when I have time. If we put all of this in the safe at ICBC, it will probably be full. He shook his head helplessly. Lin Chen also planned to go shopping for groceries with his mother. All the way out of the house. Not far from their doorstep, there is a vegetable market. As soon as I entered, a strong smell of poultry hit me in the face, and the ground was a little wet. The vegetable market in a small county town is like this. Because there is no hygiene and sanitation management, it is also quite dirty and messy. I followed my mother around the vegetable market and helped carry the vegetables. My mother was constantly bargaining for the price, which left Lin Chen speechless. After all, to be honest, we don't need to care about these few dollars or cents. But my mother just likes to do this kind of thing, and she seems to enjoy it. He didn't say anything about it. After walking around the vegetable market, I had a lot more things in my hands. Look, this bunch of vegetables would have cost more than 150 yuan. But I saved more than 30 yuan by bargaining. You young people just don't have this awareness. In response, Lin Chen could only smile. Yes, that's right, shall we go back first? Well, you have to meet the teacher at noon today and eat outside with your classmates. I will make you some soup with this chicken tonight and wait for you to come back. Mother Lin raised the chicken in her hand and spoke to Lin Chen. Lin Chen also said quickly, "No, you and my dad stewed the chicken at noon, just leave a bite for me." Soon, the two returned home again. After helping her clean up the dishes, Lin Chen glanced at the time. It is already around 10:30. I took a look at the class group and found that many people have already started. He was waiting in the community where teacher Zhang lived. After saying goodbye to my parents, I drove to pick up Luqi. We came all the way to the community where Luqi lived. After picking up Luqi, we went straight to the community where teacher Zhang lived. The community where teacher Zhang lives is a relatively old one. When we got near the residential area, the roads became a bit crowded. And there are many vehicles parked on the roadsides on both sides. Lin Chen also took a look and then said, "There are quite a lot of vehicles here, and I guess there aren't many parking spaces in this community. Or we can just park the car here and walk in." Listening to Lin Chen's words, Luqi also nodded. Become. As they were talking, the two parked the car, bought some fruits at a roadside supermarket, and then walked towards the community. At this time, downstairs from teacher Zhang, many people gathered there. Oh my god, why hasn't Lin Chen arrived yet? Why is he so slow? That's right, isn't this a waste of time? Many students, looking at the time on their phones, started talking. And Xiao Liang, who was there, also said with a sneer, "Ha, please be understanding. Our university bully is not living well even now. I don't have money to buy a taxi, so I can only take the bus. It's normal that I come slowly." After these words fell, Lin Chen's figure slowly walked over. Chapter 100. Remember to take more supplements. Looking at Lin Chen and Luqi next to him, they were walking and carrying fruit baskets. This crowd also revealed a bit of contempt. In their opinion, Xiao Liang must have been right. I guess he came here by bus. Xiao Liang also had a deep smile on his face at this time, and immediately spoke to Lin Chen. "TSK, you really walked in here, you are such a loser, you have been working for so long and still haven't bought a car? Last month, I just paid in full for a BMW 3 Series, and it felt really good." Lin Chen really had no interest in making excuses for this, nor was he too lazy to do so. After all, arguing with such a person is just a waste of time. And Xiao Liang, looking at Lin Chen like this, became even more excited. At this moment, he was also convinced that Lin Chen was definitely not doing as well as himself. He then continued speaking. "What is the point of having such good grades? They are just high marks for low ability. I tell you, in this world, only ability is real. I currently earn 30,000 yuan a month, and it's based on what my boss said. As long as I can get an order from Yuanlong Games, I can get a commission of 100,000 yuan a month." After saying this, Xiao Liang, who was there, had a look of pride on his face. Looking at Lin Chen, who was there, his eyes were full of contempt. In his opinion, a commission of 100,000 yuan is definitely enough to crush Lin Chen into pieces. Oh my god. Brother Chao, you are so awesome. Your commission is 100,000 yuan. Yes, Brother Chao, your commission is really amazing, but Brother Chao, this order of yours? Xiao Liang, who was there, raised his eyebrows and then started talking. That's definitely a sure thing. I've already contacted the operations department of Yuanlong Game. And the vice president across the street invited me to dinner at Ligang restaurant some time ago. You know the Ligang restaurant in Zhonghai, a meal costs several thousand yuan. Xiao Liang was showing off crazily there, then he looked at Lin Chen there and spoke. "Ha, Lin Chen, aren't you also in Zhonghai? Have you ever had a lunch that costs thousands of yuan? And this 100,000 yuan, this number, I guess you don't even dare to think about it, right? In response to this, Lin Chen smiled faintly, while Lu Qi, who was there, became anxious. He immediately spoke loudly. Chao Liang. Don't go too far. We are all classmates. Don't think you can show off here just because you have some dirty money. Do you know that Lin Chen is now? In response, Lin Chen waved his hand and spoke. Okay, stop talking, Chao Liang. I'm here to visit Teacher Zhang today, not to compete with you. Now that everyone is here, let's go up together. After these words were spoken, the squad leader there also reacted and spoke immediately. Yes, we are here to visit Teacher Zhang today, so let us go up first. As for Chao Liang, if you are not here to visit Teacher Zhang, please leave first. In fact, this squad leader has been unhappy with Chao Liang for a long time. Hearing these words, Chao Liang, who was there, snorted coldly, with a hint of gloom in his eyes. You're lucky this time. As they were talking, everyone started to go upstairs. After chatting with Teacher Zhang upstairs for a while, everyone left. Soon, everyone started to go to Jufulu to eat. Chao Liang was also bragging there at this time. Let me tell you, this Jufulu is a top-notch Cantonese restaurant, and it's considered pretty good in Luqing. This time I specially booked a private room for you, and I also ordered one portion of all the dishes that can be ordered for you. Although this restaurant may not be as good as the Ligang restaurant in Shanghai, it is also good. Let's go together after the dishes are served. As he spoke, Chao Liang glanced at Lin Chen and said, Oh, by the way, Lin Chen, I see you have lost a lot of weight. I guess you have suffered a lot during this period. Even if you want to make money, you can't exhaust yourself, right? The food will be served later, so you should eat more. Although, Chao Liang's words were full of care. But it is full of ridicule. Many people looked at Lin Chen with mocking eyes. I don't need to, it's just like that anyway. But Chao Liang, you haven't been sleeping well recently, and you have such heavy dark circles under your eyes. I remember there is a famous Cantonese dish called Buddha jumps over the wall, which contains many nourishing and kidney tonifying ingredients. You have to drink 2 more bowls later, remember to nourish your body more. Lin Chen said with a smile. After these words were spoken, Chao Liang's face suddenly turned black. What does this mean? Many people nearby were holding back their laughter and looking at Chao Liang with a playful look on their faces. Afterwards, Chao Liang stopped talking and led everyone into the private room. However, it was also at this time, not far behind the crowd. A young man dressed in trendy brands suddenly noticed Lin Chen. When he saw Lin Chen, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Oh my god, that's Brother Lin, right? Suddenly, Deng Hong's eyes widened. Then he walked directly to the front desk and asked, which room were those people in just now? The receptionist looked at the newcomer and did not dare to neglect him. She immediately said, Young master, those people just now belong to room 8. I see, show me the menu they ordered. As he spoke, Deng Hong took a look at the menu and nodded. He then pondered for a moment and continued. I'm going to the wine cellar. Also, this table is free of charge. One of the people there is my friend. Okay, master. Chapter 101 Everyone is stunned. As for what's happening outside, people still don't know. At this time, Lin Chen followed everyone and entered the house. As soon as they entered, everyone started chatting. Then, the squad leader there took a look at his phone and spoke in surprise. Well, Su Jia is back this year too. Everyone who heard these words showed a bit of surprise in their eyes. Su Jia? I remember she transferred away in her 2nd year of high school. Yeah, I didn't expect you to come back this year. Chao Liang, who was there, also said to the squad leader. Class monitor, since we are all classmates, you can ask Su Jia to come as well. Become. The squad leader there also nodded, and then after some communication, the squad leader also said. Okay, Su Jia said she's visiting Teacher Zhang right now, so we can eat first and don't have to wait for her. After a while of nodding, Chao Liang started to have the dishes served. This is the famous free-range chicken dish. It is made with sea salt from Fujian and free-range chicken fed with all natural feed, steamed for 8 hours. Also, this is the peanut, lotus root and dragon bone soup, which is limited in quantity each day. The soup is refreshing, not heavy, and has a long aftertaste, which shows the exquisite skills of the soup making. The more Chao Liang spoke, the more proud he became, filled with a sense of superiority. And for dessert, this is mango sago, a classic among classics in the culinary world. Chao Liang prepared for a long time and performed it effortlessly, winning the favor of many girls. This chicken is really delicious. The old-fashioned soup is good too. Although the price is high, it's worth it. All the classmates praised Chao Liang for his professional pretense. This is the boss. You can tell from the looks of it that he frequents high-end restaurants. What a rich man. No. Chao Liang appears modest on the surface, but is actually very proud on the inside. And Chao Liang also noticed from time to time that many women cast flirtatious glances at him. Regarding this, Chao Liang is now full of thoughts in his mind. Who knows, maybe I can have some relationship here. For a moment, Chao Liang was full of vigor and vitality. At this time, the box door was opened again. Deng Hong walked in with a somewhat flattering smile on his face. Looking at Deng Hong who walked in, Lin Chen was a little confused. Then, he also noticed that Deng Hong was holding a bottle of Lafitte 2011 in his arms. Chao Liang was a little confused for a moment when watching this scene. No, what's going on? Bro, we didn't order any wine. Looking at the bottle of Lafitte 2011 in Deng Hong's hand, he felt a little panicked. He had seen this Lafitte 2011 on the menu before. 13,000 a bottle. He can't afford this thing. This wine is for you. Also, your table is free of charge. Deng Hong who was there said lightly. All of a sudden, other people started to speak. Oh my god, Brother Chao, you are so awesome. That's right, we got free red wine after having a meal, and the bill is even free. Brother Chao, you are so impressive. As for Chao Liang, the person involved there, he was completely confused. He knew deep down that he was not worthy of such a grand appearance. Let Zhufulu make the meal for free and give a bottle of red wine as a gift. Just kidding. As for Deng Hong who was there, he rolled his eyes and said, Brother Chao? Who is this Brother Chao? The reason why I gave you a free meal and free red wine is because Brother Lin is here. What? Brother Lin? Is there anyone here who is Brother Lin? For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded and started talking about it. Amidst the surprised and puzzled gazes, Deng Hong walked up to Lin Chen and said with a shy smile. No, brother, why didn't you tell me in advance when you came to eat at my restaurant so that I could make some preparations for you? Look at you, what are you eating? If you had told me earlier, I could have asked the kitchen to prepare some delicious dishes. And I can't find any good wine in my store, so I can only make do with this Lafitte 2011 worth about 10,000 yuan. After these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Chapter 102 Chao Liang is dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with dullness and stupidity. This? Are you kidding? This bottle of wine and this free meal are all thanks to Lin Chen? Moreover, hearing what the person in front of me said, it seemed as if this meal was not good enough. At this moment, everything fell into an eerie silence. Fake. This is absolutely fake. You must be Lin Chen's agent. Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be so good at having fun now. Chao Liang, who was there, seemed to have grasped something. He immediately pointed at Lin Chen and shouted loudly. His words were full of confidence, as if he had grasped the truth of the matter. After these words were spoken, others nodded in agreement. It seems that this is the truth. However, at this moment, Deng Hong sneered. I'm a stooge? Ha, what do you think Brother Lin needs to find a stooge for? Brother Lin is in Shanghai, and he owns an entire community just for his houses. Just collecting rent a year can bring in tens of billions. After these words were spoken, the people around him gasped in shock. The look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chen also gradually changed. Chao Liang, who was there, was completely dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Chen who was there, his eyes were full of dullness. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. It's fake. This is absolutely fake. Chao Liang was also murmuring something. However, at this moment, the door of the room was pushed open again. Then, Su Jia also walked in. As Su Jia came in, many people began to greet her. Su Jia nodded and walked directly to Lin Chen. He said, Director Lin, I'm late. Also, Brother Xiaoma asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. He originally planned to fly back and visit in person, but something suddenly happened in the United States that needed to be dealt with. It's okay. Please tell Brother Xiaoma that I will fly to Xinchuan when he comes back. After the simple conversation, everyone fell silent again. Brother Xiaoma? Visit in person to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival? What is Lin Chen's current identity and background? For a moment, everyone was swallowing their saliva, with a deep sense of horror in their hearts. After taking a look at Lu Qi around him, he couldn't help but touch his nose, then cleared his throat. Actually, it's always Brother Lin who didn't let me say it, but now, I think it doesn't make much difference whether I say it or not. Chao Liang, didn't you say before that as long as you can get the order from Yuanlong Games, you can get a commission of 100,000 yuan? Having said this, many people looked over and looked at Lin Chen who was there, with curiosity on their faces. Could it be that Lin Chen has some other identity? Chao Liang, who was standing there with a dazed look on his face, also looked over at this time. Actually, what I want to say is that whether your order can be successful still depends on Lin Chen's mood. After all, the boss behind this Yuanlong game is actually Chen Zi. After these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. The girls all had stars in their eyes. Oh my god! Lin Chen is actually the boss of Yuanlong game. Wouldn't that make him a billionaire? As for Chao Liang who was there, he couldn't believe his ears at all. It's ridiculous that he keeps showing off, but Lin Chen never says a word. It turns out that his silence was not actually because he was poor. But it's because he is not in the same league as me. My behavior was probably seen as a monkey by others. Impossible, it's fake, it must be fake. Chao Liang shook his head for a while. There was disbelief in his eyes. However, at this time, Su Jia, who was standing next to him, said with a sneer. Then I can only say that you are ignorant. I thought it was ridiculous when you mocked Director Lin last night. Do you all really only have 3 days of memory? The bicycle worth 2.8 million 2 days ago was actually Mr. Lin. The video at that time was not very clear and only showed a side view of the figure. But if you look carefully, you can still tell that it belongs to Director Lin. After hearing these words, many people were still confused. What is a 2.8 million bicycle? After all, the influence of this Weibo hot search at that time was limited to Weibo. Many people who don't chase stars are not very clear about it. But at this time, a girl also quickly took out her mobile phone. After searching for a while, a burst of screams suddenly came out. Ah! It's Lin Chen! This silhouette from the side is exactly the same. Oh my god, I just searched and found that the watch on Lin Chen's wrist is actually a Patek Philippe 5002P Platinum model. The price is 17.6 million yuan. Soon, the things on Lin Chen's body were constantly being stripped away and their prices were sold. Lin Chen could only smile bitterly at this. Then they nodded one after another. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Oh my god, it turns out Lin Chen is the real boss. Today really opened my eyes. Lin Chen, you are so secretive that I can't even recognize your talent. Lin Chen still smiled brightly, peacefully, and calmly. My fellow students, you don't have to be polite to me tonight, drink as much as you want. Brother Lin, you are so generous. All the students praised it. Only Chao Liang, who was there, now looked as pale as death. I even wish I could just dig a hole and crawl into it. Chapter 103 Crash. Soon, they were full and satisfied. Because he had drunk some wine, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to leave. Coincidentally, someone in the class suggested going singing together, and Lin Chen agreed. We found a KTV nearby and booked a large private room. Then a few dozen beers were served and everyone started drinking. Because Lin Chen was going to drive soon, he didn't touch the wine. After singing with everyone, time seemed to pass quickly. Soon, it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone was tired at this time, so they urged Lin Chen to sing a song Young Man, and that was the end of the party. Taking Lu Qi with him, Lin Chen returned to the car. He rested for 4 hours, and Lin Chen didn't drink much. At this time, the alcohol is almost broken down in the body. I got in the car, started it, and drove towards home. When everyone saw Lin Chen's car, they were all dumbfounded. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? Looks like we're going off-road? That's not right. I've never seen an off-road vehicle with such a thick layer of steel plate. Wait, I checked, holy shit. This is night 15. Oh my god. Night 15? Oh my god. This car is an armored off-road vehicle, and it costs over 15 million. At this moment, everyone was almost suffocating. The price is about 15 million. And the pressure from the night 15, which was almost like that of a steel beast. All of them are enough to make people feel nervous and scared. Soon, the vehicle slowly drove away. With the departure of Night 15, these people breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen's car was also rushing towards home. However, the road was originally quite smooth. But when we reached the city center, there was suddenly some traffic congestion. And this traffic jam lasted for nearly 30 minutes. The original 10-minute drive was stretched to 3 times its original duration. In front, a small Cayenne and a BMW collided with each other. It just so happens that both of them are female drivers. And this road is a one-way street with 2 cars, so the 2 cars directly blocked the road. The 2 female drivers were also fighting fiercely there at this time. At this moment, Lin Chen was feeling quite upset. And behind us, there were gradually more and more vehicles. There was even a fire truck moving forward there. Other drivers also made way, but when the fire truck reached Lin Chen, it was blocked. That was also why many car owners behind him were pointing fingers at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was also helpless about this. I could only stand there and keep clapping my horn. But this time, the 2 female drivers there immediately pointed at Lin Chen and cursed him. Why are you rushing me? You're rushing me. Can't you see the car crash? If you have the ability, just fly over it. You dare to drive a broken off-road vehicle here. Lin Chen was so angry that he laughed, and his whole heart was burning with anger. He was already a little annoyed, and now being provoked by this, he immediately sneered. Then, he said to Lu Qi beside him. Fasten your seatbelts and sit tight. Ha! At this time, Lu Qi was a little confused. I don't understand what Lin Chen means. But in the next moment, Lin Chen, who was there, immediately released the handbrake and gently stepped on the accelerator. As the vehicle roared, it suddenly rushed out like a bull. Bang! After all, this Night 15 is a bulletproof car, and its shell is extremely hard. With this impact, the BMW and the small Cayenne there were immediately knocked apart. The front of the car suddenly deflated. As for Lin Chen, he left in a cloud of dust. At this moment, everyone fell into silence. Even the firefighters behind were stunned, but then they pretended they saw nothing. Start the car and drive towards the fire scene. After all, they now know clearly that these 2 women are really good for nothings. At this moment, the owner of the small Cayenne there was also wailing. My car! Then, he exchanged a glance with the female BMW owner there, and it seemed as if they both had a common goal. As for the owner of the BMW, he directly took out his cell phone and started accusing Lin Chen. Many passers-by there took out their mobile phones to take pictures and then posted them to their Moments and WeChat groups. The female owner of the BMW made a phone call and then spoke angrily. Honey! The BMW you just bought for me was hit by someone. Suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded from the other end of the phone. What? Explain to me what's going on. It's like this, I just scraped against a car on the road. While I was negotiating with that bitch, a broken SUV from behind just crashed into me. After hearing these words, the voice on the other end of the phone sounded again. Fuck. What brand is the other car? I don't know, I've never seen it. It's probably a small brand. Fuck, okay, you remember what the other car looks like, right? I recognize you, husband, you must avenge me. The BMW girl spoke in a delicate voice. Okay, as long as this guy is still in Luching, I can make him kneel down and apologize to you. Fuck, you even dared to hit my woman with your car, you want to die, right? But I have something else to do here. I need to get this old guy to sell his house quickly. Fuck. Yeah, I love you, moi. On the other side, Lin Chen has now returned home. But as soon as he entered the house, he was stunned. Second uncle? Chapter 104 Second uncle is here. Lin Chen couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't expect that his second uncle would come. My second uncle is a fisherman, and he basically makes a living by fishing near Chaohu Lake. Earlier, my second uncle also married a wife. She gave birth to a son for him, but because she couldn't stand the hardship of fishing, the woman ran away overnight. All along, the second uncle and his son have depended on each other. 2 years ago, because the old house was demolished, I was allocated a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house in this county town. Xiao Chen is back. The second uncle looked at Lin Chen and grinned, revealing 2 rows of big yellow teeth. Then, he showed a sad face and took a puff of cigarette. Hey, fishing is becoming more and more difficult now. Blowing out a puff of smoke, the second uncle continued. Hearing this, Lin Chen also said with a smile. Then there's no need for you to fish anymore, uncle. My brother has grown up and has a job now, so he is fully capable of supporting you. The second uncle who was there smiled bitterly and shook his head. You know, my boy will have to get married in the future, and I'm thinking of saving some money for his wedding house while I still can. Even if I can't save it, I can leave my house for him to live in. It's just a pity that I don't think I can keep this house anymore. The second uncle couldn't help but sigh, then took another puff of his cigarette. Lin Chen was also stunned when he heard this. He spoke with a frown. Uncle, what's wrong? Your house was subsidized for demolition, so no one should be able to move it. The second uncle couldn't help but smile bitterly. Oh, don't mention it. Our neighborhood is going to be demolished again. Lin Chen was stunned when he heard these words. No, that's a good thing. At least you can get more than 1 million yuan from the demolition of your house. Indeed, the resettlement house that my second uncle has is now located near the business district. It can be said that if the house is really demolished, the minimum compensation should be more than 1 million yuan. Don't mention it. I can get 200,000 or 300,000 yuan in compensation, which is good enough. I heard that our neighbor, Mr. Sun, got 100,000 yuan at that time. This time, Lin Chen was also a little confused. If you don't agree, those people will come to your house every day, throw paint on your door, and knock on your door in the middle of the night. After hearing these words, Lin Chen was completely confused. It's totally non-compliant. Uncle, this is against the law. You can call the police. Lin Chen said immediately. The second uncle who was there smiled bitterly and shook his head, then spoke. It's useless. I heard that this guy has a powerful background. Last time someone called the police, the situation was quiet for 2 days. But guess what? The man who called the police had his leg broken when he went out on the 3rd day. After hearing these words, Lin Chen pinched his chin and thought for a while. It seems that this matter. It's not easy. As his eyes flickered, the second uncle's cell phone rang. As a series of numbers were broadcast, the second uncle's face turned pale. It's him again. Lin Chen's eyes flashed at this. Then he said, I'll pick it up. As he spoke, he took his second uncle's cell phone and answered the call immediately. As soon as the call was connected, a very arrogant voice was heard. You old bastard. Where have you been hiding? I'm telling you today, you have to sign this house sale contract today, whether you want to or not. Otherwise, believe it or not, I can burn down your house with just one fire. Lin Chen's expression gradually turned cold after hearing these words. Then, he also spoke. I don't know who you are, but I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Hearing these words, the man opposite was also stunned. Then he started cursing. Who the hell are you? Where is that old bastard Lin Dahai? Lin Chen's expression became even colder, and he spoke directly. You want to buy a house, right? Okay, I'll give you 10 minutes. Come to room 403, building 17, Chuntian Community. After saying that, Lin Chen hung up the phone. Looking at Lin Chen's actions, the second uncle there turned pale. Then, he immediately turned to Lin Chen and asked. Xiao Chen, how could you let such a hooligan come to your house? Hearing these words, Lin Chen smiled and then spoke. Don't worry, uncle. I have the ability to handle this matter. After he finished speaking, the second uncle who was there looked a little nervous, but also relaxed a lot. Just like that, I waited for nearly 10 minutes. The door of Lin Chen's house was also knocked violently. Open the door. Fuck him, how dare you order me like that? Open the door for me. Chapter 105. Do you think I'm afraid of him? Hearing the sound coming from outside the door, the second uncle who was there suddenly turned pale. Here it comes. Second uncle was a little scared, and he seemed to be curled up there. Lin Chen looked somewhat calm as he watched the scene. Then, he patted the second uncle gently and said, Don't worry. They are just some hooligans. I will take care of them. As he spoke, Lin Chen also walked to the door. Then he opened the door and said immediately, What are you arguing about? Do you have any manners? Lin Chen immediately spoke loudly. At this moment, outside the door, a fat young man was standing there, with arrogance written all over his face. As for the person standing next to him, there was a woman. The moment Lin Chen saw this woman, he was a little confused. Isn't this the BMW girl from that time? As the door was opened, the BMW woman inside pointed at Lin Chen and spoke loudly. Honey. It's him. It was this little bastard who hit my car. After these words fell, the BMW woman also smiled and said, Heh, I was originally planning to look for you after I dealt with this old man. But I didn't expect to meet him so soon. Boy, you even dared to crash into my wife's car. It seems you really don't know my reputation. In response to this, Lin Chen immediately asked calmly, So what do you want? Zhao Lin, who was standing there, said immediately. You crashed my car, and it's worth $1 million. In addition, this contract was also signed by this old man. Then let us forget about today's matter. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. In response to this, Lin Chen sneered and said, How dare you ask that? Your shabby car is worth only about 500,000 yuan at most, and you want to ask for 1 million yuan? There is also my second uncle's house. Although it is just a resettlement house after demolition, it is at least worth about 1 million yuan. You want to take the house away just by giving me 200,000 or 300,000 yuan? I don't know who gave you the courage. Father Lin, who was standing behind, was also getting a little angry. He immediately stood up and said, That's it. Do you think that you have someone above you and can cover the sky with one hand in Lucheng? Suddenly, Zhao Lin, who was there, also laughed and said, Ha ha. I'm really going to tell you today that I can really cover the sky with one hand in Lucheng. Zhao Lin, who was there, spoke immediately. I might as well tell you lowly people today. Deng Changming, the owner of Jufu restaurant in the county, is my uncle. In this county, no matter if they are black or white, they all have connections that go far away. Zhao Lin was extremely arrogant and couldn't help but sneer and shake his head. Oh, then your uncle really has a good nephew. But it's a pity. Do you think you can get anything from me with this? You are really good, but you are a little naive. I will give you 3 minutes. Get out of here. There was a hint of contempt on Lin Chen's lips, and his words were full of indifference. Jufu Catering. If I remember correctly, this should be Deng Hong's family property. After hearing these words, Zhao Lin, who was there, suddenly turned cold. At the same time, with a ferocious face, he stared at Lin Chen and shouted coldly, Court death. Following an angry shout, Zhao Lin immediately punched Lin Chen. The power contained in this punch is even more terrifying. In response to this, Lin Chen remained calm and slightly turned his body. Then he raised his hand and clenched his fist. Apply slight force on your palm. In an instant, Zhao Lin burst into screams. Ah! Let me go! Zhao Lin screamed violently, and at the same time, he smashed towards Lin Chen with his other hand. Snort! With a cold snort, Lin Chen suddenly raised his foot and kicked out. Bang! The kick landed directly on Zhao Lin's stomach. In an instant, this force directly kicked Zhao Lin to his knees on the ground. The whole person looked extremely embarrassed. Then there was another round of punching and kicking. During this time, Lin Chen had to hold back his strength to avoid killing Zhao Lin with one punch. He didn't stop until he was tired. Now Zhao Lin's face is extremely swollen. He could never have imagined it. He was usually so arrogant, but one day he would be beaten like this. He wanted to get up. Bang! Lin Chen kicked him hard again and said, Don't move, stay on the ground. If you dare to move, try it. Zhao Lin, who was there, said with gritted teeth. Boy, do you know who I am? My uncle is Deng Changming from Jufu Catering. You are finished. I will not be a human being if I don't take revenge. Don't think you can run away. If you dare to run, I will kill your whole family. I can do anything. Hearing this, Lin Chen said disdainfully. Deng Changming? Do you think I'm afraid of him? As he spoke, Lin Chen looked at the BMW woman who was already frightened silly beside him. He said coldly, His uncle is Deng Changming, you should have his phone number, ask his uncle to come over here immediately. Chapter 106 Who allowed you to stand up? After this sentence was spoken, everyone was stunned. As for Zhao Lin who was there, he was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Call someone to ask your uncle to come over? Is this guy crazy? The BMW woman next to her is also dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Chen in front of him, it was as if he was looking at a madman. After all, once Zhao Lin's uncle Deng Changming comes, this guy will definitely be dead. So, what on earth is this guy thinking? Seeking death? What? Are you going to make me say it a second time? I don't like trouble. Lin Chen, who was there, spoke lightly. There was calmness in the words. After these words were spoken, the BMW woman there also trembled. Then he quickly said, I'll hit you right away, right away. The BMW woman didn't think any more and quickly took out her cell phone and dialed the number with trembling hands. At this time, Lin Chen also returned to the house. Then, Lin Chen, who was there, also turned around and looked at Zhao Lin behind him and said, Just lie there. If you dare to move, I'll hit you again. Lin Chen's tone was very cold. You. Zhao Lin's face turned pale immediately. After all, Lin Chen's words were like putting his face under his feet and stepping on it madly. But even so, he didn't dare to move at all. The brutal beating Lin Chen gave him before was still fresh in his mind. Lin Chen turned and went into the kitchen, made himself a bowl of noodles, and ate while sitting on the sofa. As for the second uncle, Lin's father and Lin's mother, they all looked nervous at this moment. However, at this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded in the corridor. Then, a middle-aged man appeared outside Lin Chen's house. Looking at Zhao Lin lying there, not daring to move, with a bruised face, Deng Changming's face also turned ashen. What's going on? Uncle! Why are you talking nonsense to him? I want to catch him right away. Make him kowtow and admit his fault. Zhao Lin was roaring madly there. His face was also full of anger. As for Deng Changming, he is now gradually suppressing the anger in his heart. Looking at Lin Chen, who was there, although his expression was ugly, he gradually calmed down. After all, he knew his nephew's personality very well. He definitely used his name to intimidate the other party beforehand. However, Lin Chen could simply ignore his own reputation and continue to attack his nephew. That means he is not afraid of himself. This also made Deng Changming a little unsure, the other party. What exactly is his identity? Immediately, he spoke to Lin Chen. I am Deng Changming from Jufu Catering. I wonder who you are. How dare you do such a cruel thing to my nephew? Listening to these words, Lin Chen sat there with a calm expression. Then, he took another mouthful of noodles and completely ignored Deng Changming. Your mightiness. Deng Changming was a little annoyed, so he spoke. I never talk about business while I'm eating. Lin Chen turned sideways and faced Deng Changming's almost fiery gaze, speaking in a calm tone. Deng Changming. Was he going to leave him, the owner of Jufu restaurant and a famous wealthy businessman in Lucheng, hanging there? Then, wait for Lin Chen to eat and then talk? This is the first time I've seen a young man like you. You are not only arrogant, but you are also arrogant and conceited. Deng Changming, who was there, narrowed his eyes and smiled grimly. Lin Chen continued to sip his noodles, looking exceptionally calm. Well, noodles are still the best. Deng Changming. Everyone. Mother Lin was a little worried and said to Lin Chen, Son, isn't it bad to leave him alone like this? After all, Deng Changming still has some status in Lucheng. Although she knew that Lin Chen was not a simple person now. But she didn't know how complicated it was. The second uncle next to him was also a little worried and scared, and his face looked timid. Lin Chen smiled calmly and said, It's okay. Looking at Lin Chen like this, Deng Changming became even more unsure. What is the identity of this young man? At this time, Deng Changming searched his mind for all the wealthy businessmen in Anhui province who were more powerful than himself. I never thought about who actually lives in this Lucheng. This made Deng Changming even more uneasy. Most of the noodles, which still exuded fragrance, were quickly eaten up. Lin Chen, who was still not satisfied, began to slow down his eating speed. But he still turned sideways to face Deng Changming, the top wealthy businessman who played an important role in Lucheng and had face in both the black and white worlds. Soon, the bowl of noodles was finished. Putting down his chopsticks, Lin Chen took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. Deng Changming, who was there, was also a little angry at this time. Now, you should have time to discuss business with Deng, right? After hearing these words, Lin Chen glanced at Zhao Lin, who stood up with a cold expression. As for Deng Changming, he paid no attention at all. Remember what I told you before. Who allowed you to stand up? Get down now. After saying that, Lin Chen immediately kicked Zhao Lin hard in the stomach again. Almost instantly, Zhao Lin felt pain and bent over again. Then Lin Chen kicked him and stepped hard on him again. Chapter 107 The Terrified Deng Changming. Zhao Lin, who was there, screamed with a hideous look on his face. Uncle! You! Suddenly, Deng Changming became angry. Veins on his forehead were bulging. Looking at Lin Chen, his eyes were filled with anger. My name is Lin Chen. After these 4 simple words were spoken, Deng Changming was stunned. Lin Chen? What's the meaning? But, I seem to have heard this name somewhere before. If you don't know who I am, you can call and ask your son Deng Hong. Deng Changming frowned slightly after hearing this, and then took out his cell phone. I found Deng Hong's number and dialed him directly. Hello? As soon as the call was connected, Deng Changming spoke immediately. Let me ask you, do you know a person named Lin Chen? I know him, Dad, what's wrong? Deng Hong asked with some curiosity. Don't worry about it for now. What is the origin of this person? Deng Changming was shocked and asked quickly. After hearing this, Deng Hong was silent for a moment, and then he spoke slowly the next moment. Dad, has something happened? This brother Lin is not a simple person. If something does happen, I suggest you apologize politely. This made Deng Changming shocked. After all, my son has always been quite arrogant. In this Lucheng, there has always been a bit of lawlessness. But now that he has said such words, it is enough to show that this Lin Chen is not simple. After taking a deep breath, Deng Changming continued. Tell me quickly, who is he? He is the chairman of Yuanlong Games, and he seems to have a close relationship with brother Xiao Ma. As Deng Hong finished speaking, Deng Changming, who was standing there, gasped and his pupils contracted. I see. After swallowing his saliva, cold sweat immediately flowed down Deng Changming's back. At this moment, the clothes on his back were instantly stuck to his back. This identity is so scary. Looking at Deng Changming like this, Lin Chen snorted coldly and then spoke. Deng Changming, you really have a good nephew. Just a few simple words, and suddenly, Deng Changming's face was filled with fear. Then he turned around and nodded and bowed to Lin Chen and said, Mr. Lin, it's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I never had any nephews, you are definitely mistaken. This guy has nothing to do with me, you can do whatever you want with him. Suddenly, Zhao Lin was stunned. That BMW woman was stunned. Everyone was stunned. In their hearts, Deng Changming has always been a very powerful person. Even if I meet those high-level officials in the county, they have always been very confident and calm. In this small piece of land, it seems like he can cover the sky with one hand. But now, there is such a person. It was just a phone call. There was a 180-degree change in attitude. Just like a dog, he bowed and begged for mercy in front of Lin Chen. What is going on? Could it be that Lin Chen's identity is really that terrifying? At this moment, Zhao Lin was panicked. He can be so lawless in Lucheng. He completely relies on Deng Changming's power. If Deng Changming breaks off relations with him, he will be in real trouble. Zhao Lin shouted loudly immediately. Uncle! You can't just stand by and watch me die. I'm your nephew, Uncle. Hearing this, Deng Changming's eyes flashed coldly, and then he roared. Shut up! You idiot! As he said that, he kicked Zhao Lin hard twice. Suddenly, Zhao Lin let out a scream. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. This Deng Changming is such a ruthless guy. Uncle, what are you doing? Ah! However, Zhao Lin still didn't understand what was going on, and he screamed as he spoke. With just one word from you, this guy is definitely dead. Why should we be afraid of him? This made Deng Changming even more annoyed and he kicked even harder. Do you know who Director Lin is? You are a piece of trash. You never do anything good but always cause trouble. You only cause trouble for me. How dare you mess with Mr. Lin? I don't have a nephew like you. After a round of angry kicks, Deng Mingchang screamed in agony. You know, he is the chairman of Yuanlong Games, a listed company with a market value of 10 billion. Besides, he has a close relationship with brother Xiao Ma. How dare you mess with such a person? Looking at this scene, Lin Chen's expression remained calm. But the BMW woman next to her looked pale. Lin's father, mother and second uncle who were standing behind were also dumbfounded. The CEO of a company with a market value of tens of billions. I have a close relationship with Xiao Ma Go. Although, they may not know what a market value of 10 billion is, what a concept it is. But Xiao Ma Go and the others still knew. Having a close relationship with a big shot of this level, Lin Chen must be a person of that level, right? At this moment, Lin's mother looked at Lin Chen with full of doubts in her eyes. This. Is he really his own son? Lin Chen looked at the two of them calmly, and then spoke. Okay, no need to act like a victim in front of me. I remember that just now, you asked me to kneel down and kowtow? Lin Chen smiled, looked at Zhao Lin who was there, and said calmly. At this moment, Zhao Lin's body trembled. At this time, Lin Chen calmly looked at Deng Changming who was there and spoke. Okay, since you are so used to having people kneel, then you can just kneel for the rest of your life. Mr. Deng, I think you should be able to handle this little thing well, right? No problem. No problem. Deng Changming nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Very good, get out. Lin Chen waved his hand, and Deng Changming, Zhao Lin, and the BMW girl just ran away. Lin's father and the other two who were there were still a little confused. As for Lin Chen, he also knew that he probably. I'm going to be questioned again. Chapter 108 The Blind Date Arranged by My Mother. The Other Side. In a small villa in the suburbs of Lucheng. Inside this villa. Uncle, you kicked me too hard just now. Isn't Lin Chen just a lousy chairman? What's so great about him? Even if he is the director of a billion-level company, so what? In Lucheng, you can still be afraid of him. Zhao Lin was there drinking and shouting loudly. There is arrogance in his words. Next to him, Deng Changming was sending messages on his cell phone. Then he smoked a cigarette and said, Okay, just stop causing trouble for me. Hearing these words, Zhao Lin, who was there, also smiled and said, I understand. Uncle, I will be hiding in this room for the time being and won't go anywhere. After this period of hype has passed, I will go and settle accounts with those guys. Hearing these words, a hint of coldness flashed across Deng Changming's eyes. Then he stopped talking, just stood up and walked outside. Uncle, are you leaving? Be careful on the road. Deng Changming left without even turning back, leaving the door ajar. After waiting to leave, Deng Changming just went downstairs and lit a cigarette. Then I saw a man in a black suit walking towards me. Boss. Remember, take off both legs and throw them into the street. Spread the news to me, saying that I don't have a nephew like him. As he spoke, Deng Changming narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I am doing this to protect our family. As soon as he finished speaking, Deng Changming had already left. Yes. The man in black nodded, and the next moment, he ran upstairs. But a few minutes later, in this villa area. Following a burst of exclamations. Just a heart-wrenching scream echoed. With a helpless bitter smile, Lin Chen made up a story. There is no way unless I find an excuse to get away with it. Then your parents will definitely not feel at ease. But to be honest, the credibility is too low. For this reason, Lin Chen had no choice but to make up a story to reassure them. My goodness, Xiaochen, you really are lucky. May the old Bodhisattva bless you, it really is the old Bodhisattva bless you. Mother Lin, who was there, clasped her hands together and started muttering something. There was also a lot of tension in the words. The second uncle next to him was also looking at Lin Chen in surprise, his mouth wide open. Then, he couldn't help but say. Wow, this thing called the stock market, is it really that profitable? If you roll this money in, you can earn several times more. The second uncle smacked his lips, looking a little surprised. After all, Lin Chen's words completely overturned his cognition. Well, in the stock market, you can make money, but that also depends on luck. Unless they are some extremely powerful people, otherwise. It is more difficult to make money from the stock market than to win 100 million in the lottery. I was lucky at the beginning, which is why I succeeded in making money. Lin Chen nodded there and spoke calmly. He knew that his second uncle might be interested in this. That was why he wanted to dispel his second uncle's idea. Oh, I see. After a round of nodding, the light of expectation that had originally ignited in second uncle's eyes gradually dissipated. As for Lin's mother who was standing next to her, there was a hint of light in her eyes. Then, he spoke to Lin Chen. Chen, what you just said means that you are very busy at work now. Since I'm very busy with work, I definitely don't have time to fall in love. Today, Mom has also made an appointment for you with the daughter of old Zhao. Let's meet at the Anshan Coffee in the central city at noon tomorrow. Bring a bouquet of roses as a signal. No, Mom. Lin Chen was a little anxious. When he was about to say something, Lin's mother continued. Okay, I know you don't want to talk about it yet. But I have already made an appointment with the girl from the Zhao family, I can't go back on my word, right? After hearing these words, Lin Chen could only smile bitterly, and then he began to speak. Okay, I got it. I nodded helplessly, wondering in my heart how I would deal with it tomorrow. Then, Lin Chen opened his cell phone and took a look. After sending a mid-autumn festival greeting to Lu Lily, I chatted with her and asked about her recent situation. Just start cooking and help my mother prepare dinner. As for my second uncle and my dad, they were playing chess and watching TV. Soon, the dinner was cooked. Then, the family started to eat dinner. My dad also opened a bottle of Feitian Mutai and drank it with my second uncle. The dinner lasted nearly an hour. After dinner, Lin Chen took a shower and went to bed. Chapter 109 Weird Blind Date. A night passed. Waited until the next morning. Lin Chen also opened his eyes and yawned. After entering the bathroom, I started washing. At the same time, sign-in also started there. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, Privileged Yacht Number 1. Privilege Number 1 yacht is currently being distributed and is expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Listening to the system's prompts, Lin Chen was also a little confused. What's the use of this thing? Privilege Yacht 1? What does this system want to do? Looking at this scene, Lin Chen was really confused. After all, Privilege 1 is a super yacht. The yacht is 127 meters in total length and uses the special lines of the Italian Privilege shipyard on large yachts. Moreover, the facilities on this yacht can be said to be extremely luxurious. The yacht is equipped with 6 cars, 4 bicycles, 8 boats, 6 jet skis, 2 helicopters, and even a submarine. It also has a beach club, sunbathing area, sushi bar, and many other features. The next moment, Lin Chen also sighed. This thing is good, but where should I put it? After all, such a huge sea beast is simply impossible to park. It seems that I need to buy a place to park the yacht. He sighed helplessly in his heart and frowned. After washing up, Lin Chen went out for breakfast. The breakfast was over very quickly. After breakfast, I stayed at home with my parents until about 11 o'clock. That is, I was urged by my mother, so I took care of myself a little and left for the blind date. On the way, I bought a bouquet of roses as a secret signal. Just go straight to this Ansheng coffee. Then, after arriving at the coffee shop, Lin Chen sat there. After asking the waiter to bring a glass of ice water, he played with his mobile phone while waiting. On the other side, Zhao Qiqi was on her way here, sending messages to her best friend. Hey, Lily, my dad has introduced me to another blind date. Oh my god, Qiqi? I still remember your dad introduced you to a blind date last time, and it was a nightmare. That's right. I also said I didn't want to go, but my dad said the blind date was the son of his old friend. She works at China overseas like me, and she looks pretty good. He insisted that I go on a blind date with him. I really don't understand what my dad is thinking. This is what Zhao Qiqi said immediately. After hearing these words, Zhao Qiqi's best friend immediately said, how about this, you connect to my video chat, I want to see what kind of person your blind date is. Then you put on the headphones and start the blind date. I will teach you how to speak and act. Good. Zhao Qiqi didn't hesitate. She just listened to her best friend and started the video. Then, he walked into the coffee shop holding his cell phone. After searching for a while, Zhao Qiqi also saw Lin Chen, who was holding a bouquet of roses. He immediately walked towards Lin Chen. As for Lin Chen, he also noticed Zhao Qiqi. With a small smile on his face, he stood up and spoke. Hello. However, Zhao Qiqi did this at the request of her best friend. With a cold face and without even basic courtesy, he just sat down on the sofa. After looking at Lin Chen, he spoke directly. You are my blind date today, right? Yes, I'm Lin. Before Lin Chen could finish his words, Zhao Qiqi interrupted him. You don't have to introduce yourself, I'm not interested in knowing your name. My time is very precious, so I just asked directly. Hearing this cold voice, Lin Chen frowned slightly. Why did my mother introduce such a weird blind date to me? It just so happened that I was still thinking about what excuse to use to reject the other party. But now it seems. Please go ahead. My requirements for a partner are not high. First of all, your appearance is barely qualified. Zhao Qiqi's cold voice also rang out. Let me ask you, do you have a BMW or Mercedes worth more than 500,000 yuan? After hearing these words, Lin Chen was suddenly speechless. Then he shook his head. No. Yes, that's true. Among the cars I own, the worst one is the Rolls-Royce worth 5 million. BMW and Mercedes-Benz, I really don't seem to have. Okay, then do you have a house in Central? This. Lin Chen pondered, not knowing how to answer for a moment, but finally shook his head. No. Indeed, my community is in the inner ring rather than the middle ring. Zhao Qiqi frowned immediately, and then continued speaking. Okay, my monthly salary is 10,000 yuan. Your monthly salary should at least be higher than mine. That. Just when Lin Chen was about to say something, Zhao Qiqi, who was there, spoke immediately. Okay, you look so poor, and your monthly salary is not as high as mine. If that's the case, then we are not suitable. Zhao Qiqi waved her hand and continued. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you're a grown man who doesn't have a car or a house, and whose salary is so low, and you still have the nerve to go out on a blind date? Zhao Qiqi immediately mocked Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen remained very calm about this. Then he stood up and said, Excuse me for disturbing you. After saying that, Lin Chen walked outside. At this time, many people looked over here, and their eyes looked at Lin Chen strangely. After all, Zhao Qiqi's voice was actually quite loud during the blind date just now. And now there are many parents who bring their children here, pointing fingers at Lin Chen and treating him as a negative example. As for Zhao Qiqi, she expressed her gratitude to her best friend with a smile on her face. It was also at this time that Lin Chen had already walked outside and opened the door of his Night 15. It was at this moment that a cry of surprise suddenly rang out. Oh my god! That Night 15 is actually his? After these words were spoken, many people nearby also looked over. Chapter 110 Crazy Fighting Female Watch. Night 15? What's that? I've never heard of this car. Is it valuable? That's right, it's just a broken off-road vehicle. How expensive can such a vehicle be? Besides, what's so surprising about that? It's like no one has a car yet. Everyone looked at the man who spoke and spoke. Zhao Qiqi, who was there, also glanced out the window, and then her best friend's voice was heard. Oh my god, Qiqi, what kind of people are you over there? A car he has never heard of can make him so surprised. Besides, it's just a shabby off-road vehicle. How much higher can the price be? Can it be more expensive than a BMW? After hearing these words, Zhao Qiqi nodded. At this time, the young man who spoke there also continued. Ha ha! What do you know? This Night 15 is not an ordinary off-road vehicle. This car, currently priced in China, is a bulletproof off-road vehicle that costs as much as 15 million. The interior is extremely luxurious. At this moment, the whole place was silent. And the young man continued to speak. Not only that, this car is hard to buy in the country. Anyone who can buy this car is either a wealthy businessman or someone who is truly powerful. As for BMW and Mercedes-Benz, they are not even worthy of carrying shoes in front of this Night 15. At this moment, everyone was completely dumbfounded. A super luxury car worth 15 million. And those who can buy it are all well-known and influential people. All of a sudden, everyone's expressions became complicated and strange. Looking at Zhao Qiqi's expression there, it also seemed particularly strange. As for Zhao Qiqi, her face also turned extremely pale. At this moment, Zhao Qiqi was extremely regretful. If I had gone on the blind date normally just now and taken advantage of the opportunity to lick someone, I might have become a wealthy wife. But now, all the fantasies have been completely shattered. Ah! Little bitch. It was all your bad idea. Do you deserve it or not? At this moment, Zhao Qiqi immediately fell out with her best friend. Then he roared violently at the person on the other end of the phone. At this moment, many people looked over. What are you yelling about? You are an adult, don't you have any subjective judgment at all? At this moment, Zhao Qiqi started to have a crazy fight with her best friend. If there wasn't a screen between them, they would have probably started fighting. But even so, it still amazed many onlookers. Women's watch, awesome. This skill of quarreling is beyond compare. All kinds of dirty words are just a string of witty remarks. For a while, many people were happily drinking coffee there, and watching the two people quarreling through the phone screens. Lin Chen naturally didn't know that Zhao Qiqi had started to quarrel with her best friend. At this time, he reported the situation to his mother. After hearing what happened, his mother couldn't say anything. As for Lin Chen, he was just driving and strolling on the road. And at this time, his eyes also saw Su Jia, who was there carrying a bag. He immediately drove the car to Su Jia's side and rolled down the window. Then he honked his car horn. Director Lin? Su Jia was also slightly startled and couldn't help but speak. Get in the car. Lin Chen waved his hand and spoke directly. Looking at Lin Chen's actions, Su Jia did not hesitate. He only remembered getting into Lin Chen's car. Why, are you planning to go back to Shanghai? Well, the main reason I came back this time was to see the teacher. I never expected that after just a few years of not coming back, Luqing has changed so much. Su Jia spoke immediately. Lin Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. By the way, Director Lin, do you have any plans recently? No, I've been busy doing nothing during this period. Lin Chen shrugged and spoke calmly. Indeed, he is now completely busy with nothing. As for the company, he is just a hands-off boss. Unless it is something extremely important, he will not care at all. Hearing Lin Chen's words, a gleam of light flashed across Su Jia's eyes. The next moment, he spoke to Lin Chen. In that case, Director Lin, Xiaoma has a project going on recently. I wonder if you are interested in getting involved. Hearing these words, Lin Chen, who was there, also had a gleam in his eyes. Oh? Tell me about it. P.S. Here comes the first update. Chapter 111, Investing in Dosha Live. Invest in Dosha and plan for large-scale entertainment. Su Jia, who was there, spoke immediately. Fighting Shark. Live broadcast of everyone fighting sharks. This is a place where young people gather. Although in terms of size, it is not as big as the Moya Live next door. But the advantage is that there are many young people and rich people, so the consumption is also high. Will you invest in Dosha Live? Lin Chen's eyes flickered. Now that Xiaoma Gu has taken this step, it is obvious that he is preparing to unify the entertainment industry. But this is normal, after all, Xiaoma Gu has been doing this all the time. Whether it is the two chat software under his name or other things. Basically, it can be roughly divided into two categories: film and television entertainment and game entertainment. It is normal to invest in a live streaming platform now. The reason why this little brother Ma wanted to win me over was actually very simple. Planning to test myself. After all, this little brother Ma is not sure of himself. However, in a sense, investing in Dosha Live is indeed a good move. After all, although Yuanlong Games, which is under his name, has a large market share abroad, it has always been lukewarm in China. If you invest in Dosha Live, then there is no doubt that it can achieve the greatest publicity. For a moment, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth rose slightly, and then he checked his bank account. In the past 2 days, many of the companies under my control have paid dividends to me. After taking a quick look, he was stunned. Before I knew it, I had assets worth more than 30 billion yuan. Then, he became the Tao. Sure, go back and tell Brother Xiaoma that I will invest 5 billion through Junyao Capital to buy shares in Dosha. At this moment, Su Jia was stunned. Invest 5 billion. You know, Brother Ma is only planning to invest 4 billion this time. Lin Chen directly invested 5 billion yuan. And it was through Junyao Capital. At this moment, Su Jia was a little confused. She naturally knew about Junyao Capital, the largest investment company in the country. But now, Lin Chen said that through Junyao Capital. What does this mean? Mr. Lin, you said through Junyao Capital? In response to this, Lin Chen spoke calmly. Oh, Junyao Capital, this is an investment company under my name, is there any problem? I have a lot of companies under my name now, and I manage them all by myself, how can I possibly manage them all? Lin Chen, who was there, spoke calmly. Indeed, there are indeed too many companies under his name now. Hearing these words, Su Jia couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Is this even human language? Too many companies? Besides, this Junyao Capital actually belongs to Lin Chen? At this moment, Su Jia suddenly felt. Lin Chen now is truly unfathomable. By the way, when will the financing negotiations for Dosha begin? I'll go and give the order first. Lin Chen took out his cell phone, found the phone number of the current person in charge of Junyao Capital, and started asking. The day after tomorrow. Su Jia swallowed and said immediately. I see. Nodding calmly, Lin Chen directly called the cell phone number of Zhang Yaohua, the head of Junyao Capital. Chairman, what do you want? A respectful voice was heard from the other end of the phone. I will transfer 5 billion to the company account later. When Dosha raises its round of financing the day after tomorrow, you will go and capture this Dosha. Okay, Chairman. Zhang Yaohua's voice rang out from the other end. After the call was hung up, Zhang Yaohua gradually breathed a sigh of relief. This is the new chairman's first order. We must do it well and not leave any bad impression. Zhang Yaohua, who was standing there, murmured something and looked very serious. Come on, shall we go get something to eat? Okay. He nodded, and the vehicle started again. After driving the car to the nearby Fanjuanhui, the two went upstairs and finally entered a Western restaurant. Lin Chen casually ordered 2 steaks, some appetizers, and a salad dessert. After doing all this, Lin Chen looked at Su Jia, who was there, and asked, How do you feel about being in this penguin group? After looking at Su Jia, Lin Chen asked calmly. As for Su Jia, he just smiled helplessly. Then he shook his head. What else can I do? Now I have been transferred to the board of directors. There was not much increase in salary, but the workload became more arduous. It was all because of someone who suddenly became the company's boss. At the end, Su Jia's tone gradually became resentful. Forehead. Lin Chen also smiled awkwardly, then touched his nose and smiled. Then I'm really sorry. Soon, lunch began to be served. Immediately, the two of them started eating. Chapter 112 confused Lin Chen. This lunch was eaten very quickly. Lunch is over. The two sat there to rest for a while, drank a cup of coffee, and then left one after another. Su Jia planned to leave this afternoon. After Lin Chen sent him to the station, he left on his own. After returning home, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and started playing games. My mother also kept muttering about this. Look at you. You just play with your phone all day long. It's like you haven't done any housework. After hearing these words, Lin Chen quickly stood up and spoke. Then I'll go do some housework. Just as I was about to get the mop, my father next to me immediately spoke up. You are standing there, is the floor you are mopping the floor, or is it mud? Are the dishes you washed really dishes? They're all greasy. If you cause me trouble again, I will break your legs. As for my mother, she continued. Look at Xiao Jiang next door, he does housework diligently and now has a girlfriend. My son Jiang Xiaobei can now go out to buy soy sauce with his bear butt. There is also the grandson of the old Bai family, Bai Qingxian, who can also run all over the place. Look at you, you just hold your phone all day and don't even have a partner. Lin Chen. Damn. Because of this again. No, Mom, I have a partner. Lin Chen was confused and said immediately. You're just talking nonsense. If you have a partner, why don't you bring him or her back? My mother was mopping the floor and talking loudly there. As for Lin Chen, he opened his mouth, his face full of helplessness. No, then I'll show you the photos. As he spoke, Lin Chen was planning to find out the photo of himself and Lu Lily. However, at this time, the old mother there continued to speak. Okay, just try to fool me and your dad. We don't know much about phones anyway, so how would we know if this photo of yours is from the internet? For a moment, Lin Chen seemed to have suffered 10,000 points of critical hits. This is... What else can I say? Immediately, Lin Chen chose to shut up decisively. After all these years, he knew that if he continued to speak, the consequences would only be more painful. Instead of doing this, it's better to just shut up. Besides, I have to go back to Shanghai tomorrow anyway. As for Lu Qi, he left ahead of time because Yuan Kur had to return to work tomorrow. Just like that, another whole day passed. The next morning, Lin Chen signed in as usual. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained, private island in the East China Sea, coordinates. This island has been developed, has complete facilities and is highly secure. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen was a little confused. Private island? Oh shit. This is really scary, brother. Now they even let me sign in for a private island? And it looks like my yacht will arrive tomorrow, right? For a moment, Lin Chen's expression was extremely complicated. Then I started to think about it in my heart. Do you want to go to the island in a couple of days? If the island is habitable, maybe I can bring my parents over to live with me for a while. After mumbling for a while, Lin Chen also told his parents. He immediately drove straight to Heian Airport. Lin Chen had already greeted his crew last night, and the route had also been set. After rushing all the way to Heian City and getting on the plane, Lin Chen closed his eyes and rested. As for his own vehicle, it was placed on the transport plane nearby for transportation. This time, because Lin Chen was flying alone, the journey was relatively easy. After flying all the way back to Shanghai, Lin Chen had nothing to do when he first arrived in Shanghai. So, I decided to ask Lu Lily out for a meeting. After all, it seemed that Lu Lily and I hadn't seen each other for some time. Then, Lin Chen directly dialed Lu Lily's cell phone number. "Hey, Lily, where are you now?" However, at this moment, Lu Lily's choked voice suddenly rang out. "Brother Lin, my mom is in trouble. She is being rescued now." Hearing these words, Lin Chen's brows suddenly frowned. "Don't cry yet. Tell me which hospital you are in now. I'll go over and accompany you first." After saying that, Lu Lily also gave her address. Afterwards, Lin Chen drove straight to the affiliated hospital of Shanghai Medical College. Soon, he rushed to the hospital. At this moment, there were 4 people standing outside the emergency room. As for Lu Lily, she was squatting aside crying when she saw Lin Chen coming. He also immediately spoke to Lin Chen. "Brother Lin." As she spoke, Lu Lily suddenly pounced over. Chapter 113, Just because you have money, you can still be lawless? As Lu Lily rushed over, Lin Chen also touched Lu Lily's hair. Then he comforted her and said, "It's okay, I'm here." And at this time, a middle-aged man there also walked over slowly. Looking at Lin Chen, he said, "You must be Lily's boyfriend." Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, "Excuse me, who are you?" "Oh, I'm Lily's uncle, my name is Lu Chunlai." Nodding to the middle-aged man in front of him, Lin Chen also nodded and said, "Hello, uncle." Afterwards, Lin Chen continued to speak. "May I ask, what exactly happened?" The uncle standing there had a complicated expression on his face. After a while, he sighed and said, "It was a car accident." Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, and then he spoke. "Car accident? What about the person who caused it?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Lu Lily twitched twice, and then said inevitably, "I'm going home." At this moment, Lin Chen's expression became even colder. Then, he spoke coldly. "You hit someone, and you just walked home so brazenly? What kind of person is that?" The uncle there also smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We do want to keep him, but he is a rich second generation. We are just a group of ordinary people and we have no ability to keep it." At this moment, Lin Chen felt more and more ridiculous. He said while shaking his head, "Ha, he's just a rich second generation guy, can he just walk home in a swagger after hitting someone?" Lu Lily, who was there, felt that Lin Chen was full of murderous aura at this moment, and she was afraid to look him in the eye. After hesitating for a while, Lu Lily decided to tell the truth. "It's like this. Before, my mother planned to go shopping. Then when crossing the road, he was hit by a car that rushed out. And the driver of this car, because there are no surveillance cameras nearby. I insisted that it was my mother who ran a red light. And now my mother is still there for treatment, so no one can prove that he is lying." Hearing these words, Lin Chen's brows furrowed. Then, he also spoke. "But even if that's the case, that's no excuse for him not being here right now, right?" Lu Lily shook her head helplessly and spoke. "He's rich, and he has already given full authority to his lawyer to handle this matter. Said that if we want to negotiate, we have to negotiate with his lawyer." After hearing these words, a young man with a bullet-shaped haircut said angrily, "Could it be that this matter is really unjust? Can one be lawless just because he has money?" The young man said angrily. But a mean woman standing nearby immediately shouted, "That's enough. The adults are talking, why are you, a little kid, butting in?" "But, Mom, this matter about my aunt." "Shut up." The mean woman glared at the boy, and the boy didn't dare to say anything else and could only shut up. But there was still a hint of indignation on his face. After taking a look at the people in front of him, Lin Chen continued speaking. The uncle smiled bitterly, shook his head and spoke. "It's useless, we have already found several lawyers. But the other party's lawyer is so famous and his winning rate is so high. As soon as we mentioned the other party's name, these lawyers refused to accept the call. The uncle sighed and then continued. And I also asked a few lawyers I had good relationships with, but they all said, even if Lily's mother woke up, it would be useless. Once both sides insist on their own opinions, it will be a protracted tug of war. By then, they may not be afraid, but we really can't afford to delay. After these words fell, a thin man in a suit and black framed glasses also walked over. That's right, it's useless even if you sue. Let me put it this way, if you want to take this matter to court, your chances of winning will not be higher than 5% with me here. Not to mention, there are no more than 10 lawyers in Shanghai who are willing to take this case. After hearing these words, everyone there gnashed their teeth. Looking at the lawyer in front of me, I feel so angry that my teeth are itching. So, let me state my employer's conditions again. The matter was settled out of court, and our employer was willing to pay $200,000 as humanitarian aid. I hope this matter can be directly resolved. After these words were spoken, Lily, who had already cried with red eyes, immediately shouted hysterically. Don't even think about it. Who wants your little money? The boy, who had kept silent, couldn't help himself and spoke immediately. That's right. 200,000 is all you need to end this matter? I'll give you 1 million, you pull that rich second generation over here, and I'll hit him. The mean woman next to him glared at the young man again. As for the uncle, he immediately said coldly, we will not agree to this condition no matter what, so don't waste your efforts. In this matter, you were the one who hit someone first, but now you want to end it like this? Do you think it's possible? If your employer is unwilling to apologize, then we can meet directly in court. The lawyer there sneered and said, meet in court? Okay, then I want to see what kind of lawyer you can hire. I would like to give you poor bastards a piece of advice, don't push yourself too far. My employer is willing to give you a humanitarian aid of 200,000 yuan. It's already a favor. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, in the end, you won't get a penny. Chapter 114. A team of lawyers arrives. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. Looking at the lawyer in front of him, his expression was indifferent. And the people there were all angry. You. Lily was about to say something but was stopped by Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen, who was standing there, also looked at the lawyer. In that case, let's meet in court. The lawyer now looked at Lin Chen, then frowned and said, who are you? I. Lin Chen smiled and said, I'm Lily's boyfriend, and don't worry about whether you can hire a lawyer. There will definitely be one. As he spoke, Lin Chen also turned on his cell phone. A direct call was made to Phonine. Boss, what can I do for you? Phonine spoke, his words full of respect. Well, send a team of lawyers to me right now. The location is at the entrance of the emergency room of the affiliated hospital of Shanghai Medical College. Okay, boss. After the call was hung up, the lawyer on the other end was inevitably confused. Legal team? But then, the lawyer suddenly laughed and shook his head. Just make it up. And you even made a phone call to have a team of lawyers sent over? You think you are making a movie, and you poor bastards can only afford a lawyer team? Lin Chen looked calm as he listened to these words. Then, he spoke coldly. Really? Then I hope you won't leave. My legal team will be here soon. Ha! You're just kidding. The lawyer sneered and then shook his head. He was extremely disdainful of Lin Chen's words. A legal team is a group consisting of 5 or more lawyers. And in Shanghai, those who can afford to hire a team of lawyers are either rich or noble. After all, every legal team is extremely expensive. Ordinary people can't afford this thing at all. Time passed little by little, and after about 10 minutes, a sound of footsteps was heard not far from the emergency room. Hearing the sound of footsteps, everyone looked over. I saw 5 men wearing black suits, with a golden badge on their collars and briefcases in their hands, walking towards the side. And the leader is Robin. When Lin Chen saw Robin coming in person, he was also a little surprised. After all, he hadn't expected that the seal would actually send Robin here. And the lawyer there was now dumbfounded. The whole person stood there, muttering continuously. Robin? He couldn't believe it. This Lin Chen actually hired a team of lawyers. And the leading lawyer is a legendary lawyer known as the lawyer legend, Robin. Didn't they say that Robin rarely takes cases? How could this happen? The lawyer representing the rich second generation there was a little confused. As for the uncle who was there, he was also dumbfounded. It's actually Lawyer Robin? Who exactly is Lily's boyfriend? The uncle murmured that he actually knew Robin and was aware of his famous name. Now seeing that it was Lawyer Robin who came, there was no doubt that he was extremely shocked in his heart. As for Lily who was standing next to her, she was deeply shocked. After all, her understanding of Lin Chen still remained at the level of the owner of Jinyuan Commercial Street. However, now, with just one phone call, a team of lawyers came, which was something Lily had never expected. And now, this group of lawyers also walked in front of Lin Chen. He bowed to Lin Chen and said, "Boss." Lin Chen nodded, then looked at the rich second-generation's lawyer and spoke. "Next, we will fully entrust this car accident case to the lawyer team of Quanjing Law Firm to handle it. Lily, what do you think?" Lily nodded in confusion. Good. Whether it was her uncle, or the lawyer on the opposite side, they were all dumbfounded. Them. What did you just hear? This Robin actually called Lin Chen boss? So in that case, this is the warrant law firm where Robin works. Doesn't that mean? Is it Lin Chen's? After getting Lily's authorization, Robin nodded. Don't worry, boss, now that we have taken over this case. Then I am confident that I can make the other lawyer regret taking this case. As he spoke, Robin turned his head. He looked at the rich second-generation lawyer over there and said, "Now, this car accident case will be fully handled by our legal team." The rich second-generation lawyer opposite now has sweat all over his forehead. Although he said that the winning rate is very high. But he faced. It's a team of lawyers. It's not that a team of lawyers is scary. Rather, this entire team of lawyers is truly a hassle. It means facing several lawyers alone. Not to mention, the lead lawyer of the opposing legal team is the famous Robin. Chapter 115: The Terrified Second Generation. At this moment, the rich second generation's lawyer was really scared. Cold sweat was pouring down his back like crazy. After giving Robin an awkward smile, he quickly hid aside and started making a phone call. Listen to the ringing sound of the phone. This rich second-generation lawyer was like an ant on hot pot, extremely anxious. After waiting for about 20 seconds, the call was finally connected. Hello? The voice on the other end of the phone was a bit panting and a little angry. The lawyer didn't dare to say anything and immediately spoke. "Mr. Qian, something has happened here. You'd better come here in person and solve this matter." After these words were spoken, Chen Xiao, who was over there, suddenly became angry. I couldn't help but speak coldly. "What do you mean? I paid so much for your lawyer fees. Now you tell me that something has happened and I need to go there personally to solve it? Is there shit stuck in your brain?" The lawyer didn't dare to refute and could only smile bitterly. It's like this: the other side hired a team of lawyers. Lawyers? Xian Xiao was startled, frowned, and then said, "Even if it's a team of lawyers, so what? Didn't you say you're awesome?" But, the lead lawyer of this legal team is Lawyer Robin. At this moment, young Master Qian was suddenly speechless. Cold sweat was pouring down my back. He had also heard of Robin's reputation. Damn it! Aren't these ordinary people? How can they afford Robin? For a moment, he was filled with fear in his heart. After all, he knew that he was indeed wrong this time. The consequence was caused because I was drunk at the time and failed to brake the car. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hired a lawyer to settle the matter out of court. After all, if the case really goes to court and he loses the case, he will not only face high compensation, but even jail time. At this moment, he was really panicked. He immediately said, "Hold him steady, I'll be there right away." After saying this, Xian Xiao climbed up from the bed. Then he looked at the two people next to him and said immediately, "I have something else to take care of, you guys go play." After saying that, he put on his clothes and left the place quickly as if escaping. The two people on the bed and the people beside the bed all looked at each other in confusion. But then he stopped caring about it and continued to have fun every night in the house. On the other side, the lawyer smiled and spoke to Robin, who was there. "Hey, Lawyer Luo, my employer will be here soon. Please wait a moment." Nodding to the lawyer, Robin then continued to instruct other lawyers. These lawyers were also there at this time, and no one knew what they were discussing. Lin Chen sat there, comforting Lu Lily. The uncle next to him remained silent. On the other hand, the mean girl smiled shyly at Lin Chen and tried to show her affection to him crazily. This also caused Lin Chen to roll his eyes repeatedly. Soon, half an hour passed. Within this half hour, the operation was over and Lu Lily's mother was temporarily out of danger. He was transferred to the ICU intensive care unit. Lin Chen also went to help pay the hospital bills. Just like this, time passed by minute by minute. Finally, when Lin Chen was almost getting impatient, a young man walked towards this side quickly. When the lawyer saw this young man, his eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he hurried over, pulled her aside and whispered to her. As for Lu Lily, she became excited, but Lin Chen calmly patted Lu Lily's hand. They sat there together, looking calm. A few minutes later, the lawyer explained in detail what he knew. A gleam of light flashed in Xian Xiao's eyes, and then he walked over. He just glanced at Lin Chen, then turned his gaze to Lu Lily there and said, "You are the daughter of Ms. Zhao Xiuying, right?" Lu Lily nodded immediately, then looked at Lin Chen hesitantly, obviously regarding Lin Chen as the backbone. At this moment, a smile appeared on Xian Xiao's face. Then he looked at Lin Chen and spoke. "Have you discussed it? How much money are you going to give my girlfriend so that she won't pursue this matter any further? Then you are going to ask about my identity and want to make friends with me?" Lin Chen showed a hint of scorn and said calmly. Lu Lily there blushed immediately. As for Qian Xiao who was standing there, his face froze. He really thought so. But I didn't expect that it would be exposed directly now. Chapter 116 Lin Chen's wrist. But in the next moment, the young man put away his smile. Immediately, he said it immediately. "Well, Mr. Lin, you look like a social elite and a successful person. My family is in the real estate business, and Dalong Real Estate is mine. Let's just treat this as a chance to make some good friends. I'm offering a $5 million humanitarian grant. What do you think?" After these words were spoken, the expression of the mean woman there changed. His original disdain turned into wide-eyed stare, and his breathing began to become heavy. However, Lu Lily, who was there, raised her head. A pair of eyes, now red and swollen from crying. Immediately, he shouted loudly. "Don't even think about it. You hit someone and you don't even have an apology." After these words were spoken, the mean girl there suddenly became anxious. He immediately ran to Lu Lily with an anxious look on his face, and said hurriedly with a smile on his face. I'm sorry, we need to discuss this further." After this sentence was uttered, the mean girl quickly looked at Lu Lily and said immediately. "Lily, are you crazy? I'm not saying this to you, but this is 5 million. 5 million, how could you just refuse it like that?" After hearing these words, Xian Xiao showed a somewhat contemptuous smile on his face. 5 million can get rid of these people. For a moment, there was little money there, and the corners of his mouth suddenly rose. However, Lu Lily suddenly became anxious. "But aunt..." Before Lu Lily could say anything more, her aunt continued. "Lily, you have to think carefully, this thing has already happened. Even if you really want to sue, your chances of winning are not very high, not to mention that it is a waste of time and money. And even if you win, the most you'll get is an apology. But what's the point of this apology? It's better to take the 5 million and live a good life. Of course, this aunt is thinking more about. As long as the 5 million is in Lu Lily's hands, I will find a way to borrow some of it." This time, Lu Lily was almost laughing out of anger. After all, she really couldn't understand why she had such a relative. And at this moment, the uncle next to him also shouted angrily. "That's enough." Hearing this voice, my aunt, who was about to say something, immediately shrank her neck. "This matter cannot be left like this, we need an apology, not 5 million. This guy hasn't even apologized yet, and he's buying your conscience with 5 million. The uncle was shouting angrily, and as there was little money there, his face gradually turned cold. Court death. Xian Xiao's expression suddenly turned cold. "It seems like you really don't know the strength of our Dalong Real Estate. There is little money there," so he immediately spoke in a cold voice. Lin Chen looked calm as he listened to these words. But at this moment, Lin Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. After picking it up and taking a look, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The next moment, he also stood up. Looking at the phone calmly. Dalong Real Estate, this company has quite a lot of dark history. In May 2017, through violent and criminal means, 13 old houses in Zhonghai Old Town were forcibly acquired and were waiting to be demolished. In September 2017, through violent and criminal means, 280 properties in the old city were demolished to build a residential community, making a profit of 2.83 billion. 18 years. Lin Chen read out the items one by one. There was less money there, and suddenly beads of sweat started flowing down his forehead. As the last one fell, there was less money there, and the whole person looked terrified. As for Lin Chen, he just smiled faintly. Sitting there, he said, "Why, you want to tell me how I know so much about this? Do you really think that I have done nothing while waiting for you for so long? I have now uncovered most of the troubles that Dalong Real Estate has had over the years. After a while, my lawyers will come to you one by one. Wait until that time, and then you can consider whether you have the time to deal with us." As he spoke, Lin Chen stood up with a cold expression. And there was little money there, and his face gradually became hideous. "Kid. Just wait for me. Next time you walk alone at night, you'd better be careful. Don't let someone knock you out on the street one day by accident." In response, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. Then he looked at Robin next to him and said calmly, "Okay, did you hear that? You should have recorded this sentence, right?" "Everything is recorded, boss," Robin said immediately. Lin Chen nodded and continued. "Well, then if anything happens to me, this recording will be handed over to the police. You." At this moment, with so little money in hand, his eyes went dark and he fainted. He knew that this time, he was completely finished. After all, he had some methods in mind when forcibly acquiring properties over the years. If all these things were exposed, the consequences are truly unimaginable. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had a look of indifference on his face. Then he looked at Lu Lily behind him and said with a smile, "Okay, the matter is basically resolved. The next thing will be handed over to the legal team." "Yeah." Lu Lily nodded with a slightly red face. And my aunt who was there looked distraught. The young man next to him looked at his mother and shook his head. And the uncle couldn't help but look at Lin Chen a few more times. Afterwards, because Lu Lily's mother needed more rest, Lin Chen did not continue to disturb her. Just left alone. Chapter 117 Bio-Human Bodyguard. On the way back, Lin Chen was also thinking there. Indeed, it is true that the money is too little, and my safety seems to be really a problem. Until now, I don't have a bodyguard or anything like that. It seems that I have to find a way to equip 1 or 2 bodyguards. Pinching his chin, Lin Chen pondered in his heart. When Shen Zirua comes back to work tomorrow, let her help prepare the security personnel. Although, my current personal combat capability is indeed very strong. He has a perfect body shape and is proficient in Bajikwan. But what can we do about it? No matter how strong you are, you can never defeat a group of people. Besides, with a group of people coming together, which one should I visit first? Thinking of this, Lin Chen fell silent. It seems that hiring some security guards is something that must be put on the agenda. Murmuring in his heart, Lin Chen's expression gradually became heavy. Soon, Lin Chen also returned home. "It's just that I haven't been back for 3 days." There was a layer of dust in the room. After calling 5 housekeepers over, Lin Chen just stood by and watched them work calmly. Just like that, after waiting for nearly 2 hours, the housekeeping service finally cleaned the house. I have to admit, this is indeed a disadvantage of big houses. This is really hard to clean up. This housekeeping service charges by square meter, which is only 10 yuan per square meter. Lin Chen paid 3,000 yuan on the platform. Then they gave each of them a red envelope of 200 yuan and sent them away. The 5 domestic helpers were all shocked when they saw the red envelope of 200 yuan. Wow, this rich man is so generous. After a burst of astonishment, the faces of the people here were full of surprise. That's right, this one shot is 200 yuan, which is almost 2 days' salary for me. This is a rich man, no wonder he is rich. Just look at the amount he spends, it's really too generous. All of a sudden, smiles appeared on the faces of the 5 housekeeping ladies. Lin Chen also nodded with satisfaction. This money is worth it. These 3 or 4,000 are just a small amount of money for Lin Chen. But Lin Chen was really happy that he could clean the house so cleanly with just such a small amount of money. As for housekeepers, I will definitely hire more of them when I move to a bigger house. Money is not a problem. At this moment, everyone was amazed. Then, he took out a bottle of drink from the refrigerator and drank it voraciously. Hiccup. Soon, Lin Chen, who was there, burped. There was an intoxicated smile on his face. Lin Chen casually turned on the TV and lay there, gradually becoming like a salted fish. A day passes quickly. The next morning, Lin Chen also woke up. The first thing I say every morning. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtain, biochemical bodyguard female 15. Lin Chen? What the hell? Just when Lin Chen was confused, someone knocked on his door. With a look of curiosity, he opened the door. Outside the door, 15 beautiful girls wearing black tights stood there. After the door was opened, the 15 people walked in one after another. As soon as these 15 people entered the room, they began to look people up and down. Safety confirmation successful. The leader immediately knelt on one knee, and then the remaining 14 people also knelt on one knee. Master. The biochemical bodyguard is here to report. Lin Chen was a little dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Oh my god, system, biochemical bodyguard? What the hell is this? For a moment, Lin Chen became nervous, and immediately yelled at the system in his heart. Before the system gave a reply, the leading biochemical bodyguard spoke. Master, don't panic. We are cyborg bodyguards produced by the Universal Federation. We pose no threat to you at all. And we have control chips implanted in our brains, so you can shut us down at any time if you wish. And our main task is to protect your safety. After hearing these words, Lin Chen nodded immediately. His heart gradually relaxed, and he began to look at the 15 biochemical bodyguards and asked, So you're going to provide me with 24-hour personal protection? This will interfere with my normal life. Please rest assured, Master. We are protecting you in secret on weekdays. And we will secretly eliminate the dangers that threaten you. After hearing these words, Lin Chen nodded immediately. Okay, I get it. What should I call you then? Master, you can just call me number 1, this is number 2. Soon, the numbers of the 15 people were memorized by Lin Chen. What followed was a deep understanding of these 15 cyborgs, and a thorough understanding of each other's abilities. After a fight, Lin Chen roughly understood the specific strength of these 15 bionic people. That is, even if there were 10 of me attacking together, they would not be a match for this one. It can be said that now, as long as you are not bombed by heavy weapons, there will basically be no safety issues. Chapter 118 Privileged Yacht Number 1. Okay, good. Send 3 of them to protect my parents, and the rest will stay with me. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then arranged some people. Indeed, although my parents live in a small county town, normally speaking, there is not much problem with their safety. But as one's wealth grows, it is inevitable that someone will want to take action against one's parents. Therefore, it is still necessary to arrange a few cyborgs to protect their safety now. Yes, Master. Number 1 said to Lin Chen, and then he officially began to arrange the personnel. However, at this moment, the cell phone rang. After answering the call, Lin Chen spoke immediately. Hello. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Chen Lin? A sweet voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Yes, I am. Mr. Lin, we are from the Iwaido Yacht 4S store, and the yacht you bought has arrived at our store. Do you have time? Can you come to our 4S store? After hearing these words, Lin Chen was also stunned. Then he remembered that this should be his privileged number 1 yacht that had arrived. Oh, sure. I'll get it now. After saying that, Lin Chen also hung up the phone. At this moment, a strong man on the other end also hung up the phone. Then, he looked at the huge yacht that was 100 meters long parked in the backyard, and the corners of his mouth twitched fiercely. I couldn't help but say this in my heart. I shouldn't have taken this order in the first place. Privilege 1, where should I put such a big yacht? If Lin Chen allowed it, he could launch the yacht directly into the water. But now, no. Trouble. Sighing in my heart. But how can you afford this privilege number 1? It seems that the wealthy businessman who bought this yacht is not a simple person. After all, Privilege 1 is one of the world's top yachts. And this yacht is also of top-level quality. There are even airplanes and jet skis parked inside. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a Pagani Huayra stopped in front of the store. When the owner of the 4S shop saw the Pagani Huayra, his eyes widened. What the hell? Pagani Wind God? The owner of the 4S store was completely dumbfounded. Hiss. Is this some big shot here to buy a yacht? Swallowing his saliva, the owner of the 4S store was shocked. The next moment, Lin Chen also got down from the passenger seat in the car. As for number 1, he also got off the car at this time. In number 1's hand is a car driver's license. Basically, number 1 can drive all vehicles. These are also some basic abilities of number 1. Welcome, welcome. Are you here to buy a yacht, little brother? The owner of the 4S shop there immediately rubbed his hands and walked up to Lin Chen. Looking at Lin Chen in front of him, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, one of you just called me and said my yacht privilege 1 has arrived. At this moment, the owner of the 4S store was completely shocked. The owner of privilege number 1 is so young? Although, from the voice he heard over the phone, he could tell that Lin Chen was very young. But now, Lin Chen's appearance still shocked him deeply. Young. You are really too young. Is this the second generation of a certain family? But I have never heard of a second generation of a certain family in Shanghai buying such a top-notch yacht. The owner of the 4S shop was filled with turmoil at this moment. You are Mr. Lin Chen? Yes, it's me. Lin Chen nodded and then asked. Do you need to see my ID? No. Please come in. The boss waved his hands repeatedly, and then quickly led Lin Chen inside. What a joke. If you can afford a Pagani Huayra, you can afford a privilege 1. How could anyone dare to pretend to be such a top tycoon? Besides, even if someone really wants to pretend, how many people can afford a Pagani Huayra worth 100 million yuan? Rather than offending people by checking the documents now, it is better to verify their authenticity later when going through the process. The two of them quickly arrived at the backyard. At this time, in this courtyard, a heavy truck was parked there, and on it was the privilege number 1. This privilege number 1 is completely white. And there are 5 floors on this deck. In addition, there is a huge hall under the deck. This privilege 1 is equipped with a jet ski and a helicopter, and has a huge loading space. And below this, there is also a small submarine. We can go up and take a look now. The owner of the 4S shop next door also introduced it to Lin Chen at this time. After hearing these words, Lin Chen also nodded. Although his face looked calm, in fact, a huge wave of turmoil had already been set off in his heart. Although I have seen information on the internet before. But now that I have seen it with my own eyes, my heart still cannot calm down for a long time. After all, how could this be a yacht? This is simply a small cruise ship. Chapter 119 The Second Generation's Yacht Club. I walked around in a circle. Lin Chen was truly shocked. This yacht is fully equipped with various luxurious equipment. Whether it is a KTV, a chess and card room, or a small bar, these things are all complete. Moreover, on the deck, there is a sunbathing area, a swimming pool, as well as a separate helipad and a basketball court. It can be said that this giant yacht, which is over 100 meters long, is extremely luxurious as a whole. After a thorough inspection, Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. Good. After a while, he uttered these 2 words. The owner of the 4S shop there had a smile on his face. He immediately said, as long as you like it. Although he said this, he had already complained in his heart. This top-of-the-line yacht is merely good. So what level is required? Cruise ship? Well, can you get in the water here? Looking at the owner of the 4S store, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Well, I can't go into the water. If you want to go in the water, you can go to the nearby Huangpu Pier. I can help you transport this yacht. Okay, then help me transport it over. Nodding calmly, the two of them went through the process. The owner of the 4S store also said to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. As he spoke, he handed out a business card with both hands. Good. After taking the business card, Lin Chen casually put it into his pocket. In this way, it will be much more convenient to maintain the yacht in the future. Just this action made the shop owner feel excited. The only troublesome thing is where to put this yacht. Facing such a huge luxury yacht that is over 100 meters long, it is indeed a hassle to park it. We can't just let it float on the East China Sea forever. This still requires maintenance and refueling. After pondering for a while, Lin Chen felt a little annoyed. It seems that it is time to buy a bigger house. Lin Chen pinched his chin and thought. However, it has only been a short time and I have to move to a new house. Trouble. After muttering something in his heart, Lin Chen left the 4S store and got into the car immediately. Under the leadership of number 1, they headed straight to Huangpu Wharf. Huangpu Wharf is the only wharf in Shanghai within the city, and it is also an estuary. Well, I can go to my private island for a visit. With some murmurs in his heart, the vehicle soon arrived at Huangpu Wharf. Because the vehicle behind needs to tow the privileged number 1 yacht, the speed will naturally be slower. At this time, in front of the Huangpu Wharf, Zhang Ming is here. Moreover, next to Zhang Ming, there were many second-generation people dressed in colorful clothes, gathered there. Ha, Mr. Lei, congratulations on getting the yacht. Congratulations. Your yacht really doesn't look cheap. Yes, congratulations. The young men all bowed and said to Reese in front of them. Hey, what's my yacht? It's not even luxurious. Let me tell you, when I came out of the 4S store today, I saw the privileged number 1 yacht. It was so huge, more than 100 meters long. My 40-meter small yacht was nothing compared to it. Reese immediately spoke loudly. Oh my god. Privileged number 1 is 100 meters long? I'm afraid few people in Shanghai are willing to spend this much money to buy it. Yes, this privileged number 1 must be worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars, right? I guess among those present, only Lei Xiao and Zhang Xiao's families can afford it. Everyone there started to speak. Zhang Ming just smiled faintly and then tried to refuse. However, at this moment, Lin Chen's Pagani wind god also stopped immediately. At this moment, it attracted a lot of people's attention. Any other rich kid coming? This is Pagani wind god? Has anyone in Shanghai bought such a car? This is a limited edition luxury car in the world. Which second-generation person can afford it? I don't know. Did Master Lei invite anyone? Everyone started talking. Zhang Ming's heart suddenly moved when he heard these words. Pagani wind god? Could it be? Just as I was guessing something in my heart, Reese next to me frowned and looked a little unhappy. After all, this is his home court today. But someone actually dared to drive a Pagani Huayra over here. Moreover, it is because of this limited edition luxury car in the world that everyone has paid attention to this luxury car. This simply stole his thunder. At this moment, Reese felt instantly unhappy. I made up my mind secretly in my heart. No matter who gets off this car later, he will humiliate them. Let him know who is the protagonist today. Chapter 120, The Pretentious Rice. At this time, Lin Chen also got off the car. As for number 1, he now appears next to Lin Chen. Oh my god. So beautiful. But who is this dude? Do you know him? I don't know him anyway. I don't know him either. Does any one of you know him? For a moment, the dozen or so rich second generations there were whispering to each other. As for Zhang Ming, who was there, he immediately walked towards Lin Chen. Brother Lin? Zhang Ming looked at Lin Chen with some doubt in his eyes and said. The people behind him immediately said. Mr. Zhang, do you know him? The rest of the people were also full of curiosity at this time. After all, it is rare to find a second-generation person who can afford this level of luxury car in the entire Shanghai. They all knew those second-generation people, but they didn't know Lin Chen. Then this Lin Chen. Who is this person? For a moment, everyone was curious. Well, this is my friend, Lin Chen. After a brief introduction, Zhang Ming then spoke. Brother Lin, why are you here? Oh, I just bought a yacht and I'm going to come over and try it out. Lin Chen, who was there, spoke calmly. Suddenly, Zhang Ming was stunned, and everyone there was also stunned. Yacht launching? This. Suddenly, Reese, who was there, had a cold expression. Looking at Lin Chen's eyes, there was also a hint of coldness. Today, his yacht also came to launch, but Lin Chen also came to launch the yacht at this time. Are you going to go against him? At this moment, Reese's heart was filled with a deep chill. Then, Reese walked forward. At the same time, he spoke to Lin Chen. It seems that, brother, you are here to launch the yacht as well. I wonder where your yacht is now, brother? My yacht is also launching today, why don't we go together? As he spoke, he pointed to a 40-meter long yacht there. Then, he said with pride. I don't know, bro, how big is your yacht? It cost me nearly 100 million to buy this ship, Shinting. Brother, your yacht should not be too small. Otherwise, if I'm not paying attention, I might bump into yours, and that would be terrible. There was an obvious hint of sarcasm in Reese's tone. After these words were spoken, Zhang Ming, who was standing there, frowned slightly. As for Lin Chen, his expression was calm, but he looked at Reese's yacht with a strange look on his face. Then he nodded. Well, actually, it's about the same as yours. Ha, really? Reese, who was there, had a sneer on his face. Then, he immediately said, I wonder what this brother does at home. Reese stared at Lin Chen and asked. I am just a rent collector. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then spoke immediately. Well, this sentence is correct. After all, with so many properties and office buildings under his name, it is not wrong to say that he is a rent collector. It's just that he also serves as the chairman of some large companies. Lin Chen nodded with satisfaction. As these words came out, Zhang Ming's expression became more and more strange. I don't want to hear your bullshit. You call that collecting rent? I have never seen such outrageous rent collection. As for the other people there, they all lost interest in Lin Chen. Collecting rent? It seems like he is another nouveau riche. And there, Reese smiled contemptuously. I also had a rough idea of the yacht that Lin Chen mentioned. What kind of money can a nouveau riche who collects rent have? Even if you can afford this Pagani Huayra, it is estimated that you only have 2 or 3 residential buildings at home. The net assets in hand will not exceed 1 billion at most. And it is estimated that this car has already drained out all the family assets. Then, Reese spoke. TSK, Zhang Ming, your friends are getting lower and lower class. You even make friends with this kind of nouveau riche? You are simply lowering the level of our second-generation circle. After hearing these words, Zhang Ming spoke immediately. Les. Don't go too far. Brother Lin is not just an ordinary rent collector, his identity is? Before Zhang Ming could finish his words, he noticed the people there and was stunned. Staring blankly behind himself. What's wrong? When Zhang Ming saw this, he was also stunned for a moment. Immediately, he turned his head and saw something behind him. At this moment, Zhang Ming was also dumbfounded. What the hell? I saw it in the distance. A transport truck drove slowly over. On it, the huge privilege number 1 is shining brightly under the sunlight. It is like a giant steel moving castle, which makes people shocked when they look at it. Chapter 121 The Shock Brought by Privileged Number 1. This is Privilege Number 1. Is this the young man's yacht? What the hell? Are you kidding me? This is Privileged Number 1. Everyone swallowed their saliva, the shock in their eyes could no longer be concealed. Even Reese, who had been shouting before, was completely silent at this moment. After all, how can we clamor for this? A giant super luxury yacht 100 meters long. Even before entering the water, it gives people a very luxurious feeling. Compared with the Privilege One, his so-called Shinting is nothing but a younger brother. Before, I even said that his yacht shouldn't be too small, otherwise I might hit it by mistake. What the hell? The wool is bumping. If a collision really happens, let us not even talk about whether I can afford the compensation. I guess I will be the one who gets knocked down by then. Moreover, this size is called about the same? For a moment, there were billions of alpacas running wildly in Reese's heart. But when I thought about all the limelight being stolen, Reese also revealed a bit of bitterness and helplessness in his heart. As for Zhang Ming, he was shocked, but he felt more envious. The vehicle slowly stopped beside Lin Chen, and the manager of the 4S store there also got out of the car. Mr. Lin, I will launch your Privilege Number 1 now. Lin Chen nodded. Afterwards, Privilege Number 1 entered the water little by little. Just like that, it docked at the Huangpu Wharf. The moment it entered the water, the yachts nearby were instantly destroyed. In an instant, this huge Privilege Number 1 became the focus of everyone. Lin Chen got on the boat calmly. The next moment, he looked at Zhang Ming who was there and said, Would you like to come up and play together? Hearing these words, Zhang Ming, who was there, became excited instantly. Of course. As he spoke, Zhang Ming started running towards Lin Chen's Privilege Number 1. But when he passed by Reese, he suddenly stopped. he said to Reese, who was standing there with a distorted and hideous face. Hey, brother, I didn't have time to tell you before, Brother Lin is not just some ordinary second-generation rent collector. To be precise, he is not a second generation at all. He is the boss of the Jinyuan Commercial Street. There is an entire community in Shanghai. How could such a person be the second generation? After these words were spoken, everyone there was surprised again. The boss behind Jinyuan Commercial Street. It's actually him? In an instant, all the second-generation people here stared with their eyes wide open. This identity alone is enough for Lin Chen to walk around Shanghai with ease. Then, the rest of the second generations also shouted loudly. I'll go. Brother, take me with you. I want to get on the boat, too. In an instant, more than a dozen second-generation people here began to board the boat. Lin Chen ordered the 12 hidden bionic bodyguards to appear one after another. Then number 1 acted as the helmsman, 1 acted as the deputy, and the remaining 10 were scattered in various positions. These cyborg bodyguards are not just extremely powerful. The remaining home living skills are actually also equipped. Each one of them is comparable to the world's top existence. Therefore, there is absolutely no problem this time. After Lin Chen explained number 1, privilege number 1 was officially started. Then, they headed straight to Lin Chen's island. He planned to go over and take a look. Plus, there are so many people here today, so the island isn't too deserted. The group of people there are now strolling around casually on this privileged number 1. The second generations now seemed to have never seen the world before, and kept showing horrified expressions. Looking at the various facilities on the privilege number 1, everyone was shocked. Fuck, this is a 10-meter-long swimming pool? Hiss. It even has its own helipad and helicopter? Fuck, come and see, there's actually a submarine here? Is this really a yacht? The second generation people were all shocked. At this moment, they were all completely dumbfounded. Everyone was swallowing their saliva frantically. After all, this is simply horrible. As for Lin Chen, he held a glass of cocktail. Then he walked onto the deck, leaned on the railing, and looked outside. Along the way, many pedestrians noticed the privileged number 1 and stopped in their tracks. Privileged number 1 was looking at this place in shock and daze. Then there was a lot of discussion. Some even took out their cell phones and started taking pictures crazily. Soon, the privileged number 1 also sailed into the sea. As it entered the sea, the yacht showed its true speed. After a burst of acceleration, privileged number 1 also went straight into full throttle. The yacht broke through the waves and headed straight for the distant island. Chapter 122, heading to the private island. On the sea in the distance. At this time, there was a medium-sized yacht about 30 meters long, speeding there. On this yacht, more than a dozen girls in bikinis were walking around. And also on that deck, an extremely fat young man was lying on a beach chair. In his arms, there is now a girl with a very hot body and towering breasts. Now she is lying in the arms of a young man. Brother Zheng, you promised me before that you would buy me a new bag. This girl has a charming look on her face. At the same time, his palm gently slid across the young man's beer belly. The fat and big-eared brother Zhang also smiled and spoke at this time. Of course I will buy you this LV bag. But before that, he. Brother Zhang smiled wickedly, then looked at the girl, and his hands began to become restless. Ah, Brother Zheng, you are so bad. The girl pouted and then stood up. Just when I was about to leave, I was stunned. The whole person looked extremely dazed. And Brother Zhang, who was there, said with a lewd smile, "Hey, why don't you run away?" With a lewd smile. Brother Zhang also hugged him. As long as you serve me well this time, I will not only buy you an LV bag, but also give you a diamond ring the size of a pigeon egg. Seeing that the girl had no reaction, Brother Zhang felt even happier. Just when I was planning to do something. But he noticed that the girl was not looking at him at this moment. Instead, he looked ahead with shock on his face. His eyes were dull and absent-minded. This time, Brother Zhang was a little angry. He wanted to see what it was. It can actually make this girl compare LV bags and diamond rings the size of pigeon eggs. To be even more shocking. Feeling angry in his heart, he also raised his head and looked forward. And when they saw the giant yacht approaching there, the whole person was dumbfounded. What the hell? Privileged number 1? The next moment, he saw the privileged number 1 slowly passing by him. And on the deck of this yacht, an extremely handsome man was leaning on the railing. Next to him stood a tall woman. Suddenly, Brother Zhang felt jealous. Afterwards, he felt that the girl in his arms was a little boring. Lin Shen didn't know that his yacht just passed by and destroyed other people's elegance. And now, the yacht is approaching its own island. It will only take another 10 minutes at most to reach our own island. Afterwards, he also entered the cabin. Everyone, enjoy your meal today. I'll open another bottle of Conti later, and we can taste it together. As he spoke, Lin Shen also raised his glass. Woohoo! Master Lin is so generous. Brother Lin is awesome. In an instant, everyone became excited. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Hey, Brother Lin, which direction is your yacht heading? The direction you are heading in seems to be a private island, right? At this moment, many people became nervous. Then they all looked towards the islands in the distance. Indeed, there is a sign on it. It is clearly stated that this is a private island and no one is allowed to disturb. Private island? It's not, Mr. Lin, you better tell the captain to get out of the way. If we sail into someone else's private island, the island owner will be in a difficult position to speak up. We can't afford the island owner's wrath. Yes, Mr. Lin. These second generations are now speaking up one after another. Indeed, private islands are generally not something that ordinary wealthy people can afford. Generally speaking, those who can afford a private island are either rich or noble. And if an ordinary person breaks into the territory of a private island, it would be better if the island owner can talk to him nicely. If it's hard to talk, then the consequences are really serious. After all, if you break into this territory, it's basically the same as breaking into someone else's house. Not to mention, others had already been informed in advance. But you guys just barged in. How could the island owner not be angry in this situation? However, at this time, two small yachts approached. On this yacht are several security personnel. Everyone watching this scene felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. This time, it's all over. Many people now regret it in their hearts. Why did I insist on getting on this yacht in the first place? Lin Chen was the only one who looked exceptionally calm at this moment. He was just a little surprised in his heart, he didn't expect it. The system originally said that this island was fully equipped. At first he just thought it was something like a beach villa. But he never expected that even the security measures had been prepared. No. Brother Lin, I told you to turn around but you refused to listen. This is good, the island owner on the other side has discovered us. Hey, I really shouldn't have come up here in the first place. Everyone sighed at this moment. Lin Chen, on the other hand, remained calm as always. After taking a glance at everyone here, he spoke calmly to number one beside him. Go, inform the other side and tell them that I'm here and ask them to let me pass. Chapter 123 This island is mine. After hearing what Lin Chen said, everyone was completely stunned. This is... What's going on? Let people go directly. At this moment, these second generations looked at each other in bewilderment. Brother Lin, could it be that the owner of this island is your friend? Zhang Ming, who was there, couldn't help but ask Lin Chen. Friend? Lin Chen was stunned for a moment, then he shook his head. That's not the case. After these words were spoken, everyone there couldn't help but feel puzzled. Since the island owner is not your friend, what are you talking about here to ask him to let him go? And he said it as if it were true. For a moment, all these people were depressed. Then, they couldn't help but sigh. But at this moment, Lin Chen's voice sounded again. Because this island itself is mine. After these words fell, the whole audience. A moment of silence. This island. It's his? For a moment, in this cabin, there were sounds of people gasping for air one after another. A second generation man who was there pointed at the small boats and spoke loudly. Shit. Those security boats, get out of the way. Is it true? Oh my god, the mysterious owner of this island is actually young Master Lin? For a moment, everyone looked at Lin Chen with shock in their eyes. Even Zhang Ming, who was there, was stunned at this moment. I couldn't help swallowing, my heart was filled with shock. Horrible. It's so scary. I originally thought that I could afford a privileged one and a Pagani Huayra. This is Lin Chen's full strength. But I didn't expect that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Lin Chen. The more you spy on the other party, the more you will find that Lin Chen is unfathomable. At this time, the privilege number 1 slowly docked at the edge of the island. At this moment, everyone began to get off the boat quickly. When they saw this huge seaside villa, these second generations were also shocked. Of course, their family has some assets in Shanghai. However, this was the first time they had seen such a luxurious seaside villa and private island. The huge seaside villa looks full of a strong sense of technology from the outside. Everyone then walked into the villa curiously. The interior of the villa is also exceptionally luxurious, and the lighting from the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is excellent. The various facilities here are also filled with a strong sense of high technology. The furniture in the villa is top-notch, and there are dozens of servants working there. Behind this villa, it has been transformed into a golf course. After appreciating the situation inside the villa, Lin Chen was quite shocked. If it weren't for the fact that this villa is located on its own private island, I could only come here occasionally for a leisure vacation. I guess Lin Chen is probably thinking of moving here right now. Wow, this villa is simply invincible. Jiang Ming, who was standing next to him, also smacked his lips in amazement at this moment. After all, this villa is so luxurious. If it weren't for the fact that it was built on Lin Chen's private island. It is estimated that this villa will be sold for at least 300 or 400 million. Ha, that's all. Everyone have fun and eat and drink as much as you want today. If you want something, just tell me. If you don't have it, I'll send someone by helicopter to go to a nearby city to buy it. Jiang Ming. Other rich second generation. What the hell? Generous. It's really generous. Just tell me what you want, no need to send a helicopter to buy it for you. If I didn't know that there really was a helicopter on Lin Chen's cruise ship, I guess they would directly think that Lin Chen is just showing off. But in fact, this is really not the case. If they were to do this kind of thing, I guess no one would be able to do it. At this moment, all the second generations looked a little melancholy. In the past, they felt that their lives were pretty good and their assets were worth more than 1 billion. This can be considered the pinnacle of life. But now compare it with Lin Chen's life. The peak of life? Ha, other people may think, how are you going to live with just over 1 billion yuan? At this moment, all the second generations felt like they had suffered a critical blow. After all, why is the gap between the rich so huge? And soon, night fell. Lin Chen simply set up a barbecue grill on the beach and started barbecuing. At the same time, I opened a bottle of Romane Conti to marinate and grill. There are quite a lot of things in this beach villa. Whether it is king crab or Australian Wagyu beef, we have everything. And follow the instructions of your villa manager. These things are directly from their place of origin, and are airlifted here right after they are caught and slaughtered. All ingredients are absolutely fresh and are sourced within 2 hours. Just like that, one night passed quickly. Chapter 124, Too much money also causes trouble. No words were spoken that night. Waited until the next morning. Lin Chen signed in as usual. There is nothing good in today's sign-in, just 1 billion in cash. Cash, okay. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen climbed up from the bed. Looking at the sea outside the window, I was dazed for a moment. It was only half a month ago that I was still worried about money. But now, even though he got 1 billion yuan by signing in, it didn't stir up any ripples in his heart. Having too much money is also a problem. Sighing silently in his heart, Lin Chen shook his head helplessly. He stood up and put on his watch. At this moment, he just felt that everything in this world was so boring and dull. After washing up, Lin Chen went downstairs. At this time, many second-generation people have already emerged. Seeing Lin Chen coming downstairs, these second generations nodded in greeting. At the same time, Jiang Ming also spoke to Lin Chen. Brother Lin, I have an auction here and would like to invite you to go. Auction? Auction or something? Looking at Jiang Ming who was there, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Oh, it's like this, Kai Cohen's family is going to hold a real estate auction tonight. They are mainly some expensive villas. I thought if you are free, we could go there and have some fun together. After hearing these words, Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded. A villa? Yes, today my company, Datang Real Estate, is going to auction off the large-scale real estate that has been accumulated over the past 3 years. For example, Villa number 1 in Yundian Villa has never been sold because it is too big. And then there are the Longting Villas in the Jade Villa district, which were not sold because they were too big. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes flashed. Yundian number 1 Villa. This is a huge villa, with a total area of 487 square meters. It also includes a huge courtyard and a huge underground parking garage. If I could take a picture of it, I could solve the storage problem of my privilege number 1. Hearing these words, Lin Chen's eyes flashed, and then he nodded and said, "Okay, I also plan to buy a villa for fun." The eyes of everyone there twitched suddenly. Buy a villa for fun. You know, among the villas to be auctioned this time, the cheapest one costs 800 to 900 million. Although they can also come up with so much money at one time to buy a villa. But to be able to say it so easily is like buying a villa model to play with. Then they really can't do it. I guess only someone like Lin Chen could speak so calmly. Soon, these people finished their breakfast. Then, after playing golf for a while on the island, everyone returned to Huangpu Wharf at noon. Lin Chen rented a space at the pier and stored the yacht there first. He then said goodbye to everyone and returned home. Inside the house, Lin Chen also took a shower and changed his clothes. Then he also called Lu Lily. After asking about the situation, he just curled up on the sofa, watching TV and playing with his mobile phone. At 7 o'clock in the evening, I received a call from Zhang Ming. Lin Chen drove his McLaren P1 straight to the Tianyue Hotel. This Tianyue Hotel is a 5-star hotel, and it is also the property of Kai Kuan's family. By the time Lin Chen's car arrived, Kai Kuan and Zhang Ming had already been waiting at the door. And when they saw Lin Chen in the car, the corners of their eyes twitched again. Another top-of-the-line limited edition sports car. However, because of yesterday's bombing of Pagani Huayra, Privilege 1 and the private island, this car is just a McLaren P1 worth tens of millions, but in the eyes of these two people, it does not cause any shock. Instead, the rest of the people were looking here one after another. McLaren P1? Whose young master is this? The McLaren P1 is limited to 6 units worldwide. I wonder which young master will own it. For a moment, many people stopped and talked about it. And at this time, Lin Chen also got out of the car. Whose young master is this? I don't know. I haven't seen it. Isn't he one of the rich people in Zhonghai? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. However, at this time, Zhang Ming and Kai Kuan also came forward to greet them. When they saw these two people welcoming them, everyone here was surprised again. After all, to have these two top young masters from Zhonghai waiting here in person to greet him, this Lin Chen. Who on earth is this person? For a moment, all these people looked shocked and suspicious. Chapter 125 Auction Party. If we say that a McLaren P1 only attracts the attention of some wealthy people. Now, Zhang Ming and Kai Kuan came out together to greet Lin Chen. This directly caused an uproar. After all, what level of boss could be able to make these two people come to meet him in person? At this time, Kai Kuan took out a black invitation letter from his arms. He handed it to Lin Chen in front of him and said, "Brother Lin, this is your invitation letter. You can't enter without an invitation letter." Lin Chen nodded calmly and took the invitation. When the people there saw the black invitation letter, their pupils suddenly contracted. Black invitation. Who on earth is this person? The invitation was actually black. You should know that the invitation letters issued by Datang Real Estate this time are divided into 5 levels. They are white, orange, red, purple and black. Among them, white has the lowest level and is also the most widely distributed. And black invitations are extremely rare. I heard that only 10 tickets were distributed this time. And each of them is a CEO worth tens of billions. And this young man actually got a black invitation. So what is his identity? For a moment, everyone was guessing about it. And at this time, several people had already entered the hotel. Kai Kuan, who was there, also said this. Brother Lin, let me remind you first that the young master of Remy Technology, Lays, is also coming to this auction. This Rice is a narrow-minded person, and the market value of his family's company is in the tens of billions. I think I will be sitting at the same table with you this time, and he will probably make things difficult for you. Hearing these words, Lin Chen smiled indifferently. Then he said, making things difficult for me? Ha ha. Lin Chen sneered, and then the elevator door opened, and he walked in with number 1. Kai Kuan and Zhang Ming, who were there, listened to what Lin Chen said. Suddenly, their bodies trembled. Suddenly, they both felt that this Rice. I guess it's almost over. Soon, the elevator went straight to the 70th floor. This is the top floor of Tianyue Hotel. After stepping out of the elevator door, Lin Chen saw the lobby at the end of the corridor. After handing in the invitation letter, he stepped into the hall. When seeing this luxuriously decorated hall, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't expect it to be such a restaurant. The banquet hall on this floor is the highest level and most luxurious banquet hall in Tianyue Hotel. This height is just enough to overlook half of Shanghai at night, and the entire banquet hall is designed with floor-to-ceiling glass on all sides, providing an extremely wide view. But correspondingly, the rental of this banquet hall is also shockingly high. It is said that just renting for one day would cost millions. And that's just the rent. This does not include any food, fruits, and drinks. Lin Chen also made a simple estimate of the number of guests here. There are about 100 people. And most of them choose to come with their families. According to the specification of 8 people per table, there are about 13 tables. For a banquet of this level, a table of food would probably cost at least 100,000 yuan. Plus high-end foreign liquor, high-end desserts and so on. One table is calculated based on the specification of 200,000, and then multiplied by 13 tables. 2,600,000 plus 1 million in rent, the minimum is 3,600,000. After all, Lin Chen is calculating based on the lowest standards. The guests to be entertained at the banquet today are the top celebrities in the entire Shanghai. And the organizer is Detong Real Estate. This top real estate agent. Therefore, the final amount will only be higher and not lower. As Lin Chen sat down, many wealthy businessmen at the same table looked over at him. When they saw Lin Chen, a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. After all, this table is basically filled with top celebrities with black invitations. Most of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s. And now a young man in his early 20s came in, which was really eye-catching. But at this time, someone's eyes fell on Lin Chen's wrist. When I saw the Richard Mille 10th anniversary watch, there was also a hint of surprise in their eyes. After all, this is a watch worth tens of millions. Being able to wear this watch also means that Lin Chen's worth and status are definitely not low. At this moment, all the people at the same table put away their contempt. It was also direct, raising Lin Chen to the same level as himself. At this time, many people at other tables saw Lin Chen sitting down. They all looked at him in surprise and started whispering to each other. Chapter 126, Meeting Lays Again. Oh my god, who is this guy? I don't know, maybe this is the second generation of some family? But he actually dared to sit at this table? Didn't the elders at home tell him? That's right, you don't know any etiquette at all. Everyone there was giving instructions and talking about Lin Chen. At the same time, he also used Lin Chen to educate his younger generations. And it was at this time. An old boss sitting at the table looked at Lin Chen and pondered in his heart. The next moment, he seemed to remember something. Could it be that? The old boss was stunned for a moment, then he walked to Lin Chen with a glass of wine in hand. Look, that's Mr. Li from Thunder Games, right? Well, he seems to be walking towards this guy. It seems that Mr. Li can't stand it anymore. TSK, this is going to be fun. Everyone here also spoke at this time. Everyone had a playful smile on their face. But in the next moment, everyone here was suddenly stunned. I saw Mr. Li, who was there, walked up to Lin Chen. Then he bent down and spoke to Lin Chen. Excuse me, are you Mr. Lin Chenlin? Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned for a moment. Oh my god. What's going on? Hiss. Who on earth is this young man? How could he make Mr. Li from Thunder Games toast to him? This Thunder Games is a huge company with a market value of 30 billion. And it is said that Thunder Games is backed by Penguin Group. Who is this guy? At that moment, everyone's face was shocked. Looking at Mr. Li, Lin Chen spoke calmly. I am. So who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Li Quanlai from Thunder Games. Li Quanlai immediately showed some excitement in his eyes. He happened to see the share changes of Penguin Group some time ago. When he saw the new shareholder Lin Chen, he wrote him down. After all, that face is so familiar. Oh, hello. Lin Chen stood up, then picked up his glass and raised it to Li Quanlai. However, seeing Lin Chen's actions, Li Quanlai, who was there, was suddenly shocked. Then he said quickly. No, I should be the one toasting you. I almost didn't recognize you just now. It's my fault. As he spoke, Li Kuanlai also clinked glasses with Lin Chen. And it was very obvious when they clinked glasses. Li Chuanlai's cup was also slightly lower than Lin Chen's cup by half a head. And everyone watching this scene was even more horrified in their hearts. In this drinking culture, this situation generally only occurs when a person of lower status toasts a person of higher status. But now, Li Chunlai actually treated Lin Chen like this. So, what exactly is Lin Chen? Who is it? At this moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion. As for the wealthy businessmen sitting at the same table, many of them are quite shrewd. Although Lin Chen's identity was not very clear, he was able to make Li Quan treat him with such respect. Then it is enough to show that Lin Chen. The background is terrifying. In an instant, these old bosses lined up to toast Lin Chen. No matter who the other person is, since we know that the other person's identity is not simple, then naturally, we need to make ourselves familiar with his face. In an instant, the whole table was toasting Lin Chen. After one round, Lin Chen also drank a whole glass of wine. As for the people in the distance, their expressions changed as they watched the scene. Just when they were considering whether to go and toast. Then I saw a young man sitting down carelessly. As for him, there was a middle-aged man following him. And the person who came was none other than Reese. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be here too." Reese looked at Lin Chen and said with a sneer. "Boy, I went back and asked someone to check your background. ISNT at just owning a Jin Yuan commercial street and a Yuan long game. With just these two things, what the hell is there to be proud of?" Reese, who was there, immediately spoke loudly. Lin Chen frowned, then took a sip of wine. He said calmly, "Shut up." These two simple words directly angered Reese. He immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Chen and shouted coldly, "What the hell did you say?" All of a sudden, many big shots at the table frowned at Reese. If it weren't for the fact that Reese is the young master of Remy technology, these big guys would have already lost their temper. Not to mention that when he toasted with Lin Chen just now, Lin Chen behaved very politely. As soon as Reese sat down, he started to mock Lin Chen about this matter. This has already made them give Luis a negative score in their hearts. And looking at his nephew like this, and the reactions of the bigwigs present, Lei Jinshan, who was there, also shouted immediately, "Race! Sit down!" After listening to his uncle's speech, Reese could only sit down angrily. But when he sat down, he glared at Lin Chen fiercely. In his opinion, if it weren't for Lin Chen, he wouldn't have been scolded by his uncle. Immediately, he spoke to Lin Chen in a cold voice. "Boy, if you bid today, I will fight you to the end." Chapter 127, The Troublemaker. Boring. Lin Chen, who was there, said indifferently. There is also a lot of dullness in the words. You. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Reese's eyes. In an instant, he was so angry that he almost spit fire. However, at this time, Kai Xianming also slowly walked up to the platform. This is the chairman of Datang Real Estate, and also Kai Koan's father. Kai Xianming had already come to the microphone at this time. "Well, welcome everyone, you are able to come to our auction dinner today despite your busy schedule. Everyone at this auction dinner." After a while of chatting, the dishes were gradually served. And each of these dishes is quite luxurious. As for the drinks, they are not bad either. The white wine is Feitian Mutai and the red wine is Lafite. At this time, Kai Xianming, who was standing there, also picked up a glass of red wine, then raised it high and spoke loudly. "Before the auction begins, I would like to offer a toast to everyone. Come. Everyone, please." The waiters had already filled the wine glasses of all the guests below. "I wish Mr. Kai a prosperous business. Business is booming. Done." Someone took the lead in giving a toast, and the others were happy to have some free time and joined in loudly. After a sip of wine and some polite exchanges, Kai Xianming also put down his wine glass and took a remote control from the waiter. "Everyone, I now declare that the auction officially begins. Of course, everyone can continue to eat during the bidding process. If you see a house you like, just press the button on the table. Whoever presses the button calls out his price." Good. Kai Xianming talked a lot, and Lin Chen did see the button. "I saw it a long time ago, and was wondering what it was used for. Now it seems that this thing is actually used for auction. So advanced. High technology. Eat." Lin Chen just started eating, and ignored Kai Xianming's words. Of course, he still heard the key points. But he was really hungry and couldn't stop eating. In response to this, many wealthy people began to look strange. If it weren't for the time before when Lin Chen demonstrated his strength, I guess these guys would simply think that Lin Chen is a bumpkin who has never seen the world. On the contrary, Reese there showed a look of disdain towards Lin Chen. Soon, the auction officially began. The first house to be auctioned was near Lin Chen's Jingxiu Yiting. This is a small duplex on the second floor, with a starting price of 80 million. Soon, the house was sold for 128 million yuan. However, Lin Chen didn't think there was anything wrong with this. After all, this will eventually require exclusive top designers to design and decorate. And there are 3 different furniture styles here. And 108 high-end brands for others to choose from. As for why so many people bought it, Lin Chen thought about it and figured it out. This is probably because this type of apartment has become a rare type and there are only a few left. There just happens to be a few houses left, and someone just happens to need it. Time passed, and soon the auction was more than half completed. The 7 houses that appeared one after another were all bought at different prices. But the prices of these 7 houses do not seem to be cheap. The most expensive unit was sold for 250 million. There are a total of 10 houses prepared for this auction, so only 3 are left. At this time, Lin Chen also sat up straight. After wiping his mouth, Lin Chen also looked forward. According to the information revealed by Kai Kuan to himself, the next 3 houses will be 3 villas. Moreover, all of them are top-notch large villas. Coincidentally, it was exactly what Lin Chen needed. And when Reese, who was there, saw Lin Chen like this, his eyes suddenly flashed. A hint of coldness suddenly flashed across his eyes. "Humph, I want to let you know what happens if you offend me." Reese snorted in his heart. He was planning to disgust Lin Chen. And after Kai Xianming's boastful introduction above, the first large-sized villa has officially started shooting. The starting price for this villa is 500 million. Each bid increase must not be less than 2 million. When this price was announced, many wealthy people with limited financial resources gasped. Lin Chen, on the contrary, seemed relatively calm. After all, the house is there and has a good geographical location. Not to mention it has an independent courtyard and 5 floors. The starting price of this kind of villa is 500 million yuan, which is actually not expensive. I'll offer 520 million. 540 million. 600 million. In an instant, many people began to bid. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was not in a hurry and was drinking calmly. After all, he knew very well in his heart that this was just a small fight and it would be useless to make a bid on his own. Soon, as the price was raised to 830 million, everyone gradually slowed down the pace of bidding. At this time, Lin Chen finally perked up. "I'll pay 880 million yuan." The previous bidding had already started increasing by 2 million, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen now directly increased the price by 50 million. This really shocked many people. Many people at the same table were now looking at Lin Chen. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They originally thought that Lin Chen would not make a bid this time. But no one expected that Lin Chen would make a bid, but once he did, it would be a huge success. As for Lin Chen, he was not at all proud. He did not think that he could win in this one go. But at this moment, Reese next to him suddenly rang the bell. Then, shout loudly. "I'll give you 900 million. Chapter 128. Lin Chen always liked to help others achieve their goals. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Reese, who was there. At this time, Reese was sitting there with his head held high, looking very arrogant. "What? What are you looking at? I also like this villa, isn't it?" In response, Lin Chen just smiled indifferently. "Want to play? Okay, I'll play with you." As for the other people present, they all looked strange. After all, the price of 900 million can basically be said to be at a premium. The 880 million that Lin Chen offered before had already reached the price limit for this house. Looking at Reese, who was there, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Immediately, he spoke immediately. 910 million. After hearing this, Reese sneered. "Ha, you were bidding very aggressively just now, why are you so sluggish now?" As he said this, Reese immediately slapped the bell in front of him. Then shouted loudly. 950 million. In response to this, Lin Chen sneered in his heart, and then said indifferently. "Ha, is that all you have the guts to raise the price? I don't see how awesome you are." 950 million, right? In that case, I'll offer 1 billion. The moment the words fell, everyone gasped in shock. Surprisingly, the bid has reached 1 billion? Oh my god, am I crazy, or is this world crazy? That's right, this price is really too outrageous, isn't it? I just don't know if these two guys will continue to fight. At once, everyone started talking. After all, the offer was 1 billion. This price is really too abnormal and scary. It's just an ordinary villa, and its market price at most is around 880 million. But now, it has been raised to 1 billion yuan? It's really scary. And Reese, who was there, was a little hesitant at this time. 1 billion, this price is really outrageous. If I continue to add to the amount, it is still a question whether I can afford it. Looking at Reese like this, Lin Chen's mouth corners also curled up. The next moment, it was the immediate Tao. Oh, that's boring, I thought I met a good opponent. Who would have thought that he was just a coward? How could he afford this price? If some people cannot afford the price, they should not try to act like a big shot like others. It makes people feel that they are very rich. Since you have no money, go home and ask your dad for more. Although Lin Chen did not say it explicitly, his words were full of sarcasm. At this moment, Lei's eyes suddenly turned red. The anger in my heart was also surging. He immediately snorted coldly. Who do you say has no money? As he said this, he suddenly slapped the bell in front of him. Then he shouted loudly. I bid 1.1 billion. Boom! This immediately caused an uproar in the whole audience. He actually raised the price by 100 million. This is simply too terrifying. At that moment, many people looked over here. And this Reese immediately raised his head and spoke loudly. This little money is nothing. I like this villa, so I will buy it. Then, he also looked at Lin Chen there. There was a hint of provocation in his eyes. However, Lin Chen, who was there, picked up the red wine glass and shook it. Always with a smile on his face. The next moment, he took a sip of red wine. Looking at Lin Chen like this, Reese, who was there, was a little confused. Immediately, he spoke to Lin Chen. No, it's your turn. Lin Chen looked curious. What's happened to me? It's your turn to bid. Rice vaguely felt that something was wrong. Oh, you are talking about this villa. I see, Mr. Lei, you like this villa so much. Well then, I will just bear the pain and give this villa to you, Mr. Lei. Well, to be honest, after all, young Master Lei was able to raise the price of a villa that was worth a maximum of 880 million yuan to 1.1 billion yuan. It can be seen how much you like this villa, so I am also happy for it. After all, I, Lin Chen, have always liked to help others achieve their goals. Lin Chen's words were very high-sounding. But after these words were spoken, all the wealthy businessmen present tried to hold back their laughter. Looking at Lin Chen here, his expression was also full of weirdness. What the hell is this about helping others achieve their goals? God, I like it so much. It's obviously you who cheated others. Zhang Ming and Kai Cohen, who were sitting at the next table, also had strange expressions on their faces. This Lin Chen is so mean. For a moment, everyone was trying to hold back their laughter. As for Reese, who was there, he was also dumbfounded. After listening to Lin Chen's words, his whole face turned red like a pig liver. At this moment, he finally understood that he had fallen into Lin Chen's provocation. The most important thing is that I took the initiative to call out this price, so I can't complain about it. For a moment, the whole place fell into an eerie silence. However, at this moment, a strange ringing sound also rang out in time. Look at this noodle, it's long and wide, look at this bowl, it's big and round. As the eerie bell rang, everyone finally couldn't hold back their laughter any longer. Poochie! Ha 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 ha! A second-generation person had no scruples at all and burst into laughter on the spot. Afterwards, the entire banquet hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. As for Reese, he could only grit his teeth and swallow it. Chapter 129 Manor Villa. Kai Xianming above also looked helplessly at Reese, who was there. But as the host, he can only make the final decision now. 1.1 billion for the first time. 1.1 billion for the second time. 1.1 billion for the third time. Deal. As the hammer fell, Kai Xianming also shouted loudly. Let's congratulate Lays. He successfully bought this villa for 1.1 billion yuan. After he finished speaking, Reese's face turned as dark as ink. After all, spending 1.1 billion to buy an unfinished house, how can one not be upset? Besides, I spent more than 300 million to buy this villa. At this moment, Rice listened to the thunderous applause all around him, and his whole body broke apart. It's just like eating Lao Ba's secret hamburger. If he was told that his family was buying a villa to live in, he would accept it. But the most important thing is that we have enough villas at home. The vacant villa in my house is bigger than this one. Then why am I wasting 1.1 billion to buy this villa? Do you have a monkey? MD. For a moment, Reese wanted to curse. If not for the fact that those present were all top business leaders, Reese would have probably already lost his temper. And Uncle Rice, who was standing next to him, didn't look very happy either. This boy is really too mean. Then, he looked at his nephew next to him in frustration, and his whole mentality was a little broken. Damn it, why do you drag me into this when you're eating shit yourself? If there weren't so many people here, he would have slapped him in the face. After all, this is a full 1.1 billion yuan. Now that the deal has been settled, the two of them will have no choice but to pay the fee. And at this moment, Reese's sinister voice was rang out. Uncle, this kid is really too mean. Lend me some money later, and I promise to make him fall flat on his face. This time, Uncle Reese was even more furious. Just you? Should I lend you money? Do you really want to buy another villa? I'll lend you a hammer. If there weren't so many people here, I would have given you a big slap in the face. Forget it, you can't beat him. Uncle Reese shook his head and said this on the spot. But, Reese wanted to say something, but he only got a roll of the eyes from his uncle. At this point, Reese could only leave with hatred in his heart. There is no way, 1.1 billion is already his limit. Next is the finale villa, which is about 100 square meters larger than the previous one. This time, Lin Shen did not get involved. And soon, the finale was officially staged. Next, we will auction the last item of the day. This product is also the most luxurious house built by our Datong real estate in recent years. To be precise, this cannot be called a villa, but a villa estate covering an area of 10 acres. In this manner, we invited the country's top Chinese designer to design the garden decoration. The main house in the middle has 4 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The area of each floor is about 3,000 square meters. On the left side of the manor is a servant's villa covering an area of 300 square meters. On the right is an independent parking lot, which is 5 meters high and can accommodate up to 50 cars. And we have already done simple decoration on this villa. If anyone is lucky enough to take a photo of this manor, our renovation time can be greatly reduced. Moreover, the water supply and power supply systems of this manor are independent. There is also a helicopter landing pad on the roof, and a separate swimming pool and golf course at the back. After listening to this introduction, Lin Chen immediately swallowed his saliva. This manor is tailor-made for you. At this moment, Lin Chen was moved. If you take a picture of this manor villa, then you will have a place to park your yacht. Okay, let's stop here for the introduction of this villa for now. The starting price of this villa is 2 billion. Each bid must not be less than 8 million. Following these words, a gleam of brilliance flashed across Lin Chen's eyes. And many wealthy people present were also eager to try. But everyone was quiet and did not raise the price. On the contrary, Lin Chen couldn't help himself and immediately took a picture of the bell in front of him. He didn't act pretentiously. He was determined to get this manor. Immediately, he spoke. 2.1 billion. 100 million. Directly increased the price by 100 million. As Lin Chen raised the price, many people gasped. Raising the price by 100 million right at the start is truly appalling. And it also directly killed many people who wanted to participate in the auction. Chapter 130: The Boss Fighting Sharks. But even so, there are still many people who have started to participate in the bidding. In that case, I'll offer 2.12 billion. It seems that everyone likes this manor villa. In that case, I will offer 2.15 billion. Ha, I'll give you 2.2 billion. Then I'll offer 2.23 billion. For a moment, everyone was offering their prices. With Lin Chen's bid, the price of this manor villa went straight to 2.3 billion. And Reese next to him has completely lost his temper now. Perhaps, these 2 billion yuan are nothing to his family. But after all, it was his family's money, not his money. If his father were here, perhaps he could go up and compete, but now, he has no way to participate at all. Not to mention, he had previously wasted 1.1 billion yuan and bought a money-losing building. I guess my dad will scold me to death when I go back. As for Lin Chen, he sat there, waiting quietly. This continued rise in prices will not last long. As expected, as the price of the villa exceeded 2.3 billion, the whole place gradually quieted down. No one dared to continue bidding. 2.3 billion to buy a manor villa is already a high price. It's not that they can't afford the price. It's because spending 2.3 billion to buy a manor villa is actually not cost-effective. Instead of wasting money like this, you might as well use it for investment. Hey, it seems that this villa is only priced at this price. Yes, 2.3 billion. This is probably the peak price of a villa. I don't think so. It seems that Lin Chen is somewhat interested in this villa. Everyone started talking. After the last sentence was spoken, everyone looked at Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had given them too many surprises before. Now, they also want to take a look. What does Lin Chen think about this villa? At this time, Lin Chen also smiled faintly, and then gently pressed the quotation bell. I bid 2.4 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present gasped in shock. Directly increased the price by 100 million. At this time. This is simply rich and powerful. Hiss. This Lin Chen is really rich and powerful. It's terrible, it's really terrible. That's right, he directly raised the price by 100 million, and he was toasted by so many big shots before. Lin Chen's identity is definitely not just as simple as the chairman of Yuanlong Games. Everyone was discussing it. The thin middle-aged man who had made the previous offer also cast his eyes over after hearing Lin Chen's offer. When he noticed Lin Chen, he showed some surprise in his heart. Then he nodded at Lin Chen and didn't care too much. At the same time, he directly gave up the bidding. After all, Lin Chen looked determined to get it, so there was no point in raising the price. Kai Xianming, who was above, was breathing heavily. After all, this is pure profit for me. He even hopes that this house can be sold at a higher price. Mr. Lin Chen offered 2.4 billion yuan. Is there anyone who can offer a higher price? For a moment, the whole place was quiet. After all, at this price, how can you bid? Then, they also turned their eyes to Reese next to them. I want to see if Rice is still tough this time. Feeling these burning gazes, Reese wanted so much that he just wanted to dig a hole in the floor and crawl into it. After waiting for a long time, no one continued to bid. Kai Xianming above made the final decision. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Shunlin for buying this manor villa at a price of 2.4 billion. At this moment, Kai Xianming was still very surprised. After all, selling this manor villa at a price of 2.4 billion is undoubtedly a perfect ending. Congratulations! Congratulations! Suddenly, the whole audience burst into applause. The auction was over at this time, and many people gathered together to toast and congratulate Lin Chen. As for Reese, who was standing next to him, his face turned pale when he saw this scene. He stared at Lin Chen, who was standing there with a deep look in his eyes. At this moment, the thin man who had been sitting there came over with a glass of wine. He spoke to Lin Chen. Director Lin, I didn't expect that we would meet in this way. The thin man said with a smile on his face. A look of doubt also appeared on Lin Chen's face. I couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Who are you? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Gao Lijie, the chairman of Dosha Network Technology. Gao Lijie, who was there, spoke with a smile. Last night was the E-round financing for Dosha Network Technology. Junyao Capital under your name, with 5 billion in funds, successfully acquired 40% of the shares of our Dosha Network Technology. Now he is the largest shareholder of our Dosha. After these words were spoken, everyone present gasped. Chapter 131: The Terrified Rich Businessman. Dosha Network Technology, the largest shareholder. What a terrible identity. You know, Dosha Live is now one of the best in the entire live streaming industry. The market value is 2.8 billion Mi gold. And in such a giant company in the live broadcast industry, Lin Chen actually owns 40% of the shares? Moreover, Junyao, one of the top 10 investment companies in the country, actually belongs to Lin Chen? For a moment, many people gasped in shock. Moreover, the look in their eyes when they looked at Lin Chen also changed. This guy has a really scary background. Zhang Ming and Kai Kuan, who were standing next to them, choked up. Looking at Lin Chen's eyes, there was horror and disbelief. After all, this identity is truly terrifying. As for Reese, who was standing next to him, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at Lin Chen, who was standing there, his expression shocked. I see. It seems that they have completed the task I assigned to them quite well. Lin Chen picked up the wineglass and clinked it with Gao Lijie. Immediately, he took a sip of the red wine in the glass. As for Gao Lijie, he drank the red wine in one gulp. Then he spoke to Lin Chen. Director Lin, I would like to invite you and brother Xiaoma to have a meal together tomorrow. I hope you can do me the honor then. Okay, I haven't been with brother Xiaoma for a while. Just give me the address and I will go there. Lin Chen nodded. Gao Lijie was also secretly delighted in his heart. Immediately, he took his leave. The people around, hearing these words, were in uproar in their hearts. It's been a while since I last met Xiaoma Ge. What does this mean? It is obvious that Lin Chen and Xiaoma Ge are very familiar with each other. Sure enough, this Lin Chen definitely attracted so many big shots to toast him, not just because he is the chairman of Yuanlong Games. For a moment, everyone was murmured in their hearts. The gaze looking at Lin Chen gradually became hot. And Reese, who was sitting there, now looked as pale as death. Originally, if Lin Chen was just the chairman of Yuanlong Games, that would be fine. Our own Remy Technology can still compete with it. Later, it was revealed that he was the largest shareholder of Dosha Network Technology, so that's not too bad. With these two identities combined, I am not afraid. At most, it will be enmity. But now, it has been revealed that he has a close relationship with Xiaoma Ge. This is quite intriguing. Obviously, these two identities are only what the other party is willing to let you know. They didn't know the other party's absolute identity or what level of identity he had. And that's exactly what Reese understood. I have definitely hit a wall. For a moment, Reese's heart was filled with despair. If it weren't for the fact that the organizer of this dinner was Detong Real Estate and he was attending on behalf of Remy Technology, I guess he would have run away in shame a long time ago. Afterwards, Lin Chen chatted with these other wealthy businessmen. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, a pile of business cards was already placed in front of Lin Chen. Soon, the dinner was declared over. The moment the end was announced, Reese next to him quickly slipped away. Lin Chen also left here at this time. After going out, I opened my phone and took a look. At this time, in your own text messages, there was a text message from Junyao Capital. This was sent last night, but I hadn't noticed it until now. It also clearly states that he had obtained 40% of the shares of Junyao Capital. After replying calmly, Lin Chen got into the car. As soon as I got into the car, Lucci called me. Chunzi. As soon as the call was connected, Lucci's excited voice rang out. What's wrong? Lin Chen, who was there, asked with confusion. Guess what? Our newly developed game is now ready for internal testing. And we also decided to name this game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Hearing these words, Lin Chen was stunned at first. But in the next moment, his brows were tightly furrowed. I felt a little unhappy. What did you say? Hearing Lin Chen's words, Lucci on the other end of the phone was stunned. He immediately said, it's named PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. What's wrong with that? Lucci said with a puzzled look. Is that what I'm asking? Did you work overtime? Who allowed you to work overtime? Lin Chen, who was there, spoke with a dark face. After these words were spoken, Lucci on the other end of the phone was suddenly confused. No, what's the situation now? Other company bosses still expect their employees to work overtime every day. Why is it that here in Lin Chen's place, overtime is not allowed? For a moment, Lucci was completely confused. Forget it, let's just work overtime, and report all the overtime workers to Chen Ziruo. The overtime pay for these 5 days will be calculated based on holiday overtime. Also, send me a copy of the game you successfully developed, and I will try to play it when I get back. Chapter 132 Visit. Although Lucci was a little confused, he still nodded and said, Okay, I'll send it to your email later. After the call was hung up, Lin Chen cursed in his heart. Working overtime all day long. Not only do you have to pay more for overtime, but you also have to pay more for water and electricity. You never know what might happen, or you might get sick from working overtime, and it would be truly not worth it. Not to mention, bosses who require overtime are usually scolded by their employees. Overtime work must be strictly prohibited in the future. I have made up my mind. At the same time, the vehicle returned to its own house. Lin Chen went upstairs and immediately opened his computer mailbox. Sure enough, there was an installation package from Lucci lying inside. After downloading it, Lin Chen officially entered the game. I have to say that the level of this Yuanlong game is still very high. This game is also very excellent in terms of art and smoothness of details. Especially the loading CG when opening the game, which has reached the world's top level. No wonder the company's last game was so popular in overseas markets. Lin Chen murmured. Afterwards, he entered the game and started a match. Because this game is currently in the testing phase. Therefore, the only players that can be matched at the moment are human-machine players. But Lin Chen didn't come here for fun this time. He mainly wanted to test whether the game had any loopholes or something. And soon, it was over. To be honest, Lin Chen is now really convinced by the Yuanlong game. It hasn't been long since then, and the game has already reached its highest level of completion. Basically, it has reached the stage where internal testing can be carried out. Immediately, Lin Chen opened his mobile phone and sent a message to Lucci. Overall, this game is very well developed, but how is your anti-crack and anti-cheating work? After these words were spoken, Lucci on the other side couldn't help but say. Regarding this point, it's still a little bit off. Moreover, we also released the news some time ago that we are already issuing places for the internal beta test. I guess we can only fix these two issues during the internal testing phase and apply patches as soon as possible. After hearing these words, Lin Chen pondered for a moment. Immediately, his eyes flickered. The next moment he said, "How about this, you leave me 20 internal test quotas. In addition, regarding this aspect, I will discuss cooperation with a company tomorrow. I will then hand over the anti-cheating function to other companies." At this time, Lin Chen was planning to talk to brother Xiaoma tomorrow. After all, if we talk about the best anti-cheating capabilities in China, who else could it be except Xiaoma's Penguin? The reason for wanting those 20 internal beta test spots is very simple. He plans to throw the promotion of this game to the Dosha platform next door. Okay. After some conversation, Lin Chen played a few more games of Chicken Dinner. After looking for loopholes in the game, I fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen woke up early. After doing a little exercise, he went to wash up first. At this moment, the cell phone rang. It was a message sent to me by Gao Lijie. It is in the suburbs of Shanghai, a place called Yundian Villa. This Yundian Villa is a villa for business negotiations. This place is mainly the highest standard venue for the wealthy people in Shanghai to entertain guests. Now that Gao Lijie has set the address here, it is enough to show how much Gao Lijie values Lin Chen and Xiaoma Gu. After some hesitation, Lin Chen looked up the address. This time it was a coincidence. If you want to go to Yundian Villa, you will have to pass by the affiliated hospital of Shanghai Medical College. It's just right. I can go see Lu Lily. Hesitating in his heart, Lin Chen went downstairs early. While driving, I randomly found a shop and ordered a plate of rice cake and pork ribs. Then, he chose a fruit basket from a nearby fruit shop, bought a bouquet of flowers next door, and went straight to the hospital. Now Lu Lily's mother has woken up and has been transferred from the ICU to the general ward. After asking for the room number at the service desk, Lin Chen entered the ward. Lily. After pushing open the door, Lin Chen looked at Lily and spoke immediately. Lu Lily, who was there, was also stunned for a moment. Then he asked in surprise, "Brother Lin? Why are you here?" "Oh, I'm going to Yundian Villa later, and I happened to pass by here. I thought of my aunt being hospitalized here, so I came to see her." As he spoke, Lin Chen also looked towards the hospital bed. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Lily's boyfriend Lin Chen." Looking at Lu Lily's mother lying there, Lin Chen also said with a smile. "You are Xiaochen, our Lily. She often mentions you to me." Lu Lily's mother also had a smile on her face. Looking at Lin Chen in front of him, he liked him more and more. Chapter 133. Lu Lily takes the initiative. "Come on, Xiaochen, sit down." Mother Lu patted the chair next to her and spoke. Lin Chen also put down the fruit basket and flowers. "You kid, you're here, what else do you bring?" Mother Lu said with a smile. In response to this, Lin Chen also had a smile on his face. He sat next to her, looked at Mother Lu, and asked, "Auntie, are you feeling better?" "Much better." Mother Lu there looked at Lin Chen and said. Then he took Lin Chen's hand and started chatting with him. Time passes by little by little. Just like this, Lin Chen stayed here for nearly half an hour and then planned to leave. "Auntie, I have something to do later, so I won't disturb your rest for now." Having said that, Lin Chen also stood up. And Mother Lu also said this with a smile. "Okay, then Xiaochen, after I'm discharged from the hospital, you must come to my house for dinner. I'll cook you a good meal myself." "Okay, I'll definitely do that then." Lin Chen nodded, and immediately planned to turn around and leave. At the same time, Mother Lu glanced at Lu Lily next to her and said, "Lily, please see them off." Nodding, Lu Lily escorted Lin Chen outside. "Brother Lin, thank you for taking the time to visit me and my mother despite being so busy." Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately said with a smile, "Little fool, what nonsense are you talking about? Your mother is also my future mother-in-law. Anyway, I have to take some time to come and have a look." Lin Chen, who was there, immediately spoke with a smile. At this moment, Lu Lily's face suddenly turned red. He then stopped saying anything and just stood there, looking extremely embarrassed. Just like that, the two of them walked out of the hospital. When Lu Lily walked out, she attracted a lot of people's attention. After all, Lu Lily's appearance is quite good. Although she has been too busy lately to get dressed up, her bare face can still beat a lot of popular young actresses. Lin Chen walked out of the door and looked at Lu Lily and said, "Okay, you should go back and take care of your aunt first. She is still quite weak. When Auntie is discharged from the hospital, I will treat you to a nice meal." Lu Lily nodded and looked at Lin Chen, who was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something. "By the way, Brother Lin, wait a moment." Hearing Lu Lily's words, Lin Chen was also stunned. Immediately turned his head and looked. "What's wrong?" Just when Lin Chen was curious, Lu Lily came over instantly. Directly, he kissed Lin Chen on the lips. It lasted for nearly a few seconds, and then separated immediately. Then, Lu Lily covered her face and quickly ran towards the hospital. Lin Chen, on the other hand, just stood there in a daze. The next moment, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Oh, this girl." Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Chen then planned to leave. As for the people around, they were all dumbfounded at this moment. Watching this scene, I felt heartbroken all of a sudden. Then they all looked at Lin Chen with some anger. "Damn it! Another cabbage eaten by a pig. Fuck. What's so good about this guy? He's just a little more handsome than me. Being handsome can't make a living." For a moment, many people glared at Lin Chen. And it was at this time. Lin Chen's McLaren P1 was also parked in front of Lin Chen. Then, number 1 got out of the car and opened the door. "Master, please get in the car." After Lin Chen nodded, he got into the car. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Everyone looked stunned at this scene. Then, the McLaren P1 started, and the car sped away with a roar. What the hell? This is also possible. Bah! Scum! But, can being handsome really make a living? No, I'm going to fly to Korea tomorrow to get plastic surgery. Fuck! For a moment, many men were confused. He stared blankly at Lin Chen, who was disappearing into the distance, and fell into silence. As for the other side, Lu Lily also returned to the ward. Recalling how I had taken the initiative just now, my heart was pounding. As for Lu Lily's mother, who was lying there, she looked at her daughter. There was a slight smile on his face. The next moment, he also said to Lu Lily, "You're back? This Xiaochen is pretty good, you'd better seize the opportunity." Hearing what her mother said, Lu Lily's face turned even redder. Lin Chen, who was sitting in the car, also started signing in for today. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Gat. Number 134, my roommate came back from London. Congratulations to the host, sign in successfully. Acquired 80% equity of M1NT Global Holdings. Hearing these words, Lin Chen was a little confused. Then, he took out his mobile phone and checked. When I saw this global holding company, I was shocked. This global holding company is no simple matter. He is the parent company of the largest billionaires club in the world. That is the M1NT Billionaire Club. This is almost the world's top membership-based consumption venue for wealthy businessmen. And there is also AM1NT Billionaire Club in Shanghai. It is extremely difficult to become a member of this club. Even if you are a top tycoon, you can only become a member after investing a lot in the development of the club. The minimum investment scale is 50,000 Mi and the maximum is 500,000 Mi. Applicants need to leave fingerprints, fill out application forms, and describe their various situations in detail. In the end, it is up to the club manager and everyone else to decide whether to issue a membership card to a tycoon. From this we can see how difficult it is to enter this club. And because of this, so far this club has only 5,000 registered members worldwide. And among these members, there are billionaires, celebrities, sports stars and even foreign royal aristocrats. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help swallowing his saliva. This is so fucking awesome. I murmured something in my heart, and as I looked at the message on my phone, I swallowed unconsciously in my throat. And at this moment, the vehicle slowly stopped. Master, we're here. Lin Chen nodded and got out of the car immediately. As for number 1, he also consciously hid in the dark at this time to protect Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen also walked into the Yundian Villa. This Yundian Villa is indeed one of the top villas in the entire Shanghai. The facilities inside can almost be described as luxurious. Rockeries and flowing water can be seen everywhere in the villa. You can also go fishing, boating, and horse riding. And so on a series of entertainment activities. It can be said that Yundian Villa is a villa that combines business negotiations and gatherings. According to the address Gao Li Jie gave him, Lin Chen continued to move deeper inside. However, at this time, a familiar figure appeared in front of Lin Chen. This figure also noticed Lin Chen at this time and immediately spoke. Hey, isn't this Lin Chen? You are Song Liang? Looking at this figure, Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise. Song Liang was in the same department as him in college. At that time, the two of them were assigned to the same dormitory. Lin Chen's grades were average at the time, but because of his good looks, he became the most handsome boy in the department. Although Song Liang has an ordinary appearance, he is a real academic master in the department. The two of them belong to the same dormitory and are often mentioned in the same breath. Are you back from London? Lin Chen still remembers that Song Liang went to London for further studies when he was in college. Of course I finished all my courses ahead of time. Song Liang raised his head and looked at Lin Chen, saying quite arrogantly. I just came back from London the day before yesterday, and I became the vice president of Dosha Network Technology. My annual salary is now 1.5 million. Song Liang was obviously a little bit proud, and his eyes were full of arrogance when he looked at Lin Chen. After all, he became the vice president of Dosha Network Technology at such a young age. Annual salary as high as 1.5 million. With this resume, all he needs to do is marry a beautiful, rich and beautiful woman, and he'll be at the peak of his life. To be honest, when he was in China, he was actually quite unhappy with Lin Chen. Although he is a top student, not many people remember him. Most people only remember Lin Chen. When people mention him, they basically introduce him as the top student who was in the same dormitory with the department's top student Lin Chen. As for the name, sorry, few people really remember it. Originally, he was planning to hold a class reunion in 2 days, and then show off at the reunion. Then at the class reunion, he would overshadow Lin Chen. Let everyone know, good-looking appearance? What's the use? Handsome, but can it still be eaten? But unexpectedly, before he could go find Lin Chen just came to him and gave him a slap in the face for showing off. At this moment, Song Liang's heart was filled with pride. He seemed to have seen Lin Chen being frightened, and then he licked him wildly. However, Lin Chen, who was there, spoke calmly. Oh? Annual salary is 1.5 million, so you're barely okay. Well, it is barely acceptable. After all, the salary I offered Chen Zirua is about this price. But after these words were spoken, Song Liang's smile froze instantly. I was also mumbling in my heart. The next moment, he looked at Lin Chen and asked directly. Then I wonder what the most handsome guy in our department is doing now. Chapter 135. The roommate was stunned. Hey, I didn't do anything. I just kept busy doing random things like hammering here and there. Lin Chen waved his hand and spoke calmly. There was also a calmness in the words. After hearing these words, Song Liang sneered in his heart, and then said to Lin Chen. No, Lin Chen, you really can't do this. Think about it, You have to get married and buy a house. In this materialistic age, how can you survive if you don't have a career? To be honest, my annual salary now is 1.5 million, but even so, I still feel it is not enough. If you don't have a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, I really don't know how you are going to live. Although Song Liang seemed to be worried about Lin Chen in his words. But it is filled with showing off and a sense of superiority. And a pair of eyes were staring at Lin Chen's face. I want to get a glimpse of envy and jealousy from it. However, he was soon disappointed. Lin Chen's face was so calm. It was as if Song Liang was not talking about an annual salary of 1.5 million, but 150 yuan. But this is actually the case, after all, for Lin Chen at the moment. It seems that these 1.5 million are indeed no different from 150 yuan. But Song Liang was a little annoyed in his heart. After all, he had been showing off one after another, with all his might, following Lin Chen. But Lin Chen's reaction was as if he had punched cotton. And at this time, Song Liang's attention fell on Lin Chen's back. At this moment, two figures behind were walking towards the side, talking and laughing. When he saw these two people, Song Liang was immediately overjoyed. He immediately headed over there. Chairman Gao? Brother Xiao Ma? At this moment, Song Liang's mind suddenly became active. After all, the reason why he came here today was because he heard that his chairman was going to meet a distinguished guest here today. That was why he wanted to come over and curry favor with his own chairman. Maybe you can even make yourself familiar to the chairman's guests. And now, when he saw Brother Xiao Ma, Song Liang understood instantly. This so-called distinguished guest is probably Brother Xiao Ma. And now, without a doubt, is the perfect time for me to curry favor with the chairman and Xiao Ma Gu. Seeing that his chairman had arrived, Song Liang simply gave up on continuing to show off his superiority to Lin Chen. He immediately ran towards the chairman. Chairman Gao, Chairman Ma. When I saw Song Liang, Gao Lijia actually remembered the top student who had returned from China and whom he had interviewed the day before yesterday. But seeing Song Liang here now surprised him quite a bit. Why are you here? Oh, it's like this. I came here to see what the restaurants here are like, so that I can invite some of my classmates from China to come over for a gathering in a few days. Song Liang explained immediately. Yeah, not bad. Gao Lijia, who was there, nodded, but at this time, Brother Xiao Ma there noticed Lin Chen in front of him, and his heart suddenly moved. I quietly followed what Gao Lijia next to me said. Suddenly, a hint of surprise flashed across Gao Lijia's eyes. Then he patted Song Liang on the shoulder and said, You are very good, do your best, I have something else to do. Hey, Chairman Gao, you're busy. If you need anything, just let me know later. After nodding and bowing to Gao Lijia, Song Liang's face suddenly showed joy. Really? I came here today to make some acquaintances, and it turned out that my bet was right. I believe that it won't be long before I will be promoted and get a raise, and the word deputy will be removed from my title. Thinking of this, Song Liang's smile widened, and he immediately planned to go back and continue bragging to Lin Chen. However, the next moment, Song Liang was suddenly confused. The chairman of the board and Xiao Ma Go walked up to Lin Chen with smiles on their faces. Director Lin. After the three of them shook hands, Gao Lijia continued to speak with a smile. I didn't expect that you would come so early, Mr. Lin. I happened to have something to do this morning, so I came here first. Lin Chen said with a smile, and then looked at Xiao Ma Gu. Mr. Ma, we meet again. I saw Xiao Ma brother there nodded, and then said with a smile. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, I had originally planned to personally visit Mr. Lin. Unexpectedly, some problems occurred in some business transactions abroad, so I went to deal with them first. I will drink 3 cups as punishment today to apologize to Mr. Lin. In response, Lin Chen waved his hand and said calmly. You are too polite, but Mr. Ma, what is it that needs your personal attention? Do you need my help to solve it? I do have some connections abroad, so as long as it's not too troublesome, I can help you solve it. After Lin Chen finished speaking, Xiao Ma Go and Gao Lijia who were there. Suddenly, his pupils contracted and he was extremely surprised. After all, Lin Chen's words revealed too much information. At this moment, the two of them became more respectful and curious about Lin Chen's identity. Then there's no need for you to do anything, Director Lin. They're just small matters. I've already solved them. Xiao Ma Go laughed and then spoke calmly. Well, that's good. As for Gao Lijia next to him, he also said it immediately. How about this, you two, why don't we go inside first and talk while we drink? Can. Xiaoma Guo and Lin Chen nodded, and then the three of them continued to walk inside. After taking 2 steps, Gao Lijie suddenly stopped. Then he looked at Song Liang behind him and said, "Oh, that's right." Song Liang, who was originally in a daze, suddenly felt happy in his heart. Is he planning to call me to join him? Sure enough, being a bootlicker is still useful. However, the next moment, Song Liang's thoughts were instantly shattered. I only heard Gao Lijie speaking calmly. "Hey, please ask the manner to serve the food to our private room number 1. After saying this, Gao Lijie left without looking back. Only Song Liang was left, lying in the wind. Chapter 136, Encountering Robin by Chance, with the big boss accompanying me. Song Liang stood there in a daze. Now, there is only a mess in his head. What's going on? Why can Lin Chen chat and laugh so happily with his own chairman and Xiaoma Guo? And it seems that brother Xiaoma is still very respectful to Lin Chen? The most important thing is that his own chairman and Xiaoma Guo still call him Mr. Lin? For a moment, Song Liang felt that his brain was not enough. What is going on? When did my roommate become so awesome? He clearly remembered that he lived a very difficult life when he was in college. I also have to go out and work as a tutor to supplement my living expenses. But now, how could? Can you chat and laugh with such a group of big guys? Song Liang, who was there, was dumbfounded. The whole person there was also buzzing. Moreover, it seemed that his chairman didn't even remember his name. At this moment, Song Liang burst into tears. It's a pity that I'm still licking my own chairman madly. My original idea was to lick everything until the end. But in the end, reality gave me a big slap in the face. And everything else? I don't even remember your name. This is not everything, it's obvious that even dogs can't get the house. On the other side, Lin Chen and others also walked into the house. After sitting down, the three of them chatted there. And at this time, brother Xiaoma next to him couldn't help but speak. Director Lin, congratulations on acquiring 40% of Dosha Network Technologies shares and becoming the largest shareholder. You are really generous this time. I really have to admit defeat. Ha ha. No way. Lin Chen was also laughing, with a somewhat calm look on his face. I really want to thank you, Mr. Ma, if it weren't for you pulling me into this game. I really didn't know that Dosha Network Technology had started its round of financing. I don't know, Director Lin, what are your plans next? Brother Xiaoma, who was there, took a sip of tea and then continued to ask Lin Chen. As for plans, it's actually nothing. The main purpose is to promote our company's newly developed game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Lin Chen said calmly. After all, I had originally planned to bring these two people into the game. Since you already have this plan, there's no need to hide it. Hearing these words, the two people there were suddenly shocked. The next moment, he immediately looked at Lin Chen and said, Director Lin, this Yuanlong game is yours? Yes, that's right. Lin Chen nodded immediately, with a calm look on his face. Ha ha. That's really a coincidence. Director Lin, can you give us a few internal test accounts for Dosha Live? When I came here before, we were still discussing finding a new game to broadcast exclusively live. At that time, there was this PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds among them. I didn't expect that this was yours, Mr. Lin. For a moment, the two people were filled with ecstasy. After all, these two people really didn't expect it. All this happened so coincidentally. As for Lin Chen, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. The next moment, he nodded. At the same time, Lin Chen also told everyone his plan, and they all agreed immediately. Then, these people planned to find a law firm in the near future to draft a contract. And at the same time, outside the door of private room number 1, Song Liang was wandering back and forth. He was considering whether he should go in and lick it again. However, at this time, a waiter also came over with a plate. Then he knocked on the door and pushed it open. Excuse me, the food is being served. As he spoke, the waiter walked into the private room. And at this time, Robin, who came here for business, happened to pass by. Afterwards, he saw that the person sitting at the top of the private room was Lin Chen. Immediately, Robin didn't think much and walked in quickly. Director Lin, are you here too? When he saw Robin, Lin Chen's face was also surprised. As for Gao Lijie, who was standing next to him, he was also shocked when he saw Robin. After all, he was too familiar with this person. Isn't this the famous legendary lawyer, Robin, who was famous throughout Shanghai? Even Xiaoma Ji's eyes flashed with some surprise, and his gaze flickered for a while. Lawyer Luo? You are Mr. Gao? You are Mr. Ma? At this moment, Robin realized that the two people sitting on his left and right were also top bosses. At this moment, Robin's heart was filled with a huge wave of shock. What is the identity of my boss? I can actually sit at the top at a dinner party. Even two of the most famous domestic business owners had to condescend to sit on the side. At this moment, Robin looked at Lin Chen. The meaning of respect is even greater. As for Song Liang, who was outside the door and watching from afar, he almost fell to his knees. After all, this scene is really terrifying. Let the two big guys accompany you. What is the identity of my roommate? At this moment, in his heart, his speculation about Lin Chen's identity became stronger and stronger. Before that, I was quite sarcastic towards him. If Lin Chen mentioned these two words to his boss. At this moment, Song Liang felt that his future was bleak. Chapter 137, What is the identity of this Lin Chen? After a while, Robin also stood aside, not daring to sit down. After all, today's lineup is really terrifying. Sitting on the left is the boss of Dosha Live, Gao Lijie. Sitting on the seat on the right is one of the country's top wealthy businessmen, the chairman of Penguin Group, Pony Ma. And the person sitting at the top is their boss. A lineup of this level, for someone of his status. Even if you sit down, you will feel uncomfortable and anxious. Hey, Xiao Luo, what are you doing standing there? Sit down. Gao Lijie also spoke at this time. This Robin hesitated. And Lin Chen above also said at this time. It's okay, just sit down first. We have something to ask you. Well, then I will respectfully obey your command. Seeing that his boss had spoken, Robin didn't know what to say next. He pulled out the chair and sat down carefully. After Robin sat down, everyone continued with the previous topic. Now with a lawyer like Robin, many details have been finalized one by one. We just need to wait for Robin to go back and draft the contract, and then we can sign it. Soon, Gao Lijie, who was there, also filled Lin Chen and Xiao Ma's glasses with wine. Then he raised his glass and said, if that's the case, then I wish us a happy cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. The three of them clinked their glasses, then drank the whole glass of wine in one gulp. After doing all this, everyone looked at Robin, who had become an invisible figure there, and said, By the way, Lawyer Luo, what is the relationship between you and Director Lin? Everyone was a little curious. In fact, Director Lin is now the boss of our law firm. After these words were spoken, Gao Lijie and Xiao Magu who were there were all shocked in their hearts. What? Xiao Magu was also stunned, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chen. He didn't expect that Lin Chen would have such an identity. This happened a while ago. Director Lin's secretary acquired the shares of our law firm. After hearing these words, everyone there was a little confused. How is this done? After all, although Quanzhang Law Firm is not a big company, it is also very famous in Shanghai. The change of the boss of such a top law firm will at least cause an earthquake in the legal community of Shanghai. But, in the end, not even a ripple was caused? Just like that, the boss of the law firm was changed quietly. This energy is truly terrifying. In an instant, Xiao Magu and Gao Lijie started to imagine. In their opinion, this was probably Lin Chen's way of keeping a low profile, so he specially arranged for people to silence all those who knew about the situation. Even if the news spread from the gossip channel to the internet, it was directly suppressed and deleted. This ability to control public opinion is truly meticulous. Horrible. For a moment, Xiao Magu and Gao Lijie looked at each other. Then there was a hint of horror in his eyes. At the same time, this little brother Ma also spoke leisurely. Director Lin, your method really amazes me. I didn't expect that, in addition to Junyao Capital, even this Warren law firm belongs to you. In an instant, Brother Xiao Ma became even more curious about Lin Chen's identity and was in awe. People who have reached his level naturally know how deep the water in this society is. There are some people with great backgrounds that even he cannot spy on. That's why he never dared to investigate Lin Chen's background. Ah, Mr. Ma, you are too kind. These are nothing to mention. And this little brother Ma also smiled indifferently, and then a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. After all, he is also a smart guy. This is undoubtedly the best time to deepen the relationship with Lin Chen. By the way, Lawyer Luo, I wonder if your Quanzhang law firm accepts orders from corporate legal advisors? It just so happens that our branch in China overseas is planning to change a law firm to serve as a legal advisor. If your law firm takes this kind of order, then I won't have to look for a new law firm. Robin was immediately excited when he heard these words. This is a big order. Generally speaking, such big orders are hard to come by. After all, if you take an order like this, it will cost you millions. And we are only responsible for legal consultation and advisory. As for other services, they will be charged extra. Take it. Of course, I'll take this kind of order. Immediately, Robin kept saying it. After all, we don't accept this kind of orders? Then I would be a complete fool. After hearing what Xiaoma said, Gao Lijie next to him also reacted. After secretly cursing the cunning person in his heart, Gao Lijie also said, in that case, then our legal advisor at Dosha Network Technology. Just hand it over to your warrant law firm. Lawyer Luo, I believe that your Quanzhang law firm will serve as the legal advisor for our Dosha. There will no longer be any loopholes in the legal issues of our fighting shark team. Chapter 138 excited Robin, shocking seal. Robin was extremely excited when he heard these words. Ha ha. I still have some documents to deal with later, so I'll use tea instead of wine. Toast you too. As he spoke, Robin stood up. Then he picked up a cup of tea and toasted the two people there. After drinking the tea in one gulp, Robin's expression gradually calmed down. The next moment, he took a deep breath. Said, if that's the case, then I'll go and draft the contract first, and you three can chat. As he spoke, Robin also left the private room. As soon as he left the private room, his true colors were revealed. Ha ha ha. In an instant, Robin could no longer hold back. The whole person was extremely excited, and there was ecstasy on his face. Running and jumping forward, moving forward with both hands and gestures. But fortunately, the sound insulation here is good, so no one knows what's going on. However, at this time, a waiter who was serving food in front also retreated from the private room next door. Suddenly, I saw this scene. Robin's body stiffened, and then he stood firm. Then he coughed lightly and walked past the waiter with a serious and stiff face. This is so fucking embarrassing. Fortunately, the waiter didn't recognize me, otherwise, I would have been socially dead. Soon, Robin turned around and walked to a small corner nearby. I smoked a cigarette to calm myself down. Robin's thoughts are now gradually becoming clearer, and his eyes are becoming more and more solemn. Just now, he was really too excited. So much so that he failed to notice the two big guys' attempt to please him. After calming down, he also discovered it. These two big guys' so-called replacement of the company's legal advisory team is fake. The real purpose is actually to please one's boss. At this moment, Robin's eyes became even heavier. The next moment, he took out his cell phone and dialed the sealed number directly. As soon as the call was connected, the cold voice of the seal was heard. Explain. Seal, I think we may have underestimated Director Lin. After these words were spoken, Feng Yin on the other end of the phone also frowned immediately. Immediately, he couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? Just now, I was doing some work in Yundian Villa, and I happened to see Director Lin having a meal in Yundian Villa. Guess who I saw sitting at the same table with Mr. Lin? Robin kept it a secret. The seal there also frowned and asked. Who? Gao Lijie from Fighting Shark Live, and Xiaoma Gu. At this moment, the voice on the other end of the phone suddenly stopped. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask. Who is the little pony brother you're talking about? That's right. At this moment, the air fell into an eerie silence. It was quiet for a full half-minute, and Feng Yin took a deep breath. Then he asked solemnly, anything else? Oh, Xiaoma Go and Gao Lijie were sitting on the side, and they also changed the company's legal advisor to our company. According to my estimation, these two companies can bring us a profit of about 10 million. And Director Lin still has a contract to sign with them. I'm going to hang up now. After Robin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. At the same time, humming a little tune, he left the place. On the other end of the phone, the person was sealed in the office, completely petrified. The phone slipped from my palm and then hit the table with a thud. What the hell? At this time, he came to his senses, stood up abruptly, and cursed. And the sound was so loud that it spread across half of the floor. Outside the office, many lawyers were sorting out documents. Hearing this voice, his face also looked strange. Phone in the office looked nervous and was muttering something in his heart. It seems that Director Lin's thigh may be thicker than I thought. No matter what, from now on, all requests from Director Lin must be handled by the law firm immediately. Thinking of this, Phone in also called his assistant. After giving a few instructions, the assistant left with a strange look on his face. On the other side, Lin Chen continued to chat with Xiao Ma Guo and Gao Lijie. After a round of toasting, the banquet came to an end. Afterwards, the three of them went horseback riding and played golf together. After a while of entertainment, they had dinner together in the evening, and Lin Chen also received news from Robin. Afterwards, the three of them decided to sign the contract in Lin Chen's company tomorrow. After doing all this, the dinner was over. Lin Chen got into the car and left Yundian Villa under the gaze of the two men. Chapter 139 Lamborghini Poison. After returning home, Lin Chen explained the situation to Chen Ziruo, asked him to prepare the materials, and then went to bed. A night passed. Lin Chen woke up early the next morning. Afterwards, Lin Chen went to the bathroom and signed in while taking a shower. System, sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Get, Lamborghini Veneno Hardtop Edition. Hearing this prompt tone, Lin Chen was also startled. The whole person's eyes suddenly lit up. Lamborghini Venom. This is one of the best supercars in the world. And there are only 14 cars available worldwide. Among these 14 vehicles, there are actually only 5 hardtop versions in the world. And the 2 red versions are not for sale. In other words, there are actually only 3 hardtop Lamborghini Venenos sold in the world. It's actually Lamborghini Venom? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Chen's eyes, and then the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Interesting. He murmured something, and then Lin Chen wiped the water off his body. Immediately, he left the bathroom. After doing all this, Lin Chen had a quick meal outside. The next moment, he hurried to the underground parking lot downstairs. At this time, in this parking lot, a fiery red Lamborghini Veneno was also parked next to his McLaren. Walking to the poison, Lin Chen reached out and gently stroked the car body, with a smile on his face. Then he looked at the number 1 path next to him. Number 1, you sit in the passenger seat. I'll drive today. After all, this car is a Lamborghini Veneno. He wanted to try out what it felt like to drive this poisonous car. Yes. Number 1 nodded and immediately got into the passenger seat. Lin Chen also got into the car. As the car started, Lin Chen gently stepped on the accelerator. Accompanied by a violent roar, the entire car slowly left the underground parking lot. Afterwards, he also drove this car on this street. After arriving at the nearby ring road, Lin Chen began to gradually accelerate. On this ring road, many car owners saw this Lamborghini Veneno and were shocked. Then, he hurriedly made way. At the same time, he subconsciously began to slow down and put some distance between himself and Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. This also caused the traffic on the ring road to become noticeably congested. After circling around it, Lin Chen finally experienced the performance of this Lamborghini Veneno. If it weren't for the speed limit on this ring road, he could have gone a few points faster. Ha ha ha. So cool. Lin Chen grinned, and after getting off the ring road, he went straight to Yuanlong Games. As we arrived at the Science and Technology Park, this rather dazzling Lamborghini Veneno attracted quite a lot of people's attention. And these people are now showing a lot of envious looks. Parked the vehicle in the parking lot. After getting off the car, Lin Chen went straight to the meeting room of Yuanlong Game. At this time in the conference room, Chen Ziruo was also waiting there. Among them, there is no one except Chen Ziruo. The company's general manager Zhou Nan and 3 deputy general managers were also waiting. Seeing Lin Chen coming, these people stood up one after another. Director Lin. Well, please sit down first. I believe you all know about today's signing, so I won't go into too much detail. The people who are waiting for the Penguin Group and Dosha Live should be coming soon. So, does anyone have any opinions about this signing? If you have any opinions, you can raise them now. The whole place was silent at this moment, and no one dared to express any opinion. Yeah, very good. And at this time, the door of the conference room was opened again. Outside the door, Xiaoma Go, Gao Lijielian, Robin and Feng Ying came in one after another. Director Ma, Director Gao, I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Lin Chen was looking at the two of them and spoke immediately. As for the other senior executives of Yuanlong Game, they were all stunned. Afterwards, I felt a little excited in my heart. It turns out that Dosha Live and Penguin Group attached so much importance to this signing. It turned out to be the other party's chairman who came in person to sign the contract. Originally they thought that these two companies would at most send some senior executives as representatives. But I didn't expect that this time it would be the two big bosses, Xiaoma Go and Gao Lijie, who would come in person. At this time, Xiaoma Go smiled and spoke. Mr. Lin, you're too polite. I don't know why, but there was a little traffic jam on the Ring Expressway today, so I was a little late when I arrived. But it was just a coincidence that I happened to meet Mr. Gao, Lawyer Robin, and Lawyer Feng Ying. Lin Chen couldn't help but look embarrassed after hearing these words. At this time, he also understood why these people were a little late. I dare say it was because of his poisonous car that indirectly caused these people to be stuck. Immediately, Lin Chen smiled awkwardly and touched his nose. It's okay, come, please take a seat. Lin Chen invited the four people to take a seat. Immediately, the signing of the contract officially began. Chapter 140 Shanghai M1NT Club. Because it was already settled yesterday. In addition, Lin Chen has shares in both companies. It is basically the same as transferring money from the left pocket to the right pocket. Xiaoma Go and Gao Lijie also wanted to curry favor with Lin Chen. That is, they just said some symbolic polite words and then signed the contract. The speed is so fast, it's just like a formality. Even the senior executives of Yuanlong Games who were there were stunned by this situation. Originally they thought that the signing would require at least 2 or 3 days of negotiations. They have even begun planning for a protracted war. As a result, they just got ready and you told us it was over? This is... For a moment, everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Lin Chen and the other two who were there also stood up after the signing was completed. Gao Lijie next to him also made a suggestion. You too, how about we go to M1NT to celebrate? Hearing this, Lin Chen was also stunned. M1NT, although he is now the chairman of M1NT Global Holdings. But I have never been to this club in my own home. That's certainly no problem. Brother Xiao Ma next to him also nodded. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, let's go over and take a look, but I don't seem to have a membership card for this club. Indeed, although he is the chairman of M1NT Global Holdings. But he did not join the M1NT Billionaire Club of China overseas. Naturally, there is no membership card. Even if I ask someone to send one over now, it will be too late. At this moment, Xiaoma Go and Gao Lijie who were there were stunned. Neither of them expected that Lin Chen didn't have a membership card here. It's okay, I'm a platinum member, and members are allowed to bring outsiders in twice a year. It just so happens that I have one more chance on my card this year to enter the member area of the M1NT Club. Gao Lijie then spoke immediately. Okay, then I would like to thank Director Gao. Lin Chen nodded. Xiaoma Go didn't say much, and then the few of them started on their journey. When the two of them saw Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno, they all looked surprised. After all, the car they saw Lin Chen driving yesterday was a McLaren P1. Unexpectedly, it was replaced with Lamborghini Veneno today. The speed of changing cars is really scary. And the most important thing is that each one of them is still a world-class supercar. This is a bit scary. After a flash of glance, the two men got into their car together. The M1NT Club is not far from here. Not long after, the three of them arrived at the club. After parking your vehicle in this parking lot. Under the guidance of Gao Lijie, Lin Chen entered the M1NT Club. After entering the private room, the three of them began to sing and drink in the club. After staying in the private room for about half an hour, Lin Chen went straight out and went to the bathroom. At the same time, in a private room next door, Rice is among them at this time. Next to Reese sat a young man dressed very fashionably. Lays, I heard that you were tricked at the auction before. This young man's name is Zhao Yuan, and he is the vice president of the Shanghai M1NT Billionaire Club. Reese looked quite embarrassed after hearing these words. The first thing he could do was to speak. Brother Zhao, let's not talk about this matter anymore. That guy's methods are really despicable. If I meet him again, I will definitely teach him a lesson. As soon as Reese thought of Lin Chen, the anger in his heart instantly ignited. At the same time, he drank a glass of wine, and the anger on his face became even more intense. After all, if it weren't for Lin Chen, why would he have spent 1.1 billion to buy that money-losing item? After returning home, he was scolded by his father. The most important thing is that his bank card was frozen. Looking at Reese like this, Zhao Yuan's eyes flickered. Then, he couldn't help but speak in surprise. Oh? Who is this guy? How dare he provoke you like this? I checked, this guy is just the chairman of Yuanlong Games. I also have Junyao Capital in my hands, those are the only two identities. You really think you are someone important? Rice's face was filled with annoyance. As for Zhao Yuan next to him, he spoke with a smile. Ha, so that's it. Next time I run into him, I'll help you vent your anger. Zhao Yuan had a faint smile on his face. These two companies were indeed huge. But compared with Remy Technology, it is still a long way behind. If I can please this Reese, what does it matter if I offend this Lin Chen? Hearing this, Reese was delighted. After all, Zhao Yuan is the vice president of China Overseas M1NT Billionaire Club. Just based on this identity, all the wealthy businessmen in this country have to give Zhao Yuan some face. Now that Zhao Yuan says he wants to help me vent my anger, that's it. Lin Chen is about to be in trouble. However, at this time, Reese's gaze also fell outside the door. I saw Lin Chen walking by outside the door at this time. Brother Zhao. Suddenly, Reese was delighted. He didn't expect that he would run into Lin Chen again so soon. It seems that this is retribution in this life. Chapter 141. You are not welcome here. What's wrong? Zhao Yuan, who was there, took a look at Reese and couldn't help but ask. Just now, I seemed to see Lin Chen walking over. As these words fell, Zhao Yuan, who was standing there, narrowed his eyes slightly. At this moment, a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. Oh? With his eyes slightly narrowed, Zhao Yuan looked around briefly, his eyes flickering. Then he said a few words to Reese, and there was a hint of joy in Reese's eyes. Afterwards, the two of them also left the private room. At this time, in the bathroom. While Lin Chen was washing his hands, a slightly arrogant voice sounded. Heh, who was I at that time, Lin Chen? I didn't expect to see you here. Lin Chen frowned when he heard the voice. I turned around and saw Reese there. It's true that enemies always meet. What can I do for you? Lin Chen looked coldly at Reese in front of him and asked in a cold voice. Ha, even a nouveau riche like you can get a membership card here, I'm really surprised. Reese, who was there, said sarcastically. At this moment, Lin Chen's brows furrowed even more. Neuropathy. He said this in a cold voice, then shook his head and prepared to leave. It really made Lin Chen feel a little annoyed. And Reese, who was there, was furious. What did you say? As he spoke, Reese rushed towards Lin Chen. Seeing this scene, a group of human bodyguards hiding in the dark were about to rush out. Lin Chen waved his hand lightly. He immediately turned his body to the side, avoiding Reese, and said in a cold voice. If you have a brain problem, get treatment right away, or it will get worse. You. Rice was furious. At this time, Zhao Yuan walked in slowly. What's going on here? A member just complained. What's wrong with you guys? After hearing this, Reese turned around and pointed. Boss Zhao, this guy is causing trouble in the club. Oh? Zhao Yuan immediately looked at Lin Chen and then said. Haha, you dare to cause trouble in our club? It seems that you don't want to stay in Shanghai anymore. Zhao Yuan said in a cold voice. Well, you look quite unfamiliar. Take out your membership card. Also, pay a fine of 100,000 yuan. Hearing these words, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. He finally realized that he had been tricked by these two people. After all, it was all just too much of a coincidence. As soon as I met Reese, someone complained about me. The next second, Zhao Yuan appeared. All this is such a coincidence. With a sneer in his heart, Lin Chen shook his head. I don't have a membership card. No membership card? Then how did you get in? Lays immediately raised his voice and spoke loudly. Zhao Yuan is also Tao. You dare to cause trouble here without a membership card? I advise you to pay the fine immediately. At the same time, leave your message and get out of here. This is a private club, and we don't welcome strangers like you who don't know the rules. Yeah? Lin Chen's tone seemed calm as he made a phone call. I'm Lin Chen. Boss? After these four simple words were spoken, Hu Chaoyang, the general manager of China Overseas M1NT Club, looked nervous on the other end of the phone. I have heard for a long time that the owner of M1NT Global Holdings has been changed and is now a China Overseas employee. So, Hu Chaoyang has actually been very nervous. I don't know when I will go on an incognito visit and whether I will see something bad. And the most important thing is that he doesn't know the likes and dislikes of this new boss. The next moment, Lin Chen's cold voice was also audible. I'll give you 3 minutes to get to the men's bathroom on the 3rd floor of the club. Having said that, Lin Chen hung up the phone, and Hu Chaoyang on the other end of the phone felt his legs go limp. My heart is filled with coldness. He knew that something in the club must have offended the new boss. The next moment, he didn't dare to delay any longer and hurriedly ran towards the club. On the other side, Lin Chen glanced at the two people in front of him and said coldly, "Someone's coming soon." Zhao Yuan there raised his head and spoke loudly. "Then please go out and wait immediately. You are not welcome here. Please leave on your own, otherwise I will call security. If that happens, it will be embarrassing for both you and me." Zhao Yuan was being aggressive there. Lin Chen also narrowed his eyes immediately and continued. "You, what's your name?" Zhao Yuan, Deputy General Manager of Zhonghai M1NT Club. In response to this, Lin Chen's expression was cold. "Heh, someone like you can be the Vice President of Zhonghai. I don't know how you got there." After hearing this, Zhao Yuan got angry. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" "Ha, I wouldn't dare. What qualifications do I have to teach you how to do things?" Lin Chen quickly shook his head. There was also mockery in his words. As for Reese next to him, he continued. "Boss Xiao, there's no need to keep talking to this guy. Just tell the security guard to kick him out. Mr. Lei, you are such an annoying idiot. If you have a problem with your brain, why don't you go see a brain specialist right away?" Lin Chen's expression turned cold and his eyes became extremely fierce. "You're looking for death." Reese was furious, and Zhao Yuan didn't say anything more. He just called 2 security guards. After the security guards arrived, Zhao Yuan pointed at Lin Chen and spoke loudly. "Get him out, quickly." However, at this moment, an urgent voice was also rang out. "Zhao Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhao Yuan was stunned. He quickly turned around to look at the man who was running towards him, panting, and smiled. "Boss Hu, why are you here?" "There was a guy making trouble here, and he was throwing a tantrum when I told him to get out, so I called security." "Make trouble?" Hu Chaoyang was shocked. Could it be? The new boss, Chairman Lin, was so angry just now because he saw someone causing trouble? Immediately, Hu Chaoyang was shocked and turned his head to look inside. But the moment he saw Lin Chen, he was suddenly frightened out of his wits. My legs went limp at this moment and I almost collapsed from fright. Then, he also shouted out loud. "Lin! Director Lin?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence all around. Chapter 142, Regretful Zhao Yuan. At this moment, everything around is quiet. Reese and Zhao Yuan who were there were immediately confused. The brain seems to be not enough. "Mr. Lin? What is the situation?" "It's nothing serious, but there are always a few flies buzzing in my ears, which is annoying." Lin Chen spoke calmly, his words full of casualness. But it fell into Hu Chaoyang's ears in an instant, causing Hu Chaoyang's eyes to freeze instantly. At this moment, the whole person's gaze became sharp. At the same time, he turned around and gave a cold look at the 2 people behind him. Instantly, the 2 men trembled and quickly shut up, not daring to speak. At this moment, both of them were a little panicked. Especially Zhao Yuan who was there. At this moment, a bad premonition was growing in his heart. How could this happen? What is going on? What is going on? Zhao Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of fear in his heart. Looking at Lin Chen who was there, his expression gradually became flustered. After all, he knew his own general manager very well. In the past, even some wealthy businessmen with a net worth of 50 or 60 billion would give him some face when they saw him. Even when meeting some top wealthy people, he would not be so servile. But now, why is he so humble when seeing Lin Chen? Who on earth is this Lin Chen? For a moment, Zhao Yuan's fear of the unknown gradually intensified. At the same time, he looked at Reese next to him and asked nervously. Tell me the truth. Who is this Lin Chen? Zhao Yuan asked hurriedly, his words full of nervousness. I don't know. Reese, who was there, blushed and started talking immediately. There was panic in his words. Damn it! This time, Zhao Yuan was even more certain that Lin Chen's identity was not simple. Hu Chaoyang, who was there, smiled apologetically at Lin Chen. Then he continued speaking. Hey, Director Lin, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were going to come to the club in Shanghai? I can also prepare some information and order some things to entertain you. Hearing these words, Lin Chen looked indifferent. Then, he said directly, okay, stop saying these useless words. Please sort out the information from Shanghai and send it to me later. Okay. As he said this, Lin Chen was about to leave. However, just as he reached the gate, his steps suddenly stopped. Then he stood there and looked back. By the way, before that, throw that Reese out of here. As for Zhao Yuan, do whatever you want with him. I don't want to see him again. Having said that, Lin Chen left completely. Reese was stunned when he heard this. Then, he said with a sneer. Who do you think you are? I am. Before Reese could finish his words, he saw Hu Chaoyang there, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. Then, pointing at Reese who was there, it was Tao. You two, throw this guy out. Yes. The two security guards standing there did not dare to be negligent at this time. He immediately grabbed Reese who was there. When Reese heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he spoke loudly. What are you planning to do? My dad is the chairman of Remy Technology. I am also a silver member of your M1NT club. How could you treat me like this? Hu Chaoyang's face suddenly turned pale and said. Silver member? Remy Technology? Ha. If your father knew what you did, he would probably be so angry that he would faint. Do you know who he is? He is the boss of our M1NT Global Holdings. Get him out. Yes. The two security guards there nodded immediately, and then grabbed the dumbfounded Reese. At this moment, Reese's mind was buzzing. Impossible, this is absolutely fake. Absolutely fake. He couldn't believe this was true. Brother Zhao, save me. Save me. Zhao Yuan next to him now looked as pale as death. Standing there, looking dazed. After listening to what Reese said, he slapped him immediately. Shut up. As he spoke, Zhao Yuan knelt down in front of Hu Chaoyang. Then he started talking loudly. Boss Hu, please save me. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. But I can't live without this job, Mr. Hu. I have elderly parents and young children at home, I really can't live without this job. After hearing these words, Hu Chaoyang sneered and shook his head. Then it is also the Tao. You're responsible for your own mistakes. I can't help you this time. It's your own fault for offending someone you shouldn't have offended. You can go to the Human Resources Department to complete the resignation procedures. As for your salary, the Finance Department will transfer it to you when the time comes. After saying this, Hu Chaoyang did not stay any longer and left. And Zhao Yuan, who was there, looked dazed. Then he staggered back 2 steps, his face full of bitterness and regret. Immediately, he also saw Reese who was there, and suddenly, a strong anger burned in his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly pounced on Reese who was there, shouting. It's all because of you. It's because of you that I offended Director Lin. In an instant, the two began to tear and wrestle. For a moment, the scene was explosive. Even the security guards couldn't stop them, so they had to call a few more people to pull the two people apart. Chapter 143 Black Gold Membership Card. At this time, in the private room, Xiao Mago and Gao Lijie were getting a little impatient as they waited. Why hasn't Director Lin come back yet? Gao Lijie was there, asking with a puzzled look. Yeah, it seems like he's been gone for nearly 20 minutes, right? Xiao Mago next to him also glanced at his watch, and a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. And at this time, Lin Chen pushed the door open and walked in, speaking to the two of them with a smile. I'm really sorry, I just ran into 2 guys looking for trouble. Looking for trouble? Who is so blind as to dare to provoke Director Lin? The look of Xiao Ma who was there suddenly became cold. Looking at Lin Chen who was there, he asked. Oh, it's just a junior, no need to take it seriously, let's continue playing. Lin Chen waved his hand, and then continued to stir up the atmosphere. However, after just 2 songs, the door of the private room was pushed open again. When he saw Hu Chaoyang walking in, a look of surprise appeared on Brother Ma's face. As for Gao Lijie, he immediately stood up and said with some surprise. Mr. Hu? What brings you here? Hello, Mr. Gao. He greeted Gao Lijie, then walked past Gao Lijie and went straight to Lin Chen and Xiao Ma Gu who were sitting there. Looking at Hu Chaoyang's actions, Gao Lijie was a little surprised. At the same time, he glanced at Xiao Ma Gu who was there, with a questioning look in his eyes. In response to this, Brother Ma shook his head with curiosity on his face. Under the surprised gazes of the 2 men, Hu Chaoyang walked in front of Lin Chen. Then, he said respectfully. Director Lin, this is all the information you requested about our Zhonghai M1NT club. In addition, I noticed that you didn't bring your black gold card, so I brought it with you as well. As he spoke, Hu Chaoyang handed over the information in his hand. At the same time, he pushed a black membership card with gold edges in front of Lin Chen. Looking at this scene, Lin Chen nodded calmly. Then he opened the document and flipped through it casually. Well, you did a good job, you can leave first. Yes. After Hu Chaoyang finished speaking, he carefully left the private room and closed the door. As for Xiao Ma Gu and Gao Lijie who were there, they were already stunned. China Overseas M1NTS Black Gold Card. This is the highest level card among all membership cards. It is said that there are no more than 100 people in the world who possess cards of this level. Not only that, Lin Chen could actually ask Hu Chaoyang to personally deliver a copy of the information about the M1NT club at Zhonghai. And there was also Hu Chaoyang's attitude and address just now. This Lin Chen. In an instant, huge waves were set off in the hearts of the 2 people. The speculation in my heart about Lin Chen's identity became even stronger. Mr. Lin, what is your relationship with the M1NT club? Xiao Ma Gu couldn't help but ask. Although he had a guess in his heart. It is believed that Lin Chen may have a certain degree of shares in M1NT. But he still felt it. This guess is a bit ridiculous. After all, M1NT Global Holdings shares. He had never heard of any Chinese having obtained it. Oh, it doesn't matter, except that M1NT Global Holdings is mine. This club, in a sense, belongs to my company. Lin Chen sat there and spoke calmly. After these words fell, it was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in Xiao Ma Ji's mind. The whole person's mind. It can be described as a buzzing sound. Originally, he thought that his guess was extremely absurd and unrealistic. But unexpectedly, the reality is even more shocking. He is not a shareholder at all, but directly the boss of M1NT Global Holdings. It was a complete critical hit. After all, this global holding company is truly terrifying. At the same time, Xiao Ma Gu couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He believed that if this matter were to get outside, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. After all, M1NT Global Holdings, what level of existence is this? The world's top wealthy businessman club. It includes the world's top wealthy businessmen, sports stars and even royal aristocrats. However, for such a top company, the boss behind the scenes is actually a Chinese. At this moment, the 2 of them felt that everything seemed to be turned upside down. What's wrong? Lin Chen, who was there, looked up, glanced at the 2 people in front of him, and asked in confusion. No, it's okay. A smile immediately appeared on Xiao Ma Ji's face, and after that, the 3 of them continued to eat and drink. It's just very obvious that Xiao Ma Gu and Gao Lijie are both very flattering towards Lin Chen. Of course, the 2 of them are the top bosses in the country, and the money M1NT can earn every year is not more than them. But the weight behind this is extremely terrifying. It is precisely for this reason that these 2 people showed such flattery towards Lin Chen. Soon, the 3 of them finished their fun. Then they left one after another. Lin Chen came to the parking lot with the information in his hand. After getting in the car, Lin Chen planned to go to the hospital for a checkup. When we arrived at the hospital, Lu Lily was also in the ward. The difference from last time is that my uncle is also here this time. Lu Lily's mother, who was lying there, saw Lin Chen. There was also a hint of joy in his eyes. Hey, Xiaochen is here? As for Lu Lily, she remembered the last time she kissed Lin Chen. A blush appeared on her face involuntarily. Chapter 144 Claw Machine. Lin Chen walked in with a smile on his face. Aunt, uncle. After greeting the two of them, Lin Chen walked up to Lu Lily's mother and asked, Auntie, how are you? Lu Lily's mother, who was there, also said with a smile, I'm much better now. The doctor said I can be discharged from the hospital after 3 more days of observation. After hearing these words, Lin Chen nodded. That's good. Soon, nearly 30 minutes passed. Just when Lin Chen was about to leave, Lu Lily's mother spoke. Lily, you should accompany Xiaochen today. Lu Lily, who heard these words, also spoke worriedly. But it's okay. You don't have to worry about me. You've been working hard these days. Besides, I can get out of bed and walk now. Lu Lily's mother said. The uncle next to him also spoke. Yeah, and now I'm here too, so you don't have to worry too much. Although Lu Lily was still a little worried, she had no choice but to agree after seeing this. Afterwards, Lin Chen took Lu Lily away. Would you like to go to the movies together? Sitting in the car, looking at Lu Lily next to him, Lin Chen asked. All right. Lu Lily nodded. It just so happens that I haven't been to the movies for a while, and I don't know what's available now. Okay, then you take a look first, I'll book the tickets later. Lin Chen started the car and drove straight to the nearby business district. As for Lu Lily, she picked up her cell phone and started checking movie tickets. Soon, Lu Lily found a heroic movie that had just been released. Lin Chen booked the tickets, and the two of them arrived near the cinema. There are still about 50 minutes before the movie starts. The two of them could only wander around nearby. Fortunately, there is a game hall near the cinema. Come to think of it, it has been some time since Lin Chen last played with this thing. The two walked in, and Lin Chen recharged 100 yuan of game coins. Then he took Lu Lily to play in the game hall. Lu Lily has rarely been to this game hall. At this time, I am somewhat interested in the games here. The games in this arcade are relatively old-fashioned. That is, the Resident Evil series, King of Fighters 98 and Lightning Fighter. After playing with these things for a while, Lu Lily developed a strong interest in them. Then, I saw a claw machine next to it. The dolls in here are so cute. Lu Lily pointed at the claw machine and immediately spoke to Lin Chen, her eyes clearly filled with excitement. You like this? Lu Lily nodded, and Lin Chen smiled at that. Then he stood there, looking at the young couple in front of the claw machine, his eyes twinkling. Okay, wait a minute then. In the couple in front, it's obvious that the boy has no skills. I invested about 6 game coins, but still couldn't catch this doll. However, for Lin Chen, this seems very normal. After all, the claw hook of this claw machine is actually quite loose. And if you don't have any skills, the chance of catching it is only 1%. Soon, the boy gave up. Shall we, this? The boy seemed a little embarrassed and couldn't help scratching his head. Snort! And the girl called Shall we was also a little angry. Then, he turned and walked outside. No, Shall we, listen to me, it's the claws of this claw machine, they are too loose, it's impossible to hold it. And as you saw just now, I had already caught the doll, but it still slipped off. The boy also hurried to explain. I won't listen. I won't listen. Shall we also said this repeatedly immediately. No, Shall we, this is really not my fault. There is obviously something wrong with this claw machine. And that boy was still explaining hurriedly. In response, Lin Chen could only smile. After all, trying to explain to a girl. How could that possibly work? After Lin Chen smiled, he walked to the claw machine. He casually threw in a coin. Then, Lin Chen aimed at the largest plush doll, operated the mechanical claw, grabbed it, and threw it violently. This plush doll also fell directly into the exit. The first doll fell out directly. Afterwards, Lin Chen caught several other large dolls one after another. Here. Holding a stuffed doll. Lin Chen handed it to Lu Lily, who was there. On the other side, the girl named Shall we saw the scene and became even angrier. After stamping her feet, she looked at Lin Chen and then at her boyfriend. He snorted coldly and suddenly quickened his pace. Boy. The boy glanced at Lin Chen quietly, his eyes seemed to be saying, Brother, are you here to sabotage us? Chapter 145 I prefer you to call me Daddy at night. In response, Lin Chen could only shrug. Brother, I'm sorry. As he said this, he glanced at Shelby, who was about to leave the game hall, and said, "But if you don't catch up, you might be in trouble." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the man there was suddenly shocked. Then he quickly turned his head and saw Shelby, who was about to leave. "Shelby, wait for me." As he spoke, the man hurriedly chased after him. "Well, the movie is about to start, let's put these stuffed dolls in the car first." After taking a look at the time, Lin Chen said to Lu Lily, who was there. "Good." Lu Lily held the plush doll, smiled and nodded. The two of them went all the way to the underground garage and stuffed the stuffed doll into the car. They returned to the cinema, bought a bucket of popcorn and 2 large cups of Coke, and then walked into the cinema. I have to say that Lu Lily has a good eye for selection. The two of us watched this movie and it was quite enjoyable. After a movie, the sky also darkened. It was also close to 9 p.m. Since it was this time, Lin Chen simply let Lu Lily choose dinner. The location chosen by Lu Lily is quite unique. It is a barbecue stall located near the university town, but it is not far from here, only 3 kilometers away. Lin Chen drove the poison and went straight to the barbecue stall. As the roar of the sports car sounded near the barbecue stall, many customers who were eating barbecue there were startled. The stall owner there was also looking at this scene in shock. Everyone was very nervous and handed the barbecue to the apprentice who was skewering skewers there. I quickly ran over and helped direct the car to park. After all, this is a supercar. Although the boss didn't know how much Lin Chen's supercar cost, he still recognized the Lamborghini logo. He is now afraid that Lin Chen's car will be scratched. If that were the case, it would be really troublesome. After getting off the car, the two men ordered some barbecue and handed it to Lu Lily there. Lu Lily selected some vegetarian dishes, and after preparing them, she began to wait. The two of them now have quite a lot of common topics. I don't know if it's because I've experienced too many things today. The two of them were very happy with the meal. They ate and stopped several times. After 2 hours, Lin Chen paid the bill and the two of them left. Because Lin Chen was drunk, he couldn't drive. However, this place is not far from Lin Chen's community, so I just walked back. Number 1. Lin Chen stood in front of Du Yao. As soon as he finished speaking, Number 1 walked out directly from the bushes next to him. Ah! Lu Lily was also startled when she saw Number 1 suddenly appear. "It's okay. This is my bodyguard. He usually hides in the dark to protect me." Hearing these words, Lu Lily couldn't help but nod her head. But deep down, I was still a little surprised. Then, looking at this number, Lu Lily felt a little worried. After all, this size is too big. They are even bigger than mine. This feeling is simply tempting to commit a crime. Number 1, please help me drive the car back. Leave the security work to others. Yes. Number 1 nodded, then immediately took the car keys from Du Yao, started the car, and drove away. Looking at Number 1 who was leaving, Lu Lily next to her also stuck out her tongue and said, "Brother Lin, she is so amazing." There was a hint of envy in Lu Lily's tone. Although she didn't know the identity of this person, Lu Lily could feel it. This number is not simple. The aura he exudes is simply incomparable to that of an ordinary person like me. It's okay. She is mainly responsible for my safety. Lin Chen said with a smile, then put his arm around Lu Lily's waist. But from now on, she will be responsible for both of us. Hearing what Lin Chen said, Lu Lily's face couldn't help but turn slightly red, and she felt a little moved in her heart. After all, Lu Lily is a very ordinary girl with a relatively simple mind. After listening to Lin Chen's words, I was immediately moved. "Brother Lin, my husband, you are so good to me." Lu Lily snuggled there and spoke in a very soft voice. But after hearing these words, Lin Chen's mouth corners couldn't help but rise slightly. The next moment, Lin Chen whispered next to Lu Lily's ear. "Hee, I prefer you to call me daddy at night rather than calling me husband." After hearing these words, Lu Lily's face suddenly turned red and her cheeks became hot in an instant. "Hubby. You're so mean." Hearing this, Lin Chen laughed. Then, the two of them returned home together. Soon, creaking sounds were heard in the room. Chapter 146 Auto Show. As the night passed. The next day, after a sweaty workout, Lin Chen was completely awake. Went into the bathroom and took a shower. Lin Chen also started to sign in. Congratulations to the host, signing in successfully. Obtained 3% equity of Alimama. Hearing these words, Lin Chen was a little confused. Alibaba, one of the leading internet companies in China. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that I have become the owner of shares in the companies of two big guys with the surname Ma? For a moment, Lin Chen was a little confused. After all, this is really too scary. Although over the years, the money-making ability of Jack Ma's company is not as strong as that of Pony Ma's company. But this is also an absolute top-notch company. However, the market value of Alibaba Mama is extremely terrifying, directly reaching $583.8 billion US. My 3% is. Lin Chen took out his mobile phone and started calculating. In the end, the answer was calculated, 17.5 billion Mi gold. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. This amount of money is fucking terrifying. Swallowing his saliva, Lin Chen forced himself to calm down. Calm down. You must stay calm. After all, you have been through a lot. What does this little money mean to you? Murmuring in his heart, Lin Chen lowered the water temperature. Gradually, I calmed down. Soon, Lin Chen was also clean. He wiped the water off his body and went into the house to change his clothes. Then, after saying hello to Lu Lily, he went out to buy breakfast. I had just bought breakfast and was walking towards home. The cell phone rang, and the caller ID showed it was Kai Su. With doubts in his heart, Lin Chen answered the phone. Hey, brother Lin. As soon as the call was connected, Kai Su's voice rang out. What's wrong? Lin Chen asked curiously, and Kai Su's voice sounded again. Hey, it's like this, brother Lin, I have a car show here, do you want to come over and have some fun? Auto show? Okay, send me the address and I'll go over and take a look later. It just so happens that I'm at home with nothing to do anyway, so I might as well find something to do. For example, go to a car show. Maybe you can see those white and round cars? Cough cough cough. After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen received an extra message on his phone. Above is the venue for the auto show, located in the Oriental Sports Center of Shanghai. After looking at the message, Lin Chen took a quick glance and returned home. Lu Lily has gotten up now, but her legs are still a little weak. After all, the two of them spent quite a long time last night. Lin Chen even wondered if he would have to change his bed if he had to go through this a few more times. Fortunately, this floor is a large flat. It doesn't disturb the neighbors, which is a good thing. After the two finished their meal, Lu Lily's uncle also sent her a WeChat message. He said that he would be taking care of Lu Lily's mother today and give Lu Lily 2 days off. Well, how about this, you accompany me to the auto show today? I happen to have a few friends who invited me to look at the car. Lin Chen looked at Lu Lily and said. Sure. Lu Lily, who was there, said with a smile. Lin Chen also nodded, and then the two of them drove the poison straight to the Oriental Sports Center. When Lin Chen's poison arrived here, it instantly attracted a lot of attention. Oh my god! Is this the Lamborghini Venetian? Not far away, Kai Su looked at the poison with surprise in his eyes. And it's actually hardtop poison? Which rich man bought this? A young man wearing a leather jacket and dyed hair nearby also spoke in surprise. As for Zhang Ming, he couldn't help but be amazed. There are only 3 of these cars in the world, and the red one should be registered in the United States. Unexpectedly, it was acquired by a domestic wealthy person at some point. I just don't know which second-generation person is able to afford such a price to buy a poison. Zhang Ming's face was full of emotion and envy. After all, a luxury car like the Lamborghini Veneno was something they could only look up to. However, at this moment, a man in his early 30s not far away had a flash of light in his eyes. The next moment, he moved closer to the poison that was there. That's Huang Chang? Why is he here? This guy probably wants to get the owner of the poison into the association. This is his usual tactic. Looking at Huang Qing there, the people here couldn't help but frown. They were familiar with Huang Qing, the president of the China Overseas Supercar Association. But Huang Qing's character is really hard to describe. Okay, let's go over and see who the owner of this poison is. At this moment, Kai Su spoke. Become. Everyone agreed and walked towards the Lamborghini Veneno. However, at the same time, the door of the poison car was also pushed open. When Kai Su and others saw Lin Chen coming down from above and Lu Lily beside him, everyone's eyes were wide open at this moment. The next moment, they all started cursing in unison. Fuck! Chapter 147 Shanghai Supercar Association. At this moment, in everyone's heart, the shock was overwhelming. Looking at Lin Chen in front of them, these people's eyes were filled with astonishment. What the hell? Isn't that too extravagant and inhumane? At this moment, everyone was paralyzed and dazed. After all, they really couldn't remember clearly. This is the nth top of the line supercar they have seen at Lin Chen's place. First up is a Pagani Huayra. Then there's the McLaren P1. Now here comes a Lamborghini Veneno. This speed of changing cars is simply inhumane. For a moment, all three of them were shocked. Huang Qing on the other side also ran to Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. With a smile on his face, he stood there and spoke to Lin Chen. "My friend, is this poison yours?" Listening to Huang Qing's words, Lin Chen glanced at Huang Qing in front of him and then asked coldly, "What's the matter?" Lin Chen's tone seemed a little cold. Hearing these words, Huang Qing, who was standing there, also looked embarrassed. Brother, we're just making friends. I am the president of the Shanghai Supercar Association. My name is Huang Qing. What is your name, little brother?" "Lin Chen." Having said that, Lin Chen turned around and prepared to leave. At this time, he also saw Kai Su and others who were there. Looking at Lin Chen's attitude, Huang Qing, who was standing there, suddenly looked embarrassed. Then, he spoke quickly. I see you're not that old. How about this, I will be generous and call you Xiaochen." Hearing these words, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. This Huang Qing is really outgoing. People who are slightly familiar with me usually call me Brother Lin. Even if the relationship is just average, he still respectfully calls himself Mr. Lin. "Xiaochen? It seems like I know you very well." Lin Chen glanced at Huang Qing coldly and immediately stopped. He looked at Huang Qing and asked coldly, "Do you have anything else to say?" "It's like this, Xiaochen, are you interested in joining our Shanghai Supercar Association?" Huang Qing's face froze, but he thought of Lin Chen's Lamborghini Veneno. Huang Qing's smile widened and he immediately continued to ask. "After all, if we can capture Lin Chen, then I can take pictures with that Lamborghini Veneno and show off." Thinking of this, the smile on Huang Qing's face became even more intense. Lin Chen looked at Huang Qing coldly, and then spoke in a cold voice. "No." After finishing speaking, Lin Chen continued to walk towards Kai Su and others who were there. As for Huang Qing, his face froze. At this time, Kai Su and others also came forward. "Brother Lin." "Hey, Brother Lin, you're here?" Everyone here looked at Lin Chen and smiled. As for Zhang Ming, who was there, he was also looking at Lu Lily beside him and said, "Is this my sister-in-law? Well, let me introduce you. This is my girlfriend, Lu Lily." Lin Chen nodded and said with a smile. Everyone who heard these words suddenly had their eyes brightened up. Afterwards, they started to greet each other one after another. "Hello, sister-in-law, I'm Kai Su." At this time, everyone began to introduce themselves. After some self-introductions, everyone became familiar with each other. As for Lu Lily, her face was slightly flushed at this time. After all, being called sister-in-law really made her feel happy in her heart. However, at this time, Huang Qing, who was there, immediately came over. Zhang Ming, who was watching this scene, was also looking at Huang Qing at this time, and said in a rather sarcastic tone, "Hey, isn't this President Huang? How come you have time to come to this auto show?" Zhang Ming's tone sounded sarcastic. Huang Qing, who was there, was not annoyed when he heard such sarcastic words. He just smiled awkwardly and continued. "Hey, since you're all here, it would be convenient. Xiaochen, I think you may not understand this supercar association. Let me tell you this, our supercar association." Huang Qing, who was there, was also chattering wildly. It was like a mosquito, buzzing constantly in the ears of Lin Chen and Lu Lily. This also made Lin Chen very annoyed. As for Kai Su next to him, he also glanced at Huang Qing at this time. At the same time, he immediately spoke to Lin Chen, who was there. "Brother Lin, I think you should just agree to his request directly. Otherwise, I think you will be nagged to death by Huang Qing later." After listening to these words, Lin Chen nodded, and then he had no choice but to agree to Huang Qing's request. Seriously, if this wasn't a public place. I guess he had already asked number 1 to take action and directly throw Huang Qing out. After all, this guy is really too noisy. After hearing Lin Chen's agreement, he patted Lin Chen's shoulder gently. Then, he said to Lin Chen, who was sitting there. Ha, Xiaochen, you will be grateful to me in the future. Later, you will know how correct the decision you made today was. Lin Chen frowned, and he became more and more displeased with Huang Cheng. Chapter 148. Why is the young lady dressed in rags? Afterwards, Huang Cheng pulled him into a WeChat group. Lin Chen glanced at him and said coldly, "Okay, if you don't have anything else to do, please don't bother me anymore." After saying this, without giving Huang Cheng a chance to reply, Lin Chen headed straight for the auto show in front. The people nearby now started to speak one after another. "Brother Lin, you are really unlucky this time. You actually ran into such a person." A young man next to him spoke. This young man's name is Zhai Lin. Why? From the looks of you all, it seems like you all dislike him? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask. Zhai Lin also continued, "Of course, this is much more disgusting than doing anything. In the past, we brothers were dragged into the Supercar Association by him. At first, because this guy was the president of the Supercar Association, we were quite respectful to him. But who knew that what this guy did was really disgusting? Over time, most people in the Supercar Association gradually stopped liking him." Afterwards, Zhai Lin gave a brief explanation. Hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. This president is a villain. When he sees the owner of a luxury car, he starts to lick him. I usually treat the owners of supercars I meet with coldness. It seems that this guy is really too narrow-minded. I originally thought he was the president of the Supercar Association. No matter how big his vision is and how wide his connections are, he ends up being a guy that no one likes. Lin Chen sneered and shook his head. If you are the only one who dislikes him, it may be that you and he are not compatible. But now, no one likes him. Then it is obvious that there is something wrong with this person. Although the president of the Supercar Association is just a title. But if this president knows how to do things, he can win over the hearts of a group of second-generation people. Then the influence of this president is quite terrifying. But now, it is obvious that Huang Cheng would not do such a thing. Typical of playing a good hand badly. Lin Chen smiled but didn't think too much about it. Then, we continued walking towards the gate of the Convention and Exhibition Center. This auto show can be said to be very luxurious. There are more than 2,000 car companies participating in the event. There are nearly 100 luxury car brands. After all, this auto show was mainly for major car companies to showcase their latest black technologies. Among the participating car companies, there are also a large number of domestic car dealers. As he stepped in, Lin Chen's eyes were immediately attracted by the BMW booth next to him. Look at this car, it's so white and big. And the image is still childish. Oh no, I said it wrong, it's the clothes of this car. For a moment, Lin Chen only felt that he was feeling a little congested. And he could also clearly hear the sound of several second-generation people around him swallowing their saliva. Well, what a bunch of old perverts. Shaking his head inevitably, Lin Chen gradually shifted his gaze away and walked directly inside. These cars outside, whether it is a BMW, a four-wheel drive, or a Land Rover. For people like Lin Chen, it can only be considered low to medium level. Although there are so many young people gathered there now, in fact, most of them are watching the game in a civilized manner. Serious people, who would read these? Although these balls are indeed quite attractive. I just don't know why these young ladies are wearing ragged clothes. If possible, he really wants to invite a group of young ladies to eat seafood together. I just don't know if these seafood are still fresh and plump. Oh, this is one of life's great regrets. Sighing helplessly, everyone walked all the way to the depths of the auto show. The road in front of the station was extremely crowded, but after walking a few dozen steps, it suddenly became clear. In this depth, the only luxury cars you can find are Ferrari and Lamborghini. Hey, this Lamborghini actually released a convertible version of the Bull? Zhang Ming next to him was a little surprised. I was originally planning to buy other models of Daniel. But I didn't expect that this car would come out with a convertible version, which is quite interesting. Lin Chen, who was listening to these words, also looked at the convertible version of the Daniel. At the Lamborghini booth, there was a big bull parked there. Overall, this big bull can be said to have a streamlined appearance, giving people a sense of smoothness like flowing water. The iconic Y-shaped daytime running lights are classic and stylish. The lower surround adopts an opening design that runs across the front of the car, giving it a radical look visually. Under the spotlight, the whole car is shining brightly. Zhang Ming immediately said, "Wait for me here." I'll go reserve one. After all, today is a car show, and the main purpose is to show off the latest products of one's own car companies. So if you want it, you still have to make a reservation first. Everyone was just waiting here, chatting from time to time. Waited for more than 10 minutes. Kai-su next to him also asked Lin Chen. Brother Lin, would you consider getting one? Lin Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head. No, it's just a Lamborghini. I already have poison. There's no need for another one. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's heart felt as if they had suffered a billion-ton critical hit. I just made a successful appointment and came back with the car purchase contract. Zhang Ming, who was so excited, suddenly stopped smiling. After all, Lin Chen's words were extremely lethal. Besides, if you buy this thing home, at best it will just sit in the garage and collect dust. When driving a convertible on domestic roads, do you plan to inhale exhaust fumes all the way? With this money, I might as well spend a little more to buy a Ferrari or Porsche next door. Lin Chen spoke calmly, and as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming behind him gradually calmed down. Then, he looked at the car purchase contract in his hand. It feels like what Lin Chen said makes sense. For a moment, Zhang Ming felt that all this seemed to be starting to lose its appeal. Chapter 149 Meeting Principal Wang. After that, everyone went straight to the Ferrari showroom next door. As soon as they entered the Ferrari showroom, they saw a whole ocean of red. Most of the vehicles in this Ferrari showroom are red. But this is normal. After all, the red color of Ferrari is representative in the world. This is what has become the unique Ferrari red. In most exhibitions, Ferrari will choose to use red vehicles as exhibit cars. Looking at these red Ferraris, everyone was looking at them with awe. Oh my God! Look over there! Suddenly, someone pointed to the Ferrari showroom, the front stand. This is... At the top of this exhibition hall, there is a black sports car parked. This black sports car is particularly eye-catching in the entire exhibition hall. Putting it there, people can't help but look at it sideways. This black sports car has no windshield or hardtop. And in terms of structure, it is a retro open-top convertible supercar. Is this a Ferrari Monza SP2? The next moment, Jai Lin, who was there, suddenly got goosebumps all over his body. The whole person was shaking wildly there. What? Ferrari Monza SP2? Oh my God! Zhang Ming was also surprised, and then he looked carefully at the supercar there with a shocked expression. As for Kai-su next to him, he was a little confused as he didn't know much about supercars. That is to say, I only know about some top luxury cars. I have never heard of this car, so I couldn't help but ask. Ferrari Monza SP2? What kind of car is this? Jai Lin took a deep breath and then began to introduce. This is the latest and greatest Ferrari masterpiece. And some time ago, it was recognized as the most beautiful super sports car. It has also won the If Design Gold Award, the highest honor in the design awards. And won the Red Dot Design Award Best of the Best Design Award. Moreover, this car adopts a windshield-free design. But in fact, you can see that it has been changed into an aerodynamic channel under the fairings of the driver's seat and passenger seat. Combined with the aerodynamic wing profile in front of the seats and the vertical channels in front of the dashboard. An invisible virtual wind deflector has been developed to effectively deflect the airflow above the heads of passengers while driving. And when the vehicle is moving, the low-speed airflow surrounds the entire cockpit. After hearing this introduction, everyone gasped and looked shocked. Lin Chen stood there with a serious look. As for Zhang Ming next to him, he couldn't help but murmur. I really want to buy a car like this. After these words were spoken, a calm voice sounded behind everyone. Let's put that aside for now. This car is limited to 200 units worldwide, and the requirements for purchasing it are very demanding. Hearing this, everyone turned around immediately. I saw a young man walking towards this side. Principal Wang? Looking at this young man, Zhang Ming next to him exclaimed. This also attracted a lot of people's attention. For a moment, the Ferrari showroom seemed a little restless. After all, Principal Wang's name is still very famous in the country. In addition, the vast majority of people who came to see this auto show were just ordinary people. Originally, everyone just came to watch the game in a civilized manner and look at the cars. But they didn't expect that they would meet Principal Wang Sikong here. Xiao Ming. Wang Sikong glanced at Zhang Ming and immediately smiled. Well, it's a good opportunity to drag Brother Lin and his friends out to see the car show. Zhang Ming mentioned Lin Chen next to him in a rather obscure way. Listening to Zhang Ming's words, Wang Xikong, who was there, also looked at Lin Chen next to him. Suddenly, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He felt vaguely familiar with Lin Chen's face. But I can't remember where I have seen it before. Moreover, Zhang Ming addressed Lin Chen so respectfully and mentioned him specifically to remind himself to pay attention to him. Wang Xikong also looked serious. He immediately stretched out his hand towards Lin Chen. Hello, I'm Wang Xikong. Seeing this scene, many passers-by there looked at Lin Chen with some surprise. Who is this guy? Yes, how could Principal Wang actually extend his hand and shake hands with him? Who is this guy? Is he also someone's second-generation son? I don't know. I've never seen one. Besides, how many second-generation people are there in the country that could make Principal Wang take the initiative to ask for help? All of a sudden, many people started talking about it. Lin Chen also smiled faintly, then shook hands with him and spoke. Hello, Principal Wang. I'm Lin Chen. I've heard a lot about you. Principal Wang also laughed at this time, and then couldn't help but say. Brother Lin, I've heard a lot about you. After these words were spoken, the two exchanged pleasantries. Afterwards, Lin Chen continued to ask. I don't know what you meant by Principal Wang just now when you said that it's not that easy to buy this Ferrari Monza SP2? Chapter 150 Principal Wang, I am not qualified. After hearing these words, the people around them all looked at Principal Wang. After all, many people are still quite interested in these words. Principal Wang also nodded and spoke. Okay, then I'll tell you first. Actually, I was here before you came. Then I went up to ask, and found out that the purchasing requirements for this car are actually very strict. First of all, the price of this car is not very expensive, only 30 million yuan. After these words were spoken, many people there. At this moment, the corners of their mouths were twitching. Even Zhang Ming and others who were there didn't know what to say. Isn't the price very expensive? Only 30 million yuan? Why does this statement make people feel that it deserves a beating? It's only 30 million, not very expensive. Damn it! At this moment, many people really want to tell a beautiful myth. But many people thought of Principal Wang's identity. The son of the chairman of Yida Group and one of the top second-generation rich people in China. The startup capital alone amounted to 500 million. Maybe, the so-called 30 million is really not very expensive for others. For a moment, many people really wanted to say 3 words. Excuse me. As for Lu Lily who was there, she was also shocked. Although during this period of time, she has seen a lot of the world with Lin Chen. But facing these words, I can't help but feel shocked. Lin Chen, who was there, couldn't help but speak in surprise. 30 million? Yeah, that's right. Principal Wang seemed somewhat surprised by Lin Chen's reaction. The people around also looked a little surprised. This guy, should I say, be on the same level as Principal Wang? Does he also think that 30 million is too expensive? Just when everyone was confused, Lin Chen couldn't help but ponder for a while, and couldn't help muttering to himself. Is it so cheap? I thought it would cost at least 80 or 90 million. Everyone. Grass a green plant. Listen. Is this what you said? At this moment, many people's faces turned purple. He was hit repeatedly on the face with a thick object. At this moment, many people felt as if billions of alpacas were galloping through their hearts. As for Zhang Ming who was there, his face twitched. I'm so stupid. Real. I should have guessed that this guy definitely wasn't thinking it was too expensive. Principal Wang also nodded and continued. Yeah, I thought so too, but I found out later. First of all, this car is limited edition, with only 200 in the world. If you want to buy it, you must also have a 458 or a V12 in your hands. Another point is that this car is aimed at top wealthy people and some top racing drivers. So, if you want to buy it, you must be one of these 2 types of people. I originally wanted to order one, but when I went to review it, I was told that I was not eligible. After these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the whole audience. Oh my! Not qualified? Are you kidding? Principal Wang, you're not qualified? Hey, if that's the case, then how awesome of a person would you have to be able to buy this car? For a moment, the entire exhibition hall was filled with chatter. As for Zhang Ming and others, they were also a little surprised. Looking at Principal Wang in front of them, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. They also didn't expect that someone like Principal Wang would be rejected. But soon, this kind of people also reacted immediately. Indeed, perhaps Principal Wang is really not qualified to purchase it. Principal Wang, who has always been high profile, is indeed a top second generation. But, it is only the second generation. To put it bluntly, the awesome person is his father, not him. If we really talk about Principal Wang's net worth at this time, it is actually only over 1 billion yuan. He really wants to buy this supercar. Maybe his father is qualified to buy it, but he. No. For a moment, Zhang Ming and others felt relieved. Lin Chen, who was there, was silent for a while. Is that so? After his eyes flickered, Lin Chen, who was there, looked at Lu Lily, who was standing there, and said, Lily. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Lu Lily, who was there, also looked at Lin Chen with confusion in her eyes. What's the matter, dear? I remember you have a driver's license in your hand? Lin Chen asked immediately. Yes, I did. I took some time off to take the exam some time ago. What's wrong? Well, if that's the case, then I'll buy you a 458 as a practice car, how about that? Lin Chen said calmly. To be honest, he really liked this Ferrari Monza SP2. Although this car cannot be driven in the country, it does not stop him from buying it and collecting it. Besides, don't forget that he has his own island. If you really want to drive it for fun, the worst that can happen is you can ask someone to build a road around the island, and then you can drive the car on the island for fun.